Okay. Okay. The danger is 7:45, so please, free surfers, you must leave the competition area right now. We're going to start very soon, so please take your last wave and please start to paddle out. Paddle in, sorry. In Latin America is paddle out, but paddle in. Por favor, atención, 7:45, vamos a comenzar. Free surfers tienen que salir del área de competencia. Por favor, tomen su última ola y salgan para poder comenzar. Okay, attention please, first heat of the day. Beach march. You have to do the check-in right now, please. Felipe Rodríguez, Thomas King, Hinobu Horokishi, and Brian Talma. Competitors, please. The beach marshal is waiting for you right now. Pick up your jerseys, and if you want to paddle out, please do it. Por favor, atención, llamamos a la primera serie del día, retirar sus camisetas. Los señores Felipe Rodríguez de México, Thomas King de Sudáfrica, Hinobu Horokishi de Japón y Brian Talma de Brasil. Por favor, el Beach Marshal los está... Perdón, de Barbados. ¿Por qué dije Brasil? Es Barbados. I can't hear you. Me voy a castigar de nuevo. El error que cometí. Brian Talma y Barbados.
We're going to need headsets. He's drowning us.
Retirar su camiseta.
You guys are going to be on the other side, I feel like, though. Are we? Yeah. They're going to be on the other side. Carlos, Bull Hodge. Okay, yeah, we're going to need headsets because the beach PA is drowning us. We can't, we're going to be competing to shout over his voice.
The announcer's been saying, I think, to get ready. I don't think he's come out yet.
Okay, yeah.
Nicole, ¿tú vas a hacer la cámara de esto?
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Uno. Sí,
Pero el morning show va a ser aquí. ¿Quieres poner la cámara?
uno. Ok. ¿Qué me están hablando? ¿Qué pasa? Uno. Este no tiene tapa abajo, ¿no? Este micrófono, las pilas sueltas. Uno. Ok, uno. Pongámosle algo. Uno. ¿Te llega? Dale vuelta mientras tanto esto. Uno. Ah, sigo. 1, 1, 1, 1.
So please, Velasco,
1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Voy a probar el 2, voy a probar el 2. Voy por el 2.
General data, and I like this list. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And we're just going to have a nice conversation about what the ceremony yesterday, right? And that it's great to be back, and I love starting the year. And yeah.
okay, please, first heat, if you want to put it out, do it. Por favor, primer hit, si quieren ingresar al agua, háganlo.
Morning. Morning show.
¿Tienen los highlights del día 1 free surf y del día 2 free surf en el sistema?
No, escuché.
¿No?
No, todavía no. ¿A dónde están los?
26 Ya, sí, espérate, sí. Check, check. ¿Te llega? Ese. Ya, ok. Ya, ¿y el otro está?
Sí, el uno está.
Ya, le llegó hasta el otro. Chequea que llega.
Uno, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Pause minutes to start. Pause
Ahí lo
minutes.
estoy probando. Carlos,
5
Claudio.
minutos para comenzar.
Claudio.
Competidores.
Claudio.
Okay,
Ok.
green will be green, not yellow, okay? Yellow are my friend from South Africa.
¿Funciona? ¿Sí la tomas?
Lighting yellow. It's because I'm dark.
Está prendido, ¿no?
Amigas, estamos a muchísimas gracias a todos por venir hasta este paraíso del Pacífico.
Test 1, 5. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2 minutes or so. One more time, thank you very much, everybody. Welcome to the Pacific Ocean. Saludita. So please enjoy the rest of the week. And thank you one more.
¿Lo pasamos?
Sí. Solo para partir.
¿Y ese cuándo? Bueno,
En 2 segundos más, que no me tienen la energía lista cuando estoy luchando con... Tiene que sacarle esa hueá. Ya. Dale, primero tiene que dar la...
Por favor, el señor Cabeza de Tile, por favor, sacar al estado.
Ya, está el... para partir
El señor Cabeza.
Welcome to Sayulita, Mexico, side of the World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Bo Hodge, along with Philip Mueller. We'll be your host for this event. I'll be hosting the English broadcast of the contest, and Philip will be doing this broadcast.
Exactly. Well, the ESA 2015 event and supplement, it's really exciting.
Which is optional, not mandatory. Calcetín, amigo mío. Estuve con calcetín ayer. Okay, I have a couple of scores. Attention, surfer. Green, Hironobu Harukishi from Japan, your first wave, 5.5. Your second wave, 2.32. Surfer in right, Thomas. Attention, Thomas. Your first wave, 2.6. Surfer in black, Brian Palma from Barbados. Your first wave, 0.8. ¿Dónde estás? Sinolas. And right behind Brian, from South Africa, Thomas King. Ahí tenemos al rey Tomás de Sudáfrica. Rey Tomás porque su apellido es King, como rey. Él es Tomás King de Sudáfrica. Entonces, ahí se escuchan las clásicas corrucelas. Si se puede acercar a la tarima para una cosa que necesitamos.
Go ahead. You guys want to flip it?
Yeah.
Okay. Pregúntale a Carlos si podemos voltear esto.
Okay, Johnny, get up.
Okay. From Thomas King, surfer in white from South Africa. King from South Africa, una vez más, ahí está el señor Thomas King de Sudáfrica con blanco. Mr. Thomas King from South Africa. In second, we have the Japanese surfer, surfer in green. Hironobu Horokishi. In third position, black Brian Talma. In fourth position, we have
Ya.
Felipe Rodríguez from México.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. ¿Llega? Hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Internet, establishing the webcast, and we're still working things out here, but we've underway with heat number one, round number one of the men's surfing division. A total of 12 heats will be run today in the first round of the men. Then we're going to run into round one of the women, where there will be a total of 6 heats. Then back into round two of men and women competition. Jody.
Yeah, Bo, it's great to be here in Mexico. You know, ISA doing great things in the world of stand-up paddling and paddleboard. And, you know, it's great that they're able to mobilize and get these athletes that travel all over the world to compete. These are the best athletes in this sport, so it's great to have everybody out here in Sayulita.
Brian Talma from Barbados there in black. He competed last year. Here we go. This is the local competitor from Mexico. This is the angle of the swell, which direction these surfers will be optioning for their waves. Again, the heats will be 20 minutes in length, a 10-wave max for the men on their best 2 waves. Speed, power, and flow, and the use of the paddle, very important. I talked with the head judge here. So Marcos was saying the judges want to see the competitors use their paddle to their benefit. If they're just flinging their paddle, no extra points. But if they use their paddle to pivot, help them turn, to make a big, exciting, bold maneuver, they'll get extra points.
Yeah, there's definitely a different judging criteria when it comes to stand-up paddle surfing, and we see Team Barbados right there as we see scrapping into this one. But I'll let you live call.
Jap on a small inside wave, and watch Rodriguez
Mauki, Rayoa, and Sebastián Barbero.
Bienvenidos una vez más a lo que es el Mundial de la ISA de StandUp Paddleboard Championship presentado por el Hotel Cupuri en este año 2015. El primer evento de la ISA presentado para ustedes. Muchísimas gracias de verdad a todos. A Philip Müller, la mente maestra detrás, nuestra enciclopedia, aquí el webcast en español. Vemos ahí a la señorita que tuvo un excelente...
Voy a reemplazar para que esté con el micrófono azul. Con el micrófono azul te va a llegar el de inglés. Dale, estoy, mira, te voy a golpear el micrófono. ¿Te llega? Dale, estoy subiendo.
A good transition coming up later in the week with better surf, almost up to a meter, almost up to, 4 to 5 feet coming up later this week, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch these guys. We get a little bit more surf in the water. But yeah, it's so much fun to be here again, Bo, and to see the caliber raised once again. And I'm so looking forward to watching some of these guys that we haven't seen compete in the ISA Worlds yet, like Dave Bain coming up in heat number 10. Somebody that we're missing, I'm noticing on the girls' side of the draw, is Emmy Merrill, who has been a dominant force at the ISA World Championships. And, she's graduating college, graduating nursing school, so I'm sure she'll be back next year. But, it's going to open up the door a little bit for the women's side of the draw.
Well, I'll tell you what, not only is Emmy Merrill a 2-time gold medalist, has never lost this event. She competed 2012, 2014, and she has won both events in that year. She didn't compete in the odd years of 13, 15. Maybe we'll see her back on an even schedule. But also Shakira Westhorpe. She has made the finals the last 3 years. A silver medal in the first year and bronze medals in the last 2 years. And she was upended by the new young sensation of Emma Webb from Australia. Some new blood being undergone. And let's talk about the women's field. Nicole Perselli, the gold medalist back in Peru in 2013, 5th place last year. Ibala Ruano, the world champion windsurfer and subsurfer, a bronze and a copper in the last 2 years. Caroline Agibad from France, as we watch surfer in white. This is Ovens out of Great Britain. There's Team Hawaii as they're cheering on. Mo Freitas, he's in the whitewater section. Nice big floater. Working on the way he is through this wave. And look, he's got the tricks. Look at that spin, 180, spins it back, trying to do one more time. Mo from the North Shore, 3rd ranked last year in the 2014 SUWS, 5th world ranking in the SUWT. He is the 2014 Santa Monica Pier champion. He is one of the young guns of subsurfing and sub-technical racing, too. I mean, we talked about earlier all the talent in Hawaii.
Hawaii has sent a very talented team. They have not sent their best team, but there are others here who aren't here. But you know what? It is great to see Hawaii here.
It's fantastic to see Hawaii here, and I mean, just watching Mo, I am so excited to see him throughout this event. I think he's going to shake things up a lot in this event.
Yeah, and once the waves get bigger in midweek, you're going to see both Mo and Zane just really go off. Let's go back to the ladies. Brisa Magala from Peru, a 5th and a 6th. But let's talk about the new girls who are coming into this event. Izzy Gomez, the U.S. champion. She's one of the best subsurfers in the world in the ladies at, what, 17?
Yeah, she's very young, and you know, that's the thing that's happening in SUP right now is people are starting younger and younger, and there's actually, you know, things to look forward to, like events like this that you can work towards, and just knowing that this sport is on its way, you know, to the Olympics is something for a young competitor to strive for, train for, and so I think we're a lot more young, new blood coming through the ranks.
Another one out of Hawaii, Jenny Lee, a Hawaii lifeguard down in town for the District 1 lifeguards. As we watch Surfer in Red, this is Ian Voss out of Brazil. Good carving, tail slide. Here he goes on the open section. Nice tap off the top. Look at the spray. Judge is going to like that one more time. The spray not as bold there. Couldn't hold his position, but I love the transitional maneuvers from his first move to his second move. His third maneuver, just not quite there. Here we go. Surfer in yellow. This is Onofre out of Italy. Good carving turn on the open face. And what the judges are looking for is the use of the paddle in a positive manner there. He's just pretty much getting himself through. So comparing Voss's wave, Onofre waves to Voss's wave, obviously the Brazilian had a better transition and more maneuvers.
Yeah, and what I liked about Vaz's wave is he actually got that board really on rail and threw some water around, and that's what the judges are looking for, and they're going to be rewarding that.
There we go. There's Zane Schweitzer, Shelby Schweitzer, and we'll be seeing Zane on the right. He'll be competing up in the men's competition. He's ready to go right now. And Zane's not coming up until heat number 7, but he is anxious. Zane just coming off a great competition over the Carolina Cup in the distance race over on the east coast of the United States. Here we go. Mo Freitas with some speed here. Banks a maneuver, throws the tail, fins free, but can't hold the maneuver. On the outside, here we go. Surfer in white. This is Ovens out of Great Britain. Goofy footer, carving turn. Like those S turns there, Jody. Here he goes. Banks it off the whitewater section. Good flow to his maneuvers there, rail to rail, and kicks out.
Yeah, that was a good wave for Alessandro out of Italy. I'm a little bit speechless watching Mo. You know, I know we're going to see him.
Well, I tell you what, just watching Mo on the North Shore. I'm from Hawaii, as you know.
You see him all the time.
With waves of size, with more speed and power, he's going to generate more of these tricks. There's our Italian surfer just losing his momentum there. Time remaining in this heat, 9 minutes, 44 seconds counting down. Again, no scores available for our live scoring. And there's Team Hawaii, Team Mexico standing together. As we see Voss in red, checking out this wave. Freitas is going to have a look here. He's got to be careful not to interfere with the surfers with priority. Voss will take this wave. Nice carving turn, throws the tail, banks it off the whitewater. Good transitional maneuvers there from Ian Voss out of Brazil.
Yeah, if I can analyze this heat, the only thing I can say is you know, I can definitely see the maturity levels, you know, where Mo's kind of, he may or may not have a strategy out there, and that comes with being young, and he's just kind of, you know, aggressively going for it, but, you know, he's falling on a lot of waves. He's not completing a lot of maneuvers, whereas we saw Voss, he's attacking it a lot more strategically.
Good open end turns on the open face and good transition. Look at that. Calculated maneuvers from Mo Freitas, our heat leader at this point, definitely. Spin 360 there, chop hop. And, you know, with the lightness of these boards, look how that board is sinking as he's paddling back out. That's how light these boards are. The other day, I was able to take out an 8-foot board just to have my feel out there. And I have a 9-foot board personally when I subsurf, so trying to push my limits on an 8-foot board. These guys are getting down to the 7.6, almost into the pushing them into the 6-foot range.
Yeah, it's incredible. And you talked earlier about, you know, just endurance, and talk about endurance on these small boards. These guys can't stop paddling. They sink if they stop paddling. And like we saw in the past, Sean Pointer going and surfing 5 rounds, and a lot of that comes down to the final day, and you're standing on these really small boards, and that's where training comes in, and fitness, and just that endurance side of the sport.
Well, talking about Sean Pointer, right after the ISA World Championships last year, he teamed up with Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii and did a tandem team across the Molokai Channel last year in July. So they did a two-man team going across the channel. So that's how determined Sean Pointer is to build his endurance. He did a 32-mile crossing from Molokai to Oahu to get himself more acclimated to the endurance and to broaden his SUP surfing into SUP racing. He competed in the Carolina Cup. So, you know, we're seeing these competitors cross over. You're going to see Casper Steinfath, a 2-time gold medalist in the men's technical. He'll be competing in the SUP surfing. Mo Freitas here may be competing in the technical and the distance. They have both Mo and Zane as the backup coming up behind Connor Baxter. So we're seeing a lot of crossovers in both the men and the women competing in SUP surfing and the technical and distance.
Well, I'm so excited to be back in the ocean. Last year was a lot of fun being in Nicaragua on the lake, and it was beautiful, and there was monkeys and islands, and you know, it was really neat. But I gotta say, I love watching these guys do the SUP technical racing and the distance racing in and out of the surf. Like, there's nothing better than that. It just adds that level of excitement. And so yeah, when we see Casper and those guys competing in the racing, coming in and out of the surf, it definitely gives those guys an advantage for sure.
So again, the format of the day remains the same, 20-minute heats for all competitors in their heat. There is a 10-wave max for the competitors. Their best 2 waves will be their final score. All waves will be judged on a 0 to 10-point scale. And of course, the more maneuvers, the speed, power, and flow, and transition, the use of the paddle in a positive progressive maneuver, the judges are looking for in SUP surfing. So they're on the 10-point scale that they're going for. And let's watch the transition right here. Mo Freitas has the inside section. Take this wave. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, not liking. And look at the quick turnaround Mo did. A quick 180, saw a bigger set on the outside. And let's watch Ovens on the inside. This is our surfer. This is yellow. This is Onofre from Italy. Forehand turn out the back. We can see a rider as our rider from Great Britain. So he goes quick up and down. So Onofre on the inside. And you can see the level of talent, the Brazilian and the Hawaiian. Far much more experience against the surfer out of England and from Italy in this heat.
Yeah, but we're seeing Alessandro. He's keeping his head in the game for sure. You know, he's not giving up, and it's got to be a tough heat to be surfing in when you're seeing, you know, guys like Mo throwing his board around and doing things that, you know, they've probably not really seen done in person, as we see Mo up and riding Bo.
Yeah, Mo's getting some speed, banks it off the white water, big open hand. Forehand turn, fin free there, goes one more time, tail slide, and then too much of a slide there, and Freitas goes down.
Do you have the dimensions on Mo's board?
I bet Mo's riding something in maybe a 7'10", 8-foot type board. Looks like from his equipment, trying to get up some information from Mo Freitas coming up. As we're watching here, it's being sponsored by Body Glove, Focus, SUP boards, Sawyer Paddles, Future Fins, Kona Restaurants. So he's in tune with his equipment. Here we go. This is Ian Voss out of Brazil, one of our top 2 competitors in the heat. Big closeout section out in front, but that's not going to stop him. Banks it off the whitewater section. He's going to stay with this wave on the inside, and the open stay with him there. Determination and the drive pays off for one more maneuver. So 2-maneuver wave there for Ian Voss out of Brazil. On the outside, here we go, surfer in the green-yellow jersey. This is Onofre out of Italy. Banks one more turn before his final. So that'll leave Freitas on the outside, Ovens on the outside. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Well, I really liked Voss's wave. he read it really well. It was kind of a closeout, but he saw that there was going to be that reform section on the inside. So he surfed it really smart. He's definitely surfing a very smart heat, like I mentioned earlier. He's got a lot of power in his surfing, and he's getting that board on rail. And, you know, that's what the judges really like. I'm sure they're also very impressed with what Mo's doing. I want to see Mo complete some more maneuvers. But he's definitely exciting to watch.
Here we go. Let's watch Glenn out of Great Britain now. On his forehand. Nice carving turn on the open face. And when the surfers do the spray, the judges are looking for that spray that comes off the back tail. Gets upended there by the whitewater wave. So you're going to see lefts. You're going to see rights. Majority of the waves will be taken to the right. But on a good south swell here in Sayulita, talking to the local surfers here, the lefts are the waves when the waves get big. So that's the angle we're going to be looking for probably midweek, hopefully, on that size. Of course, a couple of weeks ago, as you know, if you're in tune to the surfing world, Makuakai Rothman winning that big wave event from the WSL Big Wave Tour down in Chile. But that storm produced some humongous surf all up and down the coast. Port Escondido had 20-foot surf last week with Mark Healy catching waves. I know, Jody, in California, the wedge and your coast was hitting some extra size surf in the big range from that same swell.
Yeah, it was massive. We had boats washing up on shore and you know, all kinds of stuff going on. But to have that energy in the water, I mean, it's so cool to see everybody just charging. And that wave Mark Healy had in Porto was next level. As we see up and riding here, Bo. There's Mo Freitas out of Hawaii.
Yeah, Mo took this wave on the outside. Just 1 minute, 22 seconds remaining. Mo with a victory lap here. As you can see here, Mano from the beach announcing our Italian surfer needs a 7.2 to get into the top two. And I think Mo is in tune. The Hawaii team came here a week early, trained, got acclimated. Quite a few of these guys, Mo and Zane. There's Ian Voss up and riding. Did the Carolina Cup just not too long ago. And the Olokai downwind run over in Maui just last week also. So Voss finishing up here. 45 seconds remaining. Heat 2, round number 1. So Voss still on the inside section. There's Team Brazil on the beach. Very powerful team. Barbara Brazil, one of the most impressive paddlers in SUP surfing and SUP technical and a prone paddler. She's diverse in all 3 disciplines and has medaled in all 3.
Yeah, she's been an impressive competitor to watch over the years, and to have that endurance to go through and do all those different disciplines is so impressive.
And, of course, Brazil with the World ASP champion last year, Gabriel Mendina, has really verified. But, of course, in the SUP world, Brazil has been a medalist in the team competition here at the ISA World Championships. And there's the sound of the horn. That rounds out heat number 2, round number 1. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more exciting action. And from Sayulita, Mexico, you're watching the 2015 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championship. Stay tuned. Heat number 3 up next. Okay. Okay, we're back. Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I'm Bo Hodge, along with former world champion of this event. Not this discipline, but at this competition, Jamie Mitchell. Welcome, Jamie.
Thanks, Bo. Good to be here.
Smaller conditions today. We've had bigger swells the last couple of days, but we do have a good forecast of a swell coming up midweek to finish up days 2 and 3 of the SUP surfing. But we've been seeing some good, exciting rounds. Let's introduce our surfers here in number 3. We've got Guillermo out of Spain in the red jersey. Shane Baxter from New Zealand in the white jersey. Mauiki Raioa, brother of Bonaki, the gold medalist from last year from Tahiti. He'll be in the yellow jersey. Sebastian Barbero out of Argentina in the black jersey. So you see the Spanish flag. And one of the best things I love about this event, and Jamie, you could talk more about it because you were an athlete, is the team camaraderie, the team focus, and the Olympic field that the ISA produces.
I just look at that heat, and I look at Spain, New Zealand, Tahiti, and Argentina, and what an amazing array of countries we have there. And as we see here, like the waves are very sort of like familiar to last year, which I know the guys they're saying it's a little soft, the waves, but these guys make it look so great, and we're in for a great competition this year.
Yeah, this year we've got our returning champion, Ponaki Raioa out of Tahiti, the young 17-year-old who just bursted out on the scene last year. And I tell you what, you go from Antoine DePero and Sean Pointer. These 3 guys have made the finals every year of the ISA SUP surfing men. We talked about Ponaki from Tahiti. Jackson Close, a 2-time finalist and a 2-time medalist in 2012, 2014. Tamil Martino out of Peru, a silver medalist in 2013. Jeremy Masseri, 5th last year. Bo Nixon, the team captain of Australia, 9th place last year. A disappointing finish in the small surf, but I know he's going to refocus into this year.
Yeah. I'm a little bit partial to the Aussies, obviously, but Jackson Close, just a really fierce competitor. And, Bo Nixon, he's getting there. He's such a talent, but we really haven't seen the best of Bo Nixon, and maybe this is the year. But, Sean Pointer, we saw him drop 9s and 10s last year. And, again, here we see, a little bit of maybe an interference. But, the guys are making the most of these waves, and they make it look really good.
Yeah, surfer in white. This is Baxter. This is Shane Baxter out of New Zealand. And usually the person closest to the curl, that was deemed a right-hand wave, and thus the other competitor had to kick out. So he's got to be careful, and you got to be aware of tactics like that. I mean, even in SUP racing, you guys can bump rails and cause interference and disqualifications.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, gentleman rules a little bit, but like that was pretty close here. It'll be interesting to see what they do because, like, the guy on the inside there, like, really couldn't do that turn that he wanted to do. And, they got to set the scale, like, with the judging. They also got to set the standard with that, that type of, like, competition. And there's going to be a lot of that, and that's part of it. But, the guys that have got a lot of competition under their belt, like Jackson, Antoine, Antoine's, I think he's a 2-time longboard world champion. And I know Jackson's won multiple Australian longboard titles. So, these guys are experienced, and they will make the most of, tactics like that to, get through heats.
So we talked about the past experience of some of these athletes. Now we're going to throw in the 8-ball, the newbies, Team Hawaii. We have 3 new teams, Hawaii, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Holland. But Zane Schweitzer, Mo Freitas in the men's SUP surfing are going to throw in some. Dave Bain from the United States and Mauiki Raioa in this heat from Tahiti. He's going to be one to contend with. So let's watch this surfer in black. This is Barbero out of Argentina. Sebastian up and riding. Big open face maneuver. Here he goes. Bottom turns. Stays with this wave.
And they're very contestable. It's like they said, it's a little bit soft, but these guys have plenty of open face to work with, and they're going to make it look really good. And it's really, this is going to be a really amazing, like you said. This year is the best of the best. Hawaii's come. USA has brought a really good team, and it's just going to be amazing to see how it all pans out.
Well, Jamie, you were here competing as an athlete, a world champion in 2012 in Miraflores the first year. Just over 100 athletes, 17 nations. 2015 almost has tripled in competitors, nearly 300 competitors from around the world, 27 countries being represented. There's Ibala Ruano in the women. She's a world champion windsurfer and finalist here the past couple of years, and we'll be seeing her in the women's SUP surfing competition. But this event has now put itself into one of the top SUP events, surfing, distance, technical, and prone in the.
Well, I think the standard was set today. Yesterday with the opening ceremony, and I think when I looked at Hawaii very closely yesterday, and I looked at how they reacted to what was going on, and they're probably like, wow, this is what we missed out on for 2 years. And and for me, that's what it's all about. When I was the first year, captain of Australia for 2 years in a row, like for me, that's what it was all about. Representing your country, carrying the flag, wearing the nation's colors. And yesterday I was looking as an official like you were, Bo, and it was amazing. Mexico has done a great job, and there's such a around the the area here, and it's just amazing. And these guys now know what the ISA is all about, and it's not just about individual performances. It's about your team, and it's about doing it for your country. And that means a lot. It's as close to the Olympics as we can get right now, but hopefully in the future we're going to get there.
Yeah, that was a replay of the interference call, so I believe the judges have called. We do not have live scoring, so we apologize. We are back to live action, so I guess an interference was called there, black on white, so black's behind the 8 ball. But let's talk about the ISA, Jamie. The ISA in general is a world governing authority. They are recognized by the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, of surfing and other wave riding disciplines in the ocean. And the ISA mission is to develop surfing globally. They are now up to 96 countries certified through the ISA as a surfing nation. They hold annual world championships, as in SUP surfing and SUP racing, prone, also in world juniors, world masters, world longboard, world kneeboard, and this year, world adaptive surfing coming up in La Jolla in September. They hold developing national federations around the world, programs, certifications for surfing instruction, judging, adaptive international surf schools. They award scholarships, which is one of their main focus, to young surfers around the world who don't have the opportunity or the equipment for under 18 surfers, which is such a huge factor here in the ISA. And surfing is just an incredible sport. Look what snowboarding's done to the Olympics. Surfing can do the same. And possibly coming into the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, and we'll keep you updated on that.
Yeah, it's so exciting, and I was in a meeting with Fernando the other day, and it's really exciting. And StandUp has brought some excitement, like the Winter Olympics, like the border cross, and it's just exciting. And there's a chance that we can be in the Olympics sooner than later, and I think that's amazing. And for such a young sport, and for all us ocean goers that love, just being in the water, I think it's just an amazing thing. And Fernando, what a job he's done,
Fernando was actually a competitor at an ISA event in the early 90s, I believe in 1992, for his home country in Argentina. He went to Hacigour, France, and competed. And he saw the lackluster motivation at the time of the event and said, you know what? I can do a better job. And Fernando is a motivator. And he took control of that event as a competitor. And then 2 years later, was elected president of the ISA and has been president ever since 1994. And has grown from 96 nations. I believe there were only 20-some nations back in the early 90s. And now, looking at getting surfing and water sports of the ocean, like longboarding and juniors, racing, and all that, into the Pan American Games for shooting for 2019, in the African Games, in the European Games, in the Oceania Games, you know, which is a stepping stone into getting into the IOC, into the Olympic movement.
The guys, I mean, you know, he's so successful. Like he, you know, he owned a major company in the surf industry, sold it for, you know, let's just say a nice chunk of change. And he doesn't need to, you know, be doing this, but he does it because he loves it. You know, to see Fernando and his style and the way that he goes about things, it's amazing. Like I was looking at him the other day, and he's, you know, he's this orange Aloha shirt, like standing out, and he owns it, and that's what we need. We need a guy like Fernando to step up and do that. And I remember seeing last year a photo of he took a photo before the announcement of the, I think it was Sochi maybe, and sent that out. And when it got announced, he was the first person to have a photo because he knew, like, he anticipated that was going to be the winner of the game. So, like, the guy's super, super smart. He loves it. He's passionate. We, you know, we're very, very lucky that we have Fernando on our.
You know, Fernando's goal is to live Duka Hanamoku's dream. He told me this story, and I was almost, you know, just floored. Because coming from Hawaii, we look at Duke. He's the father of modern-day surfing. He introduced surfing to Australia. He took it down to Manly, down to your area, JB.
Freshwater Beach.
Yeah. And Duke, when he won his first gold medal in Europe, in Antwerp, I believe it was, in the early 20s. And back then, the podium was for the king to give down to the athlete on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay? And the king told Duke, I'm amazed by your swimming ability. And Duke goes, this is not my best sport. And the king goes, what is your best sport? Surfing. What is surfing? I want to have surfing in the Olympics. That is what Fernando is trying to do. Live out Duke's dream. He wants to develop surfing globally. And how is he doing it? He's crowning world champions in different disciplines, as in surfing, as in all the other disciplines. You know, the World Surfing Games coming to Nicaragua in just about 3 weeks from now. I have the world's best professional and amateurs coming from around the world, both men and women, advocating surfing inclusion into the Olympics, membership to 96 countries over 6 continents, educational programs, scholarships. That's how he's doing it. Opening it up to the adaptive world, because with every Olympics, you have the Paralympics after the same year. And so Fernando has found a way, hey, if I've got to do A, I've got to do B. And he's really touching every base and checking off every box and trying to get water sports into the Olympics.
Again, amazing guy, and, you know, what can you say? He's doing everything for the sport. And, you know, like we say, Mark Matheson, you know, we've seen him do the Molokai, and, you know, what an amazing achievement that is, and just inspiration for everyone. And, you know, I think it's amazing that they get a chance to, you know, potentially represent their country in the ISA. And, you know, this is very new, you know, for paddleboarding, you know, and in 4 years we've seen an amazing growth. And to be here, you know, I was there as a competitor and a captain, and now to just be here watching, you know, it makes me proud to be a part of those first couple of years and, you know, see what it's become.
Well, I tell you what, it was guys like you and Travis Grant leading Team Australia and encouraging the world's best to come. You guys put your best team out here and set a standard. And Australia has won the gold medal in the team in the last 3 years. I think this year is going to be for Australia to defend their crown, with France stepping up, with Tahiti stepping up, with the United States sending their best team, and with Hawaii finally coming to the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships.
You know, there's no doubt that this year is the most competitive year out of all these years, and, you know, it's about time. I was very critical. You know, I was openly critical of Hawaii last year. I was like, hey, you guys need to get here. And like I said yesterday, when I saw those guys, they're like, wow, what have we been missing at the opening ceremony? Because, you know, that's what it's all about. And representing, you know, Hawaii as an island nation, you know, like they are, you know, separate for the ISA Games. So, you know, good on them for getting here, and they have a solid team with Zane and Connor, and, you know, some good prone paddlers, lifeguards from the North Shore. So, you know, they're going to be very, very solid and, you know, hard to beat.
I've always been asked this question: why does Hawaii have a designation as a separate nation in the surfing world? And this is the answer why: because Duka Hanamoku set the standard for Hawaii surfing. So when Hawaii came into the competitive world in 1964, the ISA held their first World Championships down in Manly, with Mitchell Farley winning the first event. And for over 50 years, the ISA has been holding events. But Hawaii has always identified themselves as the home of surfing, right? Because of Duke. And so thus, the international world has delegated them as a separate nation, even though they are part of a state of the United States. But Fernando told Team Hawaii, he goes, hey, if we do get surfing into the Pan Am Games and we do get SUP surfing into the Pan Am Games, Hawaii has to join the United States to compete because you're not part of the Pan Pacific.
It's like the Olympic Games, right?
Right.
You represent USA, and you know what? I think it's good for both those, USA, Hawaii. It is a touchy subject, but in the surfing world, we always separate Hawaii and USA, and it's going to be interesting, how that works. But there's so much talent coming out of the US and Hawaii that we're going to see some really, really good performances from Hawaii this whole week.
Well, I tell you what, Jamie, you travel the world nonstop, chasing big waves, still competing in SUP and paddleboarding, and you see the young talent that has arrived from SUP surfing. I mean, this sport's still in its infancy, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, I could get by a year or two ago by, being able to wash right and know what I like, being a sort of a cagey old competitor. But now, I could not do that. These guys are so fast. They're training hard. They're really focused, and the level has just jumped like massively. And it's awesome. I love to see that. I've always been an advocate of, you get what you reap from hard training and persistence. And these young kids from like Casper from Europe and Connor from Maui, the Maui connection, like Cody and Zane, Kyle Lenny. It's amazing. And these kids are the future, and potentially they're going to be able to fight out for an Olympic gold medal, which I believe is the ultimate in the sporting world, is a gold medal at the Olympic Games. It's by far the be all and end all of your sporting achievements.
There's some of the scenic views here at Sayulita, Mexico, a very small, quaint surf touristy town on the beach here on the Pacific side of mainland Mexico. And this town, only about 5,000 population, but really blooms in the summer when the surf season's hitting.
It's an amazing little town. It's a surf town. They have the Sayulita Classic about like 4 weeks ago, I think, a longboard and a stand-up contest. And yesterday I just saw the kids. They just surf all day and they got the zinc on their face, and it really is. It's just one of those cool little towns that everyone should get to. And good little waves out there. I think we're going to get a little push in the swell later in the week, but it's contestable and amazing little spot.
Yeah, got a chance to walk through the town, visit a lot of the SUP and surfing stores. StandUp Paddling Mexico, Layla, running a great shop just one block up the road up here where the parade came down. They're very enthusiastic of the ISA coming to Sayulita and bringing in, just the attention to Mexico, because not only this place, Port Escondido. I mean, there are many breaks up and down Mexico, and of course across Baja too. As there's two-time gold medalist Casper Steinfath, now a vice president of the ISA.
Yeah, well, Casper's an amazing representative for the athletes. He's been around for a few years. He's still young, but Fernando obviously saw something in Casper, and he's got the passion, and I'm happy that he's got the chance to represent us and potentially like speak for the athletes, and. The Viking, right? We saw him wearing his big Viking helmet at the opening ceremony, and a lot of passion and a great athlete, and we're going to see him try and do a three-peat.
Well, that's going to be one race midweek. Here we go, watching competitors out the back. Let's focus in on our surfer in black. This is Barbero out of Argentina, trying to get that transition into the wave. 1 minute remaining in this 20-minute heat. Here we go, surfer in white. This is Shane Baxter out of New Zealand.
Yeah, no relation to Connor, but we saw yesterday, and that was I've seen that many a time with the rugby contest, but it gives you chicken skin every time you see that. The guys are so passionate, and it's great to see.
So a lot of culture we're seeing with the haka from New Zealand. The Mexican display yesterday during the opening ceremonies. And the opening ceremonies, part of that Olympic field. And I've talked to a lot of the competitors, and you've shared this, that surfing is and water sports such an individual sport, but the ISA makes it a team sport.
Oh, 100%. When I was at Captain of Australia, I remember being on the beach and, like, worrying about everyone else, and someone said, "Hey, Jamie, you've got to race." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like, I totally forgot about racing, and, so that's what it's all about. It's about the team, and, I think that if you win individual golds but you don't win the team event, then you really haven't succeeded, if that's what your goal is to win. As Australia, we came in and, we had a hefty goal of trying to win, and I was like, hey, we need to, work as a team to get to that end result.
Well, we're going to hit more on those stories and other stories. Stay tuned. We'll be right back here. We're live at Sausalito, Mexico at the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Okay, we need live scoring.
They're actually showing this live now?
Yeah. This is what we always talk about. Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. I'm Bo Hodge, along with gold medalist, former world champion Jamie Mitchell, and we are into our next round. Heat number 4 of round 1 of the men's subsurfing, a 3-man heat, and we have a total of 45 competitors on a 48-man draw, so there are going to be a couple of 3-man heats. This is our first 3-man heat of the day. Australian Bo Nixon will be in red. We got Karsten Conrad from Denmark, he'll be in the white, and from Ireland in the yellow jersey, Emmett O'Doherty. And 3-man heat, of course, Jamie, Bo Nixon. He'll be the number 2 seed behind Jackson Close, who'll be coming up in the next heat. And here we go. On cue, Nixon up and riding.
Yeah, and Bo's just changed boards companies. He was with Nash for a long time, and now he's gone with a local shaper from my hometown on the Gold Coast, Chris Garrett. And Chris makes amazing boards, and I've surfed a lot of his boards, and so now Bo's working with him, so it'll be interesting to see how that changes. But he's an amazing surfer and really young. You think he's been around for a long time, but he's still only in his early 20s, and loves the power surfing, and he's a competitor, so we'll see him use that competitive knowledge in this heat.
Well, I got that last year meeting him. Very passionate about the sport of subsurfing. Really into it. And, just look how he was in the prone position, gathering up his momentum. Now he's in the stand-up position, but look how light that board is. He's underwater right now. I mean, he's not floating on top as he makes his transition around, as we're watching our Irish competitor, Emmett, here. And, of course, you're friends with the Irish guys.
I got a little soft spot for the Irish. I was just over there a month ago, and amazing people. They're just so lovely and welcoming, and amazing waves over there. But unless you're like 5'4" suits with hoods, booties, and gloves, go the Irish. Lucky they're in the green, so it's amazing to see countries like that now getting teams together and being here at the ISA.
Yeah, last year we had a individual originally from Ireland living in the United States, representing Ireland, Mike Young, and he was competing in Nicaragua. And now this year the Irish team has put in a full-fledged team here. And in fact, they have a lot of interest in hosting this event possibly next year.
Yeah, and I was just, like I said, I was just over in Ireland, and I think that, you know, they're looking at maybe Sigley, beautiful town, you know, amazing waves, a beautiful river to do race in, and you know, I would love to see, you know, this ISA, you know, world title go to Europe. That would be amazing, and you know, I think a lot of people would like to see that, and you know, we'll see. Hopefully, you know, we can do that, but I think there's Australia's put in a bid, and somewhere else in Europe as well. So, you know, either way, we're going to see an amazing country take over, you know, from South America.
Well, Nicaragua was a great host last year. Fernando and the ISA proved that you don't need to be at an ocean to have a SUP surfing event. They did have the ocean for the SUP surfing disciplines, but the SUP racing and the prone racing were held in Lake Granada last year, and very grueling conditions. You know, the humidity down in Nicaragua really played a factor onto our competitors. As we see surfer in white, this is our Denmark surfer, Karsten, up and riding.
And, you know, like surfing amazing, like Denmark, really. Like when you think of the surfing world and you say Denmark, you don't really think of stand-up paddle surfing. But, you know, these guys obviously love it that much, and they put a team together, and, you know good on them. And, you know, he done a couple of little top turns there, and it's hard conditions out there. You really got to pick probably the best waves to get the big score, as we see Geordie Mercer supporting Bo on screen there.
Let's talk about these cold weather nations. Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland, even Chile, Argentina. A lot of these teams, Canada, practicing in the cold. A lot of these competitors, no more than a month ago, were practicing on frozen lakes, resting near icebergs. And I'm serious about the SUP racing. Those are their training grounds. And then within weeks, they're here in Sayulita, Mexico.
As you can see with the booties, the guys are wearing, because they surf with booties so much, they're so comfortable with that they surf now in this warm water with booties still. As we see Neil there from Ireland as well, he's supporting the Irish there, and again, you know, like what an amazing group we have here: Australia, Denmark, and Ireland. And again, I just think that it's you know, the variety of countries, and you know, you do have to do this event. You know, it's just an amazing event, and you know, Bo Nixon taking off.
Yeah, let's watch Bo in this wave. Good carving turn on the open face. Inside wave, we can see our Irish competitor. He's actually taking the wave to the left. And let's focus in on him with the booties, as you said.
Yeah, it's, you know, the waves are really hard to get, you know, any really big turns off. But, you know, that's the skill. You know, like everyone's in the same boat, and you have to make the most of what you've got. And very similar to last year at the moment. So these guys are working hard, but yeah, they make it look easy.
I apologize. That is Karsten out of Denmark in that white jersey. I apologize. Saw those green shorts. Thought it was the green. So just getting acclimated here. We apologize again. No scoring system available, so we can't give you updates. And we're going to be setting up beach interviews coming up shortly. So just getting underway, dealing with the infrastructure down here in Sayulita, Mexico. We did not have the opening ceremonies live yesterday, and we apologize for that. Here's our Irish competitor. This is Emet up and riding.
Yeah, but I want to see him win just to have the interview in the Irish accent. So, but you know, again, just great to see these guys here, and you know, they're serious. You know, like anyone that goes out in the water here, they want to get through. They don't care if it's Australia or if it's France or it's Hawaii. You know, like when you're a competitor, you're a competitor, and you know, they're out there trying to do their best. I think Costa Rica on screen.
Yeah, that's Costa Rica. That's Brian Sandvold. He'll have his fellow countrymen also competing with him up against number 1 ranked surfer in this contest due to the way the team sets the seeds of the rank. That'll be Jackson Close coming up in the heat. So another 3-man heat on deck next. 2 Costa Ricans and an Australian. So, yeah, these guys are getting psyched. I mean, you know, early this morning, the vibe coming down to the beach was guys were free surfing out in the morning. The swell was bigger this past weekend. We're on the declining end of a swell, but forecasted for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, better option. And what the ISA has done this year for the first time in their history has floated the surfing days due to the surf forecast.
And I think that's an amazing call. They should do that, make the most of you know, what we've got on offer. And we've just seen South America and just get bombarded with that last swell. That whole South America from Chile to Peru to Mexico was on fire.
Even all the way to North America, California.
Exactly.
Oregon.
The wedge was pumping, and and we got another little pulse again coming, and the southern swell season's well in force, and hopefully we can take advantage of that. Which the guys have looked at the forecast and said, hey, let's run today, get some heats over and done with. No one's getting knocked out, I don't think today. They get another chance, and take advantage of the good swell.
Let's talk about that double elimination format. Amateur surfing, pro surfing does not utilize that. Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, is determined for any athlete to come around the world, wherever you may be, the farthest point or the home country, and especially for those foreign competitors who come all the way to compete. He does not want to see a competitor one and done.
Yeah, and as a competitor myself, like I'd hate to get knocked out in the first round and be done. And if you get knocked out twice, you can sort of handle that. But I think that's amazing. And as we see Bo Nixon really just like throwing that board around there, and he's a power surfer, and he looks like he's leading that heat.
Yeah, Bo in great transition there, and not trying to do anything that can lead him out, because three-man heat, top two advance. So one man will get delegated into the repechage or the losers round. And today we're going to be seeing all qualifying rounds. Those are the winners round. When you hear us say qualifying rounds, those are the winners round. So round one, round two of the men, round one, round two of the women, qualifying rounds here today. And here we go. This is our Irish competitor, Emmett, up and riding.
Yeah, Emmett, a couple of little turns there. And, you can definitely see the difference in the quality of surfing. But, hey, these guys now, I think are fighting for second and third, and that's a contest in itself. And that's what makes this sport amazing, is that, it's not about just first. It's about second and trying to get through that round. And, as we see Denmark up and riding now, and, nice little waves there. These waves are super contestable, and nice little cut back into the foam ball, and, lay back. And there you go. The crowd gives a big clap, and he's got a great wave.
So 20-minute heats, 10 wave max per competitor. And there's Casper and Team Denmark cheering on Karsten out in the water right there, happy with his performance. And as we said, 10 wave max, every wave scored on a 0 to 10-point scale. Judges are looking for speed, power, flow, obviously, and the progression of the maneuvers, but the use of the paddle. The use of a paddle in a positive manner. They see the paddle just being flung around, that's in a negative matter. But if they use the paddle to transition their move, a pivot turn. Let's watch Bo here as he kicks out. Give you a good example on the next. That's what the judges are looking in subsurfing.
Yeah,
0 to 10-point scale, 10 being the perfect, 0 being the worst score you can get, a wipeout. All added in. Top two waves for your final score. Top two surfers advance into the winners or qualifying round. And another point I want to make here is for every qualifying round you advance into, and the repechage round you're delegated to as you lose, the surfers in the repechage round have to do every two more rounds to every one round a winner makes.
It makes a huge difference. That last day, if you got to surf, 5 or 6 heats compared to 2 heats, that's a huge difference. So some guys like it, some guys don't. Some of the guys just know what they've got to do, and they're happy to surf 2 rounds. Some guys love to surf and get their groove on, but like we say, non-elimination right now, which is great, because you've got so many countries coming from so far that, as we have the Costa Rican, just getting ready now to head out.
And Jamie, I was just noticing, even in subsurfing, 5-fin setup for these guys, whether they want to go out on a quad, 5-fin, thruster, single fin. Here's Emmett from Ireland up and riding, 7 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in this heat number 4. Is it exciting to watch the progression of the boards? I know you and your board-making company are doing quite well. I mean, subsurfing has grown leaps and bounds in the board designs. I mean, how small are these boards getting right now?
Yeah, you can see, like, when you see Bo, Bo's a big guy, and he's sinking the board. And I've tried to go smaller, and it's like if you go in the middle, you're more tippy than if you go actually smaller. If you're underwater, it's actually more stable. Like you see Bowen, he's
up to his knees.
He's basically underwater, and he's standing up. So, you know, Bo is a big guy, and he's probably on, I would say, 8.0 or, you know, something even smaller than that. And, you know, when we first started, I remember we had the Makaha challenge when Aaron Napoleon won, and we were on like 10.0s and 10.6s. But
well, even the 12-foot Laird Hamilton was the introduction of the first board, right?
Yeah, I remember actually riding a Laird board, and I think it was the 11.2 or something, and it was like, and you look back now and go, wow, what was I doing? But, you know, that's the times, and, you know, things adapt and they change, and boards have got a lot smaller, the paddles have changed, the blades have got smaller, the length of the shaft has got smaller, and, you know, there's exciting times ahead because, you know, I think we're just really we haven't even touched the surface of what we can do with stand-up.
You can see Emmett and how wide his board is on the lower left, and you see, again, Bo Nixon, how underneath, obviously, the smaller board, the more maneuverable you can get on the open face. But the drawback is what Bo is doing right now, is the maneuvering and staying in position and getting ready for that next wave.
Yeah, and like I met Neil Henry, the other surfer from Ireland, when I was there, and, you know, and he took me to his little caravan that he had on the beach with all the boards, and, you know, he doesn't have access to, you know, custom boards. So he's got, I think he had a bunch of star boards, and they were just your standard sort of wide boards, as you see Bo, and, you know, Bo's obviously on a custom board, and, you know, again, you look at that turn, you know, like, you know, that helps when you're on a smaller board, and when you're up and riding, it's awesome. When you're trying to maybe just, like, hustle around, like, you know, say at sunset, Bo, like, I don't think Bo's going to be trying to do that at sunset when you're trying to paddle into a 10-foot wave when it's offshore.
Yeah, you know, obviously bigger boards, bigger waves, but the small wave connection, you know, you need that.
Yeah, as we see the Irish up again, and, you know, again, just picking off a nice wave and, you know, milking it for as much as he's got. But, you know, as we said, we don't have scores right now, and it would be nice to see, you know, the fight here for the transition from second and third to see who's in that. So, as we see him trying to paddle out there on the stomach, and that's really hard. You know, it's just, it's brutal when you have a wave hit you and your paddle's laying on your stomach, and, you know, it's not nothing but just punching through waves, and as you saw there, it's not the easiest thing to do.
Well, endurance, a major factor. I pointed this out earlier when Jody was up here in the last couple of heats. Sean Pointer, a 3-time medalist, a world champion 2 years ago in subsurfing, one of the best subsurfers in the world. Last year teamed up with Zane Schweitzer, did the Molokai Channel. I mean, that's how even the subsurfing guys are improving their all-around focus and endurance in their own sport by pushing the limits there and crossing over.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing, and these guys obviously have a break around that time in the middle of summer, and you know, why not challenge yourself? And, you know, it gives you dedication and something to train for, and I think as an athlete, you know, if you can do that, you know, it steads well for these guys when they go and surf a contest. So, you know, Sean's a competitor. We've seen that. You know, the guy's amazing, and he's got that competitive spirit, and you know, when you go in the Molokai, that's what you need, and that's a pretty good team actually right there, you know.
Here's Karsten from Denmark up and riding, counting down 2 minutes, 55 seconds here in heat number 4. There are a total of 12 heats in this round. A majority of them are 4-man heats. You're watching one of the 3-man heats, another 3-man heat coming up. And just the luck of the draw with the high seed, we got seeded 24-25. Both of our competitors from Costa Rica coming up. We're going to see, there's a surfer in yellow, that's Brian Sandoval. And Olivero Solano will be coming up from Costa Rica, joining Jackson Close, a 2-time medalist, a silver and a copper medalist at this event.
This will be interesting, Bo. Like, are they going to team up on Jackson and try and get the waves? Or, you know, Jackson's a savvy competitor. So this is going to be an interesting heat because, you know, as we say, like, you know, if you've got 2 competitors, you can really do some damage if you really want to, which, hey, it's all in competition. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
There's our Irish competitor rebounding off that whitewater section. And with the bigger board, as you said, Jamie, the maneuverability of the bigger board is less than what we see Bo Nixon out there on the smaller. Look at Jackson's board. That looks more like a Tom Carroll pipe Bainey board, you know? Burn board, excuse me.
Jackson will be like Bo. He'll be underwater. You know, he'll be riding a custom board, and something around the 8-foot range or smaller. And these guys just need that maneuverability to really compete. I know that I think Zane and Connor and those guys are surfing, in the low sevens, like 7.2s and 7.4s, and but Jackson and Bo are big guys. They're like 180, 190 pounds, and the other guys are like 160. So, you can definitely ride different boards with the size you have. But these really good guys that've been around a long time, they can handle that smaller board. And as you see, the Irish, they just want to catch waves. They need to catch waves. They need to be stable, and that's they will adapt, and they will get shorter and smaller, and it'll just take time.
You see Roweno Ibala, world champion windsurfer, being interviewed by the local media here in Mexico. A two-time medalist, two-time finalist representing Spain, and Spain really stepped up last year, medaling in the team medals, showing.
Crossover sports, we look at that all the time, and we have there's a great example of a world champion in windsurfing that's crossed over to stand-up, and you look at a lot of athletes in this sport now, and they've come from other sports and are excelling.
So Irish competitor on the inside, Nixon, taking a victory lap as the final seconds being counting down here in heat number 4, round number 1 of the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships and the Subsurfing Men. We will be running all the way through heat number 12 of the first round of the men, moving the first round of the women, then second round of men, second round of women coming up later on this afternoon. Let's take a break right now, and when we return, we'll have Jackson Close and our 2 Costa Rican competitors live from Sayulita, Mexico. You're watching the 2015 ISA World SUP Championships and Paddleboard Championships live from Sayulita. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, the ISA, bringing this event to you from beautiful Sayulita, Mexico. I'm Jody Nelson, joined by Jamie Mitchell, former champion here at the ISA Games back in 2012, one of the most memorable finishes that I can remember to date, but I'm sure we're going to see some amazing moments this year. Every single year never fails. There's amazing stories that come out of this event, Jamie.
Yeah, I got to get rid of this former. I'm starting to feel like I'm old and done, so. Yeah, but you know what? It is, and there's going to be tight finishes all this whole week. I can see, especially with the stand-up, these conditions make for tight racing, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. But, right now, we have 2 Costa Ricans and an Australian right here, and they're battling out to get through the next round. As we see Jackson close out the back, but the Costa Rican taking off on the inside.
That's right, up and riding we have got is that Brian Sandoval from Costa Rica on his backhand, and you know the backhand technique, Jamie, is some guys just have it down. It's a lot more difficult. Kind of explain for viewers that maybe don't stand up paddle surf the difference between the backhand stand up paddling and forehand.
Yeah, it's definitely different, and you have to change your paddle a lot. And I look at the style. I look at the way the guys change their paddle, and how they do that roundhouse cutback, back into the foam. And it looks. I love backhand surfing, and I love the way that stand up. It makes a difference when you change your paddle, and people have gone shorter with paddles, and it makes it easy to change a paddle from left to right or right to left. So it's very technical, and I think now with the judging, and we're getting closer to understanding what's really technical and hard in stand up, and what's the standard sort of surfing.
Well, we saw this morning, with 18-year-old Mo Freitas out there, popping his board around, doing shove-its and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's, what are the judges looking for? And you talk about that paddle technique, and, some people twirl their paddle around. Some people, you don't even notice the paddle. But, kind of break it down for us what you think the judges are looking for in subsurfing.
That's a great question. And I think that, if I was a competitor, I would actually be asking the judges, like today, what are you looking for today? And, you see a lot of people do the same turns, over and over. And for me, I think when I see that as a spectator, I get a little bit bored of that. And I think that, potentially the judges want to see, a different variety of surfing, and, changing the paddle, and, doing different maneuvers and transitioning. I think like the WSL, like I want to see commitment off the top. And, like we see right now, we see Jackson Close just lay it down on rail. And, he probably is not stoked in these conditions. He's a big guy, but he's such a competitor that he'll make it work.
Yeah, Jackson just making his way to the inside. These waves have that nice reform on the inside, and Jackson just keeping his momentum and speed. And like you said, he is a bigger guy, but those bigger guys are able to really get the board on rail and throw a lot of water. And I personally think that when the judges see water getting thrown around, the scores go higher.
I like seeing like on rail turns, and a couple of my favorite surfers, like not even here, like a guy like Dave Kalama, who is from the longboard scene, like knows how to put it on rail, as we see the Costa Rican, and then you see the paddle change right there, and now he's going left and on the inside, and it's very, I don't know, it seems to me very similar to last year, the conditions of the surfing right now. But these guys have to work hard, they're milking it, and we see, I think we got the live scores right now. We see Alvarero have a 5 and Brian with a 3.4. So, are we going to see the Costa Ricans, jack up on the Australian?
Well, there's definitely the possibility to kind of work on positioning and all that. But right now we've got one of the Costa Ricans on the inside and the other on the outside. So, I think they're going to play fair and hopefully let the surfing do the talking. We're still waiting for, we actually just had Jackson's last wave drop at a 3.86. So he's currently in second place. So he just needs a 1.15, but with just one wave counting for Jackson, he's going to get back out the back and look for a set wave.
Yeah, Jackson is, like I said, he's a multiple Australian longboard champion and sub-champion. So he is a really, really a good competitor. And, speaking to some other guys that compete against Jackson, and, he is, it's pretty heavy in the water. He does what he needs to do to win, and that's what you got to do out there. So, I'm sure that, he'll be looking for the best waves, and he's deepest right now, so he's got himself in that position where he can take whatever he wants.
Now, Jamie, have you gotten out there yet since you've been here?
Well, I'm suffering a shoulder injury. I tried to go for a swim yesterday, and that's about as far as I've gotten in 2 months, and so that made me really stoked. It makes me appreciate the water. But water temperature amazing in Mexico, and like we said, the waves are a little bit smaller today. Get a bump up in the swell through the midweek, and you know, these guys are really going to take advantage of that, and you know, it's going to be a really rippable wave.
You know, yesterday we had the Parade of Nations go down, the opening ceremony, and as we see some sets coming out the back, you know, we can get back to that story, but I want to ask you, you know, what was the consensus yesterday? What's the talk of the town, you know, or the talk of the athletes, big stories that you're seeing so far?
Oh, you know, to be honest, I haven't spoke with anyone, but when I took a close look to Hawaii because this is their first year, and you know, I think they realised that like this is what we've missed for the last 3 years. You know, like, you know, the opening ceremony and representing, you know, your country or, you know, where you're from is the ultimate, and there's such a good vibe. And you know, Mexico put on an amazing day yesterday. There was such a, you know, positive vibe going on, and you know, so for me, looking at the countries, you know, looking at demeanors, the way they, you know, certain athletes maybe not get on with certain athletes in the same country, you know, so that even, you know, plays a part. So, you know, I did see that yesterday a little bit, and I'm not going to mention what country, but oh well, as we see Costa Rica take that left from Jackson Close.
Well, yeah, that was definitely a strategy thing, as we saw Brian Sandoval opt to go left on that little peak. Didn't really offer him a lot of scoring potential, but we're going to see Jackson chase down another bump that's just to the south here, Jamie, as he's scratching into this one.
And he paddled like 30 yards then to try and get in position. So, you know, that's the amazing thing with stand-up is Jackson lays down that patented layback snap that he has, and another nice big Rio, and, you know, finishing it off there. And like I said, it's really soft at the moment, trying to do the best they can. And Jackson pulls off, and, you know, I don't know if he's happy with that way, but it might put him into that that second position.
Yeah, well, he's only got one score on the board right now, a 3.86, so he's you know, in third position, looking for a 1.62, and I think he'll get it on that wave. That wave actually offered a lot of scoring potential. It stood up on the reform on the inside, and he got a couple good turns on it.
Yeah, and you know, he's the top seed. You know, when you look at Australia, it's funny because this year we have, you know, different surface from last year, but they take that top seeds from the guys from the year before, and you know, as we see, the Costa Rica on his backhand actually surfing that wave really well, and he's picked off a nice sized wave and a couple of little top turns. You see him there change his paddle, you know, around, and yeah, that's a good wave, and he's going to, you know, solidify, you know, his spot in this heat.
Well, that's our current leader, Alvaro Solano from Costa Rica. He's sitting on a 5 and a 3.38 currently, so he's looking to replace that 3.38. See what the judges have to say about that. But, you know, Jamie, Team Australia has yet to win a gold medal in SUP surfing. And, you know, is this year going to be their year?
Well, you never know. You know, like we've really, you know, had a dominant prone team, you know, most of the time in the SUP as well. But these guys, you know, Bo, Justin Holland and Jackson have always sort of, you know, had that third and copper position, but never the top spot. But, you know, maybe this is the year, but, you know, they're going to have their work cut out. Even in this heat with the Costa Ricans, you know, they're picking off, to me, it seems like nearly the better waves. So, which, you know, they probably knew they had to do because, you know, Jackson's such a great competitor. So, you know, this would be a huge upset if Jackson you know, can't get into that top spot.
Well, you know, like you were saying, the Aussies have been consistent in SUP surfing, and when you look at the team medals, you know, the Australians have won the overall team championships year after year after year. The 3 years in a row, undefeated. Jordan Mercer, undefeated. So even though these guys are not, you know, I don't see an Australian name next to a gold medal in SUP surfing, these guys are still putting in their work and contributing to the team overall points.
And that's what it's all about. You know, it's a team effort, and you're only as strong as your weakest link. And, you know, when you look at when Australia's won, they really haven't had like a really weak link. You know, like, you know, the paddling side strength, but you know, the surfing guys have been in the final, and they've still represented. And you know, judging versus racing is a whole different ball game, and we could go into that as well if we wanted to. But you know, it's you know, it is what it is with judging, and you know, the judges do a great job. But you know, it's a tough gig being a surfer and needing a 5.0 with 30 seconds to go, and you know, trying to get three guys not to take off on a wave. I would hate to be in that position.
And, you know, it's just really exciting. I know we've been talking about it all morning, but it's hard not to just talk about the Hawaiians finally being here at this event. And, you know, I caught up with Zane a little bit earlier, talked to him about his boards a little bit. And, you know, his mom was quick to remind me that as we see Green up and riding, he's just finishing up this wave. He had a nice turn before we got him on camera, but he's redirecting on the inside. And Brian's now he's in third place looking for a 5.34. So currently the situation's changed a little bit. Jackson has dropped a second score of 4.84, so he's currently in first position. As we say, Alvaro Solano from Costa Rica currently in second. And this man on screen right now is in third looking for that 5.34. And we've got out the back, we've got Jackson up and riding on his third wave here, Jamie, and he's taking all the way the inside here.
Yeah, you know, we expected Jackson to try and push for the front, and the poor Costa Rican guys, they've probably just been getting used to barrel this last week with that huge south swell, and they've come here and like, what's this, you know, like, you know, if you've been living under a rock, there was one of the biggest south swells in a long, long time, and, you know, Porto Escondido was as big as it's ever been, and just down the road, I think 4 hours, Pasquale's was on fire, and even here was like really pumping. So, you know, these guys from South America have probably just been surfing the best waves of their life, and now they're right into the competition scene with knee-high waves and, you know, trying to make do with what they've got.
Well, I was mentioning Zane Schweitzer, and his mom was talking to me about, you know, he's won out here twice, not in this event, but in a SUP surfing event out here at Sayulita. And you know, you were mentioning judging versus, you know, timed racing, the difference. And a lot of it's mental, and you're you know, when you're surfing in an event and you're getting judged and you've done well in a certain location, sometimes it brings back good memories, and you have like almost like just good vibes when you come to a place. You have that confidence kind of built in, and I'm curious to see how Zane's going to perform out here.
I would, you know, if you could bet, I would, you know, put money on Zane, because he has won here. You know, he's been here a lot, and he knows this wave, and that's huge. You know, like, you know which ones to pick. You see the waves that look good. You know, he's been here for a bunch of years. He's probably surfed it at all sizes, and not to mention he's just a great surfer. You know, and a great competitor, and you know, so you know, obviously Zane, and you were talking about Mo earlier. Mo's such a progressive surfer, and you know, he charges as well. I was out at the North Shore, you know, this past year, and Mo paddled out and was taking some bombs on an outer reef, and you know, these guys are so talented.
Team Hawaii SUP surf team is 18. Mo Freitas is 18, and Zane 21, and you know, their equipment too is just it's
crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
These guys are on crazy boards. They're like, they have a lot of R&D. I know these guys with Starboard. They go over to Thailand and, you know, really, really dial it in. And as we see Jackson up, but Jackson close on a closeout. But yeah, they really, really, you know, dial it in and work hard on their board design. And but it's narrow, they're tippy, but when they're on the wave, you see the performance.
Yeah, I mean, Mo, watching him in the heat earlier, he looked like he was on a normal shortboard, and I saw him after the heat just carrying that thing under his arm like it was a normal shortboard. So it's pretty crazy to see the sport progress and the equipment progress, and just everything evolving year after year. And just want to say that last wave, not the last wave of Jackson, but he dropped a 6.30 for his third wave. His fourth wave coming in at just a 1.54, so that's not a keeper. But Jackson down the lead pretty significantly. In second place, we've got Alvaro Solano out of Costa Rica in white. He's looking for a 6.15 to take the lead. And in third place, in green, he's looking for a 5.66, Brian Sandoval. So, you know, this heat's starting to build up. Top two advance, so it's only a three-man heat, which, you know, is nice to be able to surf out there with only three guys as opposed to four.
Well, and also, like, you talk about that, you can lose once, and that's it. You know, these guys that get through, and, you know, you can get all the way to the semi-finals and lose and still have a chance to make it to the final. So you do not want to lose early. These top seeds are going to want to, you know, make it, you know, right through and not have to surf, you know, a lot more rounds. And, you know, it's a huge difference. You know, I think the Australians last year, they lost early, and I remember those guys surfed so many heats, and when it came to the final, you know, because, not just physically but mentally, having to try and, decipher what's going on in the four-man heat. And trust me, it gets harder as the rounds go on.
Yeah, and with Hawaii being a bottom seed, we're going to see a lot of shakeups. And I'm wondering if they realize, I mean, I'm sure they're not planning on losing, but if they realize they fall into the repecharge, how much more work it's going to be.
Well, and they're going to make other, countries go to the repechage. Like you're going to have guys like Zane Schweitzer coming up against the top seeds, and realistically, Zane should be one of the top seeds. But
right.
That's I like it. I like the shake-up. I think this year that the whole team title is wide open more than any other year. I think the USA has actually got a stronger team than ever. Obviously, Hawaii's here. France is super strong. Mexico, the hometown. We saw Peru. I think they finished third or fourth overall 2 years ago, and it's amazing what the hometown support will do for you.
Yeah, and that Team Mexico has always had such great team camaraderie and such a solid unit. So to see them here in their home turf it's really fun.
It was crazy yesterday. It was a really fun walk through the streets of Punta Sayulita, and the whole community got behind it. And Mexico is an amazing place to have this event. So good on them for having it and supporting it. And I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with this year.
As we see Green up and riding, he's redirecting onto his backhand. That's Brian Sandoval out of Costa Rica. Currently in 30s, he's looking for that 5.66 to move up into second place. So, Jackson Close finally getting busy. This heat kind of had a slow start for Jackson. He's now sitting on a 6.30 and a 6.10. So he's holding down the lead quite significantly now, Jamie.
Yeah, and he's a savvy competitor, and he's been around a long time, and been in multiple finals at the ISA. I think he's won Australian longboard and stand-up titles, so he knows exactly what to do. And he's a family man. Brought his family with him. He's got his two kids with him. I was sitting right behind in front of them yesterday. His little daughter and little son. So, not just professional athletes, family people that have a full-time job, and it's great to see everyone, be able to come here and turn up.
Well, that wraps it up for that last heat, number 5. Jackson Close taking the win. Alvaro Solano out of Costa Rica taking the second place. And we'll see Brian Sandoval will not go home. He'll go into the repechage round. And up next, we're going to have heat number 6 for the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships presented by Hotel Capri. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
You're up. Color girl. Cut out.
So we're just standing by waiting for the horn to start. Heat number 6, you're watching live the 2015 ISA World SUP Paddleboarding World Championships. Here we go. And there's the sound of the horn. And up and riding on this white heat, this is Danielle Copra out of New Zealand. The ultimate waterman winner out of New Zealand just recently, a couple of months ago, where an event was held out in New Zealand for all types of water discipline. We'll get more into that. Let's watch surfer up and riding right now in the green. This is Ponaki Raioa, our gold medal winner from Tahiti last year. His crown in his first heat. Also in this heat, Ruiz, out of Spain in the red, and from Argentina, Carlos Depes will be in the black jersey. So those are your 4-man in this heat. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Another 20-minute heat, Top 2 will advance on into the qualifying winners round. Bottom 2 will be delegated into the reprecharge losers round, and that'll be coming up midweek Wednesday, Thursday with an anticipated swell. Here we go. These guys, a very competitive heat. 2 of the top stand-up paddlers in the world are in this heat in the jerseys of white and green. And here we go, our New Zealand competitor, Daniel, just kicking out. Here we go. In the red, this will be Oscar Ruiz out of Spain, up and down. So a couple of small, minor maneuvers here, Jody, as we're getting underway in this heat, and the guys getting their feet wet, getting into the water. But really going to pay attention to Ponaki Raioa, excuse me. They have the name wrong up on the screen. Is Ponaki, our gold medal winner from last year, in the lead with an opening score of a 4.4. You can see 3.7 for Daniel out of New Zealand.
Yeah, Panaki really put on a clinic last year down in Nicaragua. It was so fun watching him just come out and go to town. He's such a humble, quiet competitor, but, I mean, get him out on the waves, and he takes no prisoners.
Carlos up and riding from Argentina. Laid back stall there, can't hold the maneuver. And so thus Carlos will now bow out of this wave. You can see in red, that's Oscar Ruiz out of Spain. Getting into position, and Ponaki off to the right. Look at him paddle. Look at him determined to catch a small wave. In the course last year, he won this competition in very small conditions, so he could be one to vie for, but it is Ruiz out of Spain, gaining some speed, needing to get to the open face. Big open forehand carve turn. Nice bottom turn transition. Here he goes, switching the paddle. There's using the paddle to the positive, back to his forehand side. Nice carving turn into the pocket. And this is going to be a good scoring wave for Oscar. Open up with a 6, but there's the Spanish competitors and his teammates cheering him on, taking it all the way to the beach. So length of ride, I think, is going to help these surfers here in subsurfing, because the longer they're on the wave, the more maneuvers they can do.
That was a great wave for Oscar. He read that wave really well, got it all the way from the outside. It reformed nicely as we see black up and riding. This is our champ from last year, Ponaki Raioa.
Now this is Carlos De Pace out of Argentina. Ponaki's going to be in the green jersey, and now they got the change. Here is Ponaki out on the outside, but as we're still watching Carlos on the inside section, and even a bigger wave on the outside for Daniel. But let's see who we've got on green. This will be Daniel from New Zealand. Banks it off the whitewater section. And just tapping on it earlier, but let's talk about this Ultimate Waterman Race competition that they had in New Zealand a couple of months ago, Jody. They invited Kala Alexander, Danny Ching, Connor Baxter, Daniel Karopa, who was down there, and they were all competing in many disciplines. OC1, distance, surf distance, sup surfing. They even had a big wave challenge in case there were some big, gnarly waves. Laird Hamilton was a part of all this event organizing, and it was a surprise that the host competitor from New Zealand outpointed all the world's best.
Yeah, it's such an impressive event, and you know, for Daniel, just getting his name on the map like that was a huge stepping stone for him, and you know, Team New Zealand always represented well here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships, you know, and it's always fun to see them at the Parade of Nations. They come out, they do their traditional dance, and every year never fails. It gives me goosebumps every year.
Yeah, the haka last year, you're seeing other nations, even the Hawaii football team, the college team, the Rainbows, the Rainbow Warriors taking on the haka right before their match, and that's part of the culture that each team out to these events here at the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, you've got these teams, and then you get the teams that are just of one person. And I think, is it Sweden this year that has one, and Virgin Islands is pretty
Holland,
small.
I think, has one also. But then you got full teams. You know, you got even alternates now coming into play on some teams. Here we go, red Ruiz with a nice off the top, but slides out. His skegs just couldn't hold that maneuver. Carlos with a 3.6 on this last wave. Here we go, Carlos De Pace out of Argentina, currently in fourth. Now needing a score of a 2.25 he got on his last 1.196, excuse me. So he needs a 2.25 to advance.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bo, this heat is definitely a lot busier than the last heat. A lot more swell coming in, tide turning around a little bit, and these competitors have had plenty of opportunity in this heat so far, with just 13 and 53 seconds remaining in this heat.
So you can see on screen, there's Red, there's Ruiz, currently in third place with a two-wave score of a 3.6, 0.6 for 4.2, needing a 3.27 to advance. And now needing a 3.27 still to get to second place. Last wave for the pace coming in at 2.25. So they just shuffled right there for the last scores. And small scores, those are kind of throwaway scores. Anything under a 3, maybe even anything under a 4, they definitely want to get above. And our leader right now is our gold medalist from last year. Scores for him, Ponaki with a 4.4 and a 4.26, giving him that 8.66 two-wave score. So just as we thought going into this heat, our South Pacific surfers, the Tahitian and the New Zealand out in front, but don't count out Oscar Ruiz. He's going to be a competitor in this heat. There's Zane Schweitzer coming up in the next round. Look how focused he is. There's Schweitzer giving him some encouragement. And the whole family's out here.
Yeah.
His mom, Shawnee's here. His sister, Shelby. There's Shelby right behind him. Dad there. I mean, a whole family affair here coming. Even his brother, Matty Schweitzer, is out here as one of the coaches of the competition for Team Hawaii. I mean, that's how much support Zane has. His whole family's out here. He's got to feel proud about that.
Definitely, he'll be coming up in that heat number 7, and caught up with Zane a little bit earlier. You know, talked to him about his board. He's riding a 7.1 by 24 inches, and just 72 liters. It's his pro model. It's brushed carbon starboard, and you know, he said it's just his best all-around go-to board, and yeah, he's feeling really, really confident coming into this event because he's won a couple of stand-up paddle surfing events out here, and as you know when you have a win at a certain location, often it brings confidence and that familiarity. You know how, the familiarity of knowing how to win and where to sit and all those elements.
Well, just saw Ponaki just a couple of carving turns in that whitewater foam section. You know, most surfers would have just gone straight there. Like it's an open face, and that's why he was your gold medal winner last year. And talking to the Tahitian coach last year, I was saying, an amazing surfer in Ponaki, and he was saying, that's nothing. See him in the big surf. He can do so much more, and hopefully we'll be able to see that come Wednesday, Thursday, day 2, day 3 of the SUP surfing for men and women slated later this week. Here we go. 2 surfers on this wave, both taking it left. It's going to be the surfer from Argentina in black, Carlos De Pace, in 4th place, needing a 4.34 to get out of 4th into the top 2. Elimination. Top 2 will advance into the winner's round. Round number 2, bottom 2 delegated into the repechage. So Carlos looking for the inside section and needing to use his rails more, Jody.
Yeah, no, that wave just didn't really have a lot of scoring potential, and he's looking for a wave, in the 4.34 range. So he's gonna want to get out the back and be a little more patient, wait for a set wave. As we see Red up and riding Oscar Ruiz out of Spain on a nice set.
Yeah, Oscar's surrounded by whitewater now. It's not going to deter him. He's going to try to make this open section. Using that paddle, there he goes. That one more maneuver on the inside. Oscar in 3rd, now needing a 3.27. Very capable of getting that score. Here we go, out the back. This is our Kiwi surfer, Daniel, up and riding, currently in 2nd place. Good carving turn. Look at the spray off the tail, off the back. Here he goes again. Bam, one more time. Throwing it. Look at the transition of the paddle. Judges want to see that. And probably the most informed surfer being awarded Ultimate Waterman of the Year, beating Danny Connor Baxter and a slew of others. That is a title to hold.
It's a confidence booster is what that is. And he's got to be feeling pretty confident, just knowing he's got that under his belt and coming up against these big names. And, we see Ponaki, he's just, almost up to his knees on that board. And Jamie and I were talking about it, Bo. The conditions this year are very similar to last year, and Ponaki did very well last year. In Tahiti, they do have little beach breaks that are very similar to this, and I'm sure he trains both in the big stuff, but also in those beach breaks so that he can be in form for these types of competitions.
Well, as the defending gold medalist, everybody knows who he is this year. Last year, he kind of slid under the radar. There's Zane Schweitzer for Hawaii. We've already seen Hawaiian Mo Freitas earlier win his heat number 2. He's in the qualifying round. Team Hawaii coming in with a very strong, healthy team. Zane from Maui. A lot of great competitors out of Maui there. Boom. Ponaki with a good carving maneuver. Transition of the paddle. There he goes for the 360. And the fins just couldn't hold that one. We saw Mo Freitas pull off numerous 360s in his heat number 2 earlier this morning.
As we see Oscar taking a look at that one, opting not to go. He's currently sitting in that 3rd place position, needing a 3.27 to get into the advancing spot with just 8 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. You know, noticed in the last few heats, the 1st and 2nd place competitors at the end of the heat, they've had kind of a slow start. It's been like a slow build throughout the heat, and I think a lot of these guys are just kind of, you know, getting their feet wet, getting comfortable out there, and, you know, getting that ISA jersey back on. It takes a minute.
Well, I tell you what, Jackson Close really had to come from the back. But, yeah, we just saw Daniel, his last wave of 6.7. As we see Jordan Mercer, she's going out for a training session. She is a 3-time gold medalist in the prone distance and tech, and one of the best in the world, the most decorated ISA prone surfer in the world. Here we go. This is surfer in black, Carlos De Pace, now needing a 6.14 to overtake our gold medalist from last year in 2nd place. So the margin just being boosted by Daniel's last 6.7. Here we go. Oscar Ruiz up and riding.
Oscar on a nice ride, getting a nice floater off the top there. Bo, he's going to get another off the top right there. Just comes unstuck, but that was a good-sized wave, and he had great speed. Unfortunately, just came undone there.
Well, I tell you what, I like the aggression. I like the attack there that Oscar was doing. Hearing the scores from the beach announcers. Here we go. And look at the determination. Daniel, speed. Watch the power. Throws it off, sees the closeout, and he'll just bail on that wave. Scoring opportunity, just not really there. Wave breaking way too fast for him. But love the attack that these guys are taking here. Daniel in 1st, Ponaki in 2nd, Oscar in 3rd, needing a 5.06 to go to 2nd. Carlos out of Argentina in black in 4th, needing a 6.14. And look at that board. Look, tail down, still able to hold position as he's got to be at a 7-foot board or maybe even a 6.10.
Yeah, I would guess that hit that board. I mean, look at you can't stand still on these small boards. You have to constantly be moving, and that's where the endurance just comes in. And you can see Ponaki has to stagger his stance a little bit because the board is so thin.
Jody, look at him this year. More developed, more muscular. Last year,
he was just
twig.
Yeah, he was a little guy. He's definitely turning into a man right before our eyes, and that's the fun part about this event is to be able to come back and watch the country's teams evolve, and then also, you know, the youth kind of coming up, and every year seeing them get bigger and stronger, and you know, Jamie's saying he's feeling old, the former champion. You know, it's hard to sit back and watch all these kids come up, but, you know, it's great for the sport.
But it happens in every sport. You know, Willie Mays just celebrated his 84th birthday last week, and of course he was the say hey kid in baseball, and for the 50s, 70s, he was, you know, my idol when I was a little kid growing up playing baseball. And of course, you know, your superstars get old and they events get out of the sport. Mark Richards, Sean Thompson have elevated out. Kelly Slater's a freak of nature. He's still on the world tour, on the ASP World Tour, but we're seeing such the youth in all water sports, you know, with the Gabriel Mendina winning his world title, with the ISA World Juniors last year and down in Ecuador with Tatiana Weston Webb, a 2-time gold medalist from the ISA World Juniors, now in the top 10 of the professional world. Mahina Maeda right on her track, a 2-time gold medalist. She's now trying to qualify for the WCT. So you're seeing the young crowd in all disciplines, and especially here in SUP, we're seeing, you know, the man in green. Here we go, Daniel winning in this heat, and this has got to be a confidence booster coming up against the gold medalist from last year.
Definitely. You know, Daniel had a nice turn out the back. He's currently our leader. He's looking to replace a 3.70 right now. He's sitting on a 6.70 for his 5th wave, and I'm really impressed. He's looking really good out there, and I think Ponaki needs to to step it up a little bit right now and start to get busy because you know he's just sitting on a pair of fours, Bo, and you know. Back to your point, it's like, you know, we just saw Jordan Mercer paddling out, and the Jamie Mitchells, the Jordan Mercer, she's still competing, but it's guys like Jamie Mitchell that have paved the way, and Jordan's paved for young girls. We saw last year a young girl from Venezuela. She'd never paddleboarded. She was an Olympic swimmer and representing her country, and she borrowed a board from Jordan, and she looks up to Jordan Mercer, and so many girls around the world look up to Jordan and realize, hey, she's doing this, she's an amazing athlete, and that's what I want to grow up and do. So it's awesome to see that.
Jordan this past summer, our winter, her summer down in the southern hemisphere of Australia, attacking the women's world Ironman titles down in Australia in their surf series. So she's improving herself, elevating herself out of just paddleboarding expert, a Molokai to a three-time champion, now into Ironman, where the Australian Ironman Ocean event has paddleboarding, has surf skiing, has running, has swimming. Is a full all-around event as we see Carlos from Argentina finishing up his wave on the inside. 3 minutes remaining. And for Daniel, even improving on his score, Jody, of 4. So 5.54, combo that with his 6.7, a 12.24 two-wave total, and our Kiwi surfer in the wide in the lead. And there's the Hawaii team cheering on Zane Schweitzer, and there's that team feeling, that camaraderie. We saw it in Ecuador last year. Reynos Hayes, Kahea Hart, the coaches of Team Hawaii, cheering on the Hawaii team to a gold medal in the World Juniors. Can Robin Johnston and Matt Schweitzer and the rest of the coaches come into their first time in the SUP event and have Hawaii dominant in that event? We'll have to wait till Sunday to find out.
As we see red up and right, this is our current third place athlete right here, Oscar Ruiz, on another right. He's been finding those rights that line up really well. He's looking to replace a 3.52. He needs a 5.06 to move into that advancing position. And yeah, you know, Bo, it's interesting to see Team Hawaii. This is the first time they've been part of a stand-up paddle team representing their country, and it's a lot different than the individual competition because you've got your whole team on your shoulders. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys perform with that added pressure.
There's Team Hawaii. There's Shelby, Zane's sister, giving Zane a kiss and good luck as he goes out. And look at that. Look how talented he is. A water start on a sup board heading out. Zane, a goofy footer. Multi-talented windsurfer, sup surfer, sup distance. Just recently did the Carolina Cup. He's crossed the Molokai Channel. He's one of the top in the world. And he's going to be one to contend with. He's one of the lowest seeds in the sup surfing. As we talked about that earlier, Jody, is the seeding is done by team performance from the previous ISA year. Last year, Australia, the gold medal winning team. Number 1, USA, the silver winning team. The number 2. And that's how the seeds are done in all disciplines of the SUP and paddleboard criteria here at the World Championships.
Well, that up and riding in green, Panaki Rayoa getting busy. This wave's going to line up really nicely for him on the inside. And, you know, he's been real patient and choosy with his wave selection. And as you see, he's just getting it on rail right there. And he's looking to replace his lower score, which is a 4.26.
Well, I think he's done that and more. He's solidified himself. Only 25 seconds remaining in this heat. And it looks like our South Pacific sup surfers are going to go 1-2. Daniel 1. Ponaki has a chance there to overtake Daniel, but we'll wait and see. But I like the aggression here from Oscar. And Carlos, he can continue in a couple of more rounds. And there's the countdown. And that rounds out heat number 6, round number 1. And we'll count down these scores. And coming up, heat number 7, a very contestable heat. And we'll set up that heat once it gets started. But very impressed by Daniel. Very impressed by Ponaki advancing on. We'll see him this afternoon in round 2. Stay tuned. We're coming up on the commercial break. Heat number 7 on deck. You're watching the 2015 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico. You want to try to do an interview with Daniel? Or I know Ponaki couldn't talk much. Banaki's last weight was 6'5", but when Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with former world champion Jamie Mitchell, and we're down into heat number 7, one of the most exciting heats. When you saw on the grid how this heat was going to be slated, Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii, he'll be in the black jersey. Enzo Rubio out of El Salvador will be in the white jersey. He'll be in the green jersey. In the white jersey will be Matt Barker from Great Britain, and from Brazil, Adriano Farrell will be in the red jersey. Again, 20-minute heat, best 2 waves, top 2 surfers advance to the qualifying winners round. Bottom 2 surfers will be delegated as we see our first surfer up and riding, and this is in the white jersey, Matt Barker out of Great Britain.
Yeah, you can tell the UK guys from their tan, Bo. But look, Zane Schweitzer definitely, he's won here before, and I think that'll play a lot. Look at this paddle battle we have right here. Guys are pushing themselves pretty deep, but but Zane knows what he's looking for. Like I said, he's won here before, and he'll be pretty comfortable out here, and wanting to get Hawaii off to a good start.
Yeah, and watch the positioning. Zane wants to make sure he has the priority deepest on the peak there. That's why he's to the right side of Adriano. And he's going to give Adriano this wave. It's more of a left here. Adriano, goofy footer, so is Zane. But Zane, very equipped on his backhand. Nice carving turn, Adriano. Finishing up 2 good maneuvers there for the Brazilian. And the first time we've seen him in competition at the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Zane would have surfed against him before, so he'll know what to look out for. And two savvy competitors, and as we see, they've already had that paddle battle for position. And I don't think Zane will let that happen again. He'll put himself now into position to get the best wave of the heat.
And so great to see Team Hawaii. We've been talking about that for years, and you've been calling them out and trying to get them to compete out here, Jamie. And I think they finally listened to you, listened to Fernando. And I think what you said was so poignant, what they've been missing. That's what brought them here.
Yeah, and I get goosebumps yesterday. I'm not even competing, but you see the competitors, and that everyone has their own little team theme, and it's awesome. And I was looking at those Team Hawaii guys, and they're like they were proud. They're proud to represent the Hawaiian Islands, and so they should be. They're such great heritage. And speaking of the Duke earlier, as we see Zane actually now paddling for the left here, and nice little cut back, and he's going to finish off with a big closeout re-entry there, and Team of Hawaii goes nuts on the beach.
Well, I tell you what, good carving turn, good ending maneuver, good first wave for Zane Schweitzer. Will be awaiting scores. We can tell you that Adriano a 3.4 in that opening left, Matt Barker a 1.1. So we're just getting established here, early moments here in the heat number 7. SupRacer.com does a great top 100 breakdown of all of our competitors in all the disciplines. From sup surfing to sup racing to distance racing to course racing. And the top 12 men in the top 100, 9 of the top 12 men are here. Zane Schweitzer coming in at number 12. Connor Baxter, world number 1 in that top 100, will competing in the men's technical and distance. So it's great to see Hawaii with 2 of the top 12 of the top 100 on their team. And, of course, there's the omission of Kai Lenny. I mean, and as you mentioned earlier, there's Cody Kerbox. There's Noah Janela. There is such great talent in Hawaii that's still blooming. Riggs Napoleon, Aaron Napoleon's son. I mean, we could go on. I mean, we could have 2 Hawaii teams out here. We could have an Oahu team.
You could. It's really amazing, and that's that depth. And you know, it's great to see because these guys are going to push each other, and you know that Maui connection of Zane, you know, Kai, Connor, and you know we saw it escalate a little bit last year at the Battle. You know that's bringing the best out of these guys, and you know as long as it's fair and square, you know I love to see that.
And just on call, they just announced the score to the beach, 6.2 for Zane Schweitzer. Here we go, Adriano Ferro up and riding out of Brazil. Here he goes, nice tap off the whitewater section. Like the movement of the board, like the rail-to-rail work here for Adriano.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. He's a big guy too, so you know Brazil has, as we've been seeing on the WSL World Tour, just amazing talent coming out of Brazil, and like you say, out of Hawaii, Maui as well. So, you know, Brazil, a hotbed right now, and they're probably feeding off, Gabrielle winning the world title last year, Adriano in the lead this year, and these guys are inspired, and Brazil's always been passionate.
Well, I tell you what, looking at Team Brazil, a lot of new faces. They've stepped up. They've had qualifying and trials for the ISA World Team, and they brought even a better team this year.
Yeah, and countries are doing that now. Like the first few years, I think it was like, you know, who wants to go, who's willing to go, and now people want to go, and you've got to qualify, and you know, I think that's a cool thing. You know, we're missing Travis Grant, one of the best paddlers. He lives in Hawaii, could compete for Australia, but you know, he can't get to Australia to qualify, so you know he misses out. But you know, again, just amazing talent from all over the world, and this year bigger and better than ever.
So Adriano with a 3.8, combo that with his 3.4. He's out in the lead with a 7.2. Here we go. This is Matt Barker out of Great Britain.
Yeah,
slashing turn there, 2 good positive turns, and then goes down.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Great Britain, amazing to see these guys over here, and they've got a solid team. They've got a good prone team. I know Ollie Shilston, the stand-up distance and short course, I would imagine, is a really good paddler. So, you know, they're a force to be reckoned with as well. And, again, going back to this team format, and there's dark horses, there's smokies in the field, and, you know, there's a lot of people that can win these events. And as we see Zane taking off on this nice right hand.
Let's watch the attack here. Like the way he's keeping moving. Digging in that paddle, using the positive enter. Banks off the white water. Nice floater. Cuts through one more section. And look, it looks like he's surfing without a paddle.
Yeah, Zane's amazing. He makes it look easy, and he's always busy. Yeah, he makes, you know, waves that are probably 2-turn waves. He makes them into 3. Look at him just duck dive that wave just then. You know.
Duck diving a sup board.
Yeah, that's talent right there. So I remember seeing footage of Zane doing backflips going over waves, and as we see Great Britain up again, and just a little bit behind the, behind the wave there, but making it around the section, a little cut back there, and you know, giving it all. You know, Great Britain. You know, it's not only first and second progress, and third and fourth will go to the repechage.
Now, when you think of Great Britain, you're thinking surfing Great Britain. There's a big surfing community in Great Britain. Newquay on the western coast, southwest coast of Great Britain, a big surf town. Now sup surfing starting to take Europe, and especially in England.
Yeah, I think they have like a big 6-star down in Newquay, you know, huge lifeguarding scene down there in the summer, and I think Martin Potter, he was UK, South African, Australian. I'm not sure when he won the world title, what country he was under, but you know, I think he was born in Great Britain. If I'm not wrong.
Grew up in Durban, and then with the apartheid issue in the 80s and the 90s, he didn't agree with the government. Claimed UK when he won his world title in '89.
There you go. So
now a permanent resident in Australia.
Yeah, lives in Australia, and Pot's a living legend, and you know, these guys from Great Britain, they're here. They're here to compete, and they're not, you know, just making up the numbers. They want to get through these heats, and they want to, you know, get Great Britain to the top of the leaderboard.
Zane Schweitzer, 4.56 on this last wave. We've got an interview coming up, but let's watch Zane here first. Nice carving turn off the forehand. Transition, throws the tail, trying to do a pivot turn, and unsuccessful. Let's throw it down to Jody Nelson. Jody, you've got an interview on the beach.
Down here with Daniel Karopa, the winner of that last heat. And Daniel, this is your first time representing your country at the ISA World Championships. You know, what was that first heat like, putting the jersey on, representing the country?
putting the jersey on for the country is the best honour that you can ever have, and New Zealand's a very proud country and strong in heritage of all our sports. So, you know, we're famous for rugby, but hopefully we can be famous for stand-up paddleboarding as well.
Let's talk about the conditions out there. You know, I saw that you were picking off those good rights that were lining up, but what was your strategy going into that heat?
My strategy was pretty much urgency, just catch waves and get some scores. Some heats there's lots of waves, some heats there's not many, so you want to be on the side of having points on the board and putting yourself in a good position to win.
Well, we saw you guys yesterday do your little dance, the parade of nations, and representing your team New Zealand. What's been kind of the talk of your team? What your big takeaway is like coming into this event?
Team spirit. You know, we can get podium finishes if we work together as a team and support each other like a family. And we're really loving Mexico. Salito already. Food's beautiful. There's so much color out here, and we're just trying to encourage happiness in our team.
And my last question, just real quick. You know, you just won that big event. And, talk to me about the confidence. You know, you took down some big names, and coming into this event, winning an event like that help your confidence.
Yeah, like it's always tough to come up in your first heat against the world champion from last year. But it's a good level to see where I'm at in the competition. So I'll stick to my strategies and have lots of fun out there. And hopefully by the end of it, you could be a champion for New Zealand.
All right, well, congratulations, Daniel. Thanks for the time. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, that's what I love about Zane surfing.
Thanks a lot, Jody. And back to action. Here we go. Surfer in red. This is our second place, Adriano Farrell out of Brazil. Another goofy footer going backside. Big open face. Here we go. Taps it off the whitewater section. Changes hands on the paddle. Throws the tail. Judge is really loving those maneuvers.
Yeah, he's ripping right now. And again, you know, Brazil is one of those countries that could have, you know, 3 or 4 guys representing, and the talent pool is that deep. So, you know, Adriano, you know, riding it right to the shore break, and you know, him and Zane are definitely fighting it out for that first place.
Here we go on the backside. We got Matt Barker out of Great Britain.
Yeah, nice first turn. Just gets caught a little bit behind, but kicks out. But you know, Matt Barker, you know, catching a lot of waves and giving himself every opportunity.
Here we go, Enzo Rubio. Now surfing here from El Salvador on the inside section. Out the back, guess who's up and riding? This will be wave number 4 for Zane Schweitzer. So on the paddle back out, finds a backhand wave. And look at that wave dying out, but he still makes the connection on the inside. This is where he's doing his kill here. On the end, throws the tail, holds it, and spins it back out front side. So Zane Schweitzer, not done yet. Time ticking down, 9 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
And this is where the fitness kicks in too, Bo. You know, it's these guys just aren't surfers, they're athletes, and you know, like that takes a lot of effort to surf that wave all the way to the beach like that. And you know, if you're catching 4 or 5 waves like that, it takes it out of you.
Well, Zane comes from a very rich windsurfing family. His dad, Matt, one of the founders of the sport back in the early days when the 60s and the 70s. Of course, you know, you hear the word Schweitzer, that's where it hails from. And, of course, Matt moved his family over to Maui, and that turned out to be the mecca of windsurfing. Once Robbie Nash and Pete Cabrina started competing in the 80s into the 90s, into the world's Hokipa became a main spot. All the windsurfing companies do their research and development. They're from the Hood River to Hokipa on Maui, some of the best windsurfing in the world. And, of course, Zane, one of the top I mean, if he wanted to go on the pro windsurf tour, he would be in the top 10 there.
Yeah, again, these crossovers, it's amazing. And you can jump on a windsurfer and just compete with the best of them. Then he jumps on a stand-up board, competes with the best, and you know, amazing talent. We're lucky to have guys like that, you know, here at the ISA World, you know, stand-up and paddleboard titles.
Yeah, for Zane Schweitzer, he's a 2-time Master of the Ocean champion, 2014 European Cup champion. He's the 2014 U.S. SUP Tour SUP Surfing champion, and overall ranking from last year, number 3 in the SUP Surfing. So he comes with a lot of credibility. He's got a lot of great sponsors: Starboards, Maui Gym, Coben, you know, Honolulu Surf Company, FCS, Dakine. I mean, you know, companies are looking to him because he is such a likable person, such an active person, and one that looks and seeks for opportunity.
Yeah, and there's more to being an athlete than just being an athlete, you know. And Zane's one of those likable characters. And, you see interviews with him. They're always, great to listen to and watch. And, great energy. I love it. And so positive. Does a lot of charity work with certain charities. And just a great ambassador for the sport.
As our clock has frozen, there it goes. I just hit it on the side of the TV, and look what happened there, Jamie. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes and seconds remaining. Schweitzer in first, Farrell in second, Barker in third. Matt needing 4.46 to advance, and for Enzo Rubio needing a 5.96. Heat 7 of 12 in the first round of the men's subsurfing. We'll move into the first round of the women after round 1 of the men, and there's 6 heats slated for the ladies, and we're going to see just as great competition in the women's format as in the men's format. And then come this afternoon, we'll be back into round 2, the winner's bracket for both men and women. A good 9 hours of competition all day today, and we're going to be setting the field for later this week. And then coming up tomorrow, our first distance race. Let's talk about that. The women will be hitting the water for the distance for the prone and for the SUP.
Yeah, it's a little different this year. They're going separately. The stand-up and the paddleboard distance are going together, just the women. So I like that. There's no chance of going past some guys and wash riding, all that sort of stuff. They'll just be on their own and really just fighting it out. And the distance race is it's a tough one. It's hot here. It's humid. They need to take plenty of water. They need to have some food on board. So and in and out of the surf sort of format like we had in Peru a few years ago.
Yeah, there's Team Mexico cheering on Felipe. Is getting ready for heat number 8 as we watch Matt Barker finishing up his round. And Adriano Ferro, very impressed, surfer in red, currently in second place, needing a 6.96 to get into the lead. And here we go. Zane Schweitzer up and riding, scored a 4.02 on his last wave. Good carving turn. Lots of speed on this wave, Jamie.
Yeah, just gets right out in front, does a little tail slide there. But, again, these guys are working really hard. And, Zane in front, probably pushing it a little bit just because he knows he's got that, progressive surfing. We love to see that, and I'm pretty sure the judges love to see that as well.
Yeah, judges, I talked to Marcos earlier this morning, the head judge. What are you looking for in the subsurfing? Speed, power, flow, obviously, in the criteria, and you're seeing some of that from our top competitors. And the use of the paddle in a positive transition, and the pivot turns in a way. You saw Matt just kind of flinging that. They don't want to see that. They want to see used in a positive manner, a progressive manner, an advantage to gain points, to help in the turning, to help in the paddling. And that's how they're judging the criteria here in the subsurfing.
Yeah, and you want to attack that wave. I think, if you attack that first turn, they score high just like the WSL, and, attack it, be progressive, change it up, don't be repetitive, and, the guys that are, doing that the best are going to get the best scores.
Two minutes, 13 seconds remaining. Interference was called on Surfer in red, and with the interference call, even duplicated into his scoring, still holding down second place. So you're seeing that on your screen. Interference on Adriano Ferro has been incurred on him as we watch Zane Schweitzer up and riding. This will be his 7th wave of this 20-minute heat. And there's the heat coming up, heat number 8 paddling out coming up next. So great location here, Sayulita, Mexico.
Unbelievable. Just a little surf town, amazing. And you see all the kids that just seem like they just surf all day. And you got zinc on their face, and it's just like, it's amazing. Yesterday, walking through the town, it was just like, a great place to hold this event. As we only have 1 minute left now in this heat.
So final minute here, Jamie. Schweitzer dominating, and we knew he was going to do that coming out. You knew the Brazilian was going to be good. Matt Barker, a couple of 2-point scores, 2.74 in white, 2.46, and I expected a little bit more from Enzo Rubio, but Here we go. This is our Brazilian competitor with 40 seconds remaining, needing an 8.86 to take the lead, but has solidified himself into the second round.
Yeah, Matt Barker has an opportunity here with that interference. If he can get a decent score here, but looks like Adriano just, getting another backup score here. But, just goes to show that anything can happen. And, if Matt Barker was to get a nice score here, we'd go into second place.
Well, there's the Brazilians cheering loud and proud. Zane Schweitzer even groveling in the final seconds out on the outside. And there's the countdown.
Yeah, and Zane's going to just hold off that other competitor, and he'll take a win and move through the next round as we expected. And Hawaii, they're on the charge.
Well, okay. Mo Freitas advanced. Zane Schweitzer's advanced. And we've seen the Aussies come out here. Bo Nixon's advanced. Jackson's close advanced. I mean, these are important for the team points. Talk about the team points, how important that is. Well, I tell you what, let's take a break right now, and when we come back, we're going to have more exciting action. You're watching the 2015 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico.
Well, welcome back to the beautiful country of Mexico for the 2015 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships presented by Hotel Cupero. We are in the colorful coastal town of Sayulita in the Riviera Nayarit. I'm Jody Nelson, joined here by Jamie Mitchell. And Jamie, that last heat was quite a fun one to watch. Zane, a lot of anticipation for Team Hawaii, and he definitely showed up and took the win.
Yeah, no, the Hawaiians have shown up. They've shown what they're here for, and that's no doubt to be first place at the end of this event. So both Zane and Mo getting through, both Australians getting through. So the big guns, showing what it's all about. And I can't wait to see the French. I love the way the French have been surfing the last few years, especially Antoine. And it'd be good to see what those guys have.
We see Zane just coming in from that last heat, and that was heat number 7 of the men's sup surfing. We're getting right into heat number 8 with, we're going to be hearing a lot of Team Mexico cheering, as we see Team Hawaii on the screen. But Felipe Hernandez is representing Mexico. He will be in that red jersey. Justin being out of South Africa in the white jersey. Riki Horakashi from Japan in the yellow jersey, and in black, Kevin Talma out of Brazil.
Yeah, Felipe, we've seen him and Justin being at the last few ISA World titles. I remember seeing these guys, so they've got a lot of experience, and obviously the Mexicans, I think most of the Mexican team comes from Sayulita, so if anyone knows the wave, it's going to be these guys.
Yeah, all but one currently lives in Sayulita, so Felipe Rodriguez, he's originally from Puerto Vallarta, so 25 years old, currently living in Sayulita, has been sup surfing for 10 years, and loves fishing is one of his hobbies. How could you not, living in a place like this? I mean, just surf and fish all day.
Yeah, why not? What a life. Cervezas at night and fish and surf all day. Amazing.
As we see Felipe up and riding right now in the red jersey, going on this right-hander, and you can see local knowledge. He didn't wait and do a couple roundhouses. He knew that next section was going to be the scoring potential, and Team Mexico cheering on the beach. And we talked about it earlier, but that local knowledge really is going to come into play, especially in the the smaller, shiftier conditions.
Yeah, you see there's a little flat section right in front of where we're sitting, and some of the guys will sort of do the roundhouse back and they sort of get stuck, but the local guy just charged right through that section and threw a big turn, and if I was the other competitors, I'd be like watching what he was doing and trying to emulate that.
We've also seen some of the heats having a bit more surf than others, pulsing and you know, what I spoke with Daniel from Team New Zealand, and he said just that sense of urgency. You know, he didn't want to be patient and wait too long because you never know if you're going to get one of those heats that's pulsing or one that's, you know, doesn't have as many waves to offer.
Yeah, and you know, I think, you know, this is a day you got to be busy. It's you know, there aren't a lot of waves on offer, so the ones that you can get, you know, make the most of it, and especially if it, you know, is a set wave. You know, they're the ones that are going to score the highest, and Daniel doing a great job, the ultimate waterman from the big contest I had in New Zealand a few months ago.
Well, I think we've got Bo Hodges down on the beach with the winner of that last heat. We'll get to that in a moment as we see up and riding our surfer in black.
From Costa Rica.
Sir from Lahaina, Maui, representing Team Hawaii. Zane, a lot of things to talk to you about, but first off, let's talk about your heat. You were motivated. You wanted to do every trick in the book on these small waves, but what was your strategy out here in heat number 1?
Well, you know, first of all, I just want to say a big mahalo to Robin Johnston and my brother Matty Schweitzer for getting Team Hawaii all together. And, you know, they've been coaching us, the whole team. And I'm so stoked to be here back in Sayulita. It's like my second home to me, and have a great connection with the town, the community, and all the people here. In that heat, just, you know, definitely, I wasn't too stoked on any of my waves out there. You know, sometimes when I try to think, okay, go slow, work my way up, I stumble a bit. And so I think I would go better when I just go all or nothing, 100% all the time. So that heat I was trying to think, okay, 80%, and I had a few stumbles. I was like, so I'm stoked to just pass it through, get that heat out of the way, and yeah, all or nothing from now on. You know, I like to go 100%, and it was a lot of fun. You know, there's a few really nice waves. We have a great swell here in Sayulita, and this wave here in Sayulita Beach is just surfing. You know, it's enough power to get you going, and enough playful to really just throw high performance moves. So there's a lot more tricks in the book to be thrown down by a lot of the competitors, and I'm excited to get out there and have some more fun for sure.
Well, let's talk about Team Hawaii finally being at the ISAs. I mean, 3 years we have not seen Team Hawaii in Hawaii. Even on Maui, I mean, Maui could have even a classification out here. And we're talking about the breakdown between the Oahu boys and the Maui boys and the girls and all. But finally, Robin, your brother, ISA, got you guys here. How's the experience been? Are you looking for gold all the way?
I tell you what, you guys, we're so grateful to be here representing Hawaii. Yesterday in the march, we were all just having chicken skin the entire time. I mean, all of us, we're just so stoked to be here, showing our aloha to the town here and marching with all 37 countries. And as a nation, we're just so proud to be here representing Hawaii. We have Hawaii's top stand-up paddlers and paddleboarders there is. So we're going for the gold. It's what, you know, we came here to have fun, make connections, but Hawaii's best guys here for a reason. You know, we want to take it home for Hawaii, and we're excited to get some gold chains on our necks here pretty soon. So, you know, I just want to say a big mahalo to the whole team for coming out here, making their way. You know, it was last minute decision. We couldn't pull through with as much sponsorship and support as we hoped. So a lot of us are sad a lot to be here, including our coaches. So just big mahalo to Alan Pfluger, Palladium Resorts, Maui Gym Sunglasses, Matty Schweitzer, Robin Johnston, sponsors that made this happen. I mean, couldn't have done it without all you guys, and Maui Gym Sunglasses that made it really happen too. So thank you guys all so much, and thanks to the whole team.
Well, I tell you what, you know, look at these guys. They're so proud. Hawaii. Mo Freitas, Zane Schweitzer into round 2. They're keeping up with the Aussie. We saw Jackson close. Bo Nixon also. They're the defending gold medal team. So Hawaii's here to prove something. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Bo. Great interview with Zane Schweitzer. Team Hawaii looking strong in this event, Jamie. And we'll get back into this heat. We've got Felipe Hernandez opening up with his first wave of that 6.50. He had a great first opener.
And as you see him now, another good, good wave selection. Nice little like rock and roll floater there, and nice big slashing turn, and just falling off the back there. But 2 turns today seems to be pretty good pretty good wave out here.
And in second place, we've got Kevin Talma. He's just got 2 low scoring waves, a 2.20 and a 194. And in white, Justin Bing from South Africa, currently sitting on a 3.50. And we did have a quick ride from our surfer in green. We're just waiting for that score to drop. So, you know, this 13 minutes and 29 seconds left in this heat definitely got things started as we see Felipe's second wave coming in at a 5.10, so he's already got a higher total than Zane's last total in the previous heat.
Yeah, it definitely seems like around that 11 to 12 is a good score at the moment. 5s and 6s are winning heats, but you know, these guys are, you know, they're aiming for that excellent range, and Justin Bing, you know, for sure, being an experienced competitor, you know, here he is going backhand and a couple of nice turns, so. Yeah, he's looking to get into that first position and try and stay away from that repechage heat.
Well, Team South Africa always carrying a lot of country pride. We saw them yesterday in the scorching heat in their infamous green blazers. I felt for them.
Yeah, they do it every year to themselves. They're gluten for punishment. But you know, good to see again yesterday. I think is one of the best days of the whole event, the opening ceremony, and you know. Nation pride really comes out, and Mexico obviously had the biggest cheer, and you know, very well supported.
So we see up and riding black out of Barbados, Kevin Talma. We saw his brother surfing earlier, and the brother duo going strong as we have Team Mexico up and riding Felipe Hernandez on another wave. This is his 4th wave, actually. He's looking to replace a 5.10 as his low-scoring wave, and he's going to finish this one off right in front of his team. The Mexican flag is flying high as he gets the fins free right there, claims it. And, you know, for these guys, it's got to feel so good, not only to know that you had to earn your way to get onto the team, but you're representing your town, you're competing in front of your, you know, entire country and hometown. It's a little extra pressure.
A little extra pressure, but it's not showing from Felipe. He, I think that's probably going to be one of the highest single wave scores of the whole event so far. He rode that perfectly and used his local knowledge and finished it off with a really nice turn. So I really love that roundhouse on rail he did in the middle of the wave. I was really impressed with that. So. Hey, local knowledge and feeding off the energy that the Mexican crowd has here.
So we see out the back, we've got Brian Talma and our surfer in the green jersey out of Japan. And, you know, talking about Justin Bing from South Africa, he's from Cape Town, 25 years old, currently living in Durban. And, you know, he's had some results in the past. Talk to us about some of his past results.
Yeah, he's been a South African champion, and he's been up the forefront there of that movement. So, you know, South Africa has amazing waves. You know, the Cape Town area, you know, known for its waves and big sharks. But you know, Durban as well is like the Mecca. And, I think he was the longboard champ as well in 2009 and 2011. So. You know, his surfing speaks for itself, and transitioning into the SUP surfing very well.
We see that a lot, right? Jackson, Team Australia, and Bo Nixon as well, correct?
Yeah, both Bo and Jackson, I will say that are both Australian longboard champions, and that's where they started, and now, you know, transitioning into stand-up, and you know, just I think the competitive edge you get from doing all those contests, it gives you an edge here, and these guys, you know, strong competitors, and Justin Bing showing, you know, again, the transition from longboard to stand-up is an easy one for them.
And now with the youth coming up, you know, we're not seeing that transition as often. You know, we had Colin McPhillips in the past for Team USA. Now we see Dave Bain. But some of the younger guys, they're coming straight into stand-up paddling. I mean, we do see Zane and, you know, Kai Lenny and some of those other guys do a lot of crossover sports. But, you know, a lot of these guys are starting straight into step surfing.
Yeah, well, you know, these young kids are lucky now. Like, stand-up is a way of life, and you know, instead of, you know, shortboarding or longboarding or whatever they're doing, they just walk straight into stand-up. And, you know, these kids are the future, and they're going to be, you know, the Kai Lennys, Zane Schweitzers, the Sean Pointers. You know, it's amazing to see, and I think the ISA is a big future, and you know, we're only going to see more and more, you know, talent come from, you know, many countries. So looking forward to seeing that, and you know, from last year seeing Tahiti take the top honor, and you know, these guys are talented and they have the opportunity to do it from a young age, and it's showing in their surfing.
Well, we've got 8 minutes and 25 seconds left in this heat, and situation still remaining the same. Felipe Hernandez, he's replaced his 5.10 with a 5.58. That last wave, he got all the way to the inside with the fins free. And in second place in white, we've got Justin Bing. He's looking for an 8.58 to move up into the lead, but he's currently in that advancing position. Third and fourth place. Third place in green out of Japan. He's looking for a 3.58. So Justin Bing not holding on to a huge position. As you can see the totals on the screen, he's just sitting on 6.90 total heat score, which is
Justin he'll be looking for a good backup here, and you know, the Japanese competitor right on his, you know, anything can happen. These waves are, you know, you can take a left or take the right, and you know, Justin, you know, one of the higher seeds, he'll be looking to try and get through this heat. So you know, it's a tight, you know, go for second place here with 6.9 and 6.0. I think as we see the local Felipe taking the inside there, showing his dominance here at the home break, and definitely seen that with you know, his wave choice. You know, surfing this wave every day has got to give you some sort of an advantage. So you know,
he kind of looks like he was trying to lure the whole heat down to the north end. But you know, I want to talk about Kevin Talma a little bit in black. Out of Barbados. He's 52 years old. It's just him and his brother Brian are representing Team Barbados. So you know, that's pretty cool to come out and represent your team with your brother, as we see.
Well, as we see,
Slowly.
the Mexican just throw a big air and pull that off. So gives a kiss to the crowd, and there you go. But yeah, the Barbados brothers, I've seen photos of these guys for years and years. I think they're windsurfing background, and Barbados has a huge windsurfing scene there. So you know, sort of famous in their area, but new to the ISA, and it's amazing to see those guys here.
We just saw our Japanese rider in green. He's looking to get another score on the board. He's needing a 3.58, sitting on just 2 waves. But I mean, Felipe Hernandez is looking in form in this heat.
Yeah, Felipe's definitely risen to the occasion, and feeding off the energy of the home crowd, and you know, picking the best waves. And you know, ultimately, you know, these guys, when they come to the later rounds, they're all, you know, their ability is pretty similar, and you know, whoever, you know, picks the best waves, they're going to get the best scores. So you know, that's why I think that the Mexicans, you know, do have a big advantage.
Well, that's our 52-year-old Kevin Talma out of Barbados, and he's got second in the last man standing paddle around Barbados. That was 18.5 hours in 2013. That's crazy.
That's way too long.
It must have been what it sounded like, last man standing. That's I don't know how he survived that. First in the Stand-Up Paddle Barbados Surfer of the Year contest series in 2014, and first in the Stand-Up Paddle 2014 Barbados Surfing Association Nationals. So we've got 52-year-old and we've got an 18-year-old in this heat in the green jersey out of Japan, as we see Kevin Talma up and riding on his backhand on this right.
Yeah, isn't that great? 18 to 52, they could be father and son out there, but you know, this sport, that's why it's so amazing. It gives you longevity, and it's getting a lot of people, you know, into the sport, onto the water, and you know, it's amazing. And Justin Bing still looking for that. You know, he tried to get that one, but the Barbados competitor kept him off that wave. So Justin's still looking for his, you know, second wave to consolidate his second place. And you know, the Japanese competitor Riki Horikoshi, not far behind, and just needs one good wave and he can transition into that second place.
Yeah, he's only needing a 3.58. He's currently sitting on 2 fairly small scores, as we see the 18-year-old in the green jersey paddling for this one. It's a little right-hander.
Barely just getting over it on his backhand, and great to see. You know, nice use of the paddle, 2 nice turns there. And yeah, interesting to see what the judges give that, and he'll try and hustle back out the back and get another wave.
He's riding a Nash 7.6. He's been surfing for 10 years. So in 2014, he got second place in the All Japan Stand-Up Paddle Championship. So he's been in the water for a while, Jamie.
Yeah, again, who would have thought, Japanese kid, been surfing for, 10 years. He's 18 years old, and he's at the ISA representing his country. So, amazing. And Japan has a huge talent pool over there, and, they have a huge water base. The lifeguard system is great. They have a lot of people, go to the beaches through the summer, and, I think they'll be a force to be reckoned with in the future for sure.
So we see Felipe Hernandez throwing some water around, getting loose on that wave. He doesn't need a score right now. He's sitting very comfortably in the lead. The guy that does need a score is this man on screen right now, Justin Bing. He's just narrowly in second place as he's getting to work on this smaller right, Jamie.
Yeah, just milking it for as far as he can get. A couple of nice turns, just nice little, slashing cut back there, and he's going to hope that betters his second wave and gives him a little bit of room between him and the Japanese competitor.
You got to think, I'm sure you've been in this position in life, Jamie, where you're just on a thin Justin right now. I think he realizes, I can see the desperation a little bit in him. He realizes that, the Japanese surfer and Kevin Tolmar are perfectly capable of getting the scores that they need and bumping him into the rapid charge round.
Totally. You can't let the hammer off at all. And you got to try and get the best scores. He's looking to beat Felipe now. He's not just looking to try and hold off third and fourth. Justin's looking for the best waves, and we know he can surf that well. So, this is a tough situation. It's not one that you want to be in. Trying to better your score, but actually hold off the competitors behind you.
Well, we've just got 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this heat, and just taking a look back at this heat in retrospect now that we're getting to the tail end of it, it seems like wave selection has kind of been a thing for Justin.
Yeah, he's picked a couple of waves, but definitely the Mexicans, got the best of the waves. But, Justin, he's made do with what he's got, and, he'll be a happy camper if he can get through this heat, and he may have one more chance to, help his cause right now.
Well, he's up and riding on this wave, but behind him is also Team Japan, so Ricky up and riding as well. We see Justin pull out, and I don't think that Ricky's wave is going to be anything to keep on the board. So.
Yeah, no, Justin just kicked out of that one, and he's holding on to that. He did increase his little lead there. Now he's got 7.38, but. Nervous moments right now with just, about 45 seconds left. So, he'll be just going out and trying to hold off the Japanese competitor or, increase his score.
What's it like, just quickly, Justin kind of, so to speak, dodging a bullet here by not having to go into the rapid charge. What do you think he's going to feel like going into the next round?
Oh, when you just scrape through sometimes, it feels really good because maybe you haven't put your best performance through, and you hear of people trying to peak at the right time. So, he'll be super stoked if he can squeak through this and, not get to that rapid charge because, once you lose once, that's it. You don't get another chance. So, getting through today is a huge advantage for the upcoming rounds.
Well, a little victory lap here for Felipe Hernandez. This is our heat winner. Team Mexico showing up and looking really strong, Jamie, and he put on quite a performance, which has to feel so good in front of your hometown as we see Team Mexico walking down to the water's edge to greet Felipe, proudly claiming it.
Yeah, you can see the relief a little bit there. He dropped his shoulders. He's just stoked to perform, and everyone's obviously watching him and Team Mexico. So great for him to get that result and just surf well. He surfed really good, picked the right waves, and surfed them great, and that's why he's the winner of that heat.
Well, you never know how pressure is going to affect somebody. Sometimes it works to your advantage, and sometimes, it can make a good surfer turn into a bad surfer. So we'll be right back. More from the World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. This is the ISA World Champs.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Welcome to day one competition of an 8 to 9 day event here. We're just getting underway. An exciting action. Former gold medalist. In fact, we have 2 gold medalists in this heat in 2 different disciplines. Sean Pointer, gold medalist from 2 years ago down in Miraflores at SUP surfing, will be in the red, hailing from California, representing Team USA. Kasper Steinfath from Denmark, the technical SUP champion from the past 2 years. He'll be in the white jersey, and as we're watching Sean Pointer on his opening wave, big carving turn, look at the spray, digs in a rail and goes down. And Neil Byrne in the green jersey out of Ireland, a 3-man heat. Top 2 will advance on into round 2. And Jody, when you see Sean and Kasper, some of the biggest names in SUP surfing and in SUP racing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stacked heat for sure. And as we saw in the last heat, it's kind of anybody's game. It's all about wave selection and you know, not being too patient. You got to get your scores going straight out of the bat. As we see green up and riding, that's Neil Byrne out of Ireland.
So just underway, another 20-minute heat, 10 wave max for these competitors. Scored on the 0 to 10 point scale. Top 2 waves for their final score. Top 2 surfers advancing on into the qualifying round number 2. And the 3rd place surfer will be delegated into the repecharge round, which will get underway Wednesday, Thursday, or Fridays. They're keeping a floating format for the wave. Today, 2 feet, we'll call it, you know, out here at Sayulita, and a good meter swell, 3 foot to 5 foot swell forecasted coming up on Wednesday, Thursday. Here we go. The Viking from Denmark, Kasper Steinfath, up and riding, doing dual duties, actually competing in 3 disciplines for Denmark: SUP surfing, technical racing, and distance racing for Denmark. And he is an accomplished distance competitor and technical gold medalist from the past 2 years. So Kasper opening up on his first wave with a 2.8, and for Sean Pointer, a 2.14. Here we go, Sean on his second wave. Gaining some slash off the top with spray. Here he goes again, using that paddle for momentum, speed, power, good flow, and the transition on the inside section. So Sean getting back on the board, falling off on his first wave. And Sean Pointer, a legendary career in the ISA, a bronze medalist in 2012, a gold medalist in 2013, a copper medalist, 4th place. That's what the ISA does, of 4 medals, because a lot of 4-man formats, so they award medals for copper for 4th place, and last year was in 4th place. But what's in all about it, Sean, 3 for 3 years making the final.
Yeah, Sean has been just super consistent. And, you know, what I like about Sean Pointer, when I first saw him stand up paddle, one thing that I actually noticed that I didn't notice was his paddle. Like, the paddle just seems like an extension of his body, and to me it's just really favorable on the eyes to not see the paddle swinging around. Like, if you're not noticing the paddle in SUP surfing, then somebody's doing something right.
And if you notice, Sean he's right to the left of our screen. Uses his back, uses his core muscles into the paddle. He just doesn't use his arms. He uses his whole upper torso. And when he's really stroking into a wave, you'll see his whole body just bend, because he's using every ounce of energy to get every precise motion out of that blade.
But he still pulls it off very effortlessly. And it's a style thing. You know, you talk about regular surfing and the type of surfer style that you like, you know, Kelly Slater or Stephanie Gilmore, you know, you don't notice their arms flapping around. And so the paddle is kind of an extension of your arms. And when people have a really good style that's pleasing to the eyes, you know, it's a subjective sport. So the judges take note of those when they're writing down scores.
Yeah, and Sean just scoring a 5.8 on his second wave. Combo that with his 2.14, gives him a 7.94 2-wave total. Kasper in second place, now needing a 5.15 to regain first. And for Neil Byrne out of Ireland, well, he's up against 2 gold medalists here. He needs a 4.3 to get into the stage. So still in the ball game. 14 minutes, 14 seconds remaining. And Team USA had a very explosive team in year number 1 in 2012 down at Miraflores. But coming in 2013, they just pretty much sent a SUP surf team with Colin McPhillips and Sean Pointer. And then last year, regrouped and showed another championship team. And both in 2012 and 2014, Team USA was a silver medalist in the overall team standings.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their roster this year is something I've never seen at the ISA World Championships, the stand-up paddleboard and paddleboard championships. I'm seeing Sean Pointer, Dave Bain, Izzy Gomez, Slater Trout, Chuck Glenn, Danny Ching, Candace Appleby, Shane Scoggins, and Steve Shines, and Carter Graves. It's a stacked team.
Well, this is just about an all-star team from the United States. I mean, Danny Ching, Izzy Gomez, Candace Appleby. Candace, one of the best female paddlers in the world. Danny Ching, one of the best distance paddlers in the world. A Battle of the Paddle winner, a distance winner. He is probably one of the leading favorites going in with Connor Baxter and the Aussies coming into the distance race 2 days from now. An all-star team. We've seen Hawaii. We talked about Hawaii stepping up to the game. They are really going to challenge Australia. Australia has had a lock on the gold medal 3 years in a row. It's going to be exciting to see how Sunday unfolds. It may come down to the relay race to determine who wins gold, silver, and bronze.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie and I were talking about it earlier, and you're only as strong as your weakest link. And I am not seeing a weak link on Team USA. So I think, we could see a little shakeup.
If you had to say one thing, where's Emily, the two-time gold medalist? But as you said, she had priorities as Emmy winner in 2012, 2014 in the subsurfing. But Emmy is a national champion, international champion in subsurfing. So you replaced one with 1A. We're going to go down to the beach. We've got Jamie Mitchell with an interview. Take it away, Jamie.
Felipe Hernandez. Felipe, good to get a win. You're in front of the home crowd. You must have been nervous out there.
Well, hard work always pay off, and it's pretty inspiring to see all the athletes, come here year by year. It's just like see how their performance, and I mean, basically Mexico it's a pretty small town here, and I mean we got the small wave, so we got to train like a mushy wave. So, I mean, also this is my backyard, so pretty stoked to be the event here,
Yeah, it seems like wave selection's a big part out there today, picking the right waves, and you probably got the two best waves of the heat, which resulted in the win.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was looking for one of the big from the set, but I mean, it was pretty tricky. All the athletes here was looking for the same wave, and I kind of it was like a strategy to take him to the point break, and it's just like make him wait there for a bit, and then for me, catch the first wave, and then come back to the inside with the good section. He builds the wave there, and I mean, stoked to get those waves, those scores.
Must feel good in front of the home crowd to get the win.
Well, all my buddies and families here, so pretty excited about that. They can see how can we do better day by day.
All right, mate. Well, good luck in the next round, and back to you, Jody and Bo.
Thanks. Thanks, man.
Okay, and we're back. Thanks a lot, Jamie, and congratulations, Felipe Hernandez advancing on into round number 2. 10 minutes remaining. And Jody, we just saw Sean Pointer on point there, 7-3-7 on that last wave score. You saw glimpses of that during the interview, but that's this time last year in Nicaragua in the small surf, we were seeing he had 4 9s in one heat.
Yeah, he's unstoppable. He's super consistent. I think last year the only thing I could say was he looked very windy on the final day, and he admittedly said he wasn't prepared for that. And I think coming into this year, a lot of people who have gotten bumped into the repecharge rounds realize how much fitness has to come into play, especially when these guys are on the small little boards where they don't get a break. They're constantly moving. So it'll be interesting to see how Sean's fitness level has increased this year, and I'm sure he's going to do a really good job to keep himself out of the repecharge round.
Well, he was determined. Right after that competition, he paddled Molokai Channel with Zane Schweitzer. I mean, he elevated his game. He got his fitness into shape. He's now competing in distance races and technical races. He's become an all-around sup athlete, not just a sup surfing world champion, but he wants to be an all-around athlete, like Connor Baxter, like Kai Lenny, like Travis Grant, like Jamie Mitchell was. These guys are determined not just to be hand down on one discipline, but to be an all-around athlete.
As we see Red paddling, we've got Sean Pointer up and riding on this nice right-hander. This thing's lining up really nice, Bo, as you see Sean doing a nice cut back there, throwing some water, getting a couple off the lips there. There's another section on the inside here he's going to work towards, and gets one more turn there. Sean redirecting on the inside. So Sean looking for a little backup score there. He's sitting on a 5.83, looking to replace that as his lower score as we see up and riding Casper.
Yeah, Casper Steinfath, the 2.67, the 3.2, currently in second place. He needs a perfect 10 right now to catch Sean, but see Casper just falling off his board. Reading a little bit of bio of Sean Pointer, one of his favorite surf spots, he comes down here a lot. Him and Zane Schweitzer love this area. They love this wave, especially in the summertime when the combination of swells, the hurricane swells, the southwest swells, even, the occasional north swells that come in here in off-season.
Yeah, I mean, Sayulita is such a great town. Just the vibe down here is so great as we see up and riding Neil Byrne. Neil, one of 4 of the members of Team Ireland. He's 47 years old and riding a starboard there. And so, it's like these smaller stories are the ones that I love. The Talma brothers out of Barbados, the Team Ireland. And, Casper has really made a name for Team Denmark, but they're still a relatively small team. They only have 4 members.
But I tell you what, Team Denmark is stacked with great talent. Nicole Rasmussen in the sup distance women for technical disciplines also is one of the top ladies competing also. Casper doing the double duty also in the sup technical. You see him doing a triple duty with sup surfing. And Annette Karsing in the sup surfing we'll see from Denmark holds her own in the world. So Denmark's even improving on their team. Before, it was just Casper and his brother. And now Denmark is emerging as one of the top teams in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Annette competing at the ISA World Championships for a while, and it's a cool story. It's really neat to see, like in this heat, we've got 21-year-old. The age range varies so much, and as these sports develop in these countries, those ages are going to get younger and younger, and it's just going to get more and more competitive, and so it's neat to watch. We've got 25-year-old and a 21-year-old and a 47-year-old in this current heat. So
see everybody, friends, family, tourists are down here supporting the 5th edition of the ISA World Championships as we're down here in Sayulita, Mexico. And first 2 years in Miraflores and Lima, Peru last year, going to a lake and ocean format of the sup racing and the sup surfing in Nicaragua, in La Poquita, and also in Lake Granada. And for 2015, we are now mainland Mexico, at at Sayulita on the mainland side, on the Pacific side, and a very small surfing touristy town, 5,000 strong here, the population. But as you said, Jody, the vibe here is just so positive. Everybody is so friendly. The opening ceremonies yesterday, truly amazing. What I enjoyed was the local community getting involved yesterday into the opening ceremonies.
Yeah, it's really neat just bringing the whole cultural aspect into it, and we've seen that in the past in Nicaragua and in Peru. Fernando and the ISA does a really good job of really getting the local community and the local cultural involved. And I was sitting in front of Jackson Close and his family, his 2 little kids, and Jamie Mitchell turns around and he's like, "You don't get that in the classroom." It's just really neat to be able to expose a lot of young guys and girls that are competing for their country to come to Mexico all the way from Australia, New Zealand, or South Africa, or Argentina, and to be able to really sink your teeth into the local culture.
I had a great conversation with ISA President Fernando Aguirre, and he talked about the Olympic movement in the 70s and the 80s and how there was boycotts, and the U.S. boycotted the Moscow Games, and the Soviet nations boycotted the American Games in LA in '84, and how there wasn't this camaraderie. But we're seeing that here, you know. And Fernando, as his mission statement for the ISA, is to develop surfing globally, to crown world champions, to advocate surfing as an inclusion into the Olympic Games, to increase surfing nations up to 96, hopefully to 100 this year. Educational programs, scholarships to young athletes who don't have enough money to buy a board. I mean, the ISA is providing that to nations around the world.
Yeah, and it's starting a movement. I mean, we all know that surfing and being in the ocean is one of the best things in the world. You know, we're all addicted to it, and I think it's such a healthy lifestyle, and to be able to promote it and grow it in all these smaller countries that, you know, they may not have waves, but you can stand up paddle surf or stand up paddle race, and it's a healthy lifestyle, and it's great to see these sports evolve, and it's great to see what the ISA is doing. And I know, like, from the moment I first stand up paddleboarded, I knew that this sport was going to get in the Olympics, and to see the progress that is being made is really exciting to be a part of that. And I can see it in the athletes' faces. You know, you see these young up-and-coming athletes, and to know and have that hope that there's a future to work towards, you know, and someday we may be putting a gold medal, Olympic gold medal, around one of these athletes' necks.
Well, Fernando Aguirre is that, and to do that, baby steps need to be done. Events like this, international events, bringing 27 countries, 300 athletes to Mexico, competing in the ISA World Sup Championships and Paddleboard Championships. Introducing water sports, ocean sports into the Pan American Games for 2019 is on Fernando's agenda. The European Games, the African Games, the Oceanic Games, and ultimately his goal is the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Now, next year is the Olympics. Why not next year? Well, every host city of the Olympics gets to pick, I believe, 2 or 3 new sports to enter in. And guess what new sport's coming into Brazil? Golf. All right? Golf was an original sport back at around the turn of the 1900s, but lost interest and was eliminated on the Olympic movement. Now it's coming in 2016. But Fernando's convincing the IOC, the heads of state, that, hey, look what snowboarding did for the Winter Olympics. That's what surfing and all the other disciplines like SUP surfing, like longboarding, like boogie boarding, knee boarding, adaptive surfing, all the surfing disciplines, the juniors, the pros, they could all do that for the Olympic movement. And 2020 is a real viable goal for Fernando and the IOC.
Well, and, you know, Japan's always been a huge fan of action sports, and their athletes in snowboarding, I mean, what a opportunity that is for that country. And we all know the level of athletes that they have in surfing. And, I mean, just earlier this year in Australia at the Australian Open of Surfing, there were something like close to 15 Japanese surfers competing in that 6-star. So, you know, there's definitely a movement, and I could see Japan, you know, raising their hand, voting to get surfing into the Olympics.
Masatoshi Ono, one of the best surfers at Pipeline, you know. We've got famous Japanese surfers coming every year charging the North Shore of Oahu. And, you know, going back to the man in the water right now in that gray shirt, the white shirt, Casper Steinfath, we told you he's competing in 3 divisions, SUP surfing, SUP technical, SUP distance, but he also holds a 4th hat in the ISA. He's a current vice president, along with Lane Beachley, Karen Alta from Peru, Barbara Kendall from New Zealand, and holds a viable role of where the sport's going to go in the future. And Fernando saw that in Casper, not as an athlete, but as a diplomat, as a person in Europe to help advance the sport. He's got a professional 8-time women world champion and ISA world champion, Lane Beachley. Barbara Kendall, noted windsurfing world champion. I mean, he's got people in strategic areas to help the sport there. And we just heard the horn countdown, and that was a heat for heat number 9. Sean Pointer takes first, Casper Steinfath second, Neil Byrne in third. So we'll be standing by for the countdown for heat number 10. And pretty much we knew who was going to advance through that heat, and top surfers just did. And the horn has not sounded for the next heat, and these guys are already taking off on waves. So let's introduce heat number 10. Dave Bain from the United States will be in red. Adam Feiner from Canada will be in the white. Leonard Nica from Italy will be in the yellow. So we'll stay on board here for our next heat, heat number 10. 2 more heats to follow after this. And then the women will be on deck with their first round, 6 heats coming up for the ladies in the world's best in SUP surfing. So with the 48-man team format and 44 surfers in the draw, we're going to have a series of 3-man heats, and this is our last 3-man heat. Here we go on the outside. This will be in the green jersey. Leonard Nica out of Italy. Nice carving turn, tail slide. And we can't tell you, Dave Bainey is on the left of this wave. Those are the cheers for that. Let's watch Leonard here. Good carving turn, finishing up using the paddle to keep on the wave, but falls off the backside.
Well, super exciting to see a name like Dave Bainey in this event. Dave, his dad starting Infinity surfboards, and Infinity has stand-up paddleboards has really been at the cutting edge of stand-up paddle surfing. So, I think Dave's from the mecca of stand-up in California, Dana Point. Where, it was a hot spot. It all kind of developed there in the beginning, and they also shape race boards as well. But I tell you what, the stand-up paddle surfboards that they've been manufacturing have been next level.
Dave Bain shapes adaptive surfboards too. I work with a group in Hawaii called Access Surf Hawaii, where we give the handicapped, the underprivileged, a chance to experience surfing into the water. And Dave Bain is one of our main shapers for adaptive surfing. Wave skis, tandem boards with handles and Velcro and extra thickness and wideness on the boards. And we give him the specs, and Dave pumps them out for us. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, his dad's been shaping forever. The famous tandem surfing couple, his mom and dad, and Dave just carrying on that tradition. It's great to see, and he's currently riding a pretty small board, 7'1". Infinity, as we see up and riding in green. That's Leonard Nica out of Italy.
Good carving turn, second maneuver there for Nica. As you see, the score has popped up for Dave Bain, a 3.0 and a 4.5, so that's a combination score. And fins free, popping the board out, but not landing it. And that's what the judges want to see, is completion of maneuver. He wants to see if he can pop the fins there and get an aerial there, but land on the front side of the wave, not on the back side. So Leonard, very impressive there. Good carving turns and very motivated to be one of the top 2 surfers advancing on into round number 2.
Well, Leonard is 27 years old. He currently resides in Rome. There's only 5 members in Italy, so he'll be doing multiple duty, competing in the SUP distance racing, the SUP surfing, and the technical racing.
Well, it's good to see Italy growing in the SUP racing and the SUP surfing aspect. And you see more of these athletes training, walking on the beach, feeling the vibe here in Sayulita, Mexico. We had the opening ceremonies yesterday. 27 nations were marching. There's a beautiful crowd, great atmosphere, great cultural dancing from the local community. As here's Dave Bainey up and riding on his backside. Closeout section, not going to deter him as he banks a maneuver off the whitewater section, trying to improve on his low wave of a 3.0 right now, in first as he'll kick out. So we talked about Australia. Their 2 competitors advancing into the second round. Hawaii's top 2 competitors have advanced to the second round. We saw Sean Pointer in the last heat. Jody advanced. Dave's sitting number 1 in this heat. So the top nations, I mean, the more you stay in that winner's qualifying round, the less heats you have to surf, finding your way to the ultimate goal, the Final 4.
As we see up and riding out of Canada, Adam. And he's one of 4 team members on Team Canada, 44 years old. He actually lives in Mexico, so originally from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. And he's riding a pretty interesting board. So we have a 44-year-old, a 38-year-old. I'm not sure, but all types of equipment. And, Canada has been another fun team to watch over the years. And they have really great camaraderie.
Well, they've got some of the best women's stand-up surfers in the world, with Lena Gaitis, a gold medal winner from last year. Shannon Bell has won medals for Canada. She was slated to be on the prone team this year, but last minute had to drop out. She has won both prone and sup distance for Team Canada. 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We are in heat number 10, round number 1 of the men's sup surfing division of the ISA World Championships. And coming up tomorrow will be distance racing for the ladies in both prone and sup distance. So it'll be a 20K course for the ladies, and then the men will have the same course coming up on Wednesday. Dave Bainey in the lead right now. His last wave, a 3.67, has improved his margin. Leonard Nica out of Italy in second place with a 5.6 two-wave combo, and Abin Feiner from Canada in third place, now needing a 3.59.
Well, Dave, last year he won the Surf Tech Shootout up in Santa Cruz. He was the first goofy footer to win that event. So that says a lot about Dave's backhand capabilities in this. Today, this morning, we've been seeing a lot of rights coming through. So it's nice to have that. I just saw a huge fish jump.
That wasn't a fish. That was a stingray.
Oh, stingray. Okay.
We've had stingrays the last couple of days, and one of the fill you in, because Jody just flew in yesterday. Saturday, one of the Mexican competitors got stung by a stingray in his ankle and had to get taken to the hospital. Lost quite a lot of blood. He's okay right now, but the pain he was describing was immense.
Oh yeah, I've been surfing since I was 12, and I only just got stung a couple years ago, and it was one of the most painful things I've ever experienced.
So beware, there's flying stingrays, and there's stingrays in the water, especially in the shallows out here at Sayulita. So there's a little background.
The flying stingrays, that's another thing. They usually stick on the bottom.
Yep. Bottom feeders, here we go. Leonard Nica trying to get on this wave. He's got it. Momentum. That's where the speed power comes in. Let's watch the flow here. The transition. Nice carving turn. Pivots that blade back onto his left side. Now back to the right side. Here he goes again. Boom. Throws the spray with the tail. And Leonard establishing himself here solid in second place in this heat.
As we see Leonard making his way back out, we've got a couple riders out the back. Both Dave and Adam out of Canada are up and on that wave. Dave just trying to stick with it.
He's got it, Jody.
Makes to the inside section, showing us that backhand. This wave's going to have a nice reform on the inside. Dave gets one last hit. Dave's got that great smooth style. We've been talking a lot about how some of these surfers have transitioned from longboarding into stand-up paddle surfing. And, Dave's great on anything you put under his feet, shortboard, longboard, stand-up paddleboard. You could probably put a piece of wood underneath him, a door, and he'd do surf good.
Well, he replaced Colin McPhillips, a two-time ASP men's world longboard champion who transitioned to sup surfing. So like Colin, he's got that longboarding background as he described. And I love that fluid backhand. Not a hiccup in that. Nice carving turn in the white water. Completed the maneuver with style, with finesse, and with control.
Yeah, and that's something that comes into play with the judges. They're sitting here watching, and style, even though it's not necessarily written as a criteria, style is definitely something that comes into play when those judges are writing the scores down on the paper. As we see Leonard Nica, 27-year-old out of Rome, up and riding on this right. He's generating a lot of speed, cutting back into the whitewash. this thing kind of dies out, but he's going to try and make the reform. But that wave just not having the same opportunity that Dave's wave had earlier, as we currently have Dave Bain in first, sitting on a 4.50 and a 4.60. That last wave I don't believe has come in yet for Dave, because the last maneuver was a good one.
So Dave sitting comfortably with 9 minutes remaining with a 9.1 two-wave total. Coming up next, Antoine DePero, three-time finalist, former champion at the SUP surfing representing France. We'll have Jose Gomez out of Peru, one of Peru's top SUP surfers. Frederic Roxvall from Sweden, and a very interesting competitor we're going to be talking about in the next heat is Christophe Conroy. He is originally from France. He is the Chile national now, a citizen, and the Chilean SUP surfing champion. And story we're going to delve into that as we get into that. What we want to do here in Sayulita is give you, not just the top 4 guys who make the final, but the stories behind the scenes. You heard today when I interviewed Zane Schweitzer how it was, breaking schedule, breaking patterns to come to Sayulita, to come compete, forego other events and commitments around the world, and how they had to raise money to get sponsors to come here. And you're going to hear a lot of those stories, and we're going to find these stories, and we have a surfer in the next heat who has one of those stories, and we're going to dwell into that. And another great wave from Dave on that last one from Huntington Beach, California. And that's who we're talking about right there, the man in the green jersey, Christophe Conroy.
Did Dave move? I'm just kidding.
No, is Dave from Huntington?
I think he's from Dana Point.
Dana Point,
Yeah,
okay.
He's definitely from Dana Point.
Okay.
He'd probably get bummed if you said he was from Huntington Beach. But yeah, it's great to hear all the stories and the fundraising and the sacrifice and the determination that goes into getting these teams here. And it's not cheap getting these boards into the country, especially the race boards, these 12-foot boards. That the logistics of getting the boards and the price of getting the boards here is another thing that these teams have to endure in order to compete in the ISA World Championships.
Well, we saw 2 years ago, Jody, inflatable boards down in Miraflores. We saw boards being held in customs, not being transferred to the athletes. So traveling internationally, there are logistics. 12-foot boards, 14-foot boards. We're seeing the 12.6 for the men. Dave Kalama has come out saying, hey, we should all be competing on inflatable boards because of the transportation issue. And that way we're all competing on the same thing. He's got a good point there. But, a lot of people want their personal equipment. They train on it. They're sponsored by it. They're used to it. But SUP surfing, SUP racing, all in the are going to be changing throughout the years.
Yeah, definitely. The is evolving, and Jimmy Terrell, Quick Blade Paddle, always been such a great the guidelines. He's a former Olympic medalist in the drop knee canoe, and so he has that experience in the sport and in the Olympic sports. So I think a lot, there's some regulations that might go into effect and as the sport evolves over the years, but it's great to see all the athletes get involved in that, and to see Casper at just 21 years old being the vice president of the ISA on the board, it's really impressive. He's been around. This is his 4th year, so he's been involved since he was 17 years old, and to have that and the forthcoming to want to be that involved and help the sport grow is really neat to see.
Here we go, Leonard Nica from Italy, currently in 2nd. Love the aggression, love the attack that he has here. Boom. Transition with the paddle, that's going to be good, but just on the back side of that wave, so all that for naught. Leonard seeking a 6.27 to catch Bainey for the lead. So he's not going to get it there. 5 minutes remaining in this heat, 20-minute heats, and this is the crunch time for the surfers. We talk about the 2-minute warning in football. Well, it's the 5-minute warning in surfing.
And Dave's sitting in a pretty good spot. We've been seeing most of the winners of each heat have been getting in those double digits. Dave not quite there, so I know he's got a lot more left in the tank, and he's going to be patient. He's getting himself into position so that when that next set comes in, he can be right on it. But right now, the guy that needs help is our man Adam in the white. He's going to be sitting the repecharge unless he can replace his low-scoring wave of a 1.01. So, I mean, he's really not sitting on right now with a total heat score of 3.30.
Yeah, well, Adams in striking distance only needing a 3.59, so just a below average score. If you think 5 as an average and excellent scores 8 to 10, so just below average score of 3.59. There's 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Hot, humid day, no winds. We saw a bit of an onshore wind yesterday in the afternoon on the surf, chopping up the face, but clean conditions out here for our competitors at the ISA World Championships for SUP surfing, SUP racing, SUP distance, and don't forget, the pro and paddleboarders also competing out here in their distance and technical races. All part of the World Championships put on by the International Surfing Association. Yeah, if you want to get involved with the ISA, of course, our website at isasurf.org. But social media, big campaign with facebook.com/International Surfing Association. Both Twitter and Instagram handles are the same, at ISA Surfing. You can hashtag us with a picture and get involved with hashtag ISA Worlds or Snapchat at ISA_surfing. Get involved with the World Championships as Adam Feiner up and riding out of Team Canada. And he's here, the Canadians cheering him on as he works his way on the inside. Adam's been busy. This is his 6th wave of the heat. His highest, a 1.97. His lowest, a 1.33 on his wave count. And Adam's still not giving up with just 3 minutes remaining.
You can hear those cowbells in the background. You know, everybody brings their own little mascot for their teams, and you know, the Mexican teams, sometimes they have their Mexican masks, and yeah, it's cool to just see that team camaraderie, and usually in these sports, they're very individual sports, you know, racing, surfing, you know, you're kind of on your own competing for yourself, but in the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships, you've got that whole team behind you, and you've got a group on the beach standing, supporting you, and you know, they're traveling in a foreign country, and it's really cool to see everybody get behind that team atmosphere.
There's Jose Gomez from Peru. We can see Frederick from Sweden, and there's Christoph from Chile getting ready for the next heat. And we're going to really be focusing on this man in the green jersey off to the left and his story, how he came here. And he's got a lot of support. A Frenchman, now a national Chilean citizen, and the Chilean SUP surfing champion. And, you know, Chile, a long coastline. They have hosted the ISA World Bodyboard Championships last year. They're going to re-host that coming up December later on this year. And, of course, hosting the Quicksilver Ceremonial won by Makuakai Rothman just less than a month ago with one of the biggest swells Chile has seen in many years. And Chile has a lot of pride, a lot of history in surfing up and down the coast, some cold water surfing at that. In fact, they're bidding to host the ISA World Masters next year.
That'll be exciting. You know, the year we went to Ecuador a couple years back, it's really fun to see the Masters and the names that come out for those events. It's pretty exciting. So ISA doing great things in the sport of surfing.
And coming up in just about 3 weeks, the ISA World Team Surfing Championships heading back down to Nicaragua. And coming up in October, the ISA will host the World Juniors at Oceanside, California. September, the ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championships and the World Masters this year coming up in November in the Canary Islands off Spain. So the ISA with World Championship events globally and with the different disciplines from around the world. 30 seconds remaining. Leonard Nica from Italy finishing up his wave. Solid performance here for second place. But the story here is the USA going back-to-back with heat wins by Sean Pointer and Dave Bainey.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're blowing the horns right now. They're really putting their mark on this event, and coming out with 2 strong wins they're showing that they're here to take this event.
Well, Australia's advanced there too. Hawaii has advanced their 2 competitors. USA has advanced there too. Mexico has advanced there too. I mean, the top nations are competing out here. New Zealand showing their contenders. So there's the sound of the horn. There's rounding out heat number 10. And coming up in heat number 11, we'll set the stage there. So we're going to be right back after this short break. and maybe we'll get Jody down there to interview Dave Bainey from the United States, and we'll have more exciting action as there's Bainey coming up with Team USA onto the screen, Candace Appleby and the whole team. There's such team camaraderie with Team USA there and the competitors. So we'll be right back right after this. You're watching the 2015 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico. All right, welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And this is a story we want to bring up here in this heat, Jamie. We were touching about it earlier, is Christoph Conroy. Original Frenchman, nationalized citizen of Chile now, and is the Chile SUP surfing champion. And he may not win this heat, but it's his story that makes the ISA World Championship such a unique event.
That sort of sums up the ISA, doesn't it? It's like, a guy that can go from France and move to Chile and become the SUP champion, and now he's competing against probably all his heroes, and amazing that the ISA gives people like that the opportunity to come and compete against the best guys in the world.
Christoph, welcome to Mexico. That's the good news. The bad news is you got gold medal champion Antoine Delperro from France, not only a SUP surfing champion, but an ASP longboard champion, an ISA longboard champion. I mean, Antoine even does prone division for the France team to help make their team a whole competitive team. I mean, Antoine's one of the best in the world.
Antoine is amazing. He is a fierce competitor. And as you say, I think he's one of the only people that have won. I think he's won a longboard ISA and a stand-up ISA World Championship. So, and just real savvy and real team orientated. I think last year he went in the prone distance race just to make up points, and that's no small feat, paddling 20 kilometers on a prone board when you're not used to that. So, Antoine is he's one of the favourites for this event for sure.
Let's watch the paddle out on the outside. This will be Surfer in Black, our Swedish competitor. This will be Frederic. And just losing the momentum there. But Jose Gomez out of Peru. Don't count him out. He's Peru really showed their glory 2013 when they placed fourth place in the medal for Team Peru.
Yeah, and I think if I remember rightly, I think a Peruvian was in the final of the stand-up finals and was ripping, like really, really surfing well. And these countries just keep improving every year. And from when it was like maybe people putting their hand up to wanting to go, now they're doing trials and each country has their way to get into these championships. And it's just amazing how it's evolved over this short 4 years. And it's only going to get better. And the competition is strong. And I love seeing these smaller countries come out and have amazing competitors that surf just as good as anywhere in the world.
Yeah, the guy you're talking about, Jamie, is Tamil Martino. He was a silver medalist to Sean Pointer down in Miraflores, and he's coming up in heat number 12, so we're going to see him in the next heat.
Yeah, and I remember that. It sort of like reminded me of the locals here. He just picked the good waves over there, knew exactly what he was doing, and that's why I think the Mexicans here have that little home court advantage with picking the right waves and knowing which ones to take. So hopefully we'll see these guys like Peru and Chile step up to the plate.
And I believe we're getting ready for Jody Nelson with an interview. Jody, if you're ready, take it away.
Thanks, guys, down here in the winner of that last heat, Dave Bain. And Dave, it's great to see you here, being a part of Team America, Team USA. It's been a while, but it's great to see, the like. Candace Appleby, Danny Ching showing up to support, the Slater Trouts and everybody. What's it feel like to put this jersey on representing the country?
Yeah, it feels good. We've sent some teams down already. And a lot of people are saying this is the strongest one, so it's cool to be part of that. And I've been trying to make the team for 3 years, really. So to qualify, that feels good, and to be here and actually get a heat out of the way and do well. And everybody's on the beach is awesome. So I had a good time.
And talk to us a little bit about the conditions. It's a little shifty out there. What was your strategy going into that?
Yeah, it's challenging. A lot of the waves look good, but then they're slopey. So you got to get those kind of double up looking ones, and those seem to be deeper. But then on the deep ones, there's only one good one. And then the wide ones, there's 3 good ones. So do you risk missing that one on the whole set or what? So it is a little bit of a head spin. But I think you just got to keep busy and finish your waves. If you get a wave, they're all, there's not that amazing yet. So they're all pretty hard. If you finish your wave, do good. And surf animated, I think, at least get a couple scores.
Now, yesterday the parade and everything, what's been your favorite part so far, just seeing all the different countries and maybe hearing some of the stories?
Yeah, it's pretty fun, just going down, the main street with all the commotion and chaos going on, and, you kind of feel out of place, your team, you just have a couple people here, and then Mexico's got hundreds of people just going off. It's so rad to see that. And at the end of the day, everyone's like, yeah, nice work, that was killer. So it was just fun. It gets you amped, gets you psyched, and makes you want to do good. It can't sleep at night, you know what I mean? You're just so stoked. So it's been fun so far, yeah.
And, Sean's been competing. He's won a gold medal in the ISA. Has he given you any tips coming into this?
Yeah, it's really good. Sean, I respect him so much as a competitor. He's been there. He's won a gold medal. He's on the world tour full time, and he surfs really well. He's a good friend of mine. And Ian, he's really good at, instilling that confidence in you and trying to keep you calm. So we have our strategies and things. And I'm usually more of a relaxed competitor, so it's nice to have that structure. I actually like that, but I just – I don't want to go about the wrong way. So with Sean and Ian there, you have a plan, and it feels good. Everybody's on board. It's fun, yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Dave, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round, and we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Jody. Nice carving wave. Let's update you right now. This is surfer in white, Jose Gomez, who's currently leading in this heat with a 2-wave combo of a 4-1-3. And great to hear Dave Bainey there. And, of course, Team USA, one of 7 teams that have 2 men advancing into round 2. And that's huge, isn't it, Jamie?
Yeah, it is huge because you can't make a mistake these days. And, if you do, these other, countries will pounce. And the last thing one of these big countries want to do is early and make it harder for yourself. I remember, I think, Justin Holland last year and also Sean.
Bo Nixon, too.
Had to go right through. Surfing every heat, and it was just non-stop, and it takes it out of you.
Sean Pointer. Pointer, Nixon, Holland, last year, some of the 3 big dogs, but it was the small waves they weren't used to. And they had to grovel through the repechage round, and we saw Pointer make it all the way into the final.
And by the time you get to the final, I think Sean maybe finished 4th, and he was so tired and exhausted that he just couldn't surf the way he wanted to. So, hence, getting through these early heats, may not seem much right now, but in the long run, it makes a huge difference.
Well, Team Peru cheering on Jose Gomez, a 3.9 on that last wave, and the shocking element in this story halfway through the heat here, Antoine DePero with 1 score of a 0.4. And the one thing you don't want to do is get to the repechage round. You don't want to get to the repechage round on day 1.
No, Antoine's, he could do that. He could go through the repechage, but no one wants to do that. And, he's being patient, but with these 20-minute heats, you can't really be that patient. So, he's going to need to get a score on the board to make himself feel comfortable.
Yeah, Antoine, 2012 gold medalist, 2013 bronze medalist, 2014 bronze medalist. Look at the consistency there. His teammate, Jeremy Masseri, 5th place last year. So 2 of them in the top 5 on the team. So those are huge points.
Yeah, and those guys have been solid. I think those 2 guys have been in the team for the last few years. So, they definitely know how to surf heats, and as you said, Antoine needs no introduction. He's a sensational surfer, longboarder, knows how to compete. But as we see now, just sort of lacking some waves here, and with that 20, we're halfway through the heat now. We're just about 10 minutes in, and he hasn't. He's only got a really small score.
Yeah, but he only needs a 1.24 to go to second, 1.1 to go to first. So He's in that capable division, needing a 6.33 to go to first. So just needing a 1.1 to the third place. So he's very much within striking distance. But you'll see these top competitors, and even on the Pro Tour, quantity, not quality of waves, quantity of waves, the quality of the wave that they're on. See, Antoine passed this up. He let Black take it, and in Black, this was Frederic out of Sweden.
Yeah,
and then Green on the inside. This is Christoph out of Chile.
Yeah, these guys have just been busy. They're just surfing and they're having fun, and Antoine's being that competitor that he is, just trying to wait for those waves.
He saw that wave, no scoring potential. Those two guys, no scoring potential there. So that's why he didn't go for that wave.
Yeah, he's smart, and he's paddling now, so we'll see what he does with this one. But he needs to get busy.
9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Here we go. Antoine Depero, former gold and bronze medalist in this category of subsurfing, leading the French flag. And, of course, they have some of the world's best distance paddlers in Puyo and Titiran. So we'll be seeing them coming up on Wednesday.
That was a weird wave. There was one behind it, and it caught up to it. It's just disappeared. It seems like the waves have, I don't know what the tides are doing. To me, it feels like the tide's filling in. The swell is it's a little bit more inconsistent now. But Antoine, he's going to go to the lead with that wave. He milked that all the way to the end.
Yeah, 6.33 or higher, he'll take first. A 1.24 or better, he'll take second. So very much within striking distance. And how about Christophe Conroy, the Frenchman, hailing from Chile now, currently in second place, halfway through the heat.
And he's got a Frenchman in the heat as well, so I wonder how that feels for him. But representing Chile proud and doing a great job. So Antoine looks like he just moved up into second with that wave.
Yeah, 5.17. Antoine now only needs a 1.56 to gain first. So very smart surfing, not hitting the panic button. But we just did want to point out, for half the heat, he was in fourth place. And he really don't want to be there.
No, but, that's the difference, right? Antoine is a competitor that's surfed many, many heats. And, here we are talking about he's out there probably as calm as can be. He knows what he's looking for. And, he got that one there. And he'll go out now and look for another good wave to back it up and, try and take out the heat.
Let's watch Christoph right here, paddling, opting not for this wave. But I'm sure surfers have a strategy. Here's Antoine on the inside. Let's see if he catches it. Yes, as we are still focused in on screen with Christoph. But on the inside is Antoine Depero.
Yeah, Antoine went from being really selective now to just catching a backup wave on the inside. And he's just trying to get a little backup score, and then he'll try and go out and get a set wave.
Now he's got his two-wave minimum. Now he can work off that with 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he saw that little potential there. He's going to try and put himself in the first place, and now I'm sure he'll go out and try and wait for one of the
heats. And Jamie, let's throw it into the racing side, because we're going to see sup racing, prone racing coming up later in this week. What is your strategy in your past? Did you want to be in front? Did you want to be behind the pack? Were there different races you had different strategies?
Yeah, it's always different, and it depends on the competitors and conditions, but you always want to be up that front end of the pack. It looks like, we're looking at the conditions out here now in Sayulita that there will be some drafting. Drafting will be a huge factor in the race, and, you don't want to be too far back in the draft train because, the boards are 12.6 long. If you're 10th in a draft train of 10, that's 100 feet behind. If someone decides to make a move at the front, all of a sudden you're 100 feet behind. So there is a lot of strategy, and we're going to see some of that come into play over the next few days.
I remember in Miraflores, you were in that top pack leading the train, you and Casper and others, and Fernando Stalla was trying to catch up to that front pack, but he just couldn't, and he was in that second pack and just never made it. And then, it took him till the end of the race to catch you guys in that front. So, it's more work.
It's a lot more work, and when you got to get over each person's wash, it's so much effort. It doesn't seem like much, and to the naked eye, it doesn't look like much. But trust me, when you're trying to get over a little bit of wash at the end of a race, it feels like you're paddling up a mountain. And that's why you want to be position yourself sort of like the Tour de France at the end of a sprint. You see the sprinters that start to move to the front, so they've got a chance. And the same thing here. Like these guys are gonna try and conserve energy, but still be up front and, maybe take turns and, work with each other.
Let's watch Christoph here from Chile. Nice carving turn. He's got the momentum. He's got that wider board, as we're seeing different from like Zane Schweitzer and Sean Pointer and Dave Bainey, but still able to slide the tail. That's going to be his best wave score right now, currently in fourth place. as our Peruvian, Jose Gomez, going down on his wave. And the reason I asked you those series of questions, the strategy, seeing Antoine DePerro in 4th place, he had that strategy on that paddle back out to catch that second wave, to get that 2.9, to get him out of second into first. Now he's more comfortable and not stressing. And that's how the strategy is playing out in his head.
Yeah, he knew what he needed. He saw that he could get, two or 3 points in that wave. He took that. As we see, he's just being patient out the back, and he's going to look for a high scoring potential wave as we actually see him maybe turn around now and paddle.
Here we go, Antoine DePerro, 3-time medalist in the SUP surfing at the ISA World Championship. Big carving forehand turn. Here he goes on the inside, keeping the board moving.
Yeah, milking it for, there's a little flat section just there, and he goes back into the power source of the wave, and now he's just going to try and race this little section and finish off with a nice turn. But really hard work at the moment. But Antoine, as he does, making the most of it.
Well, great wave for Antoine DePerro. Definitely will be one of his top 2 scoring waves, counting a 5.17 and a 2.9. And what a different story. He's had 2 heats in one. First 10 minutes of his heat, he was at a score of 0.4. The second 10 minutes of his heat, now he's looking at possibly double digits.
Yeah, and again, as we see Christoph again, surfing really amazing. Actually, it's great to see Chile represented, and he's putting in a great performance. He's moving that starboard around, and doing a couple of nice turns there. So another nice wave for Christoph.
2.7 on his last wave, so it's got him out of 4th into 3rd place, needing a 5.37. So here we go, Jose Gomez on the outside.
Yeah, Jose just cutting back left and just realizing there was not much left of that wave. So, he'll kick out and try and go back and get a better wave. But it's funny to see the strategies. The guys with boards and the narrow boards are tending to maybe paddle, a little bit more laying down than normal. But it's great to see the changes of equipment and how short the paddles have got. The length of the paddle, the size of the blades, everything's coming down, and just the evolution of the sport.
Well, you talked about it. The evolution of the sport is still in its infancy here. SUP surfing changing year to year. Every year, I just love seeing the new equipment. Last year, we were in La Boquita, Nicaragua. I was picking up the boards and how light they were. Now this year, they're even lighter and smaller, and they're looking like more North Shore guns. The shape and the designs. We're seeing asymmetrical boards out here, too. No noses up at the top.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And, that's, again, evolution. Just, we have technology these days is amazing. And, the materials you can make the boards with and, what the shapers can do is pretty amazing. So, it's, it nearly comes down to, who can get a hold of the best materials to make those lightest boards. But there is a fine line between being too light and too heavy, and you got to find that happy medium.
Well, just as predicted, Antoine DePerro, last wave score 5.12, gets him in double digits. He's at a 10.27 in first, Jose Gomez in second, and our Chilean surfer in third, needing a 4.73. Here we go, out the back, surfer in black. This is Fredrik out of Sweden, up and down. And I love the glassy conditions out here today.
It's beautiful. It's exactly what you want for a surf contest, and conditions couldn't be any better. So these guys are, making it look great. And, it's the left and the right, so they get a chance to, either way. Looks like the right definitely has the more scoring potential at the moment. But, with an incoming swell middle of the week, things will get exciting, and looking forward to seeing that.
Here's a shot of our other Chilean competitor, Claudio Puntarelli. He'll be up against another Peruvian, another Frenchman, and another Swede. Why? Because that's the way the seeding is drawn by team countries placing in last year's competition. So same 4 countries will be dueling out with 4 different competitors in heat number 12, and that'll round out round 1, the qualifying round. Then we'll move into round 1 of the women's SUP surfing competition with the first 6 heats of the ladies as they'll be competing.
Yeah, look forward to watching the girls. Speak about evolution. The girls are just starting to surf so good and just improving every year. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the girls tear it up today and really put on show what they're able to do now over the last few years.
45 men in the competition here today, 21 women in the competition coming up in 2 heats from now. 30 seconds remaining. Former gold medal winner from 2012 at the ISA World Sup competition, up and riding. Antoine DePero in the lead with a 10.27 with 20 seconds counting down. Gomez in third, Conroy in third, and Roxfall from Sweden in fourth.
Yeah, I think Antoine just sort of making the most of this wave, but he's going to win the heat, and as you would expect, move through and miss that rapid charge, which we were talking about earlier, you do not want to be in.
Well, I tell you what, it was the tale of 2 heats for Antoine. The first 10 minutes, he had a 0.4. The second 10 minutes, a 10.27. Talk to him, he would say probably one of the worst heats of his life, but he's going to be happy that he advanced on through, and now he can cheer on his countrymen. And there's Team France, and they're going to be contending for a gold medal team-wise.
Yeah, Team France is really, really strong this year. They've got great, sup races. I'm not quite sure about their prone team, but France has a life-saving, background, so they should have someone good.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to check in with a great beach interview coming up next from our Chilean competitor. But stay tuned for more exciting action live from Sayulita, Mexico. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships.
I will tell on you, you old Jezebel. What a controversy. How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships presented by Hotel Cupero. We are in beautiful Sayulita, Mexico. I'm Jody Nelson, joined here by Jamie Mitchell. And currently in this heat, we have 4 amazing surfers. Tamil Martino in the white from Peru, and up and riding right here, we have Jeremy Mazaret from France. In the yellow, Claudio Puntarelli out of Chile, and up and riding here, that's Tamil Martino. And in black, we've got Patrick Boyum out of Sweden.
Yeah, exactly the same lineup as the last heat. 1 Frenchman, a Peruvian, a Chilean, and someone from Sweden. So a great array of competitors here. And Jeremy, like I said, the last few years has been an improving surfer, and him and Antoine are a strong combination for the French team. So I'm looking for Jeremy to really step it up and have a great heat this one.
Well, we've seen quite a display of surfing this morning already, Jamie, as we see up and riding. A couple of surfers, as Black is making his way back out from Sweden.
Yeah, Jeremy in the red there, just picking off, the waves, like I said, I think just filling up a little bit. So we saw Antoine in the earlier heat just being a little too selective the first 10 minutes and then getting busy that last 10. So these guys just need to get busy, surf a lot of waves, and and sooner or later they're going to get a nice one that'll run all the way through the beach.
Well, we've seen today there's kind of needs to be a sense of urgency at the beginning of the heat. 20 minutes goes by really quick, and some of these heats have had more waves than others. So, we've seen a couple good surfers ride on the bubble because they haven't had the waves.
Yeah, 20 minutes goes by really fast. So, like a guy like Antoine, like he's a seasoned professional, and he had basically a really low score the first 10 minutes and then came through at the end. But I think we'll see these guys. Hopefully the other competitors are watching, what's happening in the ocean. And, it looks like these guys are now, trying to get really busy and just surf, whatever comes to them. So 4 people in the heat and not many waves. So, it's important to try and pick the best ones and, make the most of it. But, these guys are surfing really well. And it looks like in the green, he's going really deep over there looking for a left-hander. It looks like he's a goofy footer. So he's going to try and pick off some of those lefts.
Well, this is the last heat of the men's round 1. And after this, we'll be getting into the SUP surfing women's division, the qualifying rounds. And, we'll see Emma Webb, Annette Karsing, and Edith Garcia in that first heat. So we've got Australia, Denmark, and Costa Rica. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these girls. We've got some new names, and it's going to be very competitive. And right now we've got an interview down on the beach with the winner of that last heat.
So welcome on the beach. I'm post interview of that heat number, and I'm with the Chilean surfer who finished in 3rd position. This is Christophe Conry. He was French until a little bit, and we're used to speaking in French, but we'll do the interview in English. Christophe, I want you to tell us how you came to represent Chile in this event.
Yeah, born in France, and now I live in Chile and Easter Island since 8 years ago. And a few months ago, I had my passport, my Chilean passport, and I was a different time national champion in the Chilean championship. That's why I was selected in the national team, and I'm really proud to represent Chile because I love this country. I love Easter Island too, and it's a great experience for me to compete with the best in the world.
So exactly, and so it's your first participation in an ISA World event. Tell us a bit about the feeling that you feel, the vibe. That's very different to a professional event, no?
Yeah, exactly. I'm really enjoying it because all the competitors are really friendly, professional and amateurs. I meet people from different kind of country, and people really organize a strong nationality. And other, like in Chile, we just start, we are new, but we really enjoy it. It's a great experience for all the Chilean team, and we are really proud and really motivated to do the best for Chile.
Thank you, Chris. Good luck in the first round of repêchage. And if you want a space to say a message, maybe in Spanish, maybe in French, to people following the webcast.
Yeah. Hello to all my friends of Easter Island. Yorana Korua a todos mis tainas de la Isla de Pascua, and enjoy the surfing. So good.
So we did it in Easter Island language. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thanks, Philip. Great interview right there, and that's a good insight. Jamie, there's so many cool stories in this event. It's my favorite part of stories like that, and to see people how much sacrifice and dedication that they've put into just getting here.
Yeah, it's not an easy task to get your equipment, get the flights, all that stuff from all parts of the world. So, good job to everyone getting here. And like you say, these interest stories are the ones that make it. There's so many good stories coming out of the ISA, champs, and just one we just saw then. So, back to the heat in the water. We have the Frenchman Jeremy Messier picking off a nice insider, and he's been really busy this heat. He's caught a lot of waves, and seems like he's picking the right ones. And this one again, he's going to ride right through to the inside. Nice little finish turn there, and he's going to be stoked with that wave and steps off on the beach and back out for another one.
Well, Jeremy, 30 years old, out of Bis across France. That's where he's living right now. He's on an 8-foot board. I'm sorry. Yeah, 8-foot board. He's been surfing for 25 years. He got 5th in the ISA, was his best result. And, Team France is, between him and Antoine Del Perro winning in 2012, they've had a very solid presence in this event.
Yeah, France is a team to be reckoned with this year. I think they're going to, push for that overall title, and it starts right now. And, Antoine just got through, and if Jeremy gets through, then, all of those, power countries have got both of their, competitors through. So then it'll be up to the women, and looking forward to seeing them, and they'll be up next. And, but yeah, Jeremy doing a great job right now, picking the best waves and just, riding them and milking them for all they're worth.
And, another name that we've seen over the years is Tamil Martino out of Peru. He's been a solid competitor every year, and this year he's he's going to be competing in the SUP surfing as well as the SUP technical racing for the men. He's 27 years old out of Peru. So 2 years he was, in his home break, and now competing here in Sayulita, Mexico, as we see Claudio Putarelli up and riding from Chile.
Yeah, and that was a good wave from the Chilean there. And but yeah, Tamil, he really stepped up. And I remember that 2 years ago in the final when he was really surfing amazing, and just to be in your home country and to perform under pressure, and all your family and friends, and it's just a great job. And here he is again now, just really being busy and changing that paddle around, and nice big slash there off the white water, and surfing really good. And the Peruvians are not here to play second fiddle. They want to go home with a victory as well.
As we have out the back Jeremy Mazare on a nice right-hander, and stand-up paddling is great in conditions like this just because you can generate your own speed, and it's a little mushier today, and these guys are not having any trouble generating the speed. And one thing that I love about watching Tamil is he's one of those guys that has good style. His style is very smooth, and that's one of those unwritten things that really it comes into play with the judges when they're putting those scores down on the paper. And Tamil's always impressed me over the years just with his nice, amazing style.
Yeah, sometimes they make it look too easy, don't they? It's I just liked his roundhouse cut back then. He was on rail, switched the paddle, and I think when I look at surfing, I look at bottom turns and roundhouse cutbacks, and if you've got that in your repertoire, you're going to be a great surfer, and he definitely has that. So great surfing from Tamil, and just seems to be getting better and better every year we see him. Each year he comes to the ISA World Championships.
And he's not using a wood paddle anymore.
No, he didn't carve it out himself. He's gone to the carbon paddle like most people, but and just evolving, like the sport is, the equipment is. If you want to be the best, you've sort of just got to have the best equipment. So, Tamil, going away from that wood paddle and, stepping it up. And, as we see right now, he's right in the mix for those top two positions.
Well, it was really neat to have the first two ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships in Peru. It in a way was kind of a birthplace of stand-up paddle surfing. They started it back in the 1800s, or can't remember, but it was great to have that heritage there in Peru, and you could tell the Peruvians were really proud, and much like we've seen over the years in Sayulita, the Team Mexico has been very proud of Sayulita, and it's great that we're now here in their hometown and able to see where this is one of the hot spots for stand-up paddle surfing as well.
Oh yeah, Sayulita it's an amazing little town, and great ways, great people, and you couldn't go wrong booking a holiday to here. And as we see, Tamil, he's gone to the front and just being really busy out there, and I like it. He's he's just surfing every wave that comes to him and sort of just throwing caution into the air. So good job by Tamil, and the Peruvians are out in force and surfing better than ever.
Well, this is 38-year-old Patrick Boyum out of Limhamn in Sweden, and it's he's going to be competing in the SUP distance and SUP surfing. So a lot of these guys and girls surfing multiple divisions.
Yeah, a lot of the smaller teams have to double up to try and get the points. So I think we will see a lot of these people, a lot of the guys and girls that are doing stand-up surfing will probably back up and potentially do a technical race or a long distance race, and it mightn't be their favorite thing to do, but you're representing your country, you're trying to get as many points as you can, and the things that you do for that.
And over the years, we've seen those teams increasing. They've seen that they need to have individuals dedicated to each discipline. Just it definitely takes a toll on your body.
Yeah, we saw. I think Bo mentioned it before. We saw Antoine last year paddle the long distance race on a prone board, and I guarantee you he probably hadn't done that before. So, but they just step up and people do stuff, and it's amazing what you can do when you put your mind to something. So, hopefully France have got themselves some specialist prone paddlers this year, because You know, I know they have a big life-saving background down Hossegor way, the southwest of France. So, and if they have got some specialists, you know, Team France is a big contender for the overall title.
Well, Maz, only surfer in the double digits. He's currently sitting on a 6-point ride and a 5, 6, 7. So, you know, Tamil Martino is sitting in that second place with a total of 9.57. But it's Claudio and Patrick that really have yet to kind of get their heat started. I mean, Patrick's been catching lots of waves on the inside, but just not getting on those set waves.
Yeah, he's having fun. I think he just wants to go out and catch as many waves as he can. And, you know, he's a goofy footer, so he's probably like trying to hang out on the left there. And but, you know, catching waves, having fun, that's what it's all about. And as we see up and riding from, I think, from Chile, Claudio, and just running away from him in that wave. So, tough, you know, tough conditions, but also amazing with that. It's nearly like the glass off out there. It's so clean and glassy. It's beautiful.
And Claudio is 32 years old, and he's been surfing for 19 years. So, you know, a lot of these competitors have been surfing a long time and just transitioned into the sport of stand-up paddling.
And if you're coming from Chile, you're not used to going right because it's the land of the lefts. They love the lefts down there. It's just an amazing spot. We just saw the big wave contest in Chile at Punta de Lobos, and another huge big left point break. And, you know, it's just an amazing place for waves. So, you know, maybe one day we'll get to go there for the ISA World Titles.
As a goofy footer, I would love that.
I'm a regular footer. I don't know what going left means. So
we have Jeremy Mazaret out of France up on another right. We've been seeing those rights kind of connecting on the inside. They line up really well, and a lot of these guys are able to get that reform connection and get a nice maneuver on the inside. We'll see if Jeremy can get that on this wave.
Yeah, he picked it. That was a good wave. You could see that one had the long wall, you know, right across the channel, and that was going to you know, go all the way. So good wave choice, you know, from Jeremy, and he'll be rewarded, you know, from the judges.
So we see his teammates on the beach there cheering him on, and that's just the difference, you know, getting those cheers, knowing you're not here alone and you've got a whole team supporting you. I think is a asset, and it just drives you to do better.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's you know, you're not only doing it for yourself, but you're doing it for your country and your teammates. And surfing is a very individual sport, but to be able to sort of bring this team aspect, I think, is an amazing thing. And I think anyone that's, you know, done the ISA in the previous years understands that and loves the fact that you can come and be a part of a team. So I love that aspect of the ISA.
Well, then we saw Tamil catch another wave. He's currently in that second place position, looking to replace his lower score of a 4.20, but he's in that advancing position. Top two will advance into the next round. Third and fourth will go into a repechage round. They still have a chance of making it all the way to the finals. They'll just have to do a lot more work.
Yeah, they'll go in the repechage this afternoon, and you know, if you lose twice, you're out. But you know, it's yeah, you want to get through this first heat. There's no doubt about it. And you know, Jeremy and Tamil are doing a great job of putting themselves in that position. So as we see Claudio going left there, you get a little speed trying to do a nice big turn at the end there, and yeah, you get a little layback there. But again, seeing Tamil on the rights are definitely you know, lining up longer. So you know, for the potential of scoring, I definitely will be looking at the right-handers.
Well, with just 2 minutes and 53 seconds left in this heat, Jeremy comfortably sitting in that lead. Tamil in second place, and Claudio and Patrick still looking for some bigger scores. We've got Jeremy sitting out the back in that position, waiting for, you know, the next set wave to come in. He knows that those are the waves that are going to get the scores.
Yeah, if you're in Claudio and Patrick's position now, you sort of really have to select the best wave possible to get that score. So, and then, you know, if you're in Jeremy and Tamil, you know, you can go in sort of that defense mode where you can sort of like hustle and try and stop those guys from getting those waves. So, there's all these sorts of each heat, but as we see out the back, Jeremy looks like he's on a nice wave.
So he just redirects, and to get back to that power source of the wave, it just comes unstuck there. But
Commentators.
Yeah, you kind of have to keep in that power source and be patient on the wave because it breaks so slow, and you know that some of the scoring potential is on the inside.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the difference in some guys. They'll either race this inside section with the flat and try and hit the end, or they'll stay right in the power source like you were saying, Jody. So, it's interesting to see the different outlooks on the guys. And but, the Frenchman looking to make it 2 from 2 out of here. And with 1.5 minutes to go, he's looking in a solid spot.
So we see our surfer in yellow. He's in 3rd place, so he's definitely looking to get a score. He needs a 7.80, which is a pretty tall ask. And this is not a set wave, so he's going to want to turn around and get back out the back. There's, still a minute left. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot on the horizon, but you never know. Mother Nature sometimes provides.
Sometimes, you nearly look you think he needs like a 2-wave combo to get that score, but he surfed a lot of waves, and he's done his best, and he'll probably move into the repechage this afternoon. But hey, they get to surf again. That's a great thing about this format is that you get to surf twice no matter what, and if you get a chance. So he'll take that little insider and just bang it off the top, but definitely won't be the score, and he'll roll through in his repechage.
Well, 20 minutes remaining in this heat as we see Claudio Puntarelli, just his last-ditch effort, and out the back, this is Jeremy Mazzaré, just kind of a victory lap here. He's making his way in, and he will, we hear the countdown. Jeremy will take the win, and Tamil Martino out of Peru coming in 2nd place as we see the girls heading out, Jamie. We're going to be heading into the women's SUP surfing qualifying rounds. Heat number 1, we'll see Emma Webb from Australia, Annette Karsing from Denmark, and Edith Garcia out of Costa Rica. But that man right there just taking the win for France. And when we come back, women's qualifying rounds from the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships here in Sayulita, Mexico.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We've graduated out of the men's round qualifying number 1. Now we're into women's qualifying round number 1. And let's introduce our surfers as they hit out the water. We've got from Australia in the red, Emmy Webb, Annette Karsing from Denmark in the white jersey, and Edith Garcia from Costa Rica. She will be in the green jersey. So heat number 1 of our competition now underway. And Jody here, and just counting down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 teams in the men's group advanced 2 surfers into round 2. So 11 countries. They include Mexico, Hawaii, Australia, Tahiti, the United States, Brazil, South Africa, Denmark, New Zealand, France, and Peru each have 2 competitors in round number 2. So they're swinging for the gold already in the second round.
Well, there's a lot of teams with strong SUP surfers in this event. Some of those teams, their athletes will be doing double duty and competing in multiple divisions. So that's going to become a factor. But, yeah, it's fun to see these new names coming in, new countries, Hawaii, And, you know, seeing guys like Dave Bain for the first time competing in this event and just all these fresh faces coming in. And some of those fresh faces are in this heat right now. Emma Webb, you know, we're so used to seeing Shakira over the past few years dominating in the women's SUP surfing division. And this year, Team Australia, you know, they're highly competitive. And Emma Webb here to represent the team.
Well, I was talking to Jamie Mitchell, and I was saying, what happened to Shaq? And obviously, Emma had a good competition during the qualifyings at the SUP Surfing Nationals down in Australia. So whether Shakira just had an off day, and she's a multi-medalist, not only in SUP Surfing, but in SUP Technical and also SUP Distance. She has medaled in 3 different disciplines here at the ISA World Championships. So, you know, she is sorely missed off the Australian team, but Emma Webb is stepping in and trying to take gold for Australia and trying to defend the gold for Australia for the 4th straight year. And there's Team Denmark with an ice-cold coconut. There's Casper and them cheering on Annette Karsink. She'll be in that white grayish jersey out on the side. We'd like to thank all of our supporting sponsors for the ISA World Championships, and they include Mexico, Live It to Believe It, Riviera Narita, the Paradise of the Pacific. We are supported by the Mexican Surfing Federation, the Sayulita Surf Club. Our media partners include SUP Racer, SUP Up Latino, Surfos, Passion Extrema, and the official board supplier is Rogue SUP Surfboards. So we're standing by for the countdown. And Mono with the countdown, and we're underway. Heat 1, round 1, 6 heats in this round, Jody. And here we go, off on the end. Not surprised, the Aussie up and riding.
Yeah, this is Emma Webb getting her heat started quickly. She's probably seen that some of these heats are a little bit slower, and she doesn't want to waste any time. You can see she's on a little bit different equipment than some of the other surfers. She's got a rounder nose, maybe a bit more of a longboard background, but yeah, great to see fresh names, fresh faces, and you know, Annette Karsing in the white from Denmark. We've seen her year after year. She's 42 years old. Out, you know, she's been only surfing for 6 years, and this is her, I believe, her 3rd year competing in the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships.
Yeah, her best finish was in 11th place in 2012 down at Miraflores. Here we go. We are looking at Edith Garcia from Costa Rica. She's paddling in that green jersey, and she's got a good open-face wave, and here she goes. Gaining some speed, working rail to rail, and riding off the whitewater and going down. So Edith Garcia on her first wave from Costa Rica. And here we go on the outside, Annette Karsing.
Annette going on her backhand here. You know, it's fun to see Annette in these warmer climates because she's used to wearing 5 mil wetsuits and the booties and the whole gig, and it's not the same surfing in Denmark as it is here in Sayulita, Mexico. But Annette just loves the sport. She's always got a smile ear to ear. I believe she's still a teacher. She's, you know, a lot of these athletes have full-time jobs. There's a very small percentage of them that are paid professional athletes. So it's neat to see the whole bag, you know, the mix of support that these athletes have.
Well, that's the great thing about the ISA. They bring out the professionals. They bring out the ones that want to travel and compete in a world championship event. And that's promoting surfing globally around the world. He's president of the ISA. His goal is to get surfing to countries that don't have surfing. He's looking at Bolivia as making them a surfing nation. And there's no coastline on Bolivia, but they have lakes. And they're introducing SUP surfing to Bolivia and saying, hey, you can ride your lakes and your rivers down there. And don't be surprised if Bolivia becomes part of the ISA in the future. 17 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. First score now up for Emma Webb, coming in at a 3.33. She is in first. Edith Garcia in second with a 1.33. Annette Karsing up and down with a 0.67. So we're going to be seeing quite a few three-man heats in this competition. In fact, half the heats will be three-man heats for the ladies. Heats 1, 5, and 6. Heats 2, 3, and 4 will be designated four-man heats, just because of the draw of the 21 ladies competing here in this format. And coming up next in the next heat, heat number 2, we're going to see former finalist and the windsurfing world champion out of Spain, Ibala Rurano. And Taryn Kite coming up in heat number 3 for South Africa. Caroline Agubad from France, a former finalist, along with Brisa Malagra from Peru coming up in heat number 4. Izzy Gomez from the United States in heat number 5. And Nicole Perselli, a former gold medalist from Brazil, will be in heat number 6. So very well staged out. The ladies are paired out in their first round of the qualifying round.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to have a bit of a shakeup this year with Emmy Merrill from Team USA and Shakira Westhorpe not competing this year. It's going to open that door, and you know, we're going to see some new names up on top, which will be neat to see.
Here we go. Annette Karsing from Denmark now up and riding on her second wave, and again, the wave just runs away from her. Glassy, smooth conditions out here. You see Team Denmark. Steinfath advanced out of his heat into the second round. Paddling, Edith Garcia from Costa Rica. And Edith is on this wave on the inside section.
You can see the girls have kind of moved in a little bit, Bo, and those sets aren't really coming in as much as we see Emma paddling for this little right-hander. She's going to redirect the power source, do a couple little bottom turns, trying to make her way to see if this thing's going to reform. But, you know, all the girls just keeping really busy because to see Annette Karsing and to see how much she has improved over the years. I believe the first year I saw her competing, she was so fresh, and she could barely even stay standing and punch through the waves. So I mean, the amount of improvement I've seen over just the 3 years has been amazing.
And you know, being in Denmark, she's had to travel to find locations to subsurf too. So she's been touring with Casper and the rest of the Denmark team. And there's Denmark cheering on Annette, and we'll be on standby for her score. But let's go back to Shakira Westhorpe from Australia. A silver medalist in the first year in 2012, bronze medalist in 13 and 14, a 3-time finalist, and also a medalist last year in the distance race, a silver medalist, and almost exhausted chasing Lena Agaitis from Canada in that distance race, and double medaling in 2 individual sports last year, helping Australia to that gold medal team win.
Yeah, that was so fun to watch, to see Shaq, get out there amongst it, racing out there in the lake in Nicaragua, and it was just such an exciting finish as well. So I'm looking forward to the racing portion of this event. It never fails, especially when it's in the ocean and you get that sub-technical through the waves. There's always all kinds of drama going on.
Well, it's coming up tomorrow, the racing portion. It'll be the women's racing portion, and it'll be an exciting race because we'll have disciplines. I'm trying to bring up some of the course. They'll be doing actually 4 laps. It'll be a 20K race. So here we go. Up and riding Annette Karsing out of Denmark, currently in 3rd place. Her last wave, a 1.4. Nice carving turn out the back. Needing a 1.15 just to move up into 2nd place in the advancing position. Here she goes, pushing her length of ride all the way to the shore break area.
Well, Annette is a 3-time Danish wave stand-up paddleboard champion in the women's division, and solid little team that Team Denmark has. And Casper, we saw him earlier in his heat, and he's going to be doing multiple disciplines, and just really neat to see the Team Denmark coming back year after year, and the sport just growing in that country.
Yeah, so getting to the specifics of the SUP and paddleboard distance race for the ladies tomorrow. 20K, roughly 11, 13 miles in translation to metric and into American there. They'll be doing 4 laps of 5K course, and it'll be primarily a triangular course out to the point to the left-hand side where you see the point of the houses there, and then they'll be traversing up north to a right-hand point and coming back to the beach, and then they'll be doing a slalom course in and out through the surf, and then running through a chicane, board transfer 4 different times. So with the heat, with the 5K 4-time laps, it's going to be an endurance race for both the prone ladies and the prone SUP ladies, the SUP racers for tomorrow's endurance race.
Yeah, definitely. I know Casper does a lot of training, in the heat, in Hawaii, but some of these some of these athletes from colder climates are really going to have to manage their hydration and their temperature. And we've seen people get overheated in the past, a lot of dehydration in the past. So, Peru was a little bit cooler, but it had its own challenges with the rock beach and the fog. And, last year Nicaragua was really, really hot. And I think hydration and heat, overheating was a big factor. So I think this year that hydration and overheating is going to be something that the coaches and the teams are really going to have to make sure they're keeping each other accountable and managing that aspect.
We saw Shakira Westorp needing an IV drip. We saw Shea Foudy from the United States exhausted, placing him fourth in both the technical and in the prone distance, in the SUP distance. So, you're right, Jody. Hydration is going to be number one, especially on these hot, humid days as we're entering in mid-May, the early parts of summer here in Mexico.
And there's nearly not a drop of wind, so that doesn't help. But unfortunately, the ocean's just kind of taking a little breather right now, Bo. Not a whole lot of action happening in this heat. But the girls are doing a really good job of just keeping busy. And the beautiful thing with stand-up paddle surfing is you have that vantage point and you're able to really down. So as we see right now up and riding in green, this is our surfer Edith Garcia out of Costa Rica. She did a really good job of seeing that set come in and chase it down and getting herself on it. And Emma Webb right now is taking a look at this wave, but she's just a little bit too far out the back. The break has kind of moved in a bit with the tide change, Bo, and we see Annette picking off a nice little right. She does a little tap, and then she redirects onto the left, and she's just going to stay with this whitewash all the way to the inside to see if she can kind of get a double up on the inside. She's keeping busy, doing a great job, and we've got Emma Webb up and riding on her backhand. Definitely trying to keep that momentum going. She's doing some S-turns, keeping her board moving, trying to generate that speed to see if this thing will kind of double up on the inside, and she's going to kick out right here. But, she's currently sitting on a total of a 6. She's looking to replace her lower score of a 2.67, and, Annette Karsing now is in third. She's looking for just a 0.99, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here as her last score just dropped a 1.57, so Annette now does move into the second place. Edith Garcia out of
So 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Webb in first from Australia in red. Karsing from Denmark in white or the gray jersey in second. And Garcia from Costa Rica in the green yellow jersey in third. So the breakdown top two will advance to the qualifying round number 2. And that round will be held later on this afternoon. Men's qualifying round 2 coming up right after the ladies, and then the ladies right after the men. So a full day competition, 9 hours of competition today here on day 1 of the ISA World Championship for SUP and Paddleboard. Here we go. Paddling in the green jersey, Edith Garcia out of Costa Rica, making the transition on the inside. Out the back, we can see Emma Webb and the goofy footer up and riding, Jody.
Yeah, Emma just working this one all the way to the inside here. She's really curious about her board. I'm going to probably go ask her about that after this heat and find out a little bit more on her board choice. Our rider in yellow is just looking for a 1.67 to move back up into that second place as we see our second place surfer, Annette Karsing, keeping busy. And again, I'm just really impressed with how much improvement I've seen in Annette over the years. It's great to see.
I'll tell you what, noticing both the men, now seeing the women, even though we do have small wave conditions out here today, 2-foot surf, we're seeing wave counts very high. We're seeing wave counts in the 8s. From the 5 and on up. I mean, surfers are not just catching 1 or 2 waves, multiple waves. And that's what you're seeing in subsurfing. The paddle back out is very quick for both the men and the women with the paddle. And even with these small wave conditions, they're able to catch many waves in their heat.
Yeah, and I think that's just kind of been the tone this morning, is not to be too patient. We've You don't know if it's going to be a slow. Get that campaign started early and just keep building and building and building on that as we see Emma Webb. She got started in this heat straight off the bat.
Well, 3.6 on her second to the last ride. Last wave for Annette Karsing, a 1.83. She improves her margin. And last wave for Edith Garcia, her second best wave at a 1.23. And Edith still needs a 2.23 to advance into second. Here we go, our heat leader, the top Australian. This is Emma Webb, the Aussie SUP surfing champion for 2015. Of course, Australia just coming off their surf season, their lifeguard season, their Ironman season, their national title season. Coming off a very active summer season, just finishing up in February. So, the Aussies are in shape and are in tune. Now they enter their fall and winter seasons now with the competition transitioning up into the Northern Hemisphere.
I don't know when the Aussies are ever unfit. Seems like they're always on point. That's one thing I would love about Australia is their entire lifestyle revolves around the ocean, and go there and everything revolves around the ocean, and it's just such a healthy lifestyle. And I wish we had a little bit more of that in the States.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jody, would you rather live in the outback or on the coast?
Oh, the coast for sure.
There you go. That's what Australia loves. Here we go. Good way for Edith Garcia. She can hold that maneuver. She would have had her best score right there, but a little bit out of control. Annette Karsing with 4.5 minutes remaining finds the double up, and she's not going to be able to catch that back one. 4.5 minutes remaining. The SUP world is growing so fast, a $10 billion industry annually. Projected forecast for 2017, they've done research, Jody, $19 billion this sport will grow in another 2 years. So another $9 billion on that. Triple-digit growth year to year, fastest growing outdoor activity around the world. And thus the ISA is supporting SUP and going back to its roots of paddleboarding, giving you both disciplines here at the World Championships here in Sayulita, Mexico.
And there's still so much growth to be had. I just was visiting this country of Cuba, and they haven't even really heard of stand-up paddling. So there's just so much growth, and there's so many nooks and crannies around the world where the sport is still going to just get discovered for the first time, and we're going to see people coming out of the woodworks over the years. So it's exciting to see the sport grow. We see next heat coming up is going to be Abala Riano out of Spain. We've seen amazing things coming out of her over the years. Perea Messon out of Tahiti, Alexis Poultier out of New Zealand, and Jenny Lee out of Hawaii. And so, we've seen Abala compete year after year. Jenny Lee and the team Hawaii is something new this year, Bo, and it's a really exciting addition to the ISA World Championship.
I can tell you, Jenny's Sydney County lifeguard on the beaches in Honolulu, works in town, and she's a SUP surfing champion locally at the Duke's Ocean Fest, held every year on Duke's birthday in August down at Queens and Waikiki. And, of course, Perea Masson, Tahiti, don't count her out. We didn't know who Ponaki was last year, so don't count out Perea. And then in our other heat, we've got Alexis Poulter from New Zealand. So another stacked heat coming up, heat number 2. With only 21 ladies, they're going to be vying for, the advancement. So there'll be 12 going on into round number 2 that will be surfed later on this afternoon. 2.5 minutes remaining. Emma Webb with a dominating lead here. But we're seeing Edith Garcia now trying to find that score, trying to get into the top 2, needing only a marginal score of a 1.89 or better, because look how close it is between Karsing and Garcia. Just points of a score, 0.46 separating second and third.
Well, she definitely got herself on a really good wave. It lined up and had a lot of open face. I think she had a little bit of a missed opportunity there at the end. But with just 1:48 remaining, she's going to try and get herself back out there. As we see Annette Karsing also making her way back out the back. She's going to want to try and play a little defense here now.
Just 90 seconds remaining. Heat 1, round 1. The ISA World Championship SUP Women's Surfing now underway. 5 more heats to follow this in the first round. And a beautiful shot there of the scenic point here at Sayulita. And the beautiful houses on the coastline. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Scores coming in last for Karsing, 1.8. Last for Garcia, 1.43. So Garcia now needs a 1.96 because Karsing upped her ante with that 1.8, dropping the 1.73. So even though these marginal scores where Edith Garcia was 0.46 behind, now she's 0.53 behind, still strikeable distance with her next wave, but time is running out.
Yeah, this is coming down to an exciting finish here. We're going to keep an eye on our surfers in white and green. Emma's holding down a pretty solid lead, but still, a 5.10 to move up into the first. And, third place only needs a 1.96 to move into that advancing position. So still very, very close. And we're going to see a little action right here, Bo. The last 10 seconds of the heat, Annette and Edith are neck and neck here. We'll see what happens.
Can they catch the wave? They need to be on the face of the wave before the horn, and they both were on. So Emma Webb up and riding in red. You can see her on screen. We can't tell you off screen. Edith Garcia is in the whitewater left, and she has gone to the prone position. So let's watch Emma Webb right now, carving a turn, and dominated in this heat, Jody. Webb will finish up on the beach. She'll be advancing. So was it enough for Garcia on the wave in the green jersey to get enough on the yellow on the screen to get that 1.96 or better? If she does, she'll advance. Otherwise, it'll be Annette Karsing advancing on in to the second round. So we're on standby right now. Judges are judging the last 2 scores. We saw Surfer in black in the last heat. And the next heat coming up avoided her from catching that wave because her heat has not started. So we're awaiting last scores for last of Webb, last of Garcia. We'll take a commercial break right now. You're watching live the World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico. Stay tuned for more exciting action from Sayulita, Mexico. Welcome back to Sayulita, Mexico. You're watching live action of the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell. We are in heat number 2, round number 1, and let's set the stage right here. Windsurfing world champion out of Spain, Ibala Ruano. She is a 2-time former finalist at this discipline, one of the top in the world. She'll be in the red. In the white jersey or the gray jersey from New Zealand, Alexis Poulter. And from Tahiti in the yellow jersey on the outside, Perea Masson from Tahiti. And in the black jersey from Hawaii, Jenny Lee. So a 4-lady heat. And it shows 3 up on the screen as you're watching right now. But we contest there are 4 jerseys out in the water at this stage. So exciting. We're seeing Emma Webb joining the Aussies as 3 for 3 in the first round. So, we've seen 11 teams, Jamie, advance 2 of their men or better into the next round. And so, the women are going to play factor points too.
Oh, yeah. Huge factor. And, the big teams are wanting to get through again, and Emma done a great job for Australia. And this is a pretty she ribs Jen Lee's from Hawaii, but challenging. You know, these girls have looked like they've had to come in a fair bit from earlier in the day, but you know, still contestable waves, and they're making it look really good. And you know, generally at the back looking for a.
Here we go on the outside. This will be our Tahitian competitor. She'll be in position here, Perea. And Perea up and riding. Good carving opening turn, Jamie.
Yeah, she's got a nice little runner here, and she's going to do a cut back into the power source there, and she's going to try and milk this one all the way through. It has a nice line on it right through the gutter here, so she's picked a really nice wave, and another nice little check turn there, and she's going to try and finish it off. Just kicks out in the channel there, but a nice wave to start with.
Well, Jody and I were talking about don't count out Perea because this time last year, Ponaki, we didn't know much about him. He flew under the radar, winning the gold in Nicaragua, now the defending gold medal champion. So, you know Tahiti, you know their surfing history, their outrigger masterminds in the Molokai Channel, and now George Crestance and all the big paddlers from around the world. You know, they're a force to contend with in SUP surfing and SUP distance.
Tahiti is scary. When they really get the stand-up down, watch out, world, because they're coming. As we've seen in the six-man Molokai crossing, they're just dominating, and they are amazing athletes. And as we've seen, surfing as well with Tuhini last year, was it? When he was getting 9s and 10s, you started to realize he's a talent.
Jenny Lee from Hawaii in black on that last wave. So all 4 surfers with scores. And our scoring system is temporarily down right now. No scores are showing. So that's why we apologize for the scores. But momentarily get that glitch corrected. And there we go. Just as we talked, first score coming in for Perea in the yellow, a 2.83. And here we go. Ibala Ruano from Spain, a 2-time finalist. Jamie, she placed 3rd 2 years ago, 4th last year, 2-time finalist, and you know she's hungry for gold.
Yeah, I remember watching her, and she was really disappointed with those. She was definitely those years, and amazing surfer, ex-world, another crossover athlete, world champion, wind surfer, a lot of talent. So looking for her to really make it way all the way through the finals.
Well, with Emily Merrill out for the United States and Shakira Westdorf, 2 other girls who had made finals in the last 3 years, that could open the door for Ibala.
Oh, totally. Emmy, an amazing surfer, and Shakira, again, amazing as well. Consistent always in the finals, and those 2 girls aren't here, so the door's wide open, and we'll see who, takes advantage of that.
15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Score coming in for Jenny Lee on her first 2 waves of 0.5, 0.9, and here she goes. Town lifeguard on Oahu on the south shore of Waikiki, Ala Moana, and just digging in a backside rail, going down. Had the flow and the momentum there on that wave. Definitely her best ride. As we can see on the outside, this will be a surfer in white. This will be Alexis Poulter from New Zealand.
Yeah, the Kiwis are in force, and she's staying busy, catching a lot of waves, and linking up some nice turns as well. So she'll be enjoying the warmth as well.
Yeah. 14 and a half minutes remaining. 20-minute heats. Same format for the men and for the women. Continue through here. 20-minute heats. 10 wave max for each rider. Scored on a 0 to 10-point scale. Best 2 waves for the final score. Top 2 surfers advancing on into the qualifying or winners round. Bottom 2 surfers delegated into the repechage and losers round. Here we go. In red, Ibala Ruano.
Yeah, Ibala picking off a nice insider and just a little off the top there. And the girls are working hard. It's the waves are flattening out a little bit on the inside, and she just kicks out of that one, and she'll get out the back and position herself for another wave. But Ibala in front, but all the girls don't have huge scores, so still really tight, between 1 through to 4.
Emma winning that first heat, getting it out of the way. Talk to us about traveling this far and getting that first heat under your belt.
Oh, you just got to get that one out of the way, and I only got here yesterday, so still getting my legs and stuff like that. So it's a confidence booster to get that one out of the way in, not very good waves. So it gives you a confidence boost. So yeah, it's a long way to travel all the way over here.
Well, you're a new name on the Australian team this year, and talk to us a little bit about the process of actually qualifying just to get on the team. It's so competitive.
Yeah, in Australia it's really competitive. We have to go through our state titles. So I'm from Victoria. I won my Victorian title, then I go on to the Australian titles, and there's 2 surfers from every state, and then you've got to win that. So they only take 1 girl, so you've got to win your Australian title to get on the Australian team.
So accomplishment just to get on the team. Talk to us a little bit about your equipment. You know, a little bit more of a traditional longboard nose. You know, you do have a longboarding background. Talk to us about the equipment you're riding today.
It's actually a new board. I got it about 2 weeks ago. It is a little bit wider in the nose compared to a lot of the other girls, but you turn from the tail and my tail's pretty narrow, so it really suits me. Made by Greg Brown in Australia, so he's a world-class shaper and he knows what he's doing, so I trust him 100%.
And you know, we saw you guys have to adapt in that last heat. The conditions kind of changed. What was your strategy kind of leading into that heat?
Really, when there's not many waves, you just got to get some waves under your belt and try and build on the scores, and because in those conditions it could go flat out there at any time, so you need to make sure you got a couple of waves under your belt with some scores if it does go flat. So yeah.
Well, congratulations on making the Australian team, and good luck to you in the next round.
Thanks very much.
Actually, you have some people watching at home, I think. Little people?
Oh yeah. Hi Gus and Willa. They're my kids.
All right, well congratulations. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody. Congratulations, Emma, and congratulations on advancing on through. Now Australia 3 for 3 in the first round, and we're going to hit on all those topics because we're talking about a team sport here at the ISA World Championships.
Definitely, it's as much as it's individual, you're gaining points for your team total, and you know at the end of the day, that's what it's all about: is holding that trophy, having that team point score. So. You know, it's one of those interesting events where, you know, you are out there individually, but you're trying to score, you know, points for the team, and then that one team relay at the end of the whole event. I think it's double points, and that's a real deal breaker right there.
And the thing about the team relay, Jamie, you know, not all teams have full teams that can compete, so maybe that's cut in half. 6 make the final, so only the top 6 get the double points.
Yeah, if you want to be in that top 6 overall, you definitely need to be in that final of the team relay. So, you know, I think each year we see 2 semi-finals go out and the top 3 go to the final. So, you know, this year with more competitors and more teams, I'm sure we'll see the same thing. And, you know, hopefully with a little more surf, we may have some really, really exciting racing.
Australia with 17 total medals in 2012 as we watch Ibala up and riding. 15 medals in 2013, 14 medals in 2014. I mean, you know, a dominating team, but you're seeing the rest of the world starting to edge up. And this year, if Australia can get double digits, that'll be huge.
Yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher each year. And, you know, I think that medal tally will slow down for sure. But I think that's a good thing. You know, I think that means that you know all the nations are improving, sending better teams, and it's only good for the sport and the ISA.
Here we go, our Tahitian surfer up and riding now, currently in 4th place, needing a wave score of just a 0.64 to move her into 2nd place. And on the outside, you can see behind her, we've got our heat leader, Ibala Ruano out of Spain, and our New Zealand surfer also surfing on the same wave, out on the shoulder, but not in any interference of Ibala. That is Alexis Poulter.
Yeah, that was, again, a weird wave where the back one nearly caught the front one. But, yeah, Alexis staying busy, getting a lot of waves and surfing well. And Pereira, that last wave as well, she had a nice wave. So
beautiful set wave on the outside, and Jenny Lee unable to catch it. But watching that wave, pretty much close out on down the line. So Jenny just could not get down the face of the wave. She sees another one, 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, it's not the biggest waves of the set are always the best ones. So she saw that and she didn't go that, and now she's trying to get this nice little inside one, and it's got a nice wall on it.
Yeah, let's watch the attack here. She needs a good wave. Another wide board just like Emma Webb that we saw on the last win heat. And here she goes on the inside section, carving up some turns, representing Team Hawaii. Jenny Lee will kick out right in front of the short break, and definitely her best ride. She now needs 0.44 better to get out of 3rd into 2nd place.
Yeah, she picked a really nice wave there that had a nice long wall on it. And, you know, as we see, Ibala as well, taking off on a nice wave. Nice bottom turn. Just a nice little check turn there. And, again, bottom turn. really jams that tail down, and Ibella looking to try and ride this one right through the short break.
Well, both her and her twin sisters, competitors on the Windsurfing World Tour, dominating in Europe and around the world, and a fine athlete. I mean, not an inch of body fat on her. She is in tune, and one of those crossover athletes you've been talking about. We're seeing, yourself a crossover athlete from paddleboarding into sup racing, and we're seeing windsurfers. We're seeing surfers. Tommy Carroll, I think he's more on his sup board than his regular surfboard.
Oh yeah, Tommy loves it. He's the ultimate grommet, Tom, and it's great to see. He does. He's a big advocate for stand-up, loves it, and it's great to see, world-class, surfer, two-time world champion, be in love with it so much. And, Tom's just in love with the ocean, full stop.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, we saw Joel Parkinson and Rob Machado cross the Molokai Channel in team aspects.
Yeah, lots of guys are, starting to do the race, and it's one of those, I think it's like a bucket list for a lot of people that want to just check it off. So, I think this year a couple of the girl competitors from the World Surf League are doing a team as well. So it's interesting. I think Nick and Tom, the brothers, are doing it again. Tom Carroll and Nick Carroll are doing prone stock. So it's good to see. I enjoy seeing these guys go out and challenge themselves. They're such good water athletes.
Let's watch a replay. This is the last of Jen Lee, definitely her best wave. Scored a 3.07, still in third place now. But I like the momentum, the speed, the flow of this ride as she transitioned rail to rail.
Yeah, she surfed that wave really well, and she'll be looking to try and get an exact replica of that wave to for a second wave and move up into that second place.
So Jen Lee now has third place, moved out of fourth, needing a 3.1 or better to move up into second. In second is this lady right here from Tahiti, Perea Masson. She has a 2.83 and a 3.33, so up and down on her third wave. And Alexis Poulter from New Zealand keeping quite busy here. This is her sixth wave in the heat with 6.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I think Alexis maybe just needs to wait for a bigger set wave. She's sort of just taken the inside ones, and she's got plenty of them now. So, potentially to get that higher score, she might need to just go out the back there and, hustle with the other girls out there and try and get one of those bigger size waves.
Going back to the teams that are improving year in, year out here at the ISA World Championships or SUP and Paddleboard, Brazil, 2 medals in the first year, 3 medals in the second year, 4 medals last year. France, 1 medal in the first year, 5 medals in the last 2 years. And Spain, 4 medals in the first year, 3 medals 2 years ago, but 6 medals last year, placing third place last year.
Yeah, Spain was the overachiever last year, if you could say it like that. But they've got a strong prone team as well as stand-up, and that's key. If you want to be up there in the overall points, is you can't have any sort of weak link. You need to have a strong overall team.
And Mexico, no medals in the even years of 2012, 2014, and Peru in 2013. They had 3 medals. He actually placed third place in the team. And you told me to watch out for them this year because being the host country, they're going to have so much pride here being at their home beach.
Yeah, exactly. And, local knowledge is everything at waves, spots with waves. And it's, these guys know. They know what they're looking for. And I think it's even more advantage when it's smaller. They're going to look for those best waves, and we're going to see the Mexican girl go out, and hopefully she's going to put that local knowledge to the test as well.
Ida Ramos from Mexico will be representing Team Mexico in the red jersey coming up in the next heat. And look at that green buoy, just one of the turnaround buoys for our technical race. They'll be coming up 4 or 5 days from now.
Yeah, it's going to be, if it's anything like today, it's going to be a brutal, brutal race tomorrow. Humid, hot, flat water. The girls are going to be, want to hydrate right now and get ready for tomorrow.
How does endurance athletes train for the heat? You have to practice in the heat?
Yeah, I mean, you want to be here in the climate. If it was me, I'd like to be here, 3 or 4 days before at least, and because it is humid and you want to get that hydration and get used to the heat. So, most of these girls have been here long enough, and they're going to be ready. But if you're coming from Ireland or Great Britain, it's hard to get used to.
Here we go out the back. This is Jen Lee from Hawaii. A critical wave for her. She needs the open face maneuvers. There she goes. Found the open face on the inside, and using that paddle in that last maneuver is going to be huge. The judges want to see that transition maneuver for the paddles, working down. Here she goes, bouncing off the whitewater section, and this is going to be a critical wave. 3.03 and the 307, now needing a 3.1, so somewhere just above, and there's Team Hawaii cheering her on the shoreline.
Yeah, it's this is a tight for second, third, and fourth, so it'll be interesting to see what Jen gets, but that was a pretty good wave. She linked it all the way through to the beach, so let's see Ibala out the back, but paddling for what looks like a pretty good wave, but just missing it.
Alexis Poulter now on the shoulder, representing Team New Zealand, has this wave on the inside. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Poulter in fourth place, needing a 3.59. And Ruano out the back, taking a look at a bigger wave, but Poulter on the inside, making the connections.
Ibala just gonna nice floater there, and she's gonna do a nice little turn there, and she's surfing this wave really good, starting to show the skills that she has, and really just linking this one all the way to the beach.
Well, just like last year, as you said, Jamie, she was disappointed with her performance in the final. She's looking for gold or bust, I think, this year.
Yeah, I think that wave right there, that's going to give her some confidence, and that'll probably be the highest scoring wave for her and maybe this heat. So, she's solidified her spot in the number one.
2 minutes remaining, critical score coming up for Black. Jen Lee of Hawaii, can she score a 3.1 or better to advance out of third into second? Remember, double elimination format at the ISA World Championships here. So thus, the losers, third and fourth place, are not eliminated, but they are delegated to the repechage round, which is harder to get through all the way to the final. Here we go on the outside, our Tahitian surfer, who is in second place.
Yeah, just trying to get that second wave back up, but just not quite doing it for her. But as we see, Jen Lee paddling for a nice wave here. She's just fading to the left, nice little bottom turn. It might just get stuck a little bit behind the whitewater here.
Yeah, and it took her only 90 seconds to get back out and to catch this wave, so great conditioning, as she is a professional lifeguard on the south shore of Oahu. Here she goes again, finds the open face, not done yet. Jen's score for her last wave still not in yet, so still waiting that last score. Here we go. Poulter taking a look with 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, she's been really busy, Alexis, but got a lot of waves, and she's been surfing quite well as well. She just hasn't quite got the quality waves of the other girls, but definitely rode a lot of waves.
Well, I tell you what, her last two waves have been her best waves, so she's been advancing on the scores, but they're in the 2-point range. Jen Lee has 2 waves in the 3-point range, and Perea Masson from Tahiti has a 2.83 and a 3.33. So there's the breakdown for our heat coming up in heat number 4. So
the local girl.
Yeah, that's heat number 3, excuse me. So Ibala lap coming in with 28 seconds remaining. Again, critical scores. Judges have been busy. They haven't had time to punch in scores. These ladies have been pushing the margin, trying to get that better wave to advance.
Yeah, it's going to be I think Jen's got one to drop, and Pereira as well. So, we might know for a few minutes what we're going to get, but
a 7.33 for Ibala Ruano on that wave prior to that, and an amazing score. And Jamie, you called it. You said a wave like that is what's going to get her into the final.
Yeah, that could be one of the highest scoring waves of the whole day, men and women. So great surfing, and we expect that from Ibala. She's an amazing competitor. So congratulations to her, and as we go through the heat recap.
Now, these are replays of heat number 2, 2.23 for Jen Lee, so she does not get that 3.1. She has one more score to come in. So one more chance. Score slowly coming in.
Yeah, it looks like Raya might just keep that second position, and Jan and Alexis will have to go through the repechage.
And here's a shot of Alexis Poulter out of New Zealand.
And is that the first big country to lose a competitor, Bo?
Well,
Not
yeah,
lose, but to go through the repechage.
Yeah, one of the New Zealand had 2 men into the second round. So so Ibala Ruano dominating in this heat. Love the style, love the wave selection, and Jen Lee, a hard-fought battle, but getting a 2.23 and a 1.7 on her last 2 waves, looking for that 3.1. So not able to find the combination and series of rides. But this is her first time competing at the ISA World Championships, and a learning experience too.
Yeah, she'll be better for it. She'll get into the repechage, and she'll understand that it's do or die. There's no more second guessing as we still go through a heat recap with the Tahitian out the back doing a couple of nice turns there.
And another scoring wave. This is a replay, folks, that you're watching, a recap of heat number 2. We're still standing by for scores. Last of Ibala coming in at a 2.87. Last of Jin Lee, a 1.7. Last of Masson from Tahiti, a 1.53. And here's our Tahitian. It looks like she'll advance into second place in round 2, and we're going to see her this afternoon.
Yeah, she surfed a great heat, and that's what you expect from the Tahitians. They're got an amazing water background, and they're here to do their job, and that's a great effort.
And a flurry of waves on this heat recap as they are just about ready to count down heat number 3. Again, Poulter from New Zealand. Looks like she'll place 4th in this heat. Jen Lee in 3rd, and this is the 7.33 ride from Ibala Ruano.
Yeah, amazing wave, and you could see the look on her. She had that long wall. She just done that really nice sort of layback, cut back there, and that was the highest wave of the heat, and put her solidly in first place.
We'll take a break right now. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico.
Oh my God.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships presented by Hotel Capurro. We are in the beautiful town of Sayulita in Riviera Nayarit. I'm Jody Nelson, joined by Jamie Mitchell. And Jamie, we've got a great heat on our hands, and that last heat, just a little bit of an upset there, I would say.
Yeah, well, as you can hear in the background, that's the local girl getting the biggest cheer of the day. But yeah, look, the girls are, as we see, Taryn Kate, I think from South Africa. She's a regular in the ISA, and I think she was a finalist in one of the years at Peru. So she knows what to do, and she just got a really nice wave all the way through to the beach.
She's been competing in the Worlds for quite a while. We've seen her have solid performances year after. I just wanted to introduce our heat in the water. We have Ada Ramos in the red jersey from Mexico. She's just 16 years old. Taryn Kite out of South Africa in the white jersey. Yellow, we have Takayo Yokoyama, and she's 38 years old out of Fujisawa, and she's going to be racing in the distance and tech and doing surfing. So she's got 3 different divisions she'll be competing in. And then Sophie Simonson out of Sweden. And yeah, just talking about Ada Ramos Ponce. She's a local girl here from Sayulita, Mexico. She's only been surfing for 3 years, just 16 years old. So, talk about fresh, new talent on Team Mexico. Pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, it's awesome. And, in front of the home crowd, she'll be feeding off that energy. And I think we're going to go down the bow. He's got an interview with the last heat winner, Ibala.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're with the heat winner from the last heat from Spain, a 2-time finalist at this event, Ibala Ruano, a world champion windsurfer, a crossover athlete. Why is subsurfing so important to you? Is it the training? Is it to become #1 in the world? Is it representing Spain? What is it?
Well, here it's representing the country. I'm very proud to be here and show that I can do as well as the other girls, and I don't know, I just have fun actually.
Well, Amy Merrill, the gold winner last year, is not here. Shakira Westorp, another finalist, a medalist, is not here this year. That's opening the door for you and some of the other ladies to go for gold this year.
Well, yeah, it's a pity that Shakira couldn't make it this year. She's a very good competitor and a good teammate. Yeah, but this year we have other faces like Izzy Gomez. She's really actually the world champion in stand-up paddling, and yeah, it's gonna be tough anyway. There's a good level out there, and I think it's we just have to be out there and try to enjoy the waves and have fun.
What is the best thing about the world and doing both sports, windsurfing and sup surfing?
Yeah, well, it's been tough the last few years because I've been traveling a lot, and it's a lot of commitment, and I really want to do better in the stand-up paddling. I've been on windsurfing since 1999, and together with my twin sister, we're 24 times world champions. And I think before I retire from the sports, I'd like to do good in this other sport, and I really enjoy it. And I've been 6 years and enjoying every day I'm in the water.
Okay, I'm going to give you a chance to say hi to everybody back home in Spain in your native language.
Hola España, hola familia, gracias por verme y bueno, vamos a ver si llegamos a la final y se los dedico a todos. Gracias.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Bo. I mean, between my sister and I, we have 24 world titles.
24, no big
Just
deal.
24. You and I are like flinching at that. It's that's pretty impressive. You know, great to see the crossover athletes in this event. And Ibala has been just such a standout competitor over the years since the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships have gotten on the map. So pretty exciting to see.
Very lucky to have a quality athlete like this at the ISA, and that 20 each other drove them to those 24, and who actually has the most out of the two.
Yeah, I know. She didn't say that, but, you know, sibling rivalry, it's the best rivalry to have, and it often produces some of the best athletes in the world, so it's pretty cool to see that story. And we've got a Swiss Team Sweden out in the water. Sophie Simonson, I just wanted to touch on her. She's 26 out of Halmstad, Sweden, and she's riding a 710, and she's been surfing for... I don't know if this is correct on this sheet. It says she's been surfing for 1 year, but I don't know. I could believe it because stand-up paddle surfing actually has a little bit lower entry level, you know, in the smaller waves. So,
and especially coming from Sweden, you know, it's not like it's a wave abundant place, but you know, as we see coming out of Europe, lots of great athletes, and you know, if that is the case, and she's been surfing for 1 year, well. That's awesome. She's here, you know, gets a chance to surf against the best in the world, and that's you know, she's only gonna get better from the experience.
Definitely, and we've seen Taryn. She's in the lead right now with a total heat score of 7.80. She's got a 4.80 and a 3, and sitting in second place is our Mexican local surfer, Ada Ramos. She's sitting on a 3.17 and a 2.70. So our surfers in yellow and black looking to improve their scores. Yellow needing a 3.54 and black needing a 4.50 to move up into that advancing position as we see white up and riding Taryn out of South Africa.
Yeah, Taryn just picking off another nice wave on the, I wouldn't say it's the inside now, it's the normal takeoff spot, but she's going to bank it off the top there and you know, consolidate, you know, her first place there with another nice wave. She's going to another nice little cut back there, and that wave peters off, and you know, she's having a good heat right now.
Well, Taryn, she's competing in SUP surfing as well as the SUP technical race, and she's the team manager as well. She's from Cape Town, South Africa, 25 years old. Her break is Vic Bay in South Africa. She's riding a 7.3 by 25.5, a core band, and she's been SUP surfing for about 3.5 years and surfing for 11 years. So you can see, you know, some of these athletes coming from other sports, longboard champions. You know, Emma Webb, she's national champ for longboard.
Come from a longboarding background as well, and it's just really a natural progression, isn't it? So, you know, longboarding, windsurfing, canoe paddling, you know, they all bode well for. You know, stand-up surfing. So as we see, I think Sophie paddled really hard to get that wave, and this one's going to like double up on the inside. So, you know, for 1 year, she's surfing really well, and yeah, she's stoked. She got a nice little wave there, and she's gonna milk it for all she's got.
I'm gonna have to look into that 1 year thing. Maybe that's her poker game. She's like, I'm gonna fill out this form and just say I've only been surfing for 1 year.
Maybe. As we see the biggest cheer again, obviously the Mexican Ida was up and running, but it's actually Taryn now. And that's a nice turn from Taryn there. Really just stepping on that tail, changing the paddle in the hands to a cutback, and that wave will flatten out through the channel there. And
she has a good
busy.
style.
Yeah, she's got a good style, and Cape Town known for its South Africa point breaks, so probably groomed her style on the point breaks in South Africa.
Yeah, I caught up with Annette Karsing from Denmark quickly, and she said when she showed up, she just about started crying because she realized it's a right. And, in stand-up paddle surfing, your backhand, it can be the death of you. For some people, if you don't practice on your backhand, it can be a real challenge.
Yeah, totally. It's that's why you got to be well-rounded, especially in these contests. And I think if we do get the swell increase, I think you will see a left off the right, and potential of people splitting the peak. So that would be great to be able to see the guys and the girls splitting the peak and going both ways.
Definitely, and we've got our surfer in yellow out there right now from Japan, Takoyo Yokoyama. You gotta really sound it out. She's also doing a lot of work this week. She's going to be doing the SUP tech racing and the SUP distance as well as the surfing. So endurance coming in to a play here.
Yeah, as we see Sophie taking off another nice wave and just cutting back in there to the power source of the wave, and she's going to try and milk this one all the way through. And with about 9 minutes to go, she's getting a fair share of waves and doing Sweden proud.
Yeah, Sophie just making her way back out. It's been a little bit, conditions changed a little bit today. The tides aren't a huge factor here in Sayulita, but we've definitely seen the break kind of move in a little bit from earlier this morning. And like you said, I think when that swell comes in, it's going to be pretty exciting to watch, and the level of surfing as well as the racing will be really fun to watch. I love watching the guys get blasted on their 12.6 boards going through the surface. We see our Japanese surfer here. She's just taking that wave all the way into the beach. Taikoyo, she's a 2014 All Japan Stand-Up Paddle Championship winner, so she's been surfing for 10 years. And 38, still going strong.
You see Taryn take off on a sizable wave, but it doesn't really seem like the bigger ones are the best ones at the moment. So she just kicked out of that one, and she'll make her way back out in the lineup. But as we hear, some more scores coming through right now.
With this double elimination format, it's pretty interesting. Going into that first heat, I'm thinking back to that last heat with Jen Lee. If maybe she came into it a little more relaxed, realizing, hey, if I lose, I don't lose. But, maybe that came into that inexperience of Team Hawaii not competing here at the ISAs and not actually having to go through that pain of going through the repecharge round.
Yeah, it's just, like you're not just yourself, you're serving for your country, and maybe the pressure, it challenges people in different ways, and maybe she just was focusing on trying to do it, but again, you learn from every time you go surf, every time you do a heat, they're going to learn more and more, and she'll learn more from that, and she'll go out into the repecharge and go out there and attack it.
Sometimes we've seen people make it all the way through the repecharge, and if they're fit and they're feeling strong by the time they get there, oftentimes they're more fired up and more in tune with the lineup than the people who went through the qualifying rounds.
Well, they definitely get to surf more waves, that's for sure. But I think last year one of the guys went all the way through. Sean Pointer, I think. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, but you could just tell that he was spent by the time he got to just from surfing the repecharge. So, in a perfect world, I would say no. You
There's
want to get through and not have to surf more heats.
There's definitely a little pros and cons to both, but if you're fit and you can endure going through the repechage rounds, sometimes you get to learn to line up like the back of your hand. Yeah.
Maybe they lose
Purposely.
surf more waves, but you can hear the locals cheering here for a wave. There's like a little set on the horizon.
I want to take a quick moment to just thank all of our sponsors: Mexico, Live It to Believe It, Riviera Nayarit, the Paradise of the Pacific, and we've got the Mexican Surfing Federation, Sayulita Surf Club to thank, media partners, Sup Racer, Stand Up Latino, Surfos, Passion Extrema, and the official board supplier is Rogue, as we see up and riding in red, our local girl, Ada Ramos. You can hear the crowd on the beach just going nuts. The six probably never experienced anything like this in her life. Like the whole team, the whole country, the whole town down here to support her and cheer her on. They're cheering every turn that she does.
Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, what an experience. 16 years old, first ISA at your home beach break, and family, friends on the beach, screaming for you. So it's awesome, and she's surfing really well. So as you can tell by the cheers of the crowd.
Yeah, so they actually had tryouts this year for Team Mexico and ran heats and all but one of the surfers on Team Mexico from here in Sayulita. So, Ada beating out Karen Jacobson, which we've seen compete for Team Mexico year in, year out. And so that just goes to show you the level of surfing here in Sayulita and these competitors. It's just an achievement to make it onto the team. Same with Team Australia.
Again, it's just the evolution of the ISA and the World Southern Paddleboard titles. And, you have to beat the best in your country to get on the team. And then, I think that's a great thing. So, more competition, brings out the best in you, and it's good for your country. So, bring it on and, making you get the best people to the ISA titles each year, which is what we want to see.
Well, we see the flags finally starting to move out there, Jamie. A little bit of ocean breeze starting to make its way in, which for us is good. But this will just have a little more texture on the water, and might just give a little bit of reprieve. It doesn't seem like it gets that windy here.
About 1,000 degrees, but yeah, you can definitely see a little texture, like you said, Jody. But nothing really to change the conditions too much at the moment. But as we see, we saw Sophie trying for that wave, but it just sort of petered out on her. So as we see, Taryn still holding first place with an 11.13. The local girl Ida Ramos second with a 5.87. And second, third, and fourth, it's still very tight. So that transitional spot up to this repechage is still up for grabs. We see Tapio and Sophie try and get a nice scoring wave to move to that spot.
Well, Taryn is she's looking really good. Her throwaway score, Jamie, her last wave was a 4, and her throwaway is higher than the other three competitors' top wave score. So Taryn is definitely getting busy, and she's not laying down at all in this heat. She knows she wants to go out there and win, avoid the repechage, and she's up against the local girl, so she probably had a strategy. Hey, I'm just going to go up, surf my own heat, and get 2 really good scores. And we've seen anybody that's in the double digits has been pretty much taking the lead.
Yeah, it seems like, for me, it seems like the girl or guy that goes out there and is busy and looks like they're having fun and sort of getting the good waves and getting through the heat. So it seems like Taryn, to me, had that attitude when she paddled out. She just was really busy, wasn't too selective, and she's got a lot of waves, and a couple of those waves have turned into high scoring ones. And, hence that first place position.
I've got a question for you. So, we're seeing like Emma Webb kind of riding a little bit different equipment. We saw some of the guys in the men's riding a little more rounder nose. What do you think, the judges, do you think that comes into play at all? Just it's kind of like it's a cosmetic thing. Like Emma was saying, it's not really a performance thing because she's driving everything off of her back foot. But we see it in normal surfing when some of the athletes ride different shapes. It can kind of play into the judging. What's your opinion?
Well, I actually like the way Emma's board looks. It's sort of it's really like riding a fish. You're out there surfing a shortboard. Fish to me would look really good. Emma's board looked nice. It looked like it was, it had a lot of speed. It went through the flat section. So, I don't know if she planned that. She knew what it was going to be like, but it seems like, the conditions have suited her board. So, but these girls, they make anything work, and they've definitely, the boards have evolved. Shorter paddles being shorter. Playing around with fins. 3 fins, quad fins, 5 fins. So. It's awesome to see that the progression that the girls are going through.
Yeah, I noticed Mo Freitas was riding a quad and Zane was riding a thruster. So, equipment's definitely going to come into play. But these stand-up paddle boards, it's not like you can just shove like 10 of them in your board bag and call it a day and be prepared for any conditions. So, we're here in the countdown to this heat. Is we see our rider in black, Sophie, out of Sweden. She's just not quite getting the score that she needed to advance. Taryn Kite out of South Africa taking the win with our local girl Ada Ramos from Mexico, the 16-year-old, coming in second. But I'm sure the coaches are going to have a little talk with her and kind of re-strategize, regroup for the next heat as we see the heat recap here, Jamie.
Yeah, Taryn on one of the better waves of the heat there, and just linked that up really nice. That wave stood up for her. Just had a little bit more on the wall for her on that one, as we see the Japanese girl Takayo doing a nice top turn there, and still played there. And she got a bunch of waves as well, and again looks like she had that more of a longboard style wave. And as we see, the local girl Ida just doing a nice little floater there. So a nice tight heat, and second place was up for grabs right up for that last one.
Yeah, Tara, she looks strong the entire heat, and like I said, her style is really smooth. She's got that just comes into play. She's got great paddle technique, nice flow. She controls that paddle. She's not like flinging it around everywhere, and I think the judges aesthetically really love that.
Yeah, I like Taryn's style, and I think she's one of those. When we're talking about Shakira and Amy not being here. Taryn's one of those girls that can really step up now and take it to the next level and potentially, be fighting it out for the win.
Yeah. Well, when we come back, we're going to be heading into heat number 4 of the women's qualifying rounds here from the 2015 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. Don't go anywhere.
How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Ahora sí, ¿me escuchan?
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP Championships. We are in heat number 4, round number 1 of the women's SUP surfing division. Caroline Aguibad from France in red, Brisa from Peru in white, Paulina Valdez from Chile in yellow, and Lorena Kamikaze from Argentina in black. So another 20-minute heat. Advancing out of that last heat, Taryn Kite from South Africa and the local Mexican competitor, Ida Ramos.
So you had Team Spain down there, Bo, behind you while you're, or no, you had Team Mexico behind
cheering.
you when you're cheering. Yeah, and Spain was amazing during Ibala's heat. So it's really cool to see some of these more passionate teams get out and support their athletes.
Well, it's all part of the movement Fernando Aguirre is creating out here with the ISA, the Olympic format, the double elimination. It is really bringing back camaraderie, and you're seeing teams cheering together, and other countries that are close to it that are cheering them on too. So it's very exciting out here on the beach here at Sayulita in Mexico. Up and riding, we can see that is Brisa Malaga from Peru, and now up in red, former finalist for the past 2 years, Caroline Aguibad out of France. Good carving turn, switches the paddle back. Looking for that inside section. She's going to find it. Stroking really hard and not much maneuverability on that last one. So Caroline Aguibad already on the board with a 2.6 on her opening wave.
I mean, we talk about it so much, but we love stand-up paddleboarding, and one of the things that's so great about it is a day like today can be so much fun. If you're out there on a normal shortboard, you wouldn't be catching very many waves, but on these stand-ups, they're able to see when the sets are coming in and generate your own speed with the paddle while you're riding a wave, which just makes it a lot more user-friendly and adaptable to any type of conditions. And stand-up paddling is great in big waves as well, which hopefully we'll see later in this week.
There we go. Brisa on the inside, just out the back in the green jersey. That is Paulina Valdez out of Chile. So she up and riding on her first wave. Scored a 0.5, so that is her second ride. Last wave for Caroline Aguibad from France in red, a 3.67, so that solidifies her lead in first place. Second place is now Lorena out of Argentina in black. Third place, Paulina from Chile in yellow, and Brisa from Peru in white in fourth right now, still awaiting her first score.
Well, Team Argentina, one of the more verbal countries. We see a couple flags down there on the beach, but yesterday during the parade, they were, front of line, being, starting with an A. I'm sure it was in alphabetical order. They were so loud the entire parade and were fired up the whole time. They never let down, and it was really neat to see everybody come out the town of Sayulita, and people are hanging out balconies and watching as all these marched in to represent their team, and it just is a great way to get the event started.
Well, the host country always does a great job, whether we were in Peru or Nicaragua, now in Mexico. It seems like everybody comes out. The town is supporting, the visitor and the tourism industry really supports these events. Fernando Aguirre works with these people year-round, globally, around the world to set up not just this event, but the World Junior event, the World Team event, the World Longboard event, the World Bodyboard event. There are even more planned later this year, the World Adaptive Surfing event coming up in September. So Fernando is really expanding the ISA from, I believe, 24 countries when he was first president in 94 to now 96 countries globally around the world who are taking in surfing, sup surfing, and other water disciplines in the world.
Yeah, it's been great, and especially to see a sport like stand-up too, and see it grow in these countries that have not ever seen stand-up paddling, to get that into their country and to have athletes representing the sport in their country is really neat to see that growth.
And speaking of the devil, he just may be listening to us, but we were just talking about Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, and we're going to be joined with him momentarily. And we'll give him Fernando, aloha, welcome, hola.
Aloha, hola, hello.
Welcome to day number one of your masterpiece out here, even though we have about 2-foot surf, occasional 3-footers still coming through a high tide. We're seeing exciting action today.
Yeah, I mean, I woke up this morning, look at the ocean. It was so nice, crispy. The high tide wasn't very nice very early, but it was very, very nice. I was actually working. My wife was surfing out here, and he was enjoying it.
Well, you guys have been getting in the water every day.
Yeah, we try to, Otherwise, might as well step down from president of the ISA if I don't surf.
Well, we were talking earlier how you were a competitor in this event back in, 1992?
1992 in France, yes, longboarder, yes.
And how that spurred you to not only take control of this event, but really expand it
from 20 countries in the 90s to now 96 countries
Yeah, it
globally.
was the 92 event. I didn't take control, but we founded the Pan Am Association at that time. But you know, the Rio event was having some difficulties. So with a group of people, including Marcos Bucao, our technical director, we basically took over the event to be sure that it was running. And by the end of the World Championship in '94, I was there as a fan, as a participant, but not as a competitor. I ended up becoming elected president of FISAC. I think it was like a spur of a moment. It wasn't the plan.
They couldn't have picked a better person. And your mission statement, I love it, to develop surfing globally.
Oh, yeah. I think, it's like some people hear, oh, well, you're going to develop surfing, you're going to pack the place with surfers. That's not really the case. Our goal is to take it to people that have the playground, they have the waves, they have the lakes, the rivers, and, they don't have SUP, they don't have surf. A lot of the time has to do with development, with financial resources. So we have plans and programs to help them develop the sport, but also to teach them, also to support under 18-year-old boys and girls of underfunded, to help them fulfill their dreams. So in reality, yes, it is running world championships, and to some extent it is running a federation, an international federation, but to a large extent it's also something very, very interesting, which is working for love. And love between people, no?
And I think your biggest thing that you do is those scholarships to the young athletes, to the young juniors who don't have the money to buy a surfboard. And all of a sudden you fund them and then get them involved. And we've seen those scholarship winners come out to the World Juniors to compete.
Yes, it's amazing because, in the first world, in the rich nations, we consider a surfboard, and it's not like a big deal. But, $300 or $400 even used boards is more than what a family can make in a whole year in most of Africa, in many places of South America, Latin America, and Asia. So, when you keep things in perspective, and we don't just give it to people that want to surf that are under 18. We give it to people that are under 18 that want to surf, but are also dedicated to their education. So they have to be dedicated students, not just dedicated surfers. And that's just the way we look at it.
This event has grown immensely. You have tripled the athletes in a span of 3 years, from 2012 now to 2015. We saw 100 athletes in the first year at Miraflores. Now we have nearly 300 athletes and grown from 17 countries competing to 27 countries competing. I mean, the future of SUP in the ISA is
exciting.
Exciting. I was trying to find the right word. I think
it is exciting. And some people ask me, when we meet today, every day we meet with at the beginning of all the webcast announcers, and I said, if you guys are missing excitement, just tell me, because I can get you excited. And that's what I like to do. I really like to promote a sport that brings people together. I think we have too many problems in the world that are not solved because we don't talk to each other. So for me, reaching out to communities, it doesn't matter, your religion, your socioeconomic background, your race, your age, your gender, it doesn't really matter. We all want to practice something that makes us happy. And we know that being in the ocean is like a fountain of happiness. Being on a lake, being on a river, supping, racing, surfing, whatever you want to do is better than not doing it. So we look at that as a mean. And I've been very happy with what we've been doing with the ISA, with SUP. In the last 3 or 4 years, we have made huge progress. We are on the verge of being voted for potential inclusion in the Pan Am Games. In 60 days from now, that will be huge. And we are in the middle of the process of a potential inclusion in the Tokyo 2020 Games, which will be a huge also a step in the right direction. So we're very excited. It's like sometimes it's hard to balance your life. You want to be, you want to be in the water. You want to do all the things, family, friends. You got to work. You got to make some money. So, you got to keep all those things in perspective. But this is fun.
20 years ago, this was not even feasible or even thinkable. I mean, you've taken Duke Kahanamoku's dream and taken it to reality, and that is huge, Fernando.
Yeah, it's nice. I have a lot of respect and admiration for what the Duke did and how he represented the Aloha spirit, and he took it to the world by taking surfing to the world and all water sports. I mean, he was like a water polo player, swimmer, diver, surfer, canoe paddler. I mean, even a stand-up. Even the Hawaiians have a stand-up games. They play surf water polo with surfboards. So, integral part. But besides that, and you can admire a person for doing that, is I really admire people not because of their achievements, materially, or even, you can be the world champion of any sport, but I admire people when they're the world champion, passing of a better world, because, the imprint that we leave when we go is really the only reason that means that you live your life well, no? Otherwise, you were just a taker. I like to think that at the end of the day, when I'm gone, hopefully a shark take me out, a big wave closes out of my head, and I'll be gone swiftly. That people can say, he gave more than what he took. And I think if we all kind of look at that as a way of judging ourselves, then it's, you got chances of having a better world, huh?
Well, look at this year. You've got Hawaii to come here. You've got Holland to come here.
Yes.
You've got U.S. Virgin Islands to come here, who had never had teams in the SUP World Championships. You're having a World Adaptive Surfing Championship coming up in September in La Jolla. I mean, barriers every day.
Yeah, I love it. I love when I heard that Hawaii was coming, that the U.S. is bringing their best team, and suddenly we have the best SUP racers and surfers in the world and the best pro paddlers in the world. There's no doubt whatsoever. If you're not here missing out, you're probably not, you don't deserve to be on the top of the world. So I think this is very good. But on the other hand, completely, like you mentioned, the adaptive surfing is for people that had either born or had situations that created physical impairments for them to, they're challenged athletes, adapted athletes. So we'll have the inaugural, it's like the Paralympics of surfing. We'll have that in La Jolla at the end of September, 25th, 26th, 27th September. And I can't wait. I mean, it's so inspirational what people with some of the most difficult physical conditions have actually decided that they're going to live a life like we do. They're going to go to the ocean, they're going to go to the wave, they're going to paddle, and that just fills me with emotion.
Or Fernando, you're making dreams come true. I'm involved in the adaptive surfing world in Hawaii, and you can't imagine the hype and the excitement you've given a glow in their eyes. I could become a world champion.
Oh yes. But for me, it's funny because it will be a world champions crown and medals. It will be serious sports event, but at the same time, will be a gathering of that community. And we have the support of some amazing organizations like the CIF, Challenge National Foundation, and a lot of local people, professional Olympic and Paralympic gold medalists are going to be there helping. So suddenly, this is becoming like a global United Nations of adaptive surfing and adaptive SUP. And you know what? That means this is a good year.
It is. And 3 weeks from now, Nicaragua, you're going to host the World Surfing Games, and the talent that is showing up is still adding up. That is going to be one of the best in the world.
I think Nicaragua is going to be amazing. And of course, being in a place that is 24 hours, 365 days offshore. Come on, it doesn't get better than that.
And I saved the last for the best. Yes. You're bringing back the ISA World Junior Championships to California. It's been over 10 years, right?
Yes,
when they had
almost
it
10 years.
Huntington?
Yes. It was in 2006, yes. And I know it's not that we didn't want to bring it before, but it takes a big effort on the local organizers. Surfing America has stepped up. The city of Oceans have stepped up. Vizsla, the sponsor, have stepped up. So suddenly we're going to have all the best under 18-year-old boys and girls of the world are going to be in California in Oceanside. This is in mid-October. And you know what? If you think that you're a good surfer, and this is what I do, I don't think I'm a good surfer. I think that I love surfing. I go out, with all the athletes in all the events. But when I go out to the juniors, I feel like I'm in super slow-mo. I love it.
They are amazing. Over 90% of the men on the World Pro Tour are from the ISA Juniors, and 100% of the Women's World Tour are from the ISA Juniors.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, even Slater surfed. He didn't win a medal. He surfed in '86 in the English hosted World Surfing Games. But, you can say basically that every good professional surfer in the world has gone through the ISA ranks. And a lot of them also participate in the World Surfing Games, which is like the FIFA Cup, is the best open teams. And, a lot of the professional surfers make a break in their busy year, requalification, prize money to participate in their team. The Americans will bring Damien Hopgood, which is a very incredible surfer. But the Brazilians are bringing a very good team, and the French, the Portuguese are bringing the best. And it's like I say, the ISA events have a beauty, And one of the many beauties, but this is a big, beautiful thing that we have, is you can have the best surfer in the world in a heat, in a 4-man heat, or a best supper in the world, a 4-man heat, with a completely unknown dark horse, female, male, doesn't matter, and suddenly being eliminated. So you're really needing to check your credentials, not just against a limited group of people that is always the same, but this is like unexpected athletes coming from all over the world, and that is really what you can call it a world championship, because the world is represented, not a handful of.
It's amazing. Recap, 3.5 minutes remaining in this heat. We have Caroline Aguibar, the former finalist, Brisa Malagra from Peru, sitting 1 and 2 here. And even with the light wind conditions, the classic conditions here, we're still seeing the best of the best still performing well out here in Sayulita. And what a beautiful opening ceremony yesterday.
Yeah.
I was just watching you, beaming off your smile. You were so excited. You were looking out in the crowd and seeing new faces, seeing old faces, seeing more faces.
I just get excited about people getting excited. It's just, I love seeing people being in love with what they do and what, their lives. So for me, seeing the opening ceremony coming together, the locals, Jalisco dancers, the local Huichol dancers, these are hundreds, thousands of years tradition dancing for us here, together with young athletes from around the world, media from around the world, everybody social media, tagging and uploading photos and images and videos. I mean, it is really a world love conference. Love for the sport, love for the ocean, for nature. And, by the end of the week, it's going to be love for our Mexican hosts that have treated us so well. This is a wonderful little town. It's maybe 20 blocks by 10 blocks, and that's all. So in the night, we go out, we walk, we see each other in the restaurants, in the coffee shops. It's just amazing. I mean, it's like, how couldn't you be laughing and smiling and happy?
Well, I tell you picked the perfect spot. This town has been a great host. Team Mexico has been, a great team, and they have taken pride into this event.
Yes, the Mexicans are very happy, very proud. It looks like we're coming to the end of this heat. And we got the lady from Argentina, Lorena, is here on the right. There you go on the camera. And I think she was needing like a 3.13. We'll see what the judges say. And we don't tell the judges, by the way, what a surfer needs to move to the next round. So the judges judge blindly, which is the way it should be anyhow.
Yeah, and they're taking in consideration the conditions, and the athletes are looking for speed, power flow, and especially in SUP surfing, they're looking for that paddle to be used in a positive manner.
Oh yeah, that paddle is like a separate energy out there, to push harder on the backside turns, to put harder on a section that you need to go on a floater, to jump and get better air. It's really it's incredible. I mean, I'm a supper, but I'm not like a high performance like these people. But it's just enjoyable to be out in the water, watching the fish, watching the bottom, hanging out. It's a great sport. I think, it's like one of the reasons why it has been so much exploded in popularity in the last 4 or 5 years is because the learning curve is so fast. No? I mean, you could be the first day with a teacher and you're up. You're up and going.
I got my mother on the stand-up board.
There you go.
She never goes to the beach. But stand-up board, she can do it.
I hear a lot of stories like that. I mean, I was just taking a picture with a supper from Switzerland. He's from Lausanne, from the Olympic city. And he was here. We're taking a picture today. He has the flag from Lausanne. And he was very happy. I actually helped him last night on the opening ceremony.
Taking a look at your vice presidents, you have Casper Steinfath now representing SUP as a vice president.
Yes.
Former ISA world champion Lane Beachley with her
Yes.
success from Australia in the surfing world.
Yes.
Barbara Kendall from the windsurfing world.
Barbara Kendall is an IOC member.
Exactly.
And he's a gold medalist.
Yes. I mean, you've got people representing all different aspects of the ocean sporting world.
I think I want that. Our executive, which is 5 people, has 40% are women. So there's 2 women. The 2 are incredible athletes today and former world champion, Olympic champions. So I think, we need more women in the sport, and we need more women in power and decision-making positions. And we are not just talking the talk, we're walking the walk. And the other thing that I think is very, very important is that this is a diversified, geographically diversified, gender diversified, sport diversified. Barbara comes from windsurfing, Casper from SUP racing and surfing. I come from surfing. Karim from Peru. He comes from all the sports because a waterman. Yes, and of course, Lane is, just on her own category.
Well, that is so great. The ISA is growing leaps and bounds, and I just can't wait for the future. And that goal of 2020 in Tokyo is turning out to be more reality.
Yeah, I mean, we got a good shot at it. It's you can never count the egg before it hatches, and I've learned that in my life. I work hard. Sometimes so hard that I passed the finish line. I didn't realize that we made it. But but it's good. We are already included in several, South Pacific Games, Oceania Games, South American Games, Bolivarian Games, Asian Games. We've been included before. So, we're in the process of being included in the Pan Am Games, hoping to be included in the African and European Games. So this is all going to present opportunities for athletes, surfers, sappers from all over the world. And this is the reason why I do this. It's just excited to be helping other people fulfill their dreams. Because, everybody can say, I'm a dreamer. Yeah, I'm dreaming about my dreams. But if you're working for your dreams, that's everybody does that.
How can people get involved in this movement of the ISA?
Oh, volunteer with your national federation. Get involved in the sport. Go, get a board, rent a board, get a loaner from somebody. Go to the ocean, go to the lake, go to the river, go to the man-made wave. Hey, in 60 days, in 45 days, we're going to be having 2-meter high, 150-yard left and right man-made in the middle of Wales. And late on the year in the United States and early next year in Madrid. So suddenly, surfing, wave surfing, SUP surfing is not going to be limited to the people that are lucky enough to live by the ocean.
Oh, that's going to be amazing, and that's going to be so exciting when that all happens. And I know you have to jump off the road from this event to take care of other duties. But,
unfortunately, I have to go to the Surf Industry of America Surf Summit once a year. It's an important group of people that are stakeholders. They're helping promote the sport. Of course, they have a business interest in promoting the sport, but all those guys are surfers. All those guys work as volunteers in humanitarian, environmental organizations, surf development organizations. So I spend half of the week here, half of the week there, and by the end of the week I'll be at home, hopefully surfing that same swell that we're going to get here on Wednesday. I'll surf it in Cabo a couple of days later and then in California.
Well, we got an exciting heat out in the water. Two-time gold medalist Emmy Merrill, not here representing the United States, but we've got another young American on screen right now, Izzy Gomez.
Oh, yes. She rips. She's also such a nice character. I'm glad that the American SAP community and paddling community has embraced the team concept. They're here. And, I mean, they were so excited, and so were the Hawaiians, which, of course, at the end of the day, one day, if there is SAP and surfing in the Olympics, and in the Pan Am Games, they'll be all surfing under the American team. This is just a peculiarity of the ISA. We recognize Hawaii as an independent surfing and SAP nation due to the roots and being the birthplace of the sport. But when it comes down to Olympic movement events, they'll be under one flag, and they'll be the Stars and Stripes.
That would be a superpower team, but that will be in the future. But Izzy Gomez, and when I read about her and her young story and her start of fame, I mean, that's what this sport is growing into. I mean, people can get into the sport at any age and become very well. I mean, you've got crossover athletes, world champion windsurfers, Ibala Milano from Spain, crossover, and her goal said, before I retire, I want to be an ISA SUP world champion.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's amazing. It's incredible the amount of, it's not a surprise that, everybody feels attracted, gravitates towards this, nice warm day on the beach, by the ocean, nice people, and that's really what brings all these people to the sport. And like you said, there's a lot of people that are, that are retired because they're old enough to retire that are taking on SUP, and you see their faces. I'm not the only happy face. There's a lot of happy faces out there.
Well, I tell you what, Danny Ching from the United States is here. Connor Baxter from Maui is here.
Yes.
Australia's boosted their team. France looks like they have an all-star team. I mean, the level this year.
And don't discount the local Sayulita Mexican team, which is all from Sayulita.
Exactly.
So
they
are
had tryouts this year.
Oh, yes.
Let's watch Izzy Gomez, the young 17-year-old out of California. Nice carving forehand turn. And look at the way she uses that paddle. Forwards, backwards, front side, back side. And that's what the judges are looking for. Darting left, right. I mean, she is amazing. And listen to all the crowd. I mean, the camaraderie, everything I was hearing. I was talking to Alan Pfluger, one of the coaches of Team Hawaii. His son was carrying the flag for Hawaii.
Yes.
And he told me, now I see why everyone comes to this.
Now she goes excitement.
Now I see why we should have been here for the last 3 years. Now I get the spirit. I go, you haven't even come to the competition yet. This is just the opening ceremony.
Yes. It's really special. There you go. Another competitor is going to be, there you go.
Here we go. This is a surfer in gray. This is Diane Wenzel from Canada. A good car. Diane, she
was so excited yesterday at the opening ceremony.
Oh, yeah. She had her
So
Canadian
happy.
toque
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yes. She got me one of those tubes on top of my hat yesterday for the photo. And of course, you know, the Canadians are, you know, an ocean and river and lake going people. And we will continue to see SUP exploding in Canada. It's a sport, and especially because, you know, in many of the surfing disciplines, you are really in the water. So when the water gets, you know, in the 40s, it's not fun. But, you know, in Canada, in SUP, you're never really in the water. You're on the water.
I've talked to Robbie Nash and Kai Lenny and those Nash guys who have gone up into Alaska,
Yes.
into the glaciers, into the rivers, and seeing bears, seeing bald eagles. He was saying, you wouldn't believe the serenity, the peacefulness that you can do on just a excursion, a sightseeing trip with supping.
Oh yeah, it's like you're really feeling that you're part of it. You're not interfering. You're not making noise. You're not like anything. You're not polluting. You're just enjoying that, and it's just amazing. I mean, it's a family sport. You know, you can grab the whole family, can go and paddle together.
Well, there's a family down in Dana Point that travels. Their whole family trip every year is around supping, whether it's Lake Tahoe, or they go to Atlanta, or they go to the coast, or anywhere, or down to Mexico. They said they've gone to Baja. I mean, they now have families that travel around supping.
Yes, it's really a special sport, and you know, sports that bring people together, sports that bring family together, are cool sports. Are sports that we need to embrace. And hey, I think we're lucky. I'm gonna have to go now and go and do a little bit of the Spanish webcast so they don't feel jealous and they don't get mad at me. But it's always a pleasure chatting with you, and for everybody, you know, out there on the webcast world, stay with us. This is the 2015 SUP World Championship. I say SUP World Championship in Sayulita, and the action is going to continue all the way until Sunday. Adios.
Fernando, thank you very much. I don't think I can thank you enough for what you have done for the surfing world, for the SUP world, and all the ISA championships for this calendar year. It's going to be amazing. The Canary Islands for the Masters.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see you over there, and back in Chile for the bodyboarding at the end of the year.
It's a long year with a lot of countries to visit. Yes.
Thank you, Fernando. And we'll hear you on the other side on the Spanish version.
Yes. Adios.
There you go. ISA President Fernando Aguirre sharing us the dream, the passion that he has here for SUP surfing and for surfing around the world. Thank him for updating us with the current situation with the ISA. And let's get you updated with this heat in the water right now. We are in heat number 5, round number 1. Izzy Gomez in red on picture on screen right now in the lead with a high of a 4.33. She has a low of a 0.93, and she'll try to replace this wave. And Izzy, love her style. We're going to bring back Jamie Mitchell, former world champion here at the ISA SUP World Championships. And great to see Izzy for the first time.
She's the world champ. She definitely is stepping it up, and she rips. And yeah, I mean, these girls have just got so much better over the years, and amazing to see a young girl like that, top of a game at such a young age. So exciting. It's great for the sport and great for ISA.
Here we go on screen in green and in gray on the backside. That's Diane Wenzel from Canada on the outside. We can see Margarita trying to catch this inside wave. She's stroking. She's just on top. She's not on the down face, and now she's made the transition. Here she goes. Currently in third, needing a score of a 2.1 to go to second. Good carving turn. A bit of a wider board, so not the sharp turns as you saw from Izzy, and digs in an outside rail and goes down.
Yeah, she milked that for all it had. She's gonna try and go out there and definitely. As we see, I think Diane Wenzel paddling to this one. It's a really nice looking wave. A nice open face. Nice couple little turns there. Got a lot of water to work with. She changes the paddle over. Little redirectional turn there. And she'll try and get back there to the white water and finish this one off as she kicks out.
Diane, originally from Canada, has a surf school down at Dana Point. Very much into the SUP surfing world.
Yeah, it's amazing. You actually, in the circle of paddling,
the people that are living in different places and competing for their home countries. It's sort of cool. But as we saw Izzy out the back there, just took a little bit of a fall out there on one of her waves. But looks like there's a little bit of a pulse in the ocean right now.
How about Fernando Aguirre? Isn't he an amazing person?
He's one of a kind, isn't he? He's just the energy, the enthusiasm that he brings, and just looking at him yesterday with that orange shirt and the white shoes and the white pants, just it makes me smile. I just look at Fernando and I smile, and I think that's amazing that we have someone like him, that's really pushing our sport and doing it for the right reasons.
Well, it looks like 2019, he said we're 16 days away from the announcement of possibly inclusion in the Pan American Games. Also, in other games around the world, federations are adapting SUP surfing and regular surfing into their regional and federational competitions, which is the ultimate goal is to feed into the Olympics. And every host city of the Olympics gets to pick new sports. Coming up in Brazil next year, they've already picked their sports, so surfing is not eligible to be in next year's Rio Games. Golf's coming into the Rio Games next year. So we're looking at 5 years down the road in Tokyo at 2020, and you know how surf crazy and ocean sport crazy Tokyo and Japan is.
Yeah, that would be an amazing. Imagine starting off the paddleboarding, Olympic dream in Tokyo. That'd be pretty cool, and they do it right over there. They're amazing people, and let's hope that everything falls into place, and we potentially, could be crowning an Olympic gold medalist.
And SUP surfing and regular surfing in the Olympics would possibly be held at a wave pool. And coming up this summer in Wales, a 2-meter wave will be available coming up both rights and lefts on a consistent basis.
Yeah, I think, mistaken, I think that's the Wave Garden. It's a bigger version of the Wave Garden they have in Spain. So I've seen that, and it does right, and it's the perfect little wave. So let's hope that it can do the same thing at 6 feet, and who knows, that could be the start of something for the surfing for the Olympics as well.
Well, they've already had a wave pool event in pro SUP surfing, and down in Dubai. Zane Schweitzer won that one, didn't he?
Yeah. I actually went there one year, and I had to surf in that wave pool. It was quite fun to be in the desert and surfing, but it can be. I just think that they're waiting to make it a quality wave and to really show what the surfers can do.
Diane Wenzel just tearing apart this wave on the outside, has some wall up on the inside, redirecting, and will kick out. And Diane firmly in second place right now. Izzy Gomez with the lead, 2-wave total of an 8.16, 7 minutes remaining. And for Marguerite out of Italy, now needing a score of a 2.67 to get out of third into second. Remember, top two advance into the winter round, what we are calling the qualify rounds. If you watch on the ISA Surf main webpage of the result page, the losers of these first rounds will be relegated down to the repechage heat, the losers round. So 2 losses and you're out. And I love that format. And you don't see that anywhere around the world, but here at the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, it's awesome. And, you don't want to come all this way and just surf one heat. So it's a great format they have. And, I'm a fan of it. And, I'm sure these unlucky girls that potentially finish third, they're going to get another chance and to show what they can do. And, I think that's great. So, good on the ISA for having that format. And, Izzy charging.
6 minutes remaining. Found a medium wave. She'll opt not to go for this one. I think it was a wise choice here. But on the shoulder, we can see Marguerite. She's stroking in for it. And she's got it. There she is on the corner.
Yeah, a little bit. It looked like she's going to be a little bit behind there, but that wave just stood up really nicely for her. Nice little top turn there. And, this wave is, the best wave she's had so far, and she's surfing it really nicely.
A 1.9 her high, 1.77 her low. The combination giving her a 3.67, needing a 3.47. Last wave for Diane Wenzel now coming in at a 2.87. So that margin has just been boosted up just a tad. 5.5 minutes remaining. Jamie, I know you've been walking around. You've been checking out some of the competitors. What's the vibe on the beach?
Oh, it's an awesome vibe. Everyone's in their team colours and supporting each other. And you've got your little your fractions because some people have to try and prepare for a race while
supporting the surface today. But tomorrow is going to be a long distance race. It's hot, it's humid. They can't be out in the sun to prepare for a race like that. So it's tough on those guys at the moment. But they're doing the best they can. And the one thing I do love is just the camaraderie and that team spirit that the ISA brings to this event. So all around, really good vibe on the beach.
Just under the 5-minute mark, 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. We've seen Jordan Mercer go out for a quick paddle. So, some of the athletes are getting a last-minute train-in.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes have just come in the last few days. I know for Geordie, I brought her board to LA and then it got shipped here. So it's a brand new board, so she hasn't had too much time to get used to it. So just tuning up the little things, making sure the drink bottle holders, in the right spot and, the fins in the right spot. So, and just trying to get used to this humidity and heat. So,
well, I tell you, she'll be the one to chase. She has been undefeated, both in technical and distance, ever since the beginning 4 years ago.
Yeah, she's an amazing athlete. And it will take something special to beat her, but it is the ocean. Anything's possible, and I know, there's a few girls out there like Carter from the United States who's really got a bullseye on Geordie's back and wants to take it down. So it'll be a long, grueling race.
Yeah, Carter was second place last year in Nicaragua, and she made a gallant effort trying to keep up with Geordie in that middle section of that race, and it was very exciting through the islands. And Lake Granada was an exciting venue for the competitors. But tomorrow, the ladies are going to face 5K laps out here in a triangular course with running through the chicane. So we're going to be seeing them through every part of the race.
Yeah, I like it. I like the fact that we're going to be able to see them. There's a little bit of, you can change, you can make your moves coming in through the break. So I think that's exciting for not only the competitors, but for us spectators as well. So I'm a fan of that, and I can't wait to sit on the sidelines and watch these guys and girls go through some pain.
And the leaders will be able to see their competitors too. Usually when it's point A to point B, like the Molokai crossing that you've done, and like the Nicaragua race last year from point A to point B, you can't see your competitors. But here they'll be able to gauge how far away and how far away maybe second or how far fifth is to get to that opening pack.
Yeah, totally. And you can actually, if you're really onto it and you've got your watch and stuff, you can start to see each lap where you are, how much time you're in deficit. Are you making time? Are you losing time? So, it becomes really technical out there, but they're just going to be so exhausted that they're just going to have their head down and bum up and going for it.
Yeah, we're just previewing what's coming up tomorrow. Tuesday's action will be the long distance for the women, prone, and SUP. Thus, on Wednesday, we will do the same for the men. Long distance race for the men, SUP and prone. 1 minute, 49 seconds remaining. Izzy Gomez dominating in this heat. Diane Wenzel on her last wave, a 2.87. And for Marguerite, she's got a 2.43 and a 2.27. She now needs just a 2.94 for the surfer in that green-yellow block right there.
Yeah, with 90 seconds to go, she's going to be hoping for one of those really nice walled-up ones to come along and get that score. It's not a huge score. It's definitely possible. So, this last 90 seconds, we'll see if the ocean's kind to her.
Well, I've been timing some of the competitors. It takes them about a minute to 90 seconds to get from the shore break all the way back out and catch another wave. And that's the one good thing about SUP surfing is they have that advantage, that quick turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Anton earlier in the heat, right? The first 10 minutes had nothing, and then within the next 3 minutes, he had 2 scores. So, they can really do that really fast.
50 seconds remaining. Gomez in first, Wenzel in second, and Margarita in third place, now needing a score of a 2.97. So wrapping up, we are in heat number 4, round number 1, heat 5 and 6 on deck. And then after that, we're in heat 5, so one more heat to round out this round. And then we're back into the men's competition, round 2 qualifier, and there will be 6 heats in that round. And we're seeing a lot of teams, double crossovers with advancing their surfers. So, not only individual prestige is at point here today, establishing yourself in the category of the winners round and the repechage round, but also team points.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this afternoon we will see people that
we'll be out of the competition with those 2 losses, which is a shame. But as we just finished that heat 5 and into the last heat, Izzy Gomez in a solid display there. Really sort of showed why she's the world #1, and she's probably the one to beat here.
Well, it's going to be exciting to see how the rest of the day plans out. And coming up next, we got a former gold medalist out of Brazil, Nicola Porcelli. So we've got another great, of course, a UK surfer, Holly Bassett, and Jocelyn Alibi from El Salvador, who was in the top 10 last year. So a very competitive heat on deck next. And 21 ladies competing from around the world, competing here at the ISA SUP World Championships. That was not an official horn. Beach announcer Mano has disregarded that last horn because they had to score the last couple of waves on that last heat. Here's the heat recap, heat number 5. And it all began with our world champion, Izzy Gomez.
Yeah, really nice directional turn there back in the whitewash. Nice cut back. She really used the paddle a lot to generate that speed. And she got like 3 or 4 really nice turns there until that wave faded out. And then Diane got a lot of waves, and board looked a little big for her, but she done a great job, and she got plenty of waves out there.
Marguerite gave a gallant effort. Her last 2 waves coming in at her best 2 waves, but she just needed a 2.97 at the end to get herself out of third into second. But we're going to see her in the repechage round coming up on Wednesday, on Thursday.
Yeah, they as we see Diane get another really nice looking wave. That's just that super glassy, a lot of wall on that wave. So she surfed that really well, and that was, I imagine that's her best wave of the heat.
So the horn is just blown for heat number 6. We'll take a short break here at the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships as Team Canada welcomes back Diane Wenzel from the beach. And coming up next, we'll have heat number 6, more action live from Sayulita, Mexico. You're watching the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Mexico for the 2015 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship presented by Hotel Cupero. We are in the colorful coastal town of Sayulita in Riviera Nayarit. And in the water right now we have heat number 6 of the women's SUP surfing qualifying round. And we've got Nicole Pacelli in Brazil, former gold medalist in the SUP surfing division, and Holly Bassett from the UK. In white, Jocelyn Alabi from El Salvador. I'm Jody Nelson, joined here by Jamie Mitchell, former world champion himself. And now we get to listen to his expert insight on SUP surfing and racing.
Yeah, the girls are putting on a show. Izzy Gomez just really showed why she's #1 in the world at the moment. And now we're going to have Nicole Pacelli, former world champion as well, in this next heat. So a bunch of the top girls back to back here, and it's going to be interesting when we get to those latter rounds and they come up against each other, and can't wait for that.
Yeah, we saw earlier that Jen out of Hawaii, she got bumped down into the repechage round, and she'll have to surf a lot more heats, but she might be surfing heats that are not as competitive. So I don't know if that was a strategy perhaps, or maybe just an inexperience. time we've seen Team Hawaii compete the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. So
Yeah, sometimes it's not your day. You have those heats, but Jan and she'll get the chance to figure out the break again, and maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I think once you've lost, you've sort of got to try and take that negative and turn it into a positive. And like you said, the positive is that you get to surf it again and work it out more. So hopefully that's her mindset going into that next round.
now this is being a team event. We've got like the coaches, you've got the guys sticking around to watch the girls, which sometimes you don't have all that support when you're surfing in a competition. Talk to us a little bit about what you think these girls are getting told, and what you think the strategy they're being told to take out in these heats with the slower dying conditions.
Well, the lucky countries that have some coaches, like they've probably been studying the conditions and just, like about an hour and a bit ago, we saw that the surf really slowed down, and we just wanted, and then now it's picked up a little bit more, so you can be a little bit more selective probably, and just try and pick those two best waves to get those two high scores.
Well, as we are watching this heat number 6, got up and riding Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, former gold medalist here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. And currently we just are joined from winner of that last heat, Izzy Gomez. Izzy, this being your first time competing at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships, what was it like going out there and representing your country?
It was definitely like a really good experience, and even the opening ceremony was just beautiful, and like it's so unique to anything I've ever done before, and I'm just really happy to be here supporting my country and with my whole team, and it was a really cool experience.
Emmy Merrill, every time she's been in this event, she's won a gold medal. Do you feel like there's any pressure on you to live up to?
Slightly, but I'm just gonna surf how I surf and do my best, and not necessarily for myself, just because I want to see us do good. And but it was definitely a cool thing to have them have chosen me for the team, and I was just kind of shocked because I know Emmy's such a great competitor and she's done so well here. So, yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about your team. This is the strongest American team that we've seen at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. What's the vibe with the team and the camaraderie amongst you guys?
Everything is just really good, and there's just so many laughs, and we're all joking all the time, and it's really cool. And we have Candace Appleby for women for racing, so that definitely makes us a lot stronger. And we have Jack Bark for prone, and there's definitely a couple new team members, and it should be we'll see what happens over the week, but it's been good so far.
Now, this has been the first time that we've seen Team Hawaii send a team, and what is the talk amongst your team? The approach against some of these tougher teams, because there is a strategy. I don't know if you guys have discussed it, but to win a team championship gold medal, it's definitely a team effort. What's been the coaching you guys have gotten?
The coaching that we've gotten is just pretty much like we're here as a team for our country and not just ourselves. So, and whatever we do, and I know my team is going to be behind me, and I'm going to be behind them no matter what. And even if we get last, we'll still just be here supporting our country. But yeah, we've been talking some strategy just to kind of figure out, ways to, I guess, go for the gold. So, yeah.
All right. Well, you guys have one of the bigger teams. Talk to me a little bit about yesterday. We saw some of those teams that have one competitor or two competitors, and what's it like to be able to see some of the smaller countries coming out to compete in stand-up paddle surfing and paddleboarding?
I think it's amazing because every year I go to a new event, or I see so many people stand up paddleboarding, and it's growing so fast, and it's just really cool to see all of these people. Even if there's one or two or three people on their team, it's it still makes an impact on the sport and everything else. And, it's really cool. And I love the fact that they want to try it and they want to compete and represent. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on your win, and we look forward to watching you throughout the rest of the event.
Thank you.
If you want to say hi to anybody at home watching?
Yeah, I know my grandparents might be watching, so I want to say hi, and my dad and anyone else. So, hi.
Well, congratulations. And, yeah, we look forward to seeing you in the next round. All right. Well, we'll get back into this current heat. We've got heat number 6 in the water. Nicole Pacelli, Holly Bassett, Jocelyn Alabi. And currently in the lead, we've got our surfer in red, former gold medalist Nicole Pacelli, with a 4.50 and a 4.83. And in second place, we have Holly Bassett with a 2.17 and a 1.77. She's just looking for a 7.16 to get herself up into the lead. And third place surfer in yellow from El Salvador is looking for a 2.34. She just has a 1.5 and a 1.6 on the board, Jamie, and really cool to hear, perspective from a 16-year-old, fresh face, fresh competitor,
It's amazing. What a life, 16 years old, traveling the world, professional stand-up surfer. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? I mean,
well, you gotta think too. If stand-up's going to get in the Olympics in 5 years, she quite possibly could be one of the names that we're talking about.
oh, totally. I mean, if she's at a young age, she's just got such a calm demeanor about her, and it's I love watching Izzy. She charges, and she is just a really nice human, and it's good to see good things happen to good people. And as we see Nicole, ripping herself out there, making a statement.
Yeah, Nicole winning back in Peru, Miraflores, the women's subdivision. Once it gets down to the pointy end of the competition, it's really, really difficult. And so it's going to be fun to see this year. They've got all these different stories and 16-year-olds with veterans like Ibala, former gold medalists still. But we have the absence of Shakira and Emmy, but I don't think, I think the girls are going to just step it up, and we're going to see a highly competitive division in the women's sup surfing.
Yeah, 100%. There's whoever comes out on top is definitely going to deserve it, and they're going to have worked hard for it. So, Nicole, just from, I don't see her surf too much. I actually did see her out at, saw her at Jaws this year trying to catch a few waves, but it just looks like she's added a little bit more power to her surfing from what I saw last year. So again, just reinventing yourself and trying to add more arsenal to what you have. So good to see she's still trying to improve, even though she's a ex-world champion.
So we see Holly Bassett from the UK up and riding. She's redirecting. She went a little bit on the right and then got a left on the inside. And here Jocelyn Alabi from El Salvador, just kind of trying to stay with this wave. The conditions definitely challenging. Girls are still getting high scores, as we saw Izzy in that last heat. Just, just looking good.
I think it's about wave selection, right? It's Izzy selected some good waves and surfed them amazing as well, which combined for those good scores. So, Nicole, she's picked a couple of gems this heat, and as we can see by her score, she's got one of the highest scoring heats so far of the day for the women as well. So. These good girls, they really know not just how to surf the wave, but how to pick the good ones.
Definitely, and just walking around town, it's such a cool vibe down here, Jamie. Just a really neat surf town, and I know you've had a chance to experience it a little bit more than me, but just yesterday, the support of the locals and the visiting tourists, as well as just all the surfers and the restaurant owners, everybody coming out and supporting this event, and it's been really great to see. And it just carries over into the competitors, and everybody seems really stoked to be here.
Yeah, all four that I've been to is the same. At Miraflores, it was the same. When you're walking around town, there was the bars, and the restaurant owners are trying to get you in to eat at their restaurant. It's just everyone's happy, everyone's smiling. They realise that it's great for the town, and it's amazing, and I love the energy that it brings to these events, and it's very different than most other events.
Definitely, and I think, something that's unique here is it's very concentrated. It's a very concentrated small town, as we see Jocelyn Alabi from El Salvador up and riding, and on her backhand picking off some of these rights. It's a little more difficult, but yeah, what I like about this town is it's very concentrated. Right here, the racing's going to be here, the stand-up paddle surfing's going to be here, and the town breathes and sleeps surfing. So. They're all really excited to have the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships here in Sayulita.
Yeah, walking distance, and walk to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Go have a swim, have a surf. Yeah, it's just it's a really cool little surf town, and if you get a chance, you should come and check it out because I'll definitely be bringing back my friends and family and girlfriend and all that. So it's a cool. Thank you to Sayulita for having us, and it takes a lot of people to make an event go up like this. So big props to everyone involved.
As we see Nicole, she's got some great wave selection, picking off a nice right-hander. You can see a little bit of warble in it, the high tide backwash just kind of getting it a little bit, but she's definitely keeping busy, and she's just looking to replace her lower score of a 5.773. Sorry, no, a 5.1. So she's got 2 5s on the table. You can see she's in double digits with that 10.83 total heat score. So, in this position with just 3 people out in the water, she's probably going to utilize this to kind of get a good read on the lineup, because surfing out here in a free surf is much different than being out here in a heat with only 2 other people out, and just that positioning and knowing where to line up and everything changes when you're in a heat.
It's you're not battling with 30 people. You just can sort of pick and choose a little bit more. And as we've seen, Nicole took a weird line across there to paddle back out. It looks like she's paddling out to the left there. So not sure why she's done that, but maybe she sees something that we don't. But
yeah, like I said, sitting in this position right now with 4 minutes and 44 seconds left in the heat, I think she's probably taking this time to kind of like scan the lineup and see if there's any other opportunity that she's missing, and probably like looking forward to further heats down the line and just learning where the position is on. And, maybe she's even giving the other girls a chance to get one of those set waves.
Well, she's definitely in control of the heat, so she can take her time and be really selective right now. But I don't know. Sometimes, people want to be busy. They want to catch waves. They want to surf as much as they can. So as we see a little bump on the horizon there, so Nicole might have just timed it perfectly.
Well, after this, we're going to be heading into men's qualifying round 2, 6 heats, and then after that, we'll go into 3 heats of women's qualifying too. So we're going to see all those top finishers from earlier today surf again. The Felipe Rodriguez's, the Mo Fridas, the Jackson Close, the Daniel Carapo. How do you say his last name? Caropia. I'm hammering.
Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah, Calliope.
Yeah, from New Zealand. Sean Pointer, Dave Bain, Casper. So, the gold medalist from last year, Panaki. So we're going to see all those top surfers out in the heat again, as well as all the top women surfers surf again today. So some exciting action.
Yeah, and these guys are, as the rounds go on and on and on, they try and step it up more and more, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit more, a little bit better surfing than we did this morning. So always enjoy that. Enjoy the men trying to step it up and push it. So
yeah, well, heat number 3 in this qualifying round 2, it looks like it could be a final with Jackson Close, Panaki, Rayoya from Tahiti, Zane Schweitzer, and Justin Bing from South Africa.
That could be a final.
That could be a final.
So the good and the bad thing about that is you have 2 guys that are going to go into the repechage from that heat. So no matter what happens, so there's 2 really solid guys that potentially could win this overall, and they're going to have to go through the repechages, which is going to make it a lot harder when they get to the final.
And, heat 6, Dave Bain, Casper Steinfeth, Jeremy Mazare, and Jose Gomez. So, it's starting to heat up here. Heat 2, Mo Fridas, Thomas King, Bo Nixon, Shane Baxter. So, it's starting to stack up, which is going to divide the field. and like you said, push some of these guys into the rapid charge, and then it's going to be, you know, who can stay on point consistently through all those rapid charge rounds.
Yeah, there's you know, no such thing as an easy heat these days, and you know, these guys are going to just you know, no matter what, give it their all, and looking forward to some matchups. It looks like there's going to be some really good ones there, and yeah, it's exciting. And Jackson, Poanaki, Zane, and Justin. Wow, that's a firecracker of a heat.
Yeah. Well, just 1 minute and 35 seconds left in this heat as we see our heat leader, Nicole Pacelli, up and riding on that ride again. And
yeah, just working it right to the shore, and she's pretty content with herself. She's gonna, you know, win that heat and move on through and miss that dreaded rapid charge round.
well, you can hear all the cheers on the beach and Mexican flags waving, which, you know, there's not anybody in this heat from Mexico. However, Felipe Rodriguez is coming up in the next heat representing Team Mexico. We saw him earlier just go to town and surf really well. And we talk about that pressure, you know, it can either work for you or against you. And it seems like minimum. And conditions have changed a little bit since he was out there earlier this morning. So we'll see how he's adapting to the situation. And, you know, being a local guy, I'm sure he'll do just fine.
Yeah, you know, that could be. It could even play more into his hands with it changing and just knowing what it's. You know, when you're a local at places like this, you know what it does when the tide gets high, or when it does when the tide drops out, or if the swell's dropping in a certain direction. So, you know, he's going to be all over it. And you know, if I was out there, I'd be trying to like just hang off his shoulder and see where he's sitting and try and find my lineups off him.
Well, just 10 minutes remaining in this heat, and our surfers in white and yellow both sitting on 10 waves, so no more opportunities for them. But Nicole Pacelli, our gold medal winner from 2013, will walk away. And we'll see her taking on another heat later on in this round 2 of the qualifying heats. And up next, we're going to have the men's qualifying round 2, heat number 1 out in the water, as we just wrap this heat up. As we see our surfer from that last heat just getting out of the water. We're just waiting for some scores to drop as we look at the heat recap. Nicole Pacelli she was staying on point. She knew right where she was sitting out in the lineup and kept connecting with these long right-handers, Jamie.
Yeah, she did, and like I said, there's just a little bit of extra power that I'm seeing, and from last year, and she's obviously been working on her strength and those turns, and it's good to see, you know, like making an average wave look really good.
That's the beauty of stand-up paddle surfing, and you can see there's a few lumps and bumps on these waves with like the double ups and a little bit of the backwash, but she did a really good job of just reading the lineup and staying in that power source of the wave, redirecting, getting those reforms all the way to the inside. You can see she's, you know, getting her own momentum with her paddle speed just to get that last connecting maneuver on the inside. So, you know, Nicole finishing with over 10 points in her heat total, and that's really, you know, what's been getting people through heats today.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many huge heat totals or single wave scores, but, you know, something in the double digits seems to be getting you through. So, you know, we'll see what the men throw up with now. Like, you know, they're going to, you know, step it up another level, or what's going to happen. So we do have a local, as we can hear in the background, the Brazilians and Mexicans start to sing. So we're just waiting for the horn to go.
All right, well, we'll be right back with the first heat of men's round number 2 from Sayulita, Mexico.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Now, Jamie, we are into round number 2, heat number 1 of the men's bracket. And let's get everybody updated with what is happening in the water right now. Felipe Rodriguez out of Mexico will be in red. Ian Voss from Brazil will be in gray. Mauiki Raioa from Tahiti will be in green. And Karsten Krongard will be in black from Denmark. So now we're getting to the nitty-gritty. We've got 4-man, 6 heats, 24-man advanced out of the first round. And these heats will be so important today. There's one heat, and I'm focusing on heats 2 and 3. They look possibly like finals.
Yeah, it's that heat with Zane and Jackson and Justin. Well, that's going to be a firecracker. And
don't forget Ponaki,
the defending champ.
Yeah.
So just throw that into the mix, and yeah, we're really going to be in for a treat this afternoon. The waves are starting to get a little bit more consistent, and the texture, there's absolutely no wind. It's just beautiful conditions. So we're going to see these guys hassle out there for the waves for sure. There's going to be some tactics out there.
Coming up in heat number 5, 2 gold medal winners, Sean Pointer, Antonio Del Perro. You got Leonard Nica out of Italy and Tamil Martino from Peru. So 3 of those 4 guys have made finals in this event before.
Yeah, it's crazy. The depth is amazing, and again, half of this field is going to go to the repechage, and guaranteed someone is going to go all the way through the final from these repechages, and be interesting to see if it takes it out of them like we saw Sean did a few years ago, and yeah, interesting times.
Yeah, so the names up on the screen, those are the advancing surfers out of the ladies into round 2. So this is the men's round 2. Felipe Rodriguez out of Mexico will be in red. In the gray jersey, Ian Voss from Brazil. In the green jersey, Mauiki Raioa from Tahiti. And in the black jersey, Karsten Krongard from Denmark in the black jersey. And here we go. Let's watch up and riding. This is in the green jersey. This is Mauiki Raioa, the brother of Ponoki Raioa, who is our gold medal defending champion.
Yeah, the bloodlines run deep there, and I think different switch stance, but from the brother. So, but milking it for all it's worth. It's a Tahitian, and he'll put a score up on the board, and get back out there and try and wait for a better wave.
So another 20-minute heat. 17 minutes 45 seconds remaining into this heat. And you can hear the Mexican crowd and their team cheering on with the noisemakers out on the beach, and they are proud of Felipe Rodriguez, who qualified, local surfer out of Sausalito.
Yeah, it's we haven't heard the South African horns yet, so we're waiting for those ones to come out.
Well, we've heard them earlier, but they've been quiet. But we've got Justin Bing coming up in heat number 3, and our other South African coming up also in the next round with Thomas King.
Yeah, as we see the guys just sort of sitting out there, there's not much happening in the ocean, so they just see that the guy just got straight up. Basically, his board was submarine underwater and just popped up. It was amazing skills to do that.
Here we go, medium-sized wave. Black maybe taking a look at our Denmark surfer. Karsten, goofy footer. Here he goes backside, switches the paddle, gets upended by that whitewater wave, and he'll go down.
Yeah, not much really to offer on that one, but he gave it a shot. There's nothing else coming, so no harm, no foul, and he'll be back out in the lineup and potentially onto another wave very soon.
Yeah, coming up in the next heat, a Hawaiian, a South African, an Australian, and a New Zealand. Those are some of the top surfing countries in the world. You got Mo Freitas from the North Shore of Hawaii. You got Thomas King from down in South Africa. Bo Nixon, the team captain of Team Australia, leading the charge. And Shane Baxter from New Zealand. That's going to be a contested heat. That's the next heat coming up on deck. They're calling them for their jerseys right now.
As we just saw Bo right in front of us here, looking very seriously out at the surf, just trying to figure out his game plan, and it's looking pretty focused.
Would deja vu from last year, the small conditions of Nicaragua, be playing in his head?
Yeah, look, Bo's definitely a bigger guy. Definitely likes a little bit more push in the waves. But you know what? These guys are good in everything, so he'll make it work, and
As we see a little bit of a collision there, but I think it's one of the Vaz brothers up and riding on this nice little right-hander. Just going to go up and nice, I don't know, sort of re-entry to tail slide connection there and generating speed. Nice cut back in the shore, and he's just going to finish that one off. Tail slide. And,
with
nice
Team
wave.
Brazil
Beautiful.
and Nicole Pacelli, who just won that last heat. And Nicole, you know, the conditions were tough, but it seemed like you had a strategy. What was your strategy when you went out there?
Oh, my strategy was wait for the set because the set was taking a long time to come. So I was watching the heats before, and then that was my strategy. Get 2 good waves. It's all that we need here. So I'm happy that it works out. So thank you.
A former gold medalist, what would it mean to you to have another gold medal around your neck?
That's my goal for sure. I always train in Brazil, like thinking about that. Like I want to be world champion again, and I train a lot to be here. So, but it's hit by hit, and I'm happy for making my first hit.
Talk to us a little bit about your team this year, Team Brazil. You know, Ian Vaz is out in the water right now. How are you guys feeling this year?
Team Brazil is very good this year. Everyone here, it's good. It's national champion in Brazil. Ian Rips, Adriano too. All the racing too, the paddleboard. Our team is very good. I think we will do great this year.
And talk to me about what you guys think are some of your biggest competitors this year. Team Australia, Team USA, Hawaii. What have you guys been talking about do you think are going to be your biggest competition this year?
Yeah, for sure. Australia, Hawaii, because they never compete, I say before. So now they are surfing with Hawaiians, so it's tough. Actually, all the countries here has like good competitors, so for sure we need to do our best in each heat. So I'm not like thinking about people and countries, I'm just thinking about doing my best. I think my colleagues from Brazil are thinking the same. But for sure Australia, Hawaii, USA, everyone.
And anything you'd like to say in Portuguese, everybody watching at home?
Obrigada, galera que está assistindo. Continua aí torcendo pelos brasileiros. Ian tá na água agora. Vamos torcer que nosso time tá bom, muito bom. E é isso aí, a gente conta com vocês. Obrigada.
Congratulations, Nicole. Bo, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody. Congratulations, Nicole. And congratulations on the top 12 ladies advancing on into round number 2. And we're going to see them later on this afternoon. To thank all of our great sponsors here at the 2015 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. Making all possible is Mexico. Live it to believe it. Riviera, the paradise of the Pacific. We are supported by the Mexican Surfing Federation, the Sayulita Surf Club. Our media partners include Sup Racer, Stand Up Latino, Surfos, Passion Extrema, and our official board sponsor is Rogue. Let's get back to the action here. 12 minutes remaining, Heat 1, Round 2. Maoiki, Raioa, no surprise, in the lead out of Tahiti. Here we go. Our Mexican competitor, Felipe Rodriguez, on his forehand. Big carving turn in the whitewater section and going down. So for Rodriguez in third, critical. He's counting a 3.03, Jamie, and a 1.83, now needing a 5.78 to get into the top 2.
Yeah, just push that last turn just a touch too much, but you know that's what happens now. You know, we're just stepping it up, and these guys are going to be pushing the limits. So good to see, not holding back. So I love that style of surfing.
Ian Vaz out of Brazil just finishing up his wave. That'll be wave number 3. So for our Tahitian surfer in the yellow and the green jersey, he has got a 5.0 and a 4.8 for the 9.82 wave total. Not too far behind is our Brazilian competitor, Ian Vaz.
Yeah, and this heat's wide open. Still Felipe, it just takes one good wave here, and everyone's back in the mix. So with just about 10 minutes gone in this qualifying, so 10 minutes to go, and hopefully we get a flurry of waves.
ISA World Championship Series continues in 3 weeks from now down in Nicaragua. It will be the ISA World Surfing Games. The best surfing teams from around the world. Last year it was Team Peru winning down in Peru. We'll see how the event turns up for the surfers down in Nicaragua. And then later on this year, coming up in September, the World Adaptive Surfing Championships. ISA hosting in La Jolla at the end of September. The ISA World Junior Surfing Championships at Oceanside, California in mid-October. And the World Bodyboarding Championships down in Chihili coming up in December. And also the World Masters ISA Surfing Championships coming up in the Canary Islands outside of Spain in November. So a series of world title events and for many different disciplines. And it's great that Fernando has expanded from surfing on into SUP, into adaptive, into boogie boarding, into the World Surf Games, and into bodyboarding.
It's amazing. And as we see the Mexican just do a nice real turn there. Another nice, flicks that tail out. The crowd goes nuts and into a little reverse. No, not sure if he pulled that off. He just missed that.
Well, I tell you what, Jamie, you called it. You said if he could connect on those maneuvers, he can get out of third place into second.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now. I would imagine that potentially could put him up into that top two spots, but I'm no judge, Bo, so we'll wait and leave it to the professionals.
9 minutes, 14 seconds. Let's see. Let's break that wave down. Felipe Rodriguez needed a 5.8. Why? Because the last wave for Ian Voss took him from second into first with a 6.47. So the margin has been bumped up. But a 5.8, I would say for the Mexican surfer Felipe, that was above average score.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. Those two turns were critical, and that last one, a little tweak he done was, I think the judges will like that, and we're just waiting for that score to drop, and there could be a change in that top two.
So we're on standby for last couple of scores of black and also last of green out in the water. That's yellow on your registered score. On the screen, 8.5 minutes remaining. Coming up next, Mo Freitas from Hawaii, Thomas King from South Africa, Bo Nixon from Australia, Shane Baxter from New Zealand. After that, heat number 3 looks like a final. Jackson Close, former finalist from Australia. Ponaki Raioa, defending gold medalist from Tahiti. Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii, and Justin Bing, also an accomplished South African in that heat. Coming up in heat number 4, New Zealand surfer Daniel Caropa, Costa Rican surfer Alvaro Solano, Mexican surfer Felipe Hernandez, and Brazilian surfer Adriano Ferro. So the last wave, a 7.17. So, Jamie, we were right on button there. We knew it was above average score. Where was it going to be? Was it going to be in the excellent range or below? Just below the excellent range at a 7.17. So now it is shaken up. The Tahitian went from first to second to third by no fault of his own, by his competitors stepping up the game.
Yeah, and he's just going to have to step it up. There's no other way. We know he can surf radically, and I love his surfing, his backside surfing. He's got a smooth style, and just like his brother. So as we see a replay of Felipe.
Yeah, this is the 7.17. Watch the transition moves. Bottom turn, tap off the top, no spray. Here he goes. Better one, throws the tail, slides it, and then the redirect back into the backhand and into full 360.
Yeah, variety of moves, innovation. And a 7. That's one of the highest scores we've seen all day, and I think well deserved.
Look how close between first and second we have here, Jamie. 11.74 for our Brazilian Ian. Felipe, our Mexican surfer, 11.17. So what does Felipe need to take the lead? Only a 4.57 to replace his 4.0.
Yeah, the boys are splitting the peak there. We have Ian Vaz taking that right. Nice wave. A lot of spray thrown from that. We have Felipe on the screen going left as well. So split the peak. And Ian will just close off here with a nice little, sort of slashing re-entry to cut back. But didn't really finish that off. So looks like he's asking his brother.
Yeah, the time. There's 6 minutes remaining. Here we go, out the back, our Tahitian surfer, Mauiki Raioa. Nice carving backhand turn. Not done yet in the whitewater section. Throws the tail. Now open face. Here he goes, gaining some speed. Transition. Good with the paddle. Mixing it up. This is going to be a good wave for the young Tahitian.
Yeah, it was a really nice looking wave. I like the way it lined up and just hit that flat section and hit it
sort of seemed like he didn't know whether to stay in the power source or sort of, get through that flat section. But surfed that amazing, and we got some scores to drop, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, Rinoa now needs a score of a 6.18. Rodriguez in red to take first needs a 4.57. And for Ian Voss, who had that beautiful right, he needs to improve on a 5.27 to keep the lead. And there's Denmark. There's Casper and company as they're cheering on Karsten out in the water with 5 minutes remaining in this first heat of the second round.
Yeah, good. Looks like Casper's got himself a new sponsor. The Red Bull on the head. Good for him. He deserves it. He's one of Europe's most famous and competitive athletes there. So good to see him getting some support there. And what about his costume yesterday? I don't know what you call it, the costume or.
Well, he is the Viking.
He is the Viking.
No other way to put it.
I love it.
Well, of course, probably in ISA history, you and Casper having the moment of the Sup World event.
Yeah, that was a great moment, and that's a moment that I'll forever remember. And unfortunately for me, I came off second best, but made for a great. Actually, we had 2 sprint finishes in the same year, both one for the technical and one for the long distance. But great memories.
Yeah, they're the surfers coming up on our next heat, a stacked heat. But I tell you, when you caught up ground, made that bottom turn on that last buoy, to catch that wave behind him, to be on that same wave was just amazing.
Yeah, it felt good, but I felt bad doing it to him. But he ended up getting me in the end. So as we see Ian Vaz here, just milking this as much as he can into the shore break. And nice work. The guys are working really hard. And he'll step off on the sand, and he'll get another chance, Bo, to get back out.
He needs a watch. Man needs a watch because he has no idea. He keeps yelling at the Brazilian contingency on the beach. Am I done? Am I done? No. He scored a 5.27 on that last wave, so the wave prior. So he has increased his margining in first. Ian Voss with a 4.7. So Felipe Rodriguez now in the lead with a 7.17 and a 5.27. Now for Tahitian, Raioa, now needing a 6.74 to get out of third into second place.
Yeah, it's a tight heat. Karsten's sort of been left behind a little bit, but 3 through 1, all it takes is one good wave, and things can be turned upside down. So let's hope in this last 2.5 minutes that we get a chance that all these guys get one more wave and do what they do.
So as the contest progresses, we 12 will advance into round 3. Here we go, our heat leader, our Mexican surfer from Sayulita, Felipe Rodriguez.
Yeah, Felipe, interesting enough, getting his highest scores on the lefts, and this, just catching the nose there. That would have been another good score, but is that knowledge? Now he's going left and getting big scores. So
well, for a goofy footer, that's his front side. That's his favorite side.
100%, and he definitely made the most of that with Moiki about to take this one. He needs a mid-range score to try and get into that second spot.
Tahitian on his backhand, trying to get around this section. This is going to be a closeout, so the scoring opportunity erases from him. He'll bail out and look for more, and he's in that critical spot. I don't know if there's enough time for him. He has 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining as we see up and riding. This is our Denmark surfer, Cranston, looking at a closeout section also.
Yeah, Karsten just picking, not the quality waves he would like, but again, getting quality experience out there with, 3 of the best guys in the world. So, what a cool experience for him to be in the water with, these guys.
Well, by making it into round 2, he'll eliminate himself by surfing 2 rounds of the Repercharge.
Yep, he's going to be the Iron Man if he wants to make it to the final. So it's these bottom 2 now. It's a tough road to the final, but not impossible. But definitely makes it tougher.
50 seconds remaining. Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico, up and riding on his backhand. Nice carving turn in the whitewater section. Staying with the small inside waist-high wave.
just milking it and making it look easy.
I mean, there was nothing there at the end, and he was still turning. Look at him, Duke stance coming in.
Needs to do the dead cockroach.
Then we'll have the Buffalo contest out here on the west side. Here we go, 19 seconds remaining. All of Mexico, all of Sayulita is going to be greeting Felipe. And Mauiki, his last chance on the left. And it will be Brazil and Mexico advancing on into round number 3. What an exciting heat.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to come down to the last 30 seconds in all these heats. So as we see Mexico going berserk on the beach, so they should. Felipe not letting the pressure get to him, performing under the pressure and taking out that heat with a 12.44 total.
Well, I tell you what, all of Sayulita. Here's the heat recap. Heat 1, round 2. It began with Karsten out from Denmark, taking the first 2 waves of this heat. But then Mauiki set the pace early and took an early lead, but it was the Brazilian and the Mexican who caught up to him.
Yeah, Ian and Felipe definitely, picked the eyes out of the best waves, and Felipe actually went left and got his 2 scores on the left. So a little bit of local knowledge there, but look, they were all surfing really well. And again, just because you didn't get through that top 2 doesn't mean that you're out of the game. So these guys are still. Amazing surfing still, but he'll just have to go about it the hard way.
Here's that left you were talking about. Love that first turn. Drives it through the white water. He falls off this one, but his next one, I believe this is the 717. Good bottom turn. Slashes off the top. Here he goes a second time. Throws the tail, and then coming up here, redirects, and then the 360.
Yeah, that well deserved, and a lot of innovation there, and nice little layback slash there, and again, just laying into that with all he had, and just a nice little closeout floater. So, great way to, to finish the heat for the local boy, and he'll move on and get a couple of heats off.
Stick around, more exciting action live from Sayulita, Mexico. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're live action here in Sayulita, Mexico. Welcome to the 2015 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. We're in round 2, heat number 2, and in the water right now, introduce from Hawaii, Mo Freitas in the red, Thomas King from South Africa in gray, Bo Nixon from Australia in green, and Shane Baxter from New Zealand in black. This is going to be another tight, closely heat, Looking at this heat, looking especially at the next heat. The next heat, heat number 3, looks more like a final. But this heat, still, you got an unknown in Shane Baxter, a known factor of Thomas King, who has competed here before, Bo Nixon heading up the Australian contingency, and Mo Freitas, of course, he's making his mark known in his first ISA World SUP event.
Yeah, I love the way Mo surfs. I love the way he approaches the wave. He's So, yeah, it's as we see him up and riding, and he's going to kick out of that one. But, Mo, he rides super, super small boards. I think they've, close to the 7-foot mark, if not even under that. I think Pat Rawson shapes his boards. He's, as close to a surfboard as I've seen a stand-up, but he definitely makes it work.
Well, he's on the turnaround here, Jamie, and it looks like it's a bit bigger wave, about waist high. Here he goes on the attack. And look how he generates the speed. Throws the tail, 180 spin around, and just does it with flair and with command and control.
Yeah, he's,
Mo is one of the up-and-coming superstars for sure, and not only in the surfing, but he's a very quick racer as well, and holds his own right up the top of the field in all the distance races and sub races.
I believe it was about 3 years ago at the Battle of the Paddle. He really crashed on there as a young teenager, making, I believe, top 10. Here we go. Bo Nixon up in Australia. 2 good forehand carving turns. And that last one, he just fell off the backside of that wave.
Yeah, he just couldn't get over there. The wave just sort of petered out. But for a big man, he definitely made those two turns look really good. So as we get a few of the first few scores come running in.
Yeah, we can see Thomas King up and riding out of South Africa, open up with a 2.73. Shane Baxter from New Zealand, a 1.5. Mo Freitas on his first wave, a 0.5, awaiting his second score. And here we go, Mo Freitas up and riding. Good snap on the forehand with some spray. But these one maneuvers are not going to really add up. You can see the guys, Jamie, they move down more to the right because of the tide situation.
Yeah, and you'll see that the good waves will have a wall to it, and Mo's just been sort of picking these sort of average waves, but he'll be looking for the one that has the long wall, and like the local lad in the last heat, pick the eyes out of it, and these guys are going to need to be up in that excellent range, with such strong competition. So everyone's sort of just got throwaways at the moment, so we'll wait and see for the first big hit as we see Bo about to take off.
Let's watch Nixon on the attack here, placed 9th last year at this event in Nicaragua. Again, a couple of carving turns, and that's all he can make out because the wave it fattened out on the inside.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't want to let yourself not go these ways in case that's just the way the heat is. The heat may be just two-turn waves. So Bo's just sort of getting a few waves under his belt, and hopefully he'll be able to select a better wave like we see out the back here. Looks like a little bit of a bit more of a set wave.
So we see both Thomas King and Mo Freitas taking a look. It's more of a left, so King will have first option, one maneuver and down, but on the outside, Freitas. His father's from Brazil, and his father moved to the North Shore, and Mo's been raised on the North Shore.
Yeah, and charges.
Let's go down to the beach. We got Jody Nelson with Felipe Rodriguez.
Down here with Felipe Rodriguez. Felipe, the whole town's out here supporting you, being in your hometown. How much pressure is that out in the water?
Wow, that's a lot of pressure, but I'm so excited to represent my town, my country, and house. So, I don't know, I'm so excited. I don't know what to say, but I'm like, wow, I'm so happy.
It was a difficult heat. You had a lot of good surfers in that heat. What was the thought process going into that heat? What was your strategy?
My whole team is teaching me like which wave to catch. Make sure the first 2 strokes they're very stronger, like big turns, snaps, and all that, and then finish the wave with a style and a little bit of power.
Sometimes pressure can help someone. Sometimes it can cause you to kind of choke a little bit. And, hearing all your teammates and everybody on the beach supporting you, did that help your confidence, or did that make you a little more nervous?
A little bit more nervous in the first heat in the morning, but now it's helped me a lot. I got all the support from my team, and they just tell me, breathe, man, relax, take your time, take the good one, and do whatever you want, like the best you can.
And overall, how's Team Mexico feeling? How do you guys feel your shot is at a medal?
Wow, I don't know. It's feels incredible. I don't know what to say. This is incredible. It's just amazing.
And I know a lot of people are watching from all over the world. Your hometown's here, but anything you want to say to people maybe watching at home?
Yeah, you guys, I'm ready to come, enjoy the contest. It's going to be the whole week. And this is Mexico, and you guys welcome. And thanks for everything. Thanks to make this possible. Thanks to the ISA and all the sponsors. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Felipe. Bo, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody. Congratulations, Felipe Rodriguez. Round number 3. Here we go. Back to action. 12.5 minutes remaining here in this heat, and Bo Nixon on the charge.
Bo is on the charge, and that
I touched on that earlier. He's changed. He was on the Nash before, and now he's gone to a Chris Garrett-shaped local shaper back on the Gold Coast. And the boards look really good. And as we see Mo Freitas up and riding, just trying to get a little bit of air there. Nice little cut back. And yeah, just, Mo's having a hard time sort of selecting the right waves at the moment, but sure does look good once he's on them.
Well, his wave prior was a 4-point ride, so he has increased his margin from those double twos into the 6.96, almost a 7 range. For now needing a 4.33 on standby for his last wave scores. He's got a 2.53 and a 2.63. Thomas King out of South Africa, he's very much in striking distance, now needing a 2.43, and for Shane Baxter out of New Zealand, now needing a 2.99. And look at that. Mo Freitas popping the fins free. This was the 4-point ride.
Yeah, wow, that was what a smooth transition from a chop hop straight into that re-entry. So as we see Thomas King up and riding on his backhand, nice little top turn, little transitional floater into a little cutback, and that wave will sort of peter out, and as we see Shane Baxter out the back.
Yeah, let's watch Baxter in the black jersey. Nice carving forehand turn. Shane getting on the board now. That'll leave 1 and 2 out on the back, Nixon and Freitas. With still half the heat to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to let that one go out the back there, but Mo and Bo out in front, and these guys have probably been in this situation a bunch of times throughout the last few years, competing on the World Tour together.
I feel like I'm on the Australian team. There's 2 Bows on there.
There is. So
Bo O'Brien.
Bo O'Brien and Bo Nixon. But as we see Bo Nixon up and riding, and just going to do a really powerful turn there for how small that wave is, and little floater on the top of that. And Bo's going to just try and milk this as much as he can, but wave not really offering up too much, but doing a great job.
I tell you what, possibly his best ride. His last wave of 3.37. It looks like he scored more than that. And here we go. Thomas King out of South Africa up and riding, and on the outside, a beautiful set wave for Mo Freitas.
Yeah, Mo's just going to generate some speed here. Nice little speed floater up. Nice big hack. Wow, that was awesome. And put all his power into that. A little foam climb, and Mo's just going to try and ride this one into the shore, and he's going to try and finish this off with something in the 360, but just couldn't quite pull it off.
Going for the forward 360. Here we go, out the back, surfer in black. New Zealand Kiwi surfer. This is Shane Baxter.
Yeah, Shane just not quite connecting the right wave there, but a lot of scores to lock in there, Bo.
Yeah, they are coming fast and furious. Wave prior to this for Mo Freitas, a 3.27. Wave prior for Bo Nixon, a 3.37. So has upped their margin of their point tally, but we're still waiting for scores for all 4 surfers. And how's this? Isn't this Australia's biggest rivals? Hawaii, South Africa, and New Zealand?
They call it the Tri-Nations, Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand. It's the Southern Hemisphere, and rugby, cricket, you name it. It's
but even for ocean sports, for surfing.
Oh, totally. That's you've got it. You could name some real famous,
Lifeguarding.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of different, even in pro and paddleboarding.
Totally. Yeah, Corey Hutching was from New Zealand, and an amazing athlete, and obviously, Hawaii speaks for itself, and South Africa as well. They've had some the Chalopsky brothers, 11 Molokais in the surf ski. So there's no shortage of legends coming out of all those countries.
We say happy belated 50th birthday to Dean Gardner, former Molokai crossing, as the Molokai surf ski getting ready to happen later into this month.
Yeah. Dean Gardner, Chops as they call him, an amazing downwind paddler himself, and still going strong at, give it 20 knots of wind and he'll still be up the front. Conditions like this, maybe not so much, but yeah, I think the Molokai race is coming at the end of May.
And then right after that, there's a big Maui Gym Ocean Fest involving SUP surfing, OC1 surf ski, pro and paddleboarding, all the water ocean sports, all in Lahaina, Kaanapali. And here we go. This will be surfer in black up and riding, Shane Baxter, our Kiwi surfer. Nice carving forehand turn. Here he goes on the inside section, digging in that tail.
Yeah, Shane picked I think his best wave so far, and These guys have got to work so hard to just get that all the way to the shore. So they're earning their keep out there right now.
Here we go. Here's a replay, and I believe this is going to be last of Gray, Thomas King from South Africa, with a 3.37 on his score.
Yeah, just that wave just ran away from him. He sort of had 2 closeout re-entries there. So, he'll be looking for something better, than that. But
well, for Mo Freitas, a 6.77 on this last wave. Doing well in upping the margin and looking for this medium wave. He'll kick out, not liking the opportunity here, seeing on the outside because he's got to keep an eye on Bo Nixon.
Yeah, he still wants to be on the best waves, and obviously if he can keep Bo off the waves too, that'll help his chances in case Bo does get a really good one. So as we do see Bo lining up now, nice wraparound cut back into the foam. He's just going to load up in that bottom turn. Nice re-entry. Nice little cut back there, and Bo probably potentially his best wave of the heat.
Yeah, Bo needs to improve on a 3.37. Needs a 6.9 to catch Mo Freitas, but what he needs to do is patent that second place because Thomas King, a 3.81, very capable, and don't count out Shane Back and get him in second place.
Oh, totally. These guys are more than capable of getting those scores, and. As we hear that last score of Black was 3 points, Shane Baxter, but we have Mo and Thomas King battling here.
So a 4.17 for Bo Nixon, so he is up the margin both for King and for Baxter. And here we go, King and Baxter are splitting the peak here as we keep our eyes on Surfer in Black. This will be Shane Baxter from New Zealand.
Yeah, nice little change of the paddle there, and I like the way he did that. That was pretty cool, but he just hasn't quite got the ones that are linking up and giving him the opportunity to really let loose. But doing the best that you can. These waves are, they're fun, but these guys are really working hard to get the most out of them.
How about the innovative surfing from Mo Freitas? That chop hop 360, fins free, outback. And he's really pushing the limits on a very small day.
Yeah, and that's Mo. He loves to do that, and he's raw, he's unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do, and I love that because I love watching a surfer and not knowing what he's going to do next. So yeah, Mo's definitely one of those guys that's pushing, the aerials and all those shove-its and 360s and all those shortboard moves. So he's at the forefront of that revolution.
4 minutes 30 remaining. Heat 2, round 2, men's qualifying round. These surfers have not lost. They've advanced out of round number 1 earlier this morning, and advancing surfers will make qualifying round number 3 coming up on Wednesday. Surfers eliminated in this round will be into the repecharge round coming up also on Thursday. Coming up tomorrow, the women's distance for both paddleboarding and SUP, and then coming up on Wednesday for the men distance, both paddleboarding and SUP.
Yeah, the long distance races have got a couple of long days ahead of them. If it's anything to go by today, it's really hot and humid. It's going to be a long, flat race, and they're going to suffer. But bring it on. They're the best, some of the best athletes in the world. This is what we want to see. We want to see them push their limits, and tomorrow is going to be. I can't wait to see. Can anyone get close to Geordie Mercer? Can someone push her? Can someone take her down? That'll be the question.
Anna Naughton's return. We didn't see her last year, and she was the competition in 2012 and 2013. She was silver medalist to Geordie down in Miraflores.
Yeah, she was, and now we've got Charger Carter as well, and so it's obviously I think Geordie goes in as favourite, but you just never know. These girls are training hard, and it's not going to be an easy race, and you can, if you don't take the right fluids and you decide don't do that and you haven't eaten right the night before, all these things come into play. And I know Geordie's a professional, all these girls, but you make one slight mistake and the door's wide open.
3-time, 4-time Molokai for Geordie now?
I think she's going for 5.
Going for 5 this year, so she's a 4-time champion. I know she's after your record.
Yeah, she'll probably get it too. Yeah. She's got a lot. She got a lot of years on me now. So,
but this summer down in Australia, she was attacking the Ironman series, correct?
Yeah, in the Iron Woman series, the Kellogg's Iron Woman series, and finished in that the top 6, requalified for next year, and really she's won. I was watching closely, and she's just so close to breaking through to a big win, and it's going to happen, I think, next year for her. But she's an amazing athlete. Run, swim, surf ski, paddleboard. She can do it all.
Of course, her dad, her uncle, Ironman world champions.
Legendary. The Mercer brothers. Darren won the Coolangatta Gold. Dean, two-time Australian champion. Just phenomenal athletes, and hence the genes she got.
Well, I hear through the grapevine a little one is on your way.
Yes, that is correct. And I'm hoping she doesn't get any of my genes. But no, I'm having a little baby daughter in the end of July. So, it's going to be born in Hawaii. So looking forward to that.
Well, congratulations, Jamie. I know that's going to be a new aspect in your life, and it's going to be a joy to raise a little one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the challenge, and it's going to change my life, but for the better, that's for sure.
1 minute, 25 seconds. Freitas in first, Nixon in second. King now needing a 4.6. Baxter needing a 5.07. That is Shane Baxter out of New Zealand. There's Team Hawaii. Those guys are so proud. There's Matty Schweitzer, and there's some of the other guys. I'm trying to...
Kai Hall.
Yeah, Kai Hall, North Shore lifeguard up at Pipeline. He'll be in the prone paddleboarding. I believe that is Leanne Darling, and she's in the prone paddleboarding. And Jenny Lee right there.
Yeah, lots of... Hawaii's such a small place. You see these guys all the time living on the North Shore, so it'd be good to see these guys come up against the best that all these other countries have. And I know Kai probably won't enjoy the long distance as much as he will the sprint.
Well, I tell you what, the paddling community is so close. Of course, the series of races always during the summer to build up for Molokai. Of course, you have the Kleinman. We had the Olokai just last week over on Maui, and they'll have another downwinder coming up in July on Maui also, prior to Molokai.
Yeah, they do the Maui to Molokai, and that's an amazing. If you can ever get a chance to do that course, that's an amazing run. So.
And we got multi-champion of that race, Maui to Molokai, Molokai to Oahu, Connor Baxter in the distance race coming up this year.
Yeah, Connor's an amazing athlete, and I'm really looking forward to, him, racing in his first ISA and seeing what he brings to the table.
And of course, his unique style of paddling.
Yeah, it's got better. When I say better, how do you critique a guy that's one of the best in the world? But I think he had some back injuries from that technique, and he had to tighten that up. And he's stronger than ever, and he just smashed everyone by a couple of minutes last week at the Olokai race, and. He seems like he's in fine form.
So the sound of the horn rounds out heat number 2, round number 2. We are on standby for the countdown for heat number 3. You can see Mo Freitas, Bo Nixon advance on through. Hawaii, Australia. You kind of were predicting that, but you didn't want to count out Thomas King and Shane Baxter in this heat.
No, you can never count out anyone, but definitely, as you look in this heat recap, Mo really just been innovative there, using the paddle, chop hop straight into a re-entry and then another floater there. So Mo just really, that wave was a foot tall, and he was just...
Well, he created a score out of nothing. Bo Nixon having to charge and create, something out of nothing also.
Yeah, and Bo, being a bigger guy, suffers a little bit in these conditions, but looking light on his feet, looks like he's got a nice board from Chris Garrett, and, round through the next round and doesn't have to go to that repecharge.
Thomas King... And Bo Nixon right here following back-to-back waves on the heat recap of heat number 2.
And Bo looking real lively. I like the way he's surfing, and there's nothing like having a bit of a change to get renew the vigor in your surfing. And Bo looks like he's got a new lease of life. And,
well, I tell you what, he was shattered last year, not placing in the top 5, and I think he's got a mission this year.
Yeah, he was very disappointed this year. So.
We'll be right back after this. Our exciting heat number 3 on deck. Stay tuned. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico.
Welcome back to the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships here in Sayulita, Mexico. And we just had an amazing heat out in the water. And in this heat, we have another stacked heat number 3 of round 2 of the qualifying rounds. We've got Jackson Close out of Australia, Ponaki Reoa out of Tahiti, Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii, and Justin Bing out of South Africa. Jody Nelson here with Jamie Mitchell. Jamie, this could easily be a final.
Let's just call it the final and go home, okay?
Okay.
And here on the screen we have Jackson Close's family. He came over with his wife and 2 kids, so family holiday.
They're road warrioring for 6 weeks. New York, Miami, cruise, like I heard the whole program.
Yeah, that's awesome. As we see Zane Schweitzer up and riding on his first wave. Zane just milking it, but he just kicked out of that one, not what he likes. So these guys, you got to think that they're going to be wanting to get in the excellent range to get through this heat.
Well, yeah, we saw that last heat. We've been seeing mainly the heat winners in those double digits, but that last heat we saw, 2 guys in the double digits.
Yeah, well, Mo and Bo, sounds sort of funny, but Mo and Bo both, performed great and just showed their class, and they're looking strong. Both those guys, could take this out, and it's going to be an amazing few days of surfing. Little South Swell Pulse, and a little paddle battle right now. Zane versus Poanaki, and they're trying to get position here. And looks like Zane's got himself in the position, and we're taking this right-hander. Whoa. Nice little tail slide reverse there. And speaking of people throwing things that most people don't throw, that's one of Zane's, again, he's unpredictable, and I like the way he surfs like that.
Well, here's Jackson Close having a look at that bump. But, yeah, that was interesting paddle battle between Ponaki and Zane. They went all the way to the north end, and yeah, I think that might be a good score.
I think it's just that we're going to see more and more of that, when there's not as many waves and you're in that tight little pocket there, as we see Poanaki just do 2 really nice turns and showing the form that made him the champion last year. He's going to keep riding this one all the way through the shore break. Nice little cut back, and he's looking on form right onto the beach there.
Well, it's great to see, just the age ranges. Ponaki being one of the younger guys last year, but that didn't stop him. He got there and won the gold. And I feel like Bo Nixon has been around forever, and he's only 23. I think some people think he's a lot older than he is because he's been competing at the ISA World Championships for so long, but just 23 years old. And right now we're going to send it down to Bo Hodges, who's with the winner of that last heat.
All right, we're going to break the action down here at Team Hawaii. The Hui over here shouting out for Zane Schweitzer, but Mo Freitas, great heat out in the water. You were generating scores that were shin, knee high. Talk about the strategy going into a very competitive heat.
Well, first I want to that's behind me, and because for all the support, Team Hawaii, they couldn't have done it. And but yeah, the waves are small, but they're really fun. There's some lips, and it's breaking. It's kind of got this point, so it's breaking nice and long, and it's pretty hard with 4 guys. So you really gotta, wave selection is key and whatnot. And my boards are working amazing, fins are working amazing, and yeah, I'm just having a lot of fun here in Sayulita, and I think is the most dangerous when he's having the most.
Your board, how big is it? The design, the shapes.
We've made a 7-4, and yeah, it's really narrow, custom. It works in all conditions, and yeah, it's just a lot of times the fins that I'm riding, the Futures Tech Flexes, the flip is like perfect for a little.
Sounds like you're in tune. Team aspect, because in surfing and sub-surfing around the world, you don't have that, but here at the ISA, it is a team effort. I mean, you're cheering for your teammates, your teammates are cheering for you. Can you feel the vibe in the Ohana out there?
It's you feel so much aloha, and it's pretty cool, Silita so welcoming, and we're down here, you know. So, and stoked that these guys had invited me down, and it's an honor to surf for Team Hawaii, and yeah, I'm beyond stoked. And the Aloha's pop inside.
Well, I'm going to let you go because you got some cheering to do. You want to say any shouts out to the people on the North Shore?
Shout out to my parents, my mom, my dad, big aloha, and yeah, all my friends out there in Hawaii and Hawaii. Thank you.
Camera right now, so he's got to get back to work. Well, back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bo. As we see up and riding, Zane Schweitzer just getting a little loosey-goosey there, Jamie.
Yeah, he's getting a little funky, old Zane, but he's very innovative, Zane, and very flexible, very good on his feet, light on his feet. So, he's always trying those 360s and air reverses and all that new school stuff. So, what he throws up, when the swell gets a little bit bigger.
Well, this heat's definitely gotten underway. We've got in the white Reoa, Panaki Reoa from Tahiti. He's sitting on a 4.33 and a 4.90 in yellow is Zane. We're just going to wait for that last heat or last wave to drop. He's got a 3.73 and a 5.47 as we look at the replay of this last wave of black.
Yeah, Justin Bing from South Africa. Nice first turn. You get nice little cutback, and he's just going to try and generate some speed and just slipped off the board there.
Just coming unstuck there. He's looking for a 6.83. He's currently in the third position with a pair of 2.37s. So, and in that fourth place is Jackson Close. He's sitting on a 2.50 and a 1.07. So 12 minutes remaining in this heat. Just 8 minutes have gone by as we see up and riding in white. That's our gold medalist from 2014, Poanaki Reoa from Tahiti, just going to town on this little right.
Yeah, Poanaki just ripping, and this surf really suits him. Even though it comes from those big reefs, reef passes in Tahiti, he seems that he just can generate so much speed and off his turns and this small stuff as well. So Poanaki really showing why he's the champion, and in his title this year, he's not going to give it away easily or let anyone take it away from him.
Well, I'm sure you're well familiar with the little beach breaks in Tahiti. There's lots of great training grounds for these guys to, compete around the world. A lot of times they have to deal with these little beach breaks, and, we see it with the World Surf League competitors, World Championship Tour competitors like Michelle Perez, and they have a wide variety of waves in Tahiti, which you can see. I mean, this kid doesn't just surf big reef breaks. He's 18 years old. He rides just a 7.2 or 7.3 stand-up paddleboard, and he's only he's been surfing for 5 years. And like you said, last year, he got first place at the World Stand-up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships in Nicaragua. As we see up and riding in black.
Justin Bing laying it down, and he's got a nice little runner here. This thing's going to sort of form up on the inside for him, and this would be a nice wave for Justin as we see Zane out the back. Really, Zane, what I love about Zane, he's so fast through transitions. He just, it's amazing how he goes from one turn to another, and as he goes into that nice wrapping roundhouse, and another little check cut turn there, and that'll just fade out for him, and then Jackson Close on a nice looking wave out the back there. A couple of big man turns, and Jackson just does a nice little change of the paddle there, cut back, and he's going to try and just load this one up all the way to the inside. So Jackson finally getting himself on a good looking wave, and he's about to step off right onto the beach. So and now again, Poanaki just throwing the tail, blowing it out, and recovering. And the judges are going to be busy right now. There's been about 6 waves ridden, and they got their work cut out for them.
Definitely, as we see Poanaki just finishing that wave. And, I saw Jackson on his way out to this heat, and, you can see on the bottom of his board his dimensions. He's riding an 8.0, and a lot of these guys are on 7.1s, 7.2s. So, Jackson's a much bigger guy. And
he's probably got 20 or 30 pounds on most of those guys out there, especially Zane and Powanaki. Those guys are probably 160 dripping wet, and Jackson's probably more up in the 190 to 200 range.
Yeah, so I mean, in conditions like this, that could come into play. I mean, I don't know. I just watched Zane on that last wave. Equipment too is super key, and it just looked like he generated speed really easily and was just flying down the line.
Yeah, you just look at the boards; that it just look like extended shortboards, and they're underwater half the time, just paddling around. You can't actually stop paddling. If they stop paddling, they just sink. So it's the equipment has just gone smaller, shorter, thinner, narrower, more high performance, and it's it goes to show with the maneuvers they're doing, and all those innovative moves they're trying to do. They couldn't do that on the boards they used to ride a year and a half ago.
Yeah, could you imagine Jackson doing like a pop shove it on an 8-foot board? It's just like
I don't see Jackson doing a pop shove it, but yeah, exactly. Like you say, Zane's on a 7.2 maybe, and I think they have a smaller board than that as well. So
I think he said his board's 71 or 72 liters.
Yeah, right. That's a small board. So as we see, Jody, nearly like the lineup's changed again. I can't see them from my vantage point here. They've gone to the north there, so it looks like there's been 3 different surf spots today they've been surfing.
Yeah, the conditions have definitely changed a lot throughout the day. We've seen a couple of tide changes, and the breaks kind of focusing more on the north end now, as we see as Powanaki kind of taking a look at this one. And it's been a lot of racket on the beach, and that just that means there must be a local Sayulita Team Mexico for the next heat. We are actually going to see Felipe Hernandez coming up in heat number 4 of this qualifying. So we have a little update.
Yeah, Powanaki just dropped a mid-range 6, I think, which improves his situation at the front, and Zane's in second place, and Jackson needs a one to move into second. It's going to come down to the wire the last 6.5 minutes, and let's just hope we see a flurry of waves so these guys can, duke it out and surf it out to the next round.
Yeah, well, Zane's just looking to replace a 4.0, which, he can easily do. All these guys are capable. Like we said at the beginning of this heat, this is practically a final, and now it's just going to come into, like, positioning and timing, and, there's no priority in these heats. So, being on the stand-up paddleboards, that vantage point, you can see everything. So we're probably going to have a few more paddle battles by the end of this heat.
For sure, and that's where these kids at paddle race might have a little advantage. We saw Zane paddle past Powanaki before, and Zane's a great racer in his own right. So, a little advantage there as well. Like, if they really get down to the nitty gritty and are really hassling each other to get in position.
Kind of like a heat within the heat, just with this positioning. It's who can read the water, the best, because bumps coming in, and these guys are just scrambling, looking around, and trying to chase down these bumps. As we see. Jackson actually is on the far south end, and you can see Zane and Justin here in the middle. And
Zane's going to really hustle to try and keep Jackson off this wave. So, that's what Zane needs to do. It's actually a good wave. Nice roundhouse cut back there. He's going to try and do something radical on that closeout. Nice big off the lip, little floater, and as we said, Zane's trying to get rid of his 4-point ride, which, it looks like he probably will do that with that ride.
Zane, what's really impressive is just the speed that he's generating. It's not the wave that's fast. He has so much speed, and even when he does his turn, he's not really wiping the speed off. He's maintaining that speed in that moment.
Yeah, he doesn't lose any speed at all. He just, even when he does those roundhouses, he transitions out of them so fast. And, it's, equipment, style, his technique, it all comes into play, but he seems to have the right formula right now.
Well, Zane looking to replace that 4.0. Not sure if that wave is going to do it, but Powanaki comfortably sitting in the first place position with a 4.90 and a 6.50. You know, we're going to be keeping a close eye on Jackson Close and Justin Bing as we see that last wave of Zane Schweitzer dropping in at a 5.23. So he's still in the second position, but Justin Bing looking for a 5.77 and Jackson Close looking for a 5.41.
Yeah, this heat's wide open still. Justin and Jackson only need a low-range score as we look at a replay here of Zane. And look at that speed you're talking about there, Jody.
And I know he's on a thruster as opposed to like Mo Freitas is on a quad fin. And, you know, fins are probably also have a lot to do with this, you know, the speed and momentum. And I'm curious to see what that difference would be, the quad to the thruster in these conditions.
Yeah, I think the thrust is definitely giving him a little bit more control when he's busting those fins out. They're not quite sliding quite as much. So, you know, I would imagine the majority of people are on thrusters today. I saw Jackson look like he was on a thruster. I know you said Mo was on a quad, but I haven't seen anyone else on quads yet. So, but that makes sense as well. There's a lot of flat sections out there today, you know, with the speed. So, as we see, Powanaki up and riding.
Wow.
Oh, and just nearly makes that sort of air shove it, just come unstuck right at the last minute, but going for it.
This is getting exciting. There's like a few sets coming in here as we see Zane was able to get this. It was kind of a weird little double up, but he gets his fins free, loose, and you can see just with that 360, the whole paddle situation can get complicated, but he handles it with grace.
Just, it's like a gymnastic twirling move that he just pulls off, and, you know, and again, just sliding those fins out, and the crowd, well, the Hawaiian crowd goes nuts down there on the beach. So, you know, I'm pretty sure that Zane will improve his heat total that wave, replacing the 4. So he'll put himself in that just a little bit more breathing room from Jackson and Justin trying to get that qualifying spot.
He has an interesting backhand technique. I mean, he is really able to kind of toss that tail around and get it loose and put everything into it. And it seems like he uses the paddle a little bit, but not as much as you see some of these guys forcing through those backhand turns. It seems like he's got it down pat.
Yeah, I like Zane uses it when he needs to use it. He doesn't overuse it. As we see Jackson up and riding. Nice big turn from Jackson there, and that wave's just sort of petering out and not quite big enough for the big man, but you know, it looks good. Jackson looks like he's surfing great. His board looks great. Just hasn't quite got the waves in this heat yet. So, you know, with a minute left, you know, he's going to have to pull out something incredible to get through.
Well, he's just looking for a 5.41 to get into the advancing position. The last wave of Zane Schweitzer dropping at a 4.37, so not improving his situation. As we see in black, Justin Bing is looking for a 5.77. He's got a nice right-hander right here, Jamie.
Yeah, that's a nice wave from Justin, and hey, this could be a real heat changer here. Oh, the commentator's curse. It just fell off as soon as I mentioned how good that wave was going to be. So,
well, I think that was probably his last-ditch effort with just 15 seconds left in this heat. We're wrapping this one out. We hear the countdown. And we've got heat number 4 coming up in this next round with Daniel Caropa from New Zealand, Alvaro Solano from Costa Rica, Felipe Hernandez from Mexico, and Adriano Tricia Ferro from Brazil. Did I hammer that?
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a great heat. Ponaki Reo taking the win. Zane Schweitzer coming in second. So Team Tahiti, Team Hawaii moving on to the next round of qualifying, and we'll see Australia and South Africa send 2 of their guys into the repecharge round.
Team Polynesia. So, yeah, we've seen a bunch of really good guys get put in that second round. Repecharge now, as we see a heat recap with Zane. You know, trying to push that reverse 360 there. Just couldn't quite do it. But Powanaki, just showing the skills that took him to that title last year, and amazing talent from this young Tahitian, and Jackson Close just not finding the ways that he would have liked, and Zane backing himself up for that second place. As you see that little chop hop, grab the paddle, try not to get the leg wrapped around the paddle, and so Justin, Bing again. Justin had some nice waves. He just didn't seem to capitalize on the waves that he got, but again, Powanaki throwing that out. That was a great turn from the young kid. So it's going to be a great couple of rounds coming up. Even those repecharges are going to have some stacked heats.
Definitely. And, Powanaki really showing what got him the gold medal last year, getting fins free, loose. His style is really, really good, pleasing to the eye.
It is pleasing to the eye. Looks really natural, and as we hear Mexico go berserk for their surfer, Felipe Hernandez, feeling no pressure right now. So.
All right, well, when we come back, we're going to get into heat number 4 of the men's qualifying rounds here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships from Sayulita, Mexico.
Tahiti, 1 man in, 1 man out. Australia, 1 man in, 1 man out. Hawaii got both men in. Yep.
Advantage.
Welcome back to the 2015 ISA SUP Paddleboard World Championships. We're here at Sayulita, Mexico. My name is Bo Hodge, along with world champion Jamie Mitchell. And going through these rounds, I tell you, these last 2 heats seem like semifinals or even finals, Jamie.
Unbelievable. It's there's definitely some stacked heats, as we saw. Bo Nixon and sorry, not Bo Nixon, Jackson Close getting knocked out, and Justin Bing. They're going to be relegated to the repecharge, and Jackson is would be one of the favorites here. So. And it's not the first big name we're going to see that goes to repechage, that's for sure.
Coming up in our next heat number 5, 2 gold medal world champions, Sean Pointer, Antonio Del Perro, another finalist, Tamil Martino out of Peru, and Leonard Niki out of Italy. They're checking in right now, but let's focus in on the heat in hand. Felipe Hernandez out of Mexico from Sayulita. He's been so impressive, already opened up with a 5.33 early in this heat.
He's just on a roll. The Mexicans are feeling it. They're feeling they're loving the vibe. They've got the whole beach, screaming for him, picking the right waves, surfing it well. They just seem to be, on point right now, and it's good to see.
Daniel Karopa, the ultimate waterman champion down from New Zealand.
Amazing effort. He beat the best. He beat Connor Baxter, he beat Kai Lenny, Danny Ching, George Kronstadt, Manoa Jolie. He took them all down in his home country. Like, what an amazing feat that was, and congratulations to him, and it's great to have him competing here.
This Brazilian, Adriano Ferro, really impressed with his first round heat, too. He'll be in the black jersey. And from Costa Rica, Alvaro Solano. So don't count any of these guys. Let's watch the opening man. This is Felipe Hernandez boosting in there. And look at the Mexican team. They are just with joy of that maneuver.
He's just going for it. And just loose, fancy free.
And fins free at the end. Let's go down. Philip Mueller has Powanaki with an interview down below.
With Powanaki Rioja winning a series in round 2 in first position in front of Zane Schweitzer. He is world champion for the ISA. He won last. He speaks French. He still hasn't learned English, so I'll ask him the question and then translate. Félicitations et raconte-nous un peu comment ça a été durant cette première série.
Ma première série, ma deuxième série s'est bien passée. Je suis très content. Il y a du monde. Il y a beaucoup de Tahitiens ici qui me supportent aussi au Mexique. Et je suis très content. Il y a beaucoup de vagues. Il y a du monde qui regarde la compète et je suis content.
So he's very happy on winning his heat. There's lots of waves, he says. And also he's got a very strong support from the Tahitian people. They've come with a lot more people this year. And also his brother. So let's ask him about his brother. Poenaki, cette année-ci, tu es venu avec ton frère, Mawiki. Et donc, dis-nous un peu, qui est le plus...
Tout le monde sont au même niveau, mais après, c'est juste qu'il faut avoir la bonne vague et bien travailler la vague.
So he says that they've got more or less the same level, then you need to find that wave and work the wave to get those points. And so one last question, I'm going to ask what he thinks about the new level, because the level has increased. Pour Nike, tu te rends compte cette année qu'il y a beaucoup plus de niveaux. Comment tu vois la différence de niveau comparée à l'année passée?
L'année dernière, il y avait moins de teams qui étaient présents au Nicaragua. Par rapport à cette année, il y a plus de monde, comme Hawaï et d'autres pays qui sont venus ici.
There's more countries there, and obviously the level has increased, and it's going to be a bit more difficult. But I guess he's still like this, he's going to try to defend his gold medal. Tu vas quand même essayer de défendre cette médaille d'or, d'arriver encore à la finale, et avec un peu de chance de partir avec une seconde médaille d'or, non?
Ouais.
So he says yes. We're going to give him a chance to say French in Tahiti that are following. I know there's quite a few. Quelques mots en français pour tous les gens qui sont à Tahiti.
Je voudrais remercier tous ceux de Tahiti qui me supportent, mes sponsors, F1, et Tahiti Nui et Manera. Je voudrais vraiment les remercier et le team qui est ici avec moi et le club de Nouro, Yorana. Et merci aussi à tous les amis qui me supportent.
So there you are saying thank you to everybody supporting him from Tahiti on the webcast and also air. Congratulations to Puanaki, and for now, back to the booth.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you from our gold medal winner last heat. An unbelievable heat between him and Zane, pushing the level of competition. Jackson close, delegated into the reprecharge round. That is a shocking result.
Jackson's going to have to do it the hard way. He can do it, there's no doubt about it, but he's going to have to surf his way into it. The Australians, they're going to love it when that swell comes up a touch more, So, I mean, I'm sure everyone will, but as we see a replay here of
fins free from our Mexican surfer. This is Felipe Hernandez. Unbelievable new maneuver. And for that just one maneuver, he got a 4-point because that was just about it. He's in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.47. And there we see our Costa Rican surfer currently in second place with a 2.93. A little bit slow, Daniel and Adriano right now. They need to get on the board here.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You wait for a quality one or try and get on the board. It's that 50-50. But Felipe, he's been busy, and and the rest of the guys are basically within a half a point of each other. So first way out in front, second, third, and fourth. It's anyone's game.
There's Daniel Caropa and Felipe Hernandez. Daniel to the right, Felipe to the left, redirecting back out into the lineup. And, this is what a world championship is about. All the surfers have to compete in the same conditions. All have to surf the same type of waves, whether it's big or small.
And they can all do it. They can do it all. It's obviously you have your favorite, conditions, or if you like going left or right. But, when it comes down to it, they all surf amazing in all conditions. And it's whoever sort of gets their head around, okay, this is what it is today, this is what I've got to do, and go out and do it.
11 minutes, 19 seconds remaining. Hernandez out of Mexico in the green jersey and the yellow on the board in first. Our Costa Rican surfer Solano in second place. Ferro out of Brazil in black in third. And Caropa in red in fourth. Caropa only needs a 3.97 to go to second. And for Adriano Ferro, only needing a 4.67. Here we go. Two riders. This will be dictated to red, Daniel Caropa.
Yeah, Daniel Cariopa, amazing longboarder too. He comes from a longboarding background, a New Zealand champ.
easily transition into the stand-up. And he's, as we said earlier, won the Ultimate Waterman Challenge that they had in New Zealand about 6 weeks ago. Amazing effort there, and he's on a roll. He's kept it rolling, and he's hoping to take that form that beat Kai Lenny and Connor Baxter over in New Zealand to here in Mexico.
They even had a discipline during the contest that they didn't run. It was a big wave event. And talking to Kala Alexander, one of the competitors from Hawaii competing in that, he was going, I sure hope they have that one, because that's where I'm going to make up, because he was the oldest competitor amongst those guys.
Yeah, and then I think he also had double points, so he had these double points probably loaded on that one, and he never got to do that. So, but I guess everyone's in the same boat. But yeah, definitely those guys wanted to surf some big waves, and I think they got amazing waves that whole trip they were there.
9 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Stick around. Coming up on our next heat, Sean Pointer, Leonard Nika, Antoine DePero, Tamil Martino. 3 of those 4 men have made finals. 2 of those men have been in every final in the ISA Sup Surfing. 2 of them are gold medal winners.
Yeah, if you're going to put your money on someone, you'd go with those guys, right? It's consistency and a couple of wins. So as we have, looks like Mexican up and riding is just going to generate as much speed as he can and just really attack that lip there, and really nice turn. And it nearly seems like they're nearly one-turn waves at the moment, but he's making the most of those one turns, that's for sure.
Well, I tell you what, earlier today, 11 teams in the first round of the men. Mexico, Hawaii, Australia, Tahiti, USA, Brazil, South Africa, Denmark, New Zealand, France, and Peru advanced both of their men into round 2. Right now, Mexico has a chance to join Hawaii. Right now is the only with 2 men into round 3.
Yeah, and that's, game advantage to Mexico and Hawaii, having that, the 2 guys, into the main round and not have to go through the repechage. So it's not over yet. Felipe still has to win this heat, but, with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go, he's looking really solid, and, he always seems to be on the best waves.
Beautiful day here in Sayulita, Mexico. Opened up with the opening ceremonies yesterday. Here we go, kicking in, kicking out. Adriano seems just out of sorts in this heat.
Yeah, just hasn't got his rhythm yet, so he's going to have to try and find that and, get himself a wave and, get a score. And as we speak, he's going to turn around and try and whip it on this one.
So the goofy footer, let's see, he goes backside this time, redirects back into the whitewater foam section of the wave. Here he goes, closeout section, hits the lip and goes down.
Yeah, just, again, a little bit off time there. And, he's just a little bit out of sorts. But, for 7 minutes, you can get 2 waves. He's more than capable of doing that. And, don't count him out.
Talking to Mo Freitas doing the interview, I know you couldn't hear back up here, and saying his board, a 7.4, flexible fins from Future, saying helping him ride these smaller waves a lot better.
Yeah, it looks like Mo's really dialed in his equipment, and working with Future fins, he gets to pick and choose what he wants to use and use all sorts of combinations of fins. So, good on him, and the great surfers, they have a great relationship with their equipment and really know their equipment well.
Here we go, redirecting here. That's our surfer from Costa Rica, Solano. And having to avoid him on the back paddle out, that was Adriano Ferro. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Don't go anywhere. One of the most contested heats coming up. 3 of these men were in the 2013 final down at Miraflores. Talking about Antoine DePero, where Sean Pointer won his gold medal, and Tamil Martino was second, where Antoine was third. And we're going to join into that heat Leonard Nika out of Italy. Here we go. Let's watch green. Felipe Hernandez, the local Sayulita Mexican surfer in this heat, dominating from the get-go.
Yeah, he's just attacking everything, Bo, and he looking so confident, and he's just going to finish it off right in front of the Mexican, war crowd down there, and getting a high five from the crowd.
But he's not done yet. There's 6 minutes. He can catch 3 more waves.
Yeah, he can still get out there, and he needs to. He needs to go out. Daniel Cariopa, is only a few points behind, and we know what these other guys can do. So it's definitely not up. Felipe needs to get out there and hold court.
Coming up tomorrow, talked to Barrett Tester during my break, and finding out the insights of tomorrow's race. 7:30 to 8:30 check-in for the ladies, both prone and sup, 9 o'clock start. So there'll be briefings prior to the race, oversized, and everyone's competing on equal equipment. And then there'll be a briefing of the race because in technical races and also in distance races, there are buoys to cross, there are chicanes to run through, there are clockwise, counterclockwise maneuvers. There's going to be an in and out through the surf zone coming in through these 4 laps of the distance of the 20K.
I'm excited. It reminds me of in Peru we had to go in through the surf on the far end. No one could see that because we were so far away, but I like this. You got to come in and out of the water. It gets a chance to change it up. As we see Adriano there just trying to find his rhythm there, and his best wave to date. But yeah, back to tomorrow. I'm excited. I can't wait. It's the women's stand-up race is going to be brutal, and these girls are going to be getting right after it.
Well, we'll have gold medal winners returning from last year. Lena Agaitis from Canada, Jordan Mercer from Australia in the prone. Lena, obviously, from the SUP world, coming off a top 5 showing over in the Carolina Cup.
Yeah, it's Lena, defending champ, and she's looking strong. Candace Appleby, we all know what Candace I think she's like a 1,000-time battle of the paddle winner, and so, it'll be interesting. We got some strong other paddlers from the other nations, so it's going to be a grind. There's going to be flat water, there's going to be drafting, and it's going to be hot. So real grind out there on the guys.
So we'll probably have a morning show at about 8:45 in the morning, local time here. That's Central Daylight Savings Time in the U.S. mainland. Same time down here in Sausalito, Mexico. We're a 5-hour difference from Hawaii. We're about 2-hour difference from the West Coast, 1-hour difference from the East Coast. How many hours difference to Australia?
Too many.
Too many to count.
I'm in too many time zones now. As long as I said Happy Mother's Day to my mum, I'm okay. So Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there for the weekend. So
let's watch a replay. The last wave of Felipe Hernandez scoring a 4.67. Fins free, banging. And what I like about that, Jamie, full control of the maneuver.
It's like he's in an expression session right now. He's just going for that one maneuver, and he's getting big scores from it. So, he's feeling it. He's feeling the vibe here, and the crowd's behind him, and he's picking the good waves. And, yeah, the Mexicans are being really impressive, as you would expect at the home break.
Well, we saw Felipe Rodriguez earlier advance out of heat number 1, round number 2. So Felipe Hernandez has a chance to join his fellow countrymen into round number 3. And I know in the last couple of years we saw Fernando Stalla competing in the subsurfing, and now he can primarily focus on his best discipline, which is the distance and the tech.
Yeah, it's just going to be another level of racing, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I can't wait. It's nice to be able to sit back and not critique, but like break it down for everyone at home. And it's going to be a lot of jockeying and a lot of hustling and moving. So I'm really looking forward to these next couple of days.
And it's great that we have a women to have their day of their own and the men to have the day of their own. The last few years they've been combined in the same race.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's great. The guys and the girls, get mixed up, and some girls can be, drafting the guys, and you just don't want to have that question mark over a race. So let the girls have their day, let them have their moment, and let the guys have their moment. And I think it's it's another way the ISA is, better scheduling, just working out what's a better way for the athletes, and we're talking about the flexibility for the waves to get the better waves as well. So this year.
Here we go, Adriano Ferro tearing apart this wave, now getting in sync. Seems like he's having a heat that we saw Antoine Dopero have earlier in the first round, where the first half of the heat, he was just all the way into the shore break. So the Brazilian coming all the way in, and look how stoked he is. 1 minute to go, he had to give it his all. What did he need? He moved up to third place, needing a 4.21 to go into second.
Very close. We're not judges, but it's going to be on around that I think around that score. So we'll see.
Well, just about 1.5 separates second to fourth. So that's how close advancing is. Let's watch a replay here, and this will be Adriano Ferro.
There's one nice turn Another little turn there. And nothing really radical, but nice smooth surfing. And wow, it's going to be close. I think it's going to be.
No, so he didn't get it a 3.6, which ties his last wave score. So just under that. I think he needed the bigger size because the judges do judge the bigger waves higher than the smaller waves, even though the maneuvers do make a difference. And this man, he is taking Mexico into the third round with his fellow countrymen. Felipe Hernandez performed an outstanding heat right here.
Amazing. Just surfed that wave amazing well. And congratulations to him and Daniel Calliope from New Zealand. They'll move through, and Adriano Ferrero and Alvaro Solano will have to, unfortunately, go through the repechage. As we hear the Mexican crowd going wild down there for the local boy, Felipe.
Here's the heat recap. Heat number 4, round number 2, and it began with Felipe busting the fins. A beautiful aerial.
Yeah, it was just, he really, dominated this heat. Got the best waves, surfed him great, and was just it seemed like he was in a nice rhythm bow.
Yeah, it looks like he was in tune with his equipment, course being his home break. He's got home court advantage, and he's got the crowd behind him.
Yeah, and then we had...
this is Adriano.
Adriano, sorry, yeah, just was out of sorts that first half of the heat, and Daniel Calliope there, a couple of nice turns, and that was probably his best wave that helped him get through as we go back to Felipe.
There we go. More fins-free maneuver there, using the paddle. And Team Mexico is going to be one to fight for the gold medal here.
Yeah, they've got
at least in this discipline.
They've got a solid team, and they've got some great stand-up races, and they've got some prone guys now. So, they're here to not make up the numbers. Put it that way. They really want to, be up on that podium, I imagine, come Sunday.
Here was Adriano's wave. His best score, 3.6. The Brazilian we'll see in the repechage round, but fight for Adriano as he was charging out here. So getting ready to count down the next heat. But it was Felipe Hernandez shining on into the third round. So he'll be in the top 12 in qualifying round number 3. Look at that. All the way to the beach. That's a great feeling. Milked every ounce of that wave.
And here we have another stacked heat.
We're going to get back to this heat. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we return, 2 gold medalists paddle out in the second round in one heat. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico.
They're doing it down there now, Nick. Is that not there?
They need somebody to do it.
I think that's a private one. Why don't you get one of the...
I know, he's one of us.
Jamie, take a break. He's been doing like 5 heats in a row.
Yeah, I'd rather stay here than go down there. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Do it.
Welcome back to the ISA World Championship for SUP and paddleboarding. We're into an exciting heat right now. 2 gold medal winners. Sean Pointer from California will be in red. Antoine Depero from France in yellow. They are the 2 former gold medal winners at this event back in 2012 and 2013. Tamil Martino, a silver medal winner down in Peru in 2013. And Leonard Necchia out of Italy will be in the white. A stacked heat. Almost as stacked as we saw Jackson Close, Ponaki Raioa, Zane Schweitzer, and Justin Bing.
Yeah, what a stacked heat. And I think Leonard's the little odd one out there. He's more of a, he's actually a really solid racer. So, but, doing double duty for the Italians. And as we see Sean Pointer heading out there and we're nearly getting run over.
We're going to throw it down to Jody Nelson. She's got our last heat winner, Felipe Hernandez.
Down here with Felipe, and tell us a little bit about your preheat strategy or preheat routine. I saw you warming up prior to your heat, and it seems like you have a long, drawn-out warm-up. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it's always strategic, Here in Sayulita, the wave is like pretty mushy wave, so you have to work it a lot, So my strategy was like taking the same, taking all the guys all the way to the point, catch a wave, stay in the inside, make them come to the inside, and then stick up to the point. And I mean, it worked pretty well, so I'm pretty stoked with that.
Talk to me about your little routine prior to your heat. I saw you warming up, and just walk us through that.
I mean, like each stretchings, I've been having an injury in my shoulder because I didn't stretch a lot. So now with this injury, it make me stretch a little bit, my legs, my arms, my hands, because most of the time when you're paddleboarding, your hands, your shoulders a lot, so you can get injured pretty quick,
And, what's it like? You guys have had to travel in the past. Team Mexico has had to travel to Peru and Nicaragua. What's it like, being able to sleep in your own bed and compete for a gold medal?
Well, I mean, it's pretty stoked to have the ISA here. I mean, especially in my hometown. And I mean, obviously my hometown with all my friends and my family. They're like supporting all the team. And I mean, I want to say thank you to all my sponsors too, Carbonero, KM, the Mexican team for supporting this event. I couldn't go to Peru last year because I wasn't here doing the nationals, but this year I'm stoked because he's here in my hometown and I can defend the title here in Mexico,
Talk to us a little bit about Fernando Stala. He's been such a great kind of role model for everyone and such a great team, captain, I guess you could say. What kind of influence has he had on the town of Sayulita and your guys' team?
Well, I mean, everything started by the Punta Sayulita. And I mean, Fernando he was one of the first ones, Mexicans, doing the competitions. And I mean, I was a surfer, and I saw all these athletes coming here to Sayulita, and also Fernando Stala. He was helping a lot with all the Mexicans, and supporting about getting involved with this sport, this stand-up paddle. And I mean, it's growing year by year, and he's getting bigger, A lot of support by a lot of companies.
Congratulations and good luck in the next round. I know he's ditching that repecharge round, making it through the qualifiers. Bo, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody, and congratulations to Felipe Hernandez and Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico. So the two Felipes advancing on into round number 3, Jamie. It's very exciting.
It's awesome. And, the way I look at it, they're the favorites, from what I've seen. The wave selection's immaculate and, innovating, going for big airs and big turns. And I love watching these guys surf.
It's just like, the Pro Surf Tour when you go down to the Gold Coast, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, home court advantage. You go to Pipeline, the Hawaii guys, Jamie O'Brien and John Florence are, the title holders. And coming here to Sayulita, the Felipes.
Totally. It's home court advantage, and they're making the most of it. So congrats to Mexico, 2 through, and they put themselves in good stead for the team ratings as well.
Yeah, replay there of Antoine DePero currently in second place. He has scores of a 4.17 and a 3.87, now needing a 4.04 to take first out of Sean Pointer's hands. A 5.5 for Sean and a 2.70, so he needs to improve on that second score of a 2.7. Tamil Martino, the Peruvian, the former silver medalist from 2 years ago, a 3.9 and a 2.33, now needing a 4.15 to advance. And for Nika out of Italy, he now needs a 5.57. And as we speak, this is red, Sean Pointer up and riding.
Yeah, Sean just getting a little bit loose there. He looks good. Just wave sort of ran away from him, but what I saw of that wave is, he's a real radical surfer, Sean Pointer, and gives everything into every turn he does. And I look forward to seeing him, continue on and really take it to the next level.
Well, I know last year was a huge learning experience for Sean, being delegated into the repecharge round early in the contest, a shocking for the former gold medalist as we watch Antoine DePero, the first gold medalist back in 2012. He is also an ISA World Longboard Champion and an ASP World Longboard Champion. So he has won in many disciplines, and he competes in the prone division for France when they need him as an alternate.
Yeah, what a stud. And but I guarantee you that Sean Pointer is thinking about that today. I do not want to get knocked out and go to the repechage like last year. Yeah, he's just hell-bent on getting through this round today.
And when he sees his opponents in this heat, two of them were in the final down in Miraflores in 2013, he's going, are you kidding me? This is second round.
Yeah.
But this is the World Championships.
It is.
The world's best are here.
And it shows just the depth now we're getting at the titles. It's amazing. And no real easy heats anymore, you know. Like, you know, you look at these, it's the second round, and there's been 2 or 3 heats that you really, honestly, could nearly call a final. So it's, nowhere to hide anymore.
Well, you talked about it earlier this morning, how the seeding is done by the way the teams finish in the prior year. Australia will have the top seed. USA will have the second seed because they were 1 and 2. Hawaii, not competing last year, they were the bottom seed along with Holland and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So thus, Hawaii was throwing an 8-ball into the curving of the seeding.
Yeah, and they're going to come up against these top seeds, and you know, Mo and Zane, they're gonna break some hearts, guaranteed, and they're gonna, you know, so it's going to be interesting, and that could really, really throw a spanner into the works with, the standings and the overall scheme of things. So, they could be really, really devastating.
Here we go. Arrow. Good carving turns, rail-to-rail work. Here he goes, redirects on his backhand, using that paddle, both forehand, backhand. Very accomplished surfer, very fit, very strong.
Been around for a long time, won many contests, knows how to surf a contest, and just, again, doing a great job as we see Sean Pointer, no. Leonard Nicker, just a nice little top turn there. But that wave not going to offer too much more than that. As we make it about halfway through the heat here, 10 minutes to go. And we have Sean Pointer from the USA in first, Antoine Del Poro from France in second, Tamil Martino from Peru in third, and Leonard Nicker from Italy in fourth place.
Well, I tell you what, Jamie. Needs a 4.94, an average score. Last wave for Martino, a 2.37, still needing a 4.15. So very capable of these guys, both in third and fourth place, to advance into the top 2. So you see the 2-wave totals on your score. 9 points, that is a 2-wave score for Sean Pointer. Antoine DePero with an 8.4. Still not comfortable. You know these guys want to get into the double digits.
These guys can get that with one wave. I mean, realistically, there hasn't been too many big scores today, but I would not want to be resting on my laurels with guys like Tamil and Antoine behind me. So they're going to be still looking for their best waves. And as we see Sean Pointer up and riding, doing just like nice big snap there, but that wave runs away from him and not getting too much out of that.
One that I'm amazed about with Sean Pointer is the power and the drive. He's got that Aki power turn where he can just dig in those fins. Sonny Garcia, the Pancho Sullivan carving turns where he can snap that tail back.
Yeah, he's really, he's improved every year too, Sean, and I think he's worked on that. He's worked on his strength and power, and they got a good coach in Kanga Cans looking after him, and I see Kanga's out there, out there in the surf with them, surfing with them, and giving them pointers. So, great to have someone like Kanga, on your side.
Well, talking about the ultimate power surfer in his day, I mean, big Waimea, big Sunset, big Western Oz too,
Yeah,
Margaret River.
He loved the big stuff, and one of the bronzed Aussies, I think, and a lot of spends most of his time now in the States, but one of those icons from the our surfing history.
Here goes Tamil Martino, good driving, hard forehand cut turn on the inside section. And not much there. So, Tamil a little bit disappointed in his performance right there because he could have done a little bit more, needing a 4.15. He knows when he needs to advance. And that good power turn. Let's see what he can get. On the outside, Sean Pointer taking a look in red, 750, counting down.
Yeah, Sean's just going to kick out of that one. He didn't like what he saw and figured that he just wait and try and get something better here as Antoine takes off on a nice looking wave.
Antoine DePero currently in second place, needing a 4.91 to take the lead. Foam climb. Good hard drive. Everything starts off the bottom turn. Let's watch again. Here he goes, generating some speed. Cuts back into the section. Now going for the shore break. He's not done yet. 7.5 minutes remaining. Bouncing off the shore and finishing this wave very strong.
Yeah, amazing. And then Sean out the back. Just 2 big turns. Now another turn. And Sean's going to have a nice wave here too. He's going to ride this one right through the shore break.
Sean finishing up, and I'm surprised those fins stay on the board. How
Yeah.
hard is he cranking those turns?
I know, and it's like in 6 inches of water as well. So Tamil just having a hard time finding those ones that are connecting right through. But you can feel his frustration from here.
Well, we talked about how Sean saw the draw and Antoine saw the draw. How about Tamil? I got to go up against 2 gold medalists, guys I fought with down in Lima, Peru, his home country.
Yeah, and but he's been there, done that now, so it shouldn't be too daunting. But it's he's just trying to find that, give him that extra couple of turns to get the big scores, but just sort of out of sync at the moment. Tamil is.
So out in the water 2 days ago, Saturday, Jamie and I flew in and got a chance to go sup surfing on one of the free days out here, and noticed a lot of marine life out in the water. Stingrays, jellyfish out here. One of the Mexican competitors actually got stung in the ankle by a stingray as he was coming in the shallow area.
That's painful. Getting a stingray is not a nice feeling. So, but yeah, look, the abundance of water life over here. I went for a swim the other day too. I put some goggles on. The water's quite clear, and I know Fernando Stala does a lot of free diving and fish. Shoots some fish over here. So. Seen some big fish that he's shot over the past couple of years, so there's lots going on under the water over here.
We'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making this all possible, and of course Mexico, live it to believe it. Riviera Nayarit, the paradise of the Pacific. We are being supported by the Mexican Surfing Federation, the Sayulita Surf Club. Our media partners include Sup Racer, StandUp Latino, Surfos, Passion Extrema, and our official board sponsor, Rogue Surfboards this year.
As we see Sean up and riding, nice little cut back, slides the tail into more of a roundhouse style turn, and then we're actually going to have Leonard Nika come through, and Sean had to get off the wave there, which is he came from fairly deep there, Leonard, but
back in the old days, if 2 surfers were on the wave, it was an obvious interference. But now, if one surfer doesn't impede the scoring potential of another surfer, they're allowed to ride the wave. But it was getting to that point where Sean was getting close to Leonard, where Sean goes, if I get any closer, I could be marked for an interference. So he kicked out.
Not worth it, especially when you're in the lead. As we see Tamil trying to find this one that's going to connect him through, and 2 nice turns, and I just see, throws the arms up, and is not a happy camper at the moment.
And let's watch Antoine DePero, a gold and 2-time bronze medalist in this discipline at the ISA World Championships for SUP surfing.
And looks like Tamil has maybe had enough. He's paddling in, not happy. But Antoine solidifying that second place there. That was a nice ride. I love Antoine's style. Super smooth. Roundhouse cutback's a real patented move of his. It's so smooth. I really like the way he surfs.
Well, he surfs in that longboard style, that Nat Young traditional style. Here we go, out the back. Sean Pointer, big carving, redirecting into the foam. Big bottom turn, foam climbs, stays with this maneuver, redirects the paddle. There he goes again. Judges want to see the influence of the paddle, and look at that quick turnaround.
And then you have Sean that's just pure, raw, animalistic style, and but just really throwing everything at it, and I love Sean's 100% attitude. Just he goes for broke on every turn.
3 minutes, 14 seconds, and Tamil Martino is coming up on the beach, just not happy with his performance, and not even going to give it a second try. And we feel for him. As an athlete, sometimes you give your best, and it's not enough.
Sometimes it's just not your day, and Tamil's going to have to go back and go through the repechage and do it the hard way. But if anyone can do it, he's a finalist, and he can do it.
Yeah, he's got the talent. So that'll leave on the back Leonard Nika, Nika only needs an 8.34 now because the last wave for Antoine Doperro, a 7.27. The last wave for Sean Pointer, a 6.17. So the two gold medalists are performing like gold medalists right now.
Yeah, they've definitely separated themselves, from the rest of the field here. And Antoine actually just moved to the front by 0.2 there. So Antoine now in first, and Sean moves to second.
Yeah, last wave for Antoine Doperro, a 4.6. So that betters his 4.17. So now Sean Pointer needs a 5.71 to regain first. Tamil Martino, who's already on the beach, would have needed a 7.77. And for Leonard Nika, the Italian surfer in the white jersey outside, he now needs an 8.57.
Looks like Sean's calling it a day as well.
They surfed hard.
Yeah.
I mean, even Tamil surfed hard.
Like
But
Tamil.
his wave selection wasn't as good as Antoine and Sean's.
Yeah, you could see there was no lack of effort. He was giving everything he could. He just couldn't find that one wave that really was going to give him the score. So, but Sean, he's giving his all too. He's going to come in and rest up, and he's going to leave Antoine and Leonard out in the lineup by themselves.
So under a minute and a half here in heat number 5. Coming up, heat number 6, and then 3 heats of the women before we round out competition of day number 1 of the ISA SUP World Championships. And then tomorrow it'll be the women's day. The women's prone and SUP distance race. Women only for tomorrow, 9 o'clock start. We'll have an 8:45 morning show. Women need to check in between 7:30 and 8:30 for the pre-briefing, check-in of equipment. And it's going to be a big day for the ladies.
Big day. I'm sure they're resting up right now out of the sun, trying to hydrate and get all their equipment ready. And, I feel for them.
There's Nicole Perselli out of Brazil. She'll be surfing coming up in the next 3 heats for the ladies in round number 2 from our gold medalist down in Miraflores.
Yeah, and she impressed me today. She looks like she's added a little bit of power to her surfing this year, and, really like the way she's surfing. So, she's going to be right up there in the mix with that lady right in front of us down there, Ibala, as well. So it's going to be a great final, whoever ends up making it for the women's.
Interviewing Ibala Robano out of Spain, her and her twin sister, 4-time world champion windsurfing. But she says, I'm not going to retire until I win an ISA gold medal in SUP surfing.
Well, that's cool. So who knows? This year could be a year. But 24 world titles, that's not too shabby, is it? It's amazing. So amazing athletes.
It's something about windsurfer. I'm an old windsurfer, Bjorn Dunkerbeck, Robbie Nash, the king. They call him Elvis, because he's been there still performing well in SUP and kiting and around the world, too. There's something about the windsurfers, Kai Linney, Connor Baxter, Zane Schweitzer, all good enough to be pro windsurfers, too.
Oh, yeah, amazing athletes. And, I think windsurfing has, definitely helped these guys just with, switch foot, reading the ocean, reading the bumps. Connor is so good at reading those ocean swells, and for him, I think that a lot of that comes from the windsurfing background.
Yeah, here's the heat recap of heat number 5, and it was this man, Sean Pointer, by 0.2 of a point, defeating Antoine Doperro, but 2 gold medalists, showing why they have earned those gold medalists. And these 2 men have been in every final of this ISA SUP surfing championship.
Yeah, they definitely know each other's strengths and weaknesses, that's for sure. But Antoine, super smooth. Great style, and he never really puts a foot wrong. Antoine, he's not the most flashiest, but he gets the job done, and he always seems to be in the next round.
As we watch Antoine on yet another wave, his best 2 waves were a 7.27 and a 4.6. Actually took 1 wave all the way to the beach and went right. And then we did have at the 4-minute mark, Tamil Martino come all the way in. And this is Tamil Martino, former silver medalist from 2 years back, and was just not in sync. But it was this man, Sean Pointer, the powerhouse in heat number 5.
Yeah, and putting everything into it.
We're going to be right back with more exciting action. The final heat of round 2 for the men at the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championship. Stay tuned at Sayulita, Mexico. Welcome back to Salt Lake City, Mexico. I'm Bo Hodge, and we are back in exciting action, the final heat of round number 2 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're in the SUP Surfing of Men qualifying round number 2. Casper Steinfath, former gold medalist in the technical division, will be competing later on this week to defend his gold medal crown. He's up against Dave Bainey from California in red. Casper will be in the gray jersey. Jeremy Masseri, last year number 5 overall in the SUP Surfing out of France in the green jersey, and Jose Gomez out of Peru in the black jersey. Again, top 2 will advance on into round 3. Bottom 2 will be delegated into the repechage. So a good chance here for Team USA and for Team France to advance on in with 2 men into round number 3.
Yeah, it's France. If they can, get these guys in as well, that it sets them up for the team title. And as we see Casper on screen there, known for his racing, but sure loves to surf and can move that Nash board around.
Yeah, he competes on the North Shore every year at Sunset Beach, and in fact, the first year they ever had that competition, it was in 10 to 15 foot, gnarly, almost out of control conditions, and these guys were just charging.
Yeah, it's funny because Casper calls his hometown cold Hawaii. He's got a little affinity with Hawaii, but Casper, an amazing ambassador for the sport, and good to see you out here in the surfing representing his home country.
Masseri out of France, working his wave. This will be wave number 1 for Jeremy all the way to the beach. And good opening ride for Jeremy. See Casper paddling back out, also in black. That is Jose Gomez from Peru. So Peru not able to get both men into the 3rd round as Tamil being eliminated in that last heat. But a chance here for USA and France to join Hawaii and Mexico right now. Out of those 11 teams we announced earlier with 2 men into the 2nd round, only Hawaii and Mexico have advanced their 2 men into round number 3.
Yeah, it's a little advantage to Hawaii and Mexico right now, and I'm not sure if they're thinking about that too much or not, but it's great to have that little leeway up your sleeve that you can drop a heat and still be in the contest.
Points aren't earned until you incurred your 2nd loss, or unless we're in the 4-man final.
Yeah, there's a lot of point system, and it can get a little technical, but Dave Bainey getting a little loose there, just coming unstuck on that last turn, but Dave looking really loose there and sharp, so good to see. Dave's got a bit of a style master, loves to walk the nose and twirl the paddle and do all that, but he's not going to be able to do that today.
Well, I tell you what, his dad designs and shapes up sports for the adaptive surfing at Access Surf Hawaii, and when we need a tandem board, a surf ski, double rail, multiple handles, it's not a problem for Bainey to shape.
Yeah, a huge history in the shaping, shaping world, and Dave taken after his dad Steve Bainey, and they make the Infinity paddleboards, and a real solid family down in that Dana Point area.
So Jeremy Masseri opened up with a 2.67, followed that with 3-point rise of a 3.27 and a 3.43. So the Frenchman out in the lead. Casper Steinfath currently now in 2nd place with a 2.47 and a 1.07. Jose Gomez in 3rd with a 2.97. Opening wave for Bainey, a 2.5, but still waiting. There, his 2nd wave now goes from 4th to 1st with a 4.67.
Casper trying to catch a little backwash out to sea using his paddle skills there, trying to get himself into position.
A 2.47 for Casper Steinfath delegates him down to 3rd place, now needing a 4.23. Jose Gomez in 4th and black, now needing a 3.73. Time remaining 14:42, and already we've seen 10 waves ridden in the first 5.5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, it's that, and then one heat's like wave starved. The next one, there's so many waves, so these guys are going to make the most of it. As we see Dave up and riding, and looks like he's going to go left.
Nice carving forehand turn for the goofy footer. Here he goes down the line, banking off the closeout section. Good re-entry right there. 2 good fluid maneuvers in those critical sections of the wave.
Taking a book out of the locals, going left there, and he's going to get a pretty nice score for that left-hander. And Dave
Dave looking really nice. He's probably on a board that he shaped himself. And talk about knowing your equipment. No better way than to shape your own board.
Here we go. Surfer in black, Jose Gomez out of Peru. Big closeout section out in front. He'll foam climb and makes that section. Now he'll work on the inside shore break. One more carving turn, a little bit of backwash, negotiates that, and kicks out.
As we see, the lineup's nearly changed again, Bo. It seems like they're a little bit further to the north again. And as the tide changes and the swell changes all day, we've seen them surf in 2 or 3 different spots.
Here we go. Our French competitor, Jeremy Masseri, working off a 3.43 and a 3.27. Now needing a 6.07 because that last wave of Bainey to the left, a 4.83. So he's just upping the margin even a little bit more.
Building the house is just chipping away, and now he can be a little bit more patient, and he can wait for one of those really amazing ones and try and increase that. But Dave's been busy, and it's showing now. He's in the lead.
Well, the chance for USA and France to enter 2 men into round 3, if the heat were to end right now, they would have done so.
Yeah, totally. And again, Hawaii, Mexico, USA, and France.
We're going to throw it down to Jody Nelson. He's got gold medal winner Sean Pointer down below. Take it away, Jody.
Had your sparring partner out there in Antoine Del Perro, and he won back in 2012. You won in 2013, but last year you finished 4th place overall. And how bad did that hurt not making it into the final? But winning a gold medal. But what is your goal this year?
Kind of no goals. It's just to go out and really have fun with it, surf, smile, and just enjoy the kind of the company that's here with me. Everybody on the USA team and just the Mexico team, everybody here. So it's such a kind of an honor to be here and a really great opportunity to meet new people and just kind of share the stoke and with the whole rest of the world. So on the competition, not so much of a goal, just more of a personal one of just giving my best and giving my best for the red, white, and blue.
Well, the red, white, and blue has gone through its ups and downs over the years. Come very sparingly over the years, and you've been through the thick and thin with Team USA. Talk to us a little bit about the team this year.
Yeah, this is the best year we've had in terms the best team we've had in the 4 years that we've been coming here and the 4 years that it's been running. So we're feeling really, really great kind of coming into this, real optimistic of maybe bettering our spot, what we had in the last few years with the silver. So, but I think, again, everyone's just kind of looking forward to giving their best and paddling hard and surfing hard. And at the end of the day, maybe we'll come through with some medals.
Well, I mean, it's weird to say because you're so young, but you're kind of the veteran on the team because this is your 4th ISA World StandUp Paddleboard Championships. Are a lot of the team kind of leaning on you for advice and asking you questions?
I have some tips here and there. I think more so just this town of Sayulita. I've been here before, so I know where the good taco joints are. I know where the good margaritas are and stuff. We're kind of not hitting the margaritas so much right now, but a little bit, Izzy, some of the younger guys, little tips here and there. Mostly I keep my advice on the surfing aspect, but we've got Ian Cans and we've got Brody Welt on the race team, so there's plenty enough, sage guys there to give us some advice.
All right, well, I might be hitting him up for advice on tacos later on, and but we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody, and congratulations to Sean Pointer. Into round number 3. Now he hopes his fellow teammate, Mr. Bainey, can do so, and right now he's in the lead.
He's doing a good job, and I like Dave being busy. He's taken off on a lot of waves, and he looks really sharp. I like the way he's surfing. He looks really impressive right now.
Jeremy Masseri out of France in 2nd place with a couple of 3-point rides, a 3.43, 3.270. He has not improved his situation since the interview. Jose Gomez out of Peru. Keep an eye on this man. A 3.73 is all he needs to go to 2nd place. Casper Steinfath just went nuts on a left, and he needs a 4.23, and Casper gets a 4.1. So almost the requirement that he needs, but now he only needs a 2.6 to get out of 3rd into 2nd.
As we see, Jeremy is going to try and get rid of that his second best score there and make it harder for Casper. But nice little wave there from Jeremy. Looks like him and Antoine use the same board, so nearly the same sort of style of surfing too. Nice fluid cut back. So I think he's just locked in a good score there.
Well, Team France right there. Antoine Doperro, his biggest fan, yelling at him, encouraging him more to go back out and get another wave.
That's the spirit. That's the ISA spirit right there. I love that, and you would never see that in a normal contest, that's for sure.
We got Fernando Aguirre, the ISA president, over at the Spanish webcast. He was kind enough to join us earlier, and there he's speaking with Philip Mueller from Chile. And Fernando, just a joy to talk to, the passion that he has for this sport, for not just SUP, but for surfing, for longboarding, for even adaptive surfing this year. Brand new introduction into the ISA family coming up in September in La Jolla.
Yeah, that's an amazing addition to what the ISA already do. So there's a lot of great athletes like Mark Matheson. I think he's going to try and do Molokai again this year. This will be 3 or 4 times. And
his fifth.
Fifth. There you go. It's just if you haven't checked that guy out, Google him. Just an amazing man to be able to do that. So
I'm his paddle mate.
Yeah.
I train under Mike Cote with Mark Matheson, and Mark is an amazing fellow, and he's determined one day to paddle around Oahu.
Yeah, I'm sure he can do it. I mean, you can do Molokai. You can put your mind to do that. You can nearly do anything, and I wouldn't doubt his determination one bit that he could do that.
Jose Gomez now in 4th place, needing a 4.69. Finishing up his 5th wave on the inside. 7 minutes remaining. Casper Steinfath, striking distance, needing a 3.57 now because the last wave from Masseri coming in at a 4.23.
Yeah, Casper looks like he's probably just separating himself over there and hunting another left. So he got his best score on that left. So I can see that that's his game plan as we see. No, Jose just went to take that one but kicked out.
So again, back to Fernando Aguirre. When was the first time that you met Fernando? How many years ago?
Ooh, I think really officially I met Fernando at the first ISA, but I'd seen him around in Hawaii. I'd seen him at those the auctions, the Quicksilver auctions, and when he probably spent way too much money, but got some beautiful boards. I heard he's got an amazing board collection.
Well, Randy Rarick, if you don't know what Jamie's talking about, for many years, every other year would have a heritage classic surfboard auction. Randy restores old classic surfboards, but he went into garages, and just one in Hawaii. He would travel. Someone from Europe called him and say, "Hey, I've got a 62 Dick Brewer." Randy's on the plane, and he would say, "This thing's worth a lot of money."
Yeah.
Fernando Aguirre came one year to the auction with a lazy boy. He was front and center, and his auction number was, guess what number?
Number 1.
Number 1. And how many times did he raise that?
A lot.
Many times.
And his bank balance went south.
But you know what? The love of the sport.
He loves it.
He had to have something from Duke. He had to have something from Greg Knoll. He had to have something from Jerry Lopez.
Yeah. And if you can do it, why not? I'd love to have a lightning bolt Jerry Lopez board. I'd love to have the Dick Brewer, Jack Reeves combination, board hanging up too. Like it's history, and just goes to show Fernando is just so passionate about the sport, and he's right involved with the history of it as well.
So Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA since 1994, and that drive and that passion is possibly coming to light within the next 2 weeks, because he's going to hear in 16 days whether surfing, SUP surfing, other ocean sports are going to be inclusive in the Pan American Games 2019.
Yeah, that's a huge step. If he can get that past the post, then I think that he is well on his way to something big in 2020.
Yeah, Tokyo Olympics. Every host city gets to invite brand new sports. Down in Australia, in Sydney, it was triathlons that was introduced, and every host city gets to introduce, I believe, 2 or 3. But 2 or 3 sports do have to exit because they can only accept X amount of athletes, and they're at their max.
Yeah.
And I remember wrestling, Roman Greco wrestling was on the verge of being eliminated, but it's been there since the beginning, and they had a controversy about that. Golf is coming into the Rio Games coming up next year, making a return into the Olympics. Do we need to see Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy down in Rio? That is your opinion. But look what snowboarding has done for the Winter Olympics. Look what surfing and other sports can do for the Summer Olympics.
I just look at the that border cross and the moguls, and I'm not much of a snowboarder or a winter enthusiast, but when that's on TV, I'll watch it.
It's exciting.
It's exciting, and Dave, that was exciting from Dave Maney, straight up, and good move there from Dave, and he's again keeping busy, and he's still out in front, and with 3.5 minutes to go, he's looking solid.
How many times can you take a sup board straight vertical on your backhand?
Me, not very often at all, but Dave Maney, he tends to do it a fair bit.
3 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. We had a quick shot of Philip Mueller interviewing Fernando Aguirre over on the Spanish-speaking side, and just pushing across the drive and the goal of Fernando trying to get water sports into the Olympics. And the goal right now is 2020 for the Tokyo Games. And if surfing and if sup surfing get into the Tokyo Games, it will be at a wave pool.
Yeah, amazing. And they're testing out that new wave pool, aren't they, now? It's meant to be about 6 foot. I think it's the model off the Wave Garden, the one that they had in Spain. And as we see Casper there going for broke, and the Frenchman Jeremy catching another wave there, and he's been busy this heat as well.
Yeah, even Brian Keilana on the west side of Makaha in development of a wave pool in Hawaii too.
I did hear about that too. So just what you need. Maybe take the crowds out of the lineup a little bit.
Final 2 minutes ticking down. Bainey in first, Masseri in second out of France. Steinfath, striking distance, needs a 3.57 to get out of third for the Dane to get into second place. And for Jose Gomez out of Peru, a 4.67. These are just below average scores for third and fourth to get into second place. And look at the separation between Casper and Jeremy, a 0.03.
Yeah, Casper doesn't need too much. I think Casper needs 3.57 to get that, and it's so doable. He just needs the wave, but is the wave going to come to Casper? That's the question, with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go.
There we go. We see the ladies getting ready for their second round. We have 3 heats of women. These are the ladies who advanced out of round number 1 into round number 2. And up and riding, we have, this will be Jose Gomez out of Peru in the black jersey.
Been a little bit quiet this heat, Jose, but frustrated. It's just it's hard. Sometimes it's just not your heat, and we saw that with Tamal in one of the last heats as well. Very frustrated.
1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. So 3 more heats will run out competition today. You can see Emma Webb out of Australia, Taryn Kite out of South Africa, Perea Masson out of Tahiti, and Brisa Malaga out of Peru. And we've seen Brisa make semifinals, Taryn quarterfinals out here, and Emma Webb, the new national Australian sup surfing champion, won the Australian titles this year.
Yeah, she took down Shakira Westrop, and I guess you could say a little bit of an upset, but you got to be in it to win it, and she definitely was, and she got over the top of Shark, and she's here representing Australia, and she had a pretty solid first heat, so it'll be interesting to see how she handles this second heat.
There's the Vuvuzelas and the South African flag. Of course, South Africa, big surfing nation. Great spots down from Durban to East London, down to, of course, the famed Jeffreys Bay, Cape Town. A lot of great places to surf down there.
Amazing waves. Big Shark. Amazing waves, and just untouched. And, we've seen all those Mozambique and that left-hander that's just incredible. There's just so many waves on that coast, and beautiful part of the world.
Well, Bainey and Masseri have now added the United States and France, along with Mexico and Hawaii, as 4 teams with 2 men each in round number 3 of the qualifying round, which is huge because we had 11 teams with 2 men each in this round, round number 2. That cutting that field from 11 teams down to 4 is going to add a lot of pressure to those other teams to keep their drive going and keep winning and winning and advancing and advancing.
Yeah, it's definitely advantage Hawaii, Mexico, the U.S. and France for sure. They get the little jump and just that little bit of leeway to, if you happen to, you can get a second chance. So Australia, a couple other countries don't have that luxury with one of the guys. So it's going to be really interesting.
Well, never count out someone from the rubber charge round making the final and winning the contest. It has happened in the past in longboarding, juniors, shortboarding, the World Games, sup surfing. So, it can be done.
It can be done, and who knows? Will we have someone go right through the rubber charges and take the whole thing out in 2015? We'll wait and see, but it's going to be tough to do.
There, Casper Steinfath being welcomed by the Danes, and there's the French, Jeremy Mosseri, being welcomed in the United States, and Dave Bainey. And it looks like Sean Pointer there with the towel and the flag, who just won the heat previous.
Yep, showing the support for the fellow teammate. And look at Chuck Glynn down there just like carrying Dave's board like it's a shortboard. So that just shows me that's down in the width of 20. God, I wonder that is. That could be like 23, 24 inches wide.
And that's what makes this contest so unique and so different from other surfing and water sports events, is that team aspect.
Yeah, it's amazing, and you love it. Dave's probably surfed in Costa Rica with his buddy there. They're giving him a high five, and it's just, it's pretty rad. It's great to catch up with the same people you've been seeing for the last 4 years, and you start to form relationships and friendships, and you learn about their families and what they do for a living, and it's just, it's an amazing event, and I'm stoked to be involved.
Taking a look at Bainey's board, quad, forefin.
There you go.
Even in the small surf.
Talking about that earlier, I think we were saying that Zane had the thruster, but Mo had a quad fin as well. So, there's a lot of flat sections out there, so didn't seem to hurt Dave's backhand attack. So, whatever works.
Well, every surfer has their unique style. Talking with Danny Fuller, Kelly Slater about the quads. They ride quads usually for tube riding. But for turning, the pro surfers like more of the thrusters. But we're seeing with the sup surfers, it's kind of 60-40. There's still the traditional thruster, but you're seeing a lot of quads out there.
Yeah, a lot more area on the stand-up boards too for the quad. A lot of surface area, but definitely work amazing in the barrel. The speed you can generate incredible. We use them a lot with our big wave guns. Very rarely do I use a thruster anymore. It's all about the quads.
Last Eddie 2009. A majority of them were on quads. Let's go down to Jody Nelson. He's got Dave Bainey, winner of the last heat. Take it away.
Pointer, both making it through that round too. How important is it to keep both surfers in that qualifying round?
Because the next, the repertoire heats are so hard. So you don't know who's going to make it or what. I mean, these heats are really hard too, but they just get harder and harder. And so it's nice to have a couple days off, and not have to surf and do so many rounds. So keep doing it. That's the plan, Surf more, surf less.
Now, Sean was, talking about Ian Cairns and Brody Welch and the support that you guys have on this team this year. Talk to us about what it's like having that kind of support.
Surfing's pretty relaxed, and more and more people are starting to train and everything. So it's just fun to have that team and make it a team. So we go together, we assess the lineup, take notes, and just work on stuff, learn the lineup, and try to come up with a plan instead of going out there just I'll play it by ear. We have a plan.
So you and Sean and the guinea pigs first day of competition. Comes around tomorrow. Where are you going to be?
Oh man, I'll be front row right here on the sand. All the nerves go away. I was so nervous today, I'm not gonna lie. And so it feels really good to do good and do good for the country, and and just not bomb out or whatever. But it feels good, and I can't wait to watch the racing. I'm a huge fan. Everybody's ready. Me right here holding that. It's on.
Congratulations, Dave. Moving on to that round number 2, qualifying heats. Bo, we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Welcome back to the ISA SUP Paddleboard World Championships. We're now into round number 2, heat number 1 of our ladies. And let's introduce our surfers in the water right now. In the red jersey, we have Emma Webb. in the white jersey, Perea Masson out of Tahiti. Taryn Kite from South Africa in the yellow-green jersey, and Brisa Malaga from Peru in the black jersey. 3 more heats finishing up here for the women's round. Again, 20-minute heats, 10 wave max, top 2 waves for the final tally. Top 2 surfers advancing on in to round number 3. And we're just about ready for the countdown. We're hearing Mano give the attention and waiting for the judges. As once the judges give him clearance, we'll count down. And here we go.
Hey? Yeah, I want to go for a swim. That's what I want to do.
So now we're underway, a 20-minute heat, and our eyes will be focused on these 4 ladies because top 2 will advance on into. And we'll bring back Jody Nelson back to the live broadcast. And Jody, what did Benny have to say? How exciting were him and Sean going back-to-back first place?
Oh, yeah, he was just, reiterating what we've been talking about, how important it is to keep both your guys in that qualifying round. How much more work the repecharge is and how stacked the repecharge is. And, you lose in the repecharge, you're out. And, he was just saying coming into tomorrow, it's just going to feel really good knowing that he did his part. And, the nerves will be gone tomorrow. And the difference between this event and other events that he's used to competing in is, you're out for yourself. And then you go home and you're not worried about anybody else. Tomorrow, he's going to be down here front and center, cheering the rest of his teammates on, waving that flag high. And he was just, saying how excited he is to support his team.
We see Fernando Aguirre still on the Spanish broadcast. He popped his head in here talking with us in between the heats and still continuing the broadcast. So he was in with us earlier talking with all of you in English. Now he's over in the Spanish-speaking crowd. Fernando, native of Argentina, and Felipe Mueller right there interviewing him from Chile. But how important that was, we had 11 teams from round 1 of the men graduate 2 men into round 2. Out of those 11, 4 gone into round number 3. Hawaii, Mexico, USA, and France in those last 2 heats because and Jerry Masseri were second to Sean Pointer and Dave Bainey.
Yeah, and that's huge. We've seen Antoine Del Perro and Sean Pointer, going head-to-head over the both of them gold medalists. So, might be a foreshadowing of.
Well, for the ladies, obviously there were 12 females who advanced into this round because there's only one SUP-surfing woman representing each team. So we're going to cut this field in half. The top 6 will be elevated into round number 3. So this will be huge for the ladies in this round. So will it be Australia, Tahiti, South Africa, or Peru from heat number 1? Coming up in heat number 2, Izzy Gomez from the United States, Holly Bassett from Great Britain, Ibala Ruano, a 2-time finalist from Spain, and Annette Karsing from Denmark in heat 2. Coming up in heat number 3, our final heat of the day, our French surfer Caroline Agibad, Ida Ramos from Mexico, Nicole Perselli out of Brazil, and Diane Wenzel from Canada. So a very good competitive round here in round number 2 for the women.
Definitely, as we see up and riding in black, that's Brisa Magala out of Peru. And behind her, this is our rider up in yellow. And Kite, she's been really impressing me this, just today. I've watched her over the years in this event, and it just seems like she's just constantly improving, and her style is really nice.
Popping fins free on the shore break and giving it all. So Taryn really representing South Africa very strong. And on the outside, here we go, Emma Webb, the goofy foot Australian with a closeout section. One maneuver there and just surrounded by white water. She's going to try to stay with this wave and see what it produces, but it kind of flattens out for her.
Well, Emma is a former longboard champion of Australia, and it's an accomplishment for Team Australia just to even make it onto the team. As we know that Shakira Westhorpe has, last year, blood, sweat, and tears, she raced and surfed and was a huge, contribution to Australia winning the gold last year.
Well, when you outpoint a multi-medalist in Shakira Westhorpe, She was a silver medalist last year in the distance race in the SUP. She was a silver medalist in the SUP women, and she has even placed in the prone division earlier in her career representing Australia. So a multi-medalist, and to fill those shoes, Emma's got a lot on her shoulders. But Team Australia, the 3-time defending team gold medal champion of this event, and this year they're going to be tested hard by not just one country, but many countries.
Oh, definitely. I think, like Jamie was saying earlier, this is definitely the most competitive year we've had at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. And, it's good to have a little shake-up, and it's nice to see faces like Candace Appleby, Danny Ching, and Team Hawaii with all these big names in stand-up paddleboarding coming out and giving Australia a run for their money.
Well, it's about time. The USA with their most talented team. Hawaii with their first team ever in the championships. France has upstepped their team. Mexico, with the local Sayulita team representing their home country, they're going to be giving it their best. And already there are 2 men in the 3rd round of the men's SUP-surfing championships. Taryn Kite in the lead from South Africa with a 4.67 and a 2.5. Emma Webb in 2nd place with a 1.23 and a 1.7. Now needs a 5.47 to move into 2nd place. And for Malaga out of Peru in black with a 2-point wave, now needing a 0.93 only to go into 2nd place to advance. And Perea out of Tahiti, surfer in white, now needing a score of a 1.9. She has a 2-point wave score of a 0.97 and a 1.03.
Well, 2 of these girls, Brissa and Taryn, last year finished, Brissa finished 6th, Taryn 7th. So, they're definitely looking to improve their finishing this year and, coming up against Tahitian and Australian. This is a competitive heat, definitely.
Well, even Team Tahiti has stepped up. They've brought the first time a women's SUP paddler. They even have a SUP distance paddler coming up later on. Here we go. Red, Emma Webb up and riding out of Australia on 2nd place. Now redirecting her board on her forehand side, bouncing off the white water and getting upended. 13 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. Heat 1, round 2 of the SUP surfing women here at the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, hopefully Shaq's watching from Australia. Hi, Shakira. We miss having you here. I'm sure you're cheering on your fellow country woman, Emma Webb. But, just to reiterate what Shakira pulled off last year, she got 2nd, like you said, in the distance women. She won the technical and then got 3rd place in the SUP surfing. It's incredible what she pulled off last year. And I just remember seeing her and seeing the dedication and just literally blood, sweat, and tears that she put out there last year.
She's in the All-Star Hall of Fame in SUP surfing for Australia and for the ISA. In the stifling heat of Nicaragua last year, in the small surf of Lac Boquita, in the lake of Lake Grenada. I mean, she was an all-star at every time she performed.
Yeah, it was an impressive athletic feat that I think a lot of people that did the distance race were just, that was so hot and long and it was you also had to concentrate during the distance race last year because it wasn't like a clear road. You had to weave your way through islands and there was some drafting going on. There was, if you got left behind or separated from the pack, or even leading the pack, there's questionable decisions that you have to make on, is it a left turn or right turn? So it was a challenging race last year.
A 12.5-mile race, a 20-kilometer, and she was giving Lena a run for her money in that distance race. And, to replace her, and when I saw her name not on the list for technical or distance or SUP surfing, I thought maybe she's injured or something like that, or maybe she's changing a different turn in her career or something's going up. But, Australia's going to be missing her.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have some great additions to the team with Emma Webb, and this is a highly competitive division. The teams only get 1 female in the SUP surfing division, so to come out with that top honor and be able to represent your country is quite an accomplishment.
Well, that's one way of getting shade. Use your board. It is plenty hot down here in Sayulita. I mean, the temperature is not, you know, in the hundreds, but it feels like it because of the humidity.
Very humid and not a whole lot of wind today. So where these girls are is the best seat in the house, out in the water.
Perea Masson up and riding from Tahiti. Good rebound off the whitewater section. Lay back. Can she hold it? No. So unfortunately, could not hold that last maneuver. We are in round number 2, heat number 1 of the ISA SUP women's surfing competition. Taryn Kite in first, Brisa Malaga in second. Emma Webb now down, delegated to third because that last wave score, Brisa Malaga, 1.83, has moved her into second place. And now for Emma Webb out of Australia, she only needs a similar score of a 1.73 to regain second. And Perea Masson out of Tahiti, scored a 1.4 in her last wave, is in fourth, now needing a 2.43 to advance into second place. Top 2 surfers would graduate into round number 3 of the qualifying round.
This is Brisa's third or fourth year competing here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. Her best result was a 4th place in 2012. And last year she got 6th. The year before that, she finished 5th. So I'm sure she's going to be wanting to get back up on that podium and finish in that top 4.
Here we go. Perea up and riding shore break all the way to the inside, so definitely going to be one of her better rides. And she's in 4th place. She needs to get on the bubble now. The second half of the heat is underway. 9 minutes remaining. Kite in first, Malaga in second, Webb in third, and Masson in 4th. There's Team Great Britain. Coming up in the next heat, Holly Bassett will be competing for Team Great Britain in the SUP surfing for women.
Well, just looking at Perea's bio, she's 26 years old, and she's riding an 8.3. So, and she's been surfing for 20 years. You know, you're practically born in the ocean when you live in Tahiti. And she's only been SUP surfing for 2 years, as we see Emma Webb up and riding out of Australia.
Good carving turn. She's way on the right-hand side. We can't see her from the scaffolding. We see her on the screen. And I know you were talking to Emma about her board, a different board. She says she knows it's wide. It has a big nose, but very small at the tail where she does her turns.
Yeah, and, you know, that's just a personal choice. And I think, you know, in conditions like this, she, you know, might have an advantage. It's kind of like a grovel board, stand-up paddle grovel board. So just it has that traditional longboard nose. She said she just got it 2 days ago. So nice fresh board under her feet, and seems to be working good for her.
7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, and Emma Webb on her last wave, a 2.33, has moved her back into second place. And here we go. Here's your heat leader, Taryn Kite out of South Africa. Having a great performance, a 4.67, a 3.4, and see if she can improve on the 3.4 and take her lead even to a higher level.
I don't know if you noticed, but I'm seeing a huge improvement in Taryn just from last year, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's one of the contenders on the final day. You know, she got 7th place last year, and I don't see why we're not going to see her in the final unless she makes, you know, some strategic mistakes, which definitely happens in those 20 minutes that you have a competition jersey on.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Emily Merrill, a 2-time gold medalist, is not here. Shakira Westorp, a 3-time finalist, is not here. That's really opening the door for all the other ladies. Ibala Ruano from Spain is very excited about this year's event, about the opportunity of winning gold. Nicole Perselli out of Brazil, a chance for her to win a 2nd gold medal. Izzy Gomez, Jen Lee, their first time surfing in this competition, and all the other ladies that are still vying for the title here in Mexico.
Paddling for this one, just coming undone there. That was Brisa Malaga out of Peru. This is her 4th ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. And, you know, the women still just as competitive as the men. And I think watching Jen Lee go down into the repecharge, she's going to have a different road to the final if she can get there. And I think that, you know, she's going to have to pace herself and just take one heat at a time and surf very strategically, planning not to peak too early.
Last wave for Taryn Kite, a 5.43, the best wave so far of the contest. And Jody, you called it, her improved surfing skills has improved here, even in this heat, boosting the margin for Emma Webb to catch her from second to first, now needing a 6.7. Last wave for Emma Webb coming in at a 3.4. Her best two waves, her last two rides. So now for Malagra out of Peru in black, she needs a 3.8 to regain second. And for Perea Masson out of Tahiti, the Tahitian lady now needs a 4.16 to move out of fourth into the top two. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes counting down.
Well, I know Emma's been wanting to represent her country for a long time, and finally this year getting the opportunity. She has two young kids at home, so being able to come out here, travel all the way to Mexico. It's a long trip from Australia as we see the next heat coming up.
Yeah, world SUP champion Izzy Gomez from the United States, world windsurfing champion, crossover sport. Ibala Ruano and Holly Bassett from Great Britain, along with Annette Karsing from Denmark. It's going to be a great heat coming up. Heat number 2, round 2.
We see our surfer in black, just Brisa Malaga, just taking this one all the way to the inside, Bo. And, with all these heats today, we've seen so many different changing conditions, and it seems like the athletes have adapted throughout the day to the changing conditions.
This will be the 7th wave for Emma Webb, currently in second place. And now we're seeing our heat leader, Taryn Kite from South Africa, up and riding. Big open section out in front.
But she just has like a really good flow to her style, I'm noticing. Not a whole lot of bobbles in between turns, and just gets a really good rhythm and flow on the wave. And I think the judges really like that. I mean, definitely they're looking for maneuvers and degree of difficulty, speed, power, flow, but flow being one of those. I think Taryn has got that going on.
Well, I was talking with the guys from the United States, guys from Hawaii, and some of the Australians, and they were taking, with these small conditions, you have to generate the speed with the paddle, and that's what the paddle can help you do. Some of these maneuvers that the men and women are doing are aided by the paddle, and that's what the judges want to see. And they are judged on their paddle maneuvers in a positive manner. If they're flinging around, using it to help them keep on the board, or they're using it to pivot turns and make the turns more radical, that's what the judges want to see.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if we had 4 shortboarders out in the water right now. We would not have the same type of entertainment that we have going on with stand-up paddle surfing. So, it's a mushier wave. I was catching up with, one of the Mexican surfers earlier, and he was just saying, here in Sayulita, the waves are a little mushier, and that's one of the reasons why it's kind of become the mecca of stand-up paddling. It's because often that's the best tool of the trade out here at Sayulita.
On the inside, our Tahitian surfer, Puea. Now on the inside section. And she'll kick out. Still needing a score of a 4.16 or better to get into second place. Not going to get it there. Her high wave score are 2 identical 1.97s. 2 minutes, 11 seconds remaining. And surfer for the next heat, Ibala Ruano, still with 2 minutes remaining in the current heat.
Well, it only takes a couple seconds to get out the back, especially, with the conditions we have today. But, some of these more competitive heats they've been so exciting to watch because it's almost like there's heats within the heat with the positioning and the strategy. And, the Mexican surfer earlier that I caught up with, he was talking about, Felipe was talking about baiting people and drawing people north up the point to try and get people out of position. So even though it's small, there's still a lot of strategy and technique into winning these more competitive heats.
As Malaga getting upended by the walls of whitewater. On the outside in red, Emma Webb taking a look at this wave. This could be a good scoring wave for Emma. On her backhand attack, here she goes, open face maneuvers. As the wave starts to shallow out, redirects her turn into the whitewater section. And now going over that double up on the inside section. And on the outside, your heat leader, Taryn Kite.
Taryn getting a nice off the top right there. Kind of getting closed out on her, but she also got Brisa Malaga kind of dropped in on her. It would be interesting to see if the judges deem that she's hindered Taryn's score or not.
Well, we'll leave that up to the judges. 30 seconds remaining, and our final competitor in this heat still out in the lineup, riding away right now is Perea Masson out of Tahiti, and she falls off on the back end of her wave. 20 seconds remaining. And there's the sound of the horn. A little bit confused by Mano's instructions to the ladies out in the water. Maybe he was making a joke.
Yeah, it sounds like they've taken the paddle out to 1 minute prior to the heat. They're allowed to paddle out. So, it's not a ton of waves coming through, so it's a pretty quick and easy paddle out for these girls.
We'll be right back with more exciting action. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships live from Sayulita, Mexico. Welcome back to the action. We're live at Sayulita, Mexico. Round 2, Heat 2, Women's Sup Surfing. As we have yet to start this heat, we're awaiting the word from the judges. Taryn Kite, Emma Webb advancing out of the last round of heat number 1. So South Africa, Australia will be represented in round number 3. So congratulations to Taryn for taking first. Emma Webb in second place. Third place was Brisa Malaga out of Peru. Fourth place, our Tahitian surfer Perea Masson in fourth place. But as we get ready for our next heat, as we see a shot coming back up on the beach and leading Australia. And so that's what they were waiting for. Last of red, last of black. Those critical scores coming in. So you see the lineup below of the heat coming up. And on top, the scores finally being adjusted. Last wave for Emma Webb. So South Africa, Australia now into round number 3 and continuing their march for gold here in 2015. So just waiting the countdown and the start of Heat 2, Round 2 for the women's sup surfing.
Okay, ladies, we're ready to start. Attention, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're underway, Heat 2, Round 2. And Izzy Gomez, Holly Bassett, Ibala Ruano, and Annette Carsing being represented in this round. Another 20-minute heat, 10 wave max for the ladies. Top 2 surfers will advance on into round number 3. Bottom 2 will be delegated into the reprecharge round. And we already have a couple of riders here. Ibala Ruano already up and riding. And working her wave all the way onto the inside. So within the first 30 seconds, Ibala and also White, Holly Bassett taking on their first wave. 2015 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. It'll be the women distance race for both prone and sup, a 20K race starting at 9 o'clock local time here. We'll have the morning show at 8:45. Okay, I'm being joined by Taryn Kite. Taryn from South Africa, congratulations on your win in that last heat. It looks like you've really stepped up your game from last year to this year. What have you done in between the event last year in Nicaragua to coming to Mexico this year?
Yeah, well, I've been training a lot in the gym, doing more than just surfing every day, trying to get in the water as much as possible, but going to the gym about 3-4 times a week, and it's helped a lot.
Working on your core, working on leg strength, you know, sup surfing, such a core workout, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And how is your experience here in Mexico changed from last year coming to Nicaragua?
Wow, well, Nicaragua is beautiful, but Sayulita itself is just absolutely beautiful. The people are amazing. This little town is just so lively, and it's a great.
What is the best thing you like about coming to the ISA World Championships and competing in sup surfing?
I think it's just coming down here as a team and having everyone that you know pretty well from back home here with you competing. And also the rest of the teams. It's always great meeting new people and interacting with everyone. It's really great.
How much fun did you have at the opening ceremony yesterday?
Oh, it was amazing. The best one.
So that the ISA promotes, giving that Olympic feel, giving that team aspect, which water sports doesn't have. Usually when you compete back home, you're by yourself.
You're on your own, and here you've got your country standing on the beach. You've got everyone else's country standing on the beach, and it's so amazing having them here and blowing vuvuzelas and cheering for you.
What would it mean for you to win a gold medal in sup surfing here at the ISA World Championships?
Oh, it would mean the world to me. It's obviously my goal, and that's what I'm focusing on. So.
Well, Amy Merrill's not here, defending champion. Shakira Westorp's not here.
I know.
mean, it's wide open this year.
Yep, there's still plenty of tough competition out there, but yeah, give it my best. Give it a go.
Any hellos and goodbyes you want to say to the people back home?
I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone back home. You guys are incredible. All your support is, it's so difficult to explain how much it means to all of us. My sponsors, Corban, StandUp Paddleboards, Roxy, Wetsuits and Apparel, Surfskin, Hold Fast, Overboard Africa, all of you guys, thank you so much for being able to be here. So thank you.
Well, congratulations, Taryn, and we'll see you on, I guess, Thursday for round number 3.
Yes, thank
Congratulations. Taryn Kite, winner of round number 2, will advance on in with Emma Webb from Australia, and we'll see her coming up on Thursday. Now our attention back out to the water. Izzy Gomez from California leading Team USA with her opening ride of a 3.33. Ibala Ruano, her opening wave coming in at a 2.33. No waves yet for Annette Carsing on our score. Holly Bassett with 2 wave scores at a 1 and a 0.6. And we're going to bring back Jody Nelson back into the broadcast booth. And Jody, how vibrant was Taryn Kite? How excited was she to be competing out here today?
Oh, yeah. It's so fun to just to see that camaraderie, and I think it adds a lot to the athletes. Just adds that little extra spark that people need to get through those little mental and physical hurdles that they might be going through from traveling. And you know, competing is such a mental game as well. And if you can get outside of your own head, that's a huge advantage. And I think this team atmosphere really helps that.
Well, what a huge boost. I fed off your information from when we were commentating in their last heat about how much she has improved. And we asked her, what have you done to step up her game? And she's gone to the gym. She's gone more surfing, and she's put more time, and it's paid off.
And that just goes to show, hard work and dedication does pay off, and you just have to put time in the water and to add that time in the gym. I think especially with a sport like stand-up paddling, it's such a core sport as you see Ibala Riano. I mean, talk about core strength. This girl has got such a core strength, and she's been an elite athlete for so long, and it'd really be fun to see her do well this year.
There's Team Spain cheering her on. Team Spain last year, third place in the medal-winning teams in Nicaragua. And, of course, Ibala with her twin sister, as we watch Izzy Gomez up and riding, 24-time world champions in the sport of windsurfing, Ibala and her twin sister.
Yeah, and then the rate this little one's going, Izzy Gomez, she's just 16 years old, representing Team USA. This is her first ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships, and I mean, if she keeps up the tradition of what Emmy has carried on over the years, I think, she's going to be. We're going to be talking about her for years to come.
Well, if you look at the record, they didn't have a female SUP surfer in 2013. They only had it in 2010 and 2014, and they won gold medals. So the USA is so far 2 for 2 in supplying athletes into this 4th edition of the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, you should start your list there to see how many countries get all 3 of their SUP surfers in through the qualifying rounds today. I think that's going to be a huge advantage. We will, just with this heat and I can't imagine, surfing 5 times in one day, and that's exactly what the repecharge guys are going to have to do. The girls still have a lot of work to do, too, if they get bumped into the repecharge round.
Well, I tell you what, Izzy Gomez tore apart that last wave, Jody. A 6-point ride, the highest so far in the women so far in this round. A 3.33 combo that with her first wave, a 9.33 two-wave total. Ibala Ruano out of Spain, there on the screen in the green jersey, opening wave of a 2.33. She now needs a 7-point ride to go to first. There's Izzy, and there's Ibala. First and second on your screen, both paddling for this wave. And
Izzy was pretty smart to kind of keep herself clear of that. I was just going to compliment her on the level of maturity that I'm noticing. She's just 16 years old, and, going up against veterans like Ibala, and, Annette Karsing, she's competed, multiple years here at the ISA. It's, being 16 and having that level of maturity is something that is, not natural. And she's obviously been raised well, and she's being coached well, and so it's impressive.
Here we go, Izzy Gomez on the outside as we see Holly Bassett on the inside. Gomez, good carving turns. As we get her back on screen, there she is. This will be her 3rd scoring wave. She's keeping active, and that's what you like to see out of competitors. I know both in the surfing world, a lot of coaches want to see their athletes in tune with their board, with their equipment, but in tune into the conditions of the day. And it seems like Izzy is found her groove out here at Sayulita.
Well, and that's also just the importance of having a well-rounded team that can give you that advice. People that are keeping an eye on the ocean. Guys like Sean Pointer who have been down here and he's surfed this spot. He knows the nooks and crannies. And then you get the competitive savviness of a guy like Ian Cairns and, the amount of knowledge that he has in regards to surfing a heat and the strategy behind it. Izzy and Ibala, all these girls, they basically just need to do their job once they catch a wave. But just getting the waves and sitting in the right spot is a whole nother strategy, and it's nice to see these teams.
Ibala Ruano, good carving tap off the top. Here she goes again, cuts right on the open face. Not done yet. In the shore break closeout, floats right through and stands up right on the inside section. So Ibala Ruano charging hard here. Her last wave at 4.17, now needing a 5.17 to go into first place, and Ibala wants to leave no stone unturned. Very disappointed in her performance last year, even though she made the final. She's looking for gold or bust in this year's SUP Surfing Women's Championship here at the ISA.
I mean, being a world champion in her sport of windsurfing, once you've tasted that, nothing less than first. You're not satisfied with anything less than first, so you can see that fire with Ibala.
Well, I talked to Kelly Slater during the time when Andy Irons was world champion, those 3 years, and Kelly learned a lot. He's saying, I got humbled. Andy was the best surfer at that time, but I put more time into my surfing, and look what happened. He won multiple titles after that, up to 11. And Andy Irons had a hard time dealing with not being number one. Kelly Slater had to deal with not being number one. And Ibala, as you said, a multi-world champion, is dealing with, hey, she wants to be number one in this sport too.
And I think she, has a good chance to do so. And she's definitely put in the time, and she puts in the hard work, and she's dedicated. So much sacrifice has gone into, her career in both windsurfing and now stand-up paddling. And so it's impressive to see. And I don't know if you're noticing this, but I feel like Spain has like a more unified team this year, a bigger team. They seem to be a little bit louder on the beach, and so it's good to see that as well.
Well, last year they placed third in the medals as team, third best team last year. I think they got motivated. Last year they came with a very improved prone paddleboarding team. Ibala Ruano helped them get into the finals in subsurfing. We've seen them, obviously, with the good paddlers in Europe competing in the sub-technical in the distance. So, yeah, they have elevated their team this year.
Well, I think after every year, these teams that want to be in medal contention, they have to take, a step back and look at their whole team. And like we were saying earlier, you're only as good as your weakest link. And so if you start honing in and looking at, hey, maybe we can improve the prone paddlers, or maybe we need to, hold tryouts and get the best female stand-up paddler, or maybe we need to help develop this female stand-up paddler or this male prone paddler. And so you start to see these teams investing in each other, and it's really cool to see that.
Ibala Ruano, now your new heat leader. Remember, she was in second place needing a 7-point ride. Well, she ditched her 2.33, her last two waves, a 4.17, a 6.07, and she has now taken the lead away from Izzy Gomez by less than a half a point. So Izzy Gomez now needs a 4.25 to regain first. Holly Bassett from Great Britain in third, needing a huge score of an 8.36. And for Annette Carsing, who's up and riding at this stage in the black jersey, now needing an 8.2 to get out of fourth into second. 7.5 minutes remaining. We are in heat number 2, round number 2 of the ISA World Championship Series of the Subsurfing for Women.
And talk about improvement. This young lady right here on the screen, Annette Carsing, she has made huge improvements over the years. And I was talking with her earlier, and she was terrified that when she showed up and she was noticing that there's, in the smaller conditions, there's a right, and she's not as confident on her backhand. But, I mean, after that last wave, she just got, backhand's really difficult. And utilizing the paddle, it's a little bit awkward. It's not as natural. And, Annette's doing a great job. And we just saw Holly Bassett from the UK, going on her backhand as well. And, I mean, at home, if you're just kind of getting into the sport and getting into stand-up paddle surfing, don't be afraid to go on your backhand, because usually that's the hardest, and that's the one that takes the most time to develop, and you're seeing these girls evolving and the sport evolving over the years and getting more and more competitive in this event.
Well, a lot of pro surfers will tell you to improve on your surfing, you have to have a good backhand, You look in the past, Mark Akalupo at J-Bay, Mark Akalupo at Bells Beach. We saw C.J. Hobgood about 5 years ago out at Sunset Beach in 10-foot Sunset, just tear apart his backhand. Lately on the WSL Tour, we've seen Nat Young, impressive on his backhand. I mean, if you have to have a full array of repertoire in your surfing, your backhand has to be there, because breaks are going to be right and breaks are going to be left, and you're only either goofy or regular foot.
Yeah, and I think stand-up paddle backhand is even harder, because I just think the paddle becomes awkward, takes practice.
Ibala Ruano, your heat leader right now, up and riding on her fifth wave. Her last wave score, not one of her top two, a 3.83. And she'll regroup here, grab her paddle, and paddle back out. 5:20 remaining in this heat. Izzy Gomez comfortably in second place, now needing a 4.25 to regain first.
Even though you don't lose in this round, first and second, continues on the qualifying round. Third and fourth will have another chance. For Izzy and Ibala battling it out for that first place, it's still a confidence booster to be able to win a heat, especially Ibala and Izzy. They're both, final contenders for being in the final. They could both easily be in the final. And so, if Izzy can get back on the lead, I think it's going to be a huge confidence booster for her.
Well, there's a psychological game, too, by beating. If they meet in the final, hey, I beat you in the second round. Remember that? And here goes Izzy to town on this wave. Good carving maneuvers. Look at how she uses her paddle, forehand, backhand, sliding the board left to right. Good rail work. Izzy Gomez. I tell you, that 4.25 is reachable on that wave.
Definitely. I mean, she's sitting on that 6, and she, her lower score is a 3.63 as we see Abala back up and right. She's connecting with this peak over here on the north end. And, talk about consistency. Abala is just determined and very consistent. You can see how fit she is. She's just like a machine.
Good shot of Izzy Gomez paddling back out with just under 4 minutes remaining. Holly Bassett on the outside, stroking hard, trying to get into this wave, not able to get into it. So the two top contenders in this heat, world champions in their own discipline. Ibala Ruano, as we told you earlier, with her twin sister, a 24-time windsurfing world champion, has a goal to win gold and a world title in subsurfing. She wants to be the best in crossover in both sports. Izzy Gomez, already a world champion in subsurfing, not in the ISA standard, but in the professional world. So she is gaining her strength and her first experience here at the ISA World Championships.
As we see up and riding, this is our 4th place surfer out of the UK, Holly Bassett, just trying to get some bigger scores on the board there. She's going to probably be making her way into the repecharge round unless she can get a high-scoring wave in the next 3 minutes as we are winding down this heat. And, I think it's really going to come down to this battle for between first and second. Like we said, it's going to be whoever wins this heat is going to be a confidence booster because both of these girls could easily be in the finals.
There's the lineup coming up for our next heat, our final heat of the day. Caroline Aguibad from France. Nicole Perselli, former gold medalist, world champion 2 years ago from Brazil. Alda Ramos from Mexico. And Diane Wenzel from Canada. So your breakdown, I believe that's Ida Ramos from Mexico.
Yeah, we saw her surf earlier this morning, and as we see Team Mexico, the flags are starting to make their way down to the beach. We see Fernando Stala and some of the Team Mexico surfers making their way as we see Team USA and Team Spain on the beach cheering their teammates, and Team France is on the beach. So the team spirit is going strong, Bo, and that's what the ISA World Paddleboard, Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships are all about.
1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. Heat 2, round 2. Holly Bassett up and riding on the inside section. And this will be a good learning experience for Holly going up against 2 world champions. And she'll learn from this heat, and she'll know that she has to be a little bit more aggressive on her wave attack on the lineup outside. And, of course, coming up on Thursday, Friday, when we conclude the men and women subsurfing, we're going to have near a meter-high size swell. It'll be about 3 to 5 feet.
And that's going to be great. I mean, especially after today, we still had highly contestable surf today, but to see all these surfers out there in head-high waves is going to be really fun.
Well, these are the world's best. That's why, if we had just a free surf out there, you see a lot of amateurs out there not being able to turn, not to be able to do the maneuvers that we've seen out here. 1 minute remaining. So Izzy Gomez on that last ride, Jody, a 5.13, so getting the score required. So a little bit of psychology playing, and good to see Izzy go from first to second, back to first. It's going to be a great learning experience. And Ibala Ruano, look, she's hungry. She wants to regain first.
Yeah, I mean, these girls they're definitely hungry, and they want the win. You can tell that there's a lot on the line here, even though neither one of them are going to lose in this heat. You can tell that that confidence is on the line, and they want to beat each other. And again, that just backs my story up about Izzy Gomez and the maturity that she has as a 16-year-old to battle back and not just give up and say, oh, it's okay, I'm not going to
okay with
lose.
second.
I'm fine with second. But to see her, have that hunger is really neat.
There's the sound of the horn, and round out a Heat 2, round 2, and a very impressive performance by the young 16-year-old from the United States, from California, Izzy Gomez, advancing on into round number 3, along with windsurfing world champion Ibala Ruano from Spain in second place. Annette Karsing out of Denmark in third, and Holly Bassett from Great Britain will take fourth place. So advancing on in, USA and Spain, advancing on into the women's round number 3. And there's the team competitors cheering on their team as USA welcoming back Izzy, and Mexico getting ready for their competitor, Ida Ramos, heading out for heat number 3. Team Canada, Diane Wenzel will be competing in heat number 3 also, and great team camaraderie down here in Sayulita.
And one thing you see a lot of down here during this competition is smiles. Like, everybody has smiles on their faces. I mean, we get down to the final day, maybe not as many smiles, but unless you're winning. But you know, that's the great thing about this event, is it just has such a great vibe. And you know, we see Team USA greeting Izzy back to the beach.
So Izzy getting high fives and cheers and hugs and congratulations, and a very well smart surfed heat.
There's some Team America pride. Slater Trout is Captain America. That's his nickname. We saw him up there on stage yesterday during the parade with his Captain America socks on, and you know, those are some happy, smiling faces right now. Izzy's got to be pretty proud that she didn't give up that second place, you know, settle for second, and she went in for the kill.
Well, there is Carter Graves standing right next to her, a silver medalist last year, greeting her on, and we'll see Carter competing tomorrow in the pro and women. Women will be checking in tomorrow between 7:30 and 8:30, and 9 o'clock race start coming up tomorrow for the ladies in both SU and prone. For the distance race, the 20K race, a 4-lap 5K course has been designed out for the ladies competing. They'll be going out to the point to the left, as you see right there, and then they'll be traversing across the bay towards the north, and then coming back in through a zigzag through the surf, and then running through a chicane and doing that 4 times. Well, with the sound of the horn, we're underway with our final heat of the day, Jody. Heat number 3, round number 2. Caroline Aguibad from France in red. Ida Ramos from Mexico in the white jersey. Nicole Percelli out of Brazil, green jersey. And in the black jersey, it'll be Diane Wenzel representing Canada. You see on screen, Diane. Excuse me, no, that is Caroline in the red. And in the white jersey, that is Ida Ramos from Mexico. And if Ida wins this heat, this beach will just explode.
As we see Caroline Aguibad out of France up and riding, you know, this right up on the north point there, Bo, has been the popular spot to sit. And Caroline is just getting right in there amongst it and getting a nice wave to start her heat campaign.
Well, Caroline, a 2-time finalist, placed 4th in Lima, Miraflores, Peru, 2 years ago, and second place runner-up last year to Emily Merrill. So a 2-time finalist for our lady in red. Here we go. In yellow, Nicole Percelli, a winner 2 years ago down in Miraflores. The Brazilian, nice carving turns, working her way on the inside section. And first wave score now in for surfer in black, Diane Wenzel at a 1.17. So we'll be on standby for scores. Last of red, last of yellow. Here we go, surfer in white, Ida Ramos, the lone Mexican surfer for the ladies. And Ida replaces Karen Jacobson, who was sub-surfing for the last 2 years for Team Mexico.
Yeah, and they had tryouts this year, is that right? And, you know, with the women, you only get 1 female on the sub-surfing team. The guys get 2. And it's very competitive. So to get that spot on the team is quite an accomplishment in itself.
So opening wave score for Caroline Aguibad, the silver medalist from last year, a 4.17. Nicole Percelli out of Brazil gets on the board with a 3.67. She goes to second place behind Agibad. And Ida Ramos with a 1.83 on her opening ride goes to third. And here we go, Diane Wenzel in black from Canada.
Well, Diane has been riding Infinity SUP surfboards for quite a while. She hails from Dana Point, California, which is where Infinity has been born and bred. And so, local Californian girl, but she was born in Canada. And over the years, I think a lot of people wish they could be on Team Canada because those guys have so much fun and they're always laughing and just not taking things too seriously.
It's amazing how Diane has a Canadian accent when she gets around her Canadian teammates. It's about
She definitely changes, yeah, in a good way. It's fun to see.
Caroline Agibad up and down on this wave, tearing this apart. Nice carving turns, working the way onto the inside. And she's going to have a good, solid backup score following her first opening wave of a 4.17. Team France cheering on their competitors. Here we go on the outside. This will be our surfer in white, Ramos, out of Mexico. Here we go. Big chance for her to get on the inside, and she just falls off the back of that wave. It kind of gets fat right between the midsection and the shore break. And that transition, need that speed and that power to get through that soft section as the wave starts to fatten up on the inside. 15 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Heat 3, round 2. The women's SUP surfing here in Sayulita, Mexico. Our final heat of the competition for day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that these guys are going to have a break for, a couple days. And I think having that confidence, if you can take away a win in both, these heats today, that confidence going into that next round is going to be huge. And also just hanging out with your teammates the next few days, knowing that you did your part is also a huge confidence booster because you're not hanging your head low. You know that you showed up, you did your job, your head's in the game, and you can come out and support the rest of your team in the racing and the other disciplines.
Here we go, Caroline Agibad, her last wave, a 2.93. She needs to improve on that as she kicks out on the inside. Well, Jody, you were asking, has there been any team yet with all 3 competitors, 2 men and their 1 lady competitor, make it into round number 3? Team United States so far. France has a chance in this round. Mexico has a chance in this round to elevate into that category, which is a huge day after day 1 competition.
Definitely, and I caught up with Nicole Pacelli earlier, who we just saw finish that last wave. She's currently in 3rd position, and she's feeling really confident about her team this year, and they have some great surfers on their team and amazing racers as well. So I think they're definitely going to be contenders and a team to watch out for this year.
Caroline Agibad in the lead, as you see on screen, former gold medal winner from 2 years ago. Nicole Pacelli. So Nicole now riding in on the inside section, taking a lot of these smaller waves, then going out to the outside. So Nicole currently in 2nd, needing a 4.2 to take first out of Caroline's lead. So a big day for the United States. Sean Pointer, Dave Bainey, Izzy Gomez, all elevated into round 3 with their great surfing performance. And France and Mexico can join them right now. France in 1st, Nicole in 2nd from Brazil. Ida Ramos in 3rd, now needing a score of a 3.38 to help Mexico get that addition on into round number 3.
Well, the thing is, too, Bo, that if you win, get 1st or 2nd in this round, you only have 3 more. If you can keep yourself in the qualifying rounds, you only have 3 more heats to surf for a medal. So, that in itself is huge incentive to do well.
For every round you can stay in the winner's round, you avoid an extra 2 heats round. So the ladies that lost out of the first round have to go 2 heats to equal the losers out of this round.
Right. Yeah, that's
So
a lot more work.
it's a lot more work, but it has been done. But that's the motivation. Keep in the winner's round.
Well, right now we just saw surfer in white, Ada Ramos from Mexico. And up and riding here is Caroline Algubad, our current heat leader.
Yeah, just jumping off her board, their heat leader. With firm control with a 4.17 and a 3.7. Nicole Perselli with a 3.67 and a 1.63, now needing a 4.2 to take the lead. But Ida Ramos has two 1-point scores, a 1.83 and a 1.93, now needing a 3.38. And for Diane Winslow, don't count her out. She only needs a 4.1 to get out of fourth into second place.
Well, and Diane's perfectly capable of that. I mean, Diane's been competing in stand-up paddle surfing for pretty much as long as stand-up paddle surfing's been around, and she's always been a threat. She's always, getting podiums in various events, and so it'd be great to see her do well this year and actually get up there into the medal contention because she's perfectly capable of it.
11 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. Again, tomorrow's activity will be women distance in prone and stand-up paddling. It'll be the 20K race. It'll get underway at 9 o'clock start. We'll have a morning show coming up at 8:45 tomorrow morning. So we ask you to enjoy the time in between as we get ready for day number 2. Day number 3 action, we'll see the same course, but just for the men. It'll be the men 20K race for prone and for sup distance. And then come back on Thursday with a building swell. We'll have day 2 competition for both men and women, and probably the repecharge rounds, and maybe even some of the qualifying rounds. And then Thursday will be our final day of sup surfing for men and women. And then Friday will be the technical qualifying races for both sup, men, women, and prone. And then Saturday will be our conclusion with Saturday, Sunday with the finals for both the technical and for the sup surfing. So an exciting week planned for the ISA in the World Championships for both paddleboarding, sup surfing, and sup technical racing. And it's going to be an exciting week of competitions here in Mexico. And we're just getting underway. Second half of this heat now underway with this first 10 minutes past is Ida Ramos from Mexico up and riding.
Well, Ida's got lots of speed on this wave, and she's got a great style and technique, and it's fun to see all the different, or hear all the different instruments that are being used to cheer on the team. We've got Team Mexico right there. I don't know what you call those noisemakers, but then Canada's got the cowbells, and France, I think they maybe have some baguettes over there or something, banging some baguettes.
Well, I think you just named it. The noisemakers. The spinners. 9.5 minutes remaining. Aguibad in first. Perselli in second. Ramos still searching for a score. Her last wave has been her best, a 2.4. Now needing a 4.84. Why? Because Nicola Perselli on her last wave scored a 3.57. And for Perselli needing a 4.2 to go to first. Don't count out Diane Winslow, but now she needs nearly a 6, a 5.97 for Diane into second place.
As we see up and riding, that's Nicole Pacelli out of Brazil. She's currently in the second place. And, she comfortably won her heat in the first round, Bo. And this is a little more competitive heat than that first round heat she had.
Well, Nicole's got 2 top 5 performances here at the ISA World Championships 2 years ago, the gold medal winner. Last year, just the round before the finals, she placed 5th place. Has the determination to elevate herself into the finals. She did it in her first year in 2013 down at Miraflores, and 5th place last year in Nicaragua at La Boquita. Here we go. Caroline Aguibad up and riding, your heat leader. And Caroline's been in tune and just out of tune on that last maneuver as she just bails off on that last one. 8 minutes counting down.
Well, Bo, this has been, for the talent that's in the water, this has been a pretty low-scoring heat, but right now we see Ada Ramos. She's currently in that third position, looking to get up into that second position. You can hear from the cheers on the beach how important it is for Ada to get into that second position and keep one of their surfers alive.
7.5 minutes remaining. Caroline Agibod in the lead. Combination scores of a 4.17 and a 3.7. Tallies up to a 7.87. Nicole Perselli now needing a 4.2 to go to first. Ida Ramos from Mexico in white in third, now needing a 4.84. And she has a 4.33 two-wave total. And for Diane Wenzel, a couple of one-point rides, giving her a 2.47 total score, now needing a 5.97 to move out of fourth into second place. And today, a lot similar to Nicaragua, where survival of getting through the small surf on day number one.
Except for I think we're going to have a happier ending.
We're going to have a happier ending. We have a swell forecasted for Thursday, Friday for the subsurfers for both men and women. So they'll be seeing almost near a meter, about 3 to 5 feet. And that's the good surf forecast for the ISA, is they're keeping their surfing days flexible this year. Last year, we had to change locations, so they were set days on the Pacific Coast, and then we went back to the lake for the racing portion of the World Championship.
Yeah, definitely a lot of logistics last year, and this year it's nice that everything's in one area, very confined, in one small little town. Everybody can be comfortable, not worry about transportation and getting to, location A, B, C, and D. So I think the comfort levels of everybody are going to be a lot higher this year than last year.
So Ida Ramos finishing up her wave on the inside section. Ida still seeking that score of a 4.84 to get into the top two. Nice carving turn. Nicole Perselli, the Brazilian, lighting it on fire. Another big spray from the forehand maneuver, cutting back in. And look at the speed. It's going to get her through this section where she didn't have it the last wave, all the way to the shoreline. Nicole Perselli with her best wave performance so far in this heat. Nicole scoring a 3.67 on her first wave, a 3.57 on her fourth wave. Remember, surfers are allowed to catch a maximum of 10, and their best two wave scores are tallied at the end.
Well, it sounds like Nicole has put a lot of work in this last year, training a lot, practicing her surfing a lot. And, I think it's paying off for her. And I know how badly, just listening to her earlier when I interviewed her, just how badly she would love to defend, get another gold medal here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships.
And a good size set on the outside. All the ladies will be on the inside as they paddle back out. We'll see who will be positioned. It could be Diane Wenzel in black on the outside on this next set. She's still paddling out. She'll go over this wave. A little fat, little bit of a double up crossover. So good choice for Diane for not going after that wave. 4 minutes, 11 seconds remaining. So the ISA this year dividing men and women on their separate days for the distance. I think that's a good thing. Jamie was talking about sometimes, you don't want to see women drafting some of the guys or some of the wake causing interference. It'll be not as crowded of a course for the next 2 days to shine.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think to give and also just knowing that the teammates can support each other a lot better. Knowing that you don't have to compete that day, you can definitely be a lot more supportive to your other teammates.
So another wave to shore for Nicole Perselli. She has a chance to go into the lead. She gets a 4.23 or better to take the lead from Caroline Agibod. She'll regroup and paddle back out with 3:11 remaining in the heat. Good to see that competitive drive in the competitors, not settling for second, going back out, seeking, improving, as we saw in the last heat for Izzy Gomez to outpoint Ibala Ruano for the lead late in the heat.
Well, and again, first and second in this heat are easily finalists as we just see the situation change. Nicole Pacelli moving up into that first position. She now has a total heat score of 10.0. Her last score,
A 6.33, so she does do so. And Nicole getting a 6.33 and a 4.93 on her last two waves eclipsed the score of Caroline Agibad. So catching those last two waves within the last 5 minutes of this heat.
yeah, it just goes to show you that the heat's never over. I mean, you can turn around two scores very, very quickly. The paddle out's maybe 30-second paddle out. And just being smart like that was a really smart move by Nicole Pacelli, and she hung in there, and it ended up paying off.
Yeah, 6.47 for Diane Wenzel from Canada in the black jersey to get herself out of fourth into second. Ida Ramos also needing above average score of a 5.80 for the Mexican surfer in the white.
And the thing is, Bo, that neither Nicole or Caroline are safe right now. There's only 1:38 seconds left in this heat, and both Ida and Diane are perfectly capable of getting those scores. So they'd be silly to let their guard down at this point.
So just under 90 seconds to go, and you can see all four surfers back out in the lineup. And to stand on an 8-foot board, some of these boards 7 foot 4 inches, 7 foot 5 inches from these ladies. Determination, core strength. Okay, here we go. Ida Ramos from Sayulita, the hometown girl, up and down on that last maneuver on the outside. Nicole Pacelli out of Brazil.
Yeah, Nicole just scrapping into this one. She, holding down the lead. She's just going to try and better her situation. She gets a nice off the top there on the inside. And we saw Ada Ramos on a wave earlier. And, we talk about that pressure, Bo, that pressure of having a whole team on your shoulders. And I think that Ida, being here at home and having everybody on the beach watching, I think, sometimes that can give you shaky knees, and you can just the nerves can really play with you. And I think she's been coming unstuck a bit in this heat, and I think that's uncharacteristic. So this could be a wake-up call for her for the next repechage
Yeah, but she's
rounds.
not out of the contest. Diane Wenzel from Canada up and riding. Good carving maneuvers on the inside section on that infinity board. Here she goes, counting down with 5 seconds remaining in this heat. And the sound of the horn rounds out heat number 4, round number 2 of the women's SUP surfing division. And what an exciting heat. We saw Caroline Agibad from the get-go take the lead, and it wasn't only until the last two waves, the last 3 waves from Nicole Pacelli, very impressive, a 6.33, a 4.93, and a 4.67. So the former gold medalist from 2 years ago, the Brazilian, takes first. Caroline Agibad from France will elevate herself into that round number 3 with that second. That gives France all 3 competitors, men and women, into round number 3 in the SUP surfing. So the 6 countries represented from the women's SUP surfing hail from South Africa, Australia, the United States, Spain, France, and Brazil into the qualifying round number 3. Very impressive.
Very impressive, and I think that's just going to play into as we move through the rounds. They're going to be more well rested than some of the other teams.
And outstanding performance by Spain, Ibala Ruano from Amy Webb, first time competing out here. Taryn Kite upstaging her game, but the big day has to go to the United States and France for both having all 3 of their competitors advance into the round number 3 of the qualifying round.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, for Hawaii, they're going to kind of go back to the drawing board and kind of some of these other countries that are medal contenders are going to need to re-strategize and think about their approach to, some of these repechage rounds and look at what's happened in the past and how they can do better making it through those rounds and keeping themselves energized.
But the best news today is no one's eliminated. All we saw were winners rounds, and when we return back here on Thursday and Friday for the SUP surfing final for both men and women, Then we'll get into the repechage round, the double elimination round. So no one that lost out today. All winners. Some surfers delegated into the losers round, into the repechage round, but they still have a chance to work their way back into the Final Four.
Yeah, they sure do, and that's the great thing about this event, Bo. And I think that we're going to see a lot of really good surfing in those repechage rounds. I know in the men's rounds today, we saw heats that could have been finals, and so what that's going to do is split the draw up. And then it's just going to come down to endurance for those guys that are in the repechage and girls that are in the repechage rounds.
We're going to take a break right now. When we return, we'll have a wrap-up of the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships you're watching live from Sayulita, Mexico. Welcome back to the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. And Jody, a small day of surf, but outstanding performance by both men and women from around the world.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just seeing that have performed today, and girls, I mean, we just came off of the girls. It was really impressive to me today, as well as Nicole Pacelli and Caroline Agabad in that last heat. So, I mean, a lot of great surfing, Bo. What was your biggest highlight today?
Well, finally seeing Hawaii competition. We've been calling for them for 4 years, and now they're finally showed up. Mo Freitas, Zane Schweitzer, amazing performance out there. Team Mexico also with Team USA with their performance with Sean Pointer and Dave Bainey. So join us tomorrow. We'll have an 8:45 morning show, 9 o'clock start for the women distance in SUP and paddleboarding. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell and Jody Nelson and all the crew down here in Sayulita, Mexico. We bid you hola, and until next time, stay tuned for more ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships.
Chile.
Quiero agradecerles especialmente a todos los equipos que han venido de todo el mundo y han hecho un gran esfuerzo para llegar hasta México.
hacer más grande mi honor y mi más a declarar oficialmente abierto el Mundial 2015 de Surf y Paddleboard en Sayulita. We are officially open. Yes. Thank you. Gracias, Sayulita. Gracias a la delegación. Thank you very much.
Hola amigos, my name is Javier Jimenez from Sayulita, Mexico. I'm excited to have everyone here for the 2015 ASA World Championship, so welcome.
Fall's coming, get ready.
How's it going? I'm Sean Pointer from Team USA.
Yo soy Diego Cadena de Sayulita, Team Mexico. So everyone, bienvenidos a Sayulita y hope everyone have a good time here.
It's going to be a brawl. Ready to compete against the world's best here, Sayulita.
Hey, how you doing? This is Tommy from Canada, Montreal. Here at beautiful Sayulita, just getting ready for the World Championships. Very excited. It's my first time at Worlds like this. Hopefully it's gonna go well. So far it's been beautiful, and check in with us later.
Big surprise. Being so wrong, no so right. She gave
interesting racing. We got the waves out here at Sayulita's main break, so I think we're going to see some exciting racing with many of the world's best. Should be a great week.
Oh, just to have some fun. I think Sayulita brings the whole fun, spirited kind of spirit to the whole place. So I think more or less that. Good times and good times with the USA team. USA has the best team yet that we've had ever since the games began, and I think everyone's really strong, really excited to put their best foot forward for the red, white, and blue. So let's see.